Mountain Village. In the endless expanse of the desolate moonlight continent's southwestern border, the undulating Qing mountains form a series of dark, interwoven lines that stretch endlessly. As the sun descends, the night deepens, and the dim oil lamps in the village at the foot of the mountains flicker to life. Ancient locust trees at the village entrance rustle in the wind, their leaves whispering softly. Occasionally, the distant barking of dogs echoes from within the village, stirring up a chorus of barks in response, until the sounds gradually fade into silence. The oil lamps cast a faint light upon the cracked earthen walls inside the dwelling, creating flickering shadows that dance upon the surface, some elongated, others short and slanted. Let be decided then. Serving in the army ensures at least a meal, and if fortune smiles upon him, he may even achieve something great. The elderly man, leaning against the doorframe, bears a weathered visage, his skin roughened from years of labor. Stooped and holding a pipe, he takes a moment to inhale deeply from the yellowed, darkened bowl after speaking. Snap, snap. In the stillness of the room, the sound reverberates sharply. But old Five. He is only 14 years old. He is so young. The elderly woman, seated on a rickety, low chair, weeps as she speaks, her tattered clothes and the many creases upon her face bearing witness to her hardships. The old man continues. The successive years of locust plagues have left not only us, but half of the village without food. Some have sought work in the city, while others venture far and away, and some enlist in the army. Old Three suffered a leg injury years ago, leaving him disabled and unable to work. Old Five, though he appears to be 16 or 17, is still only 14, and yet he must be believed. Now, serving in the military not only means he will not starve, but he will also receive an advance in subsidies that in time, should he find stability. He may even send some money home each month. With that, the old man resumes his quiet smoking, while the elderly woman bows her head, continuing to sob softly. Outside, a figure crouches against the wall, gazing into the distance at the dark silhouette of the mountains, lost in thought. In the profound silence within and without, time passes slowly, and the mountain village appears particularly tranquil under the cloak of night. After a while, the figure outside stands and steps into the house. He is a lad, seemingly 16 or 17, though somewhat frail. His dark complexion and ordinary features are framed by tattered, coarse clothing riddled with holes. Upon entering, he casts a glance at the others before speaking softly. Father, mother, you need not worry. Many from the village have left. The meager harvest we have barely sustains us. Though the village chief occasionally leads a hunt in the mountains, the deeper woods are perilous, allowing only for the occasional capture of wild chickens or rabbits. Insufficient to share. I wish to venture out with third brother and fourth sister here. I can help care for you. The boy, named Lian, is truly only 14, having grown rapidly from years of hunting in the mountains and farming beyond. However, the recent years of intermittent feasting and famine have left him quite slender. Lian is a quiet child, having spent 6 or 7 years studying under an elderly scholar in the village alongside peers his age. Following the scholar's passing, his education dwindled, and he often accompanied adults to hunt the periphery of the Qing Mountains. Initially, he would sneak out, but over time his absence became apparent, resulting in scoldings from his parents. Such was the nature of village children, they all grew accustomed to the reprimands of their parents. As he matured, Lian began openly joining hunting parties, slowly familiarizing himself with the habits of wild animals and gradually participating in their hunts. Years of running and leaping amidst the mountains and streams had made him sturdier. Yet the locust plague of the past 2 years drastically reduced their food supply, leaving each meal only half satisfying and causing his frame to weaken. Lian has 4 siblings. His elder sisters were married off when he was 10 and 12. Fourth sister, Li Xiaozhu, has found a suitor, but the recent locust plague has made it difficult for her family to gather the bride price. Nonetheless, they have promised to collect it soon, likely within a year or 2, and she will be wed. Third brother, Li Wei, injured his ankle while plowing a few years ago. Due to their meager finances, they could not afford a doctor, and he now walks with a limp. Inside, Li Wei, half kneeling beside their mother, raises his head apologetically to Lian. Old Five, about third brother there. There's no need to say anything. The family will need your support going forward. Li Yin smiles gently at his brother, interrupting him. Perhaps I will become a general one day, and then I shall bring you all to enjoy a life of comfort and glory. Li Wei gazes at him, then sighs softly, turning back to their mother, who is still sobbing softly, comforted by fourth sister's gentle pats on her back. Then perhaps it will be old Five who brings honor to the Li family. In truth, both Li Wei and Li Yin are not entirely ignorant of the world beyond their village. Whenever villagers travel to the city to sell game or furs or to purchase goods, they share snippets of information. A border town. Just south lies the Ming Kingdom, where skirmishes frequently erupt between the two nations. Thus, the likelihood of conscription for military service is high, especially in recent years when conflicts have flared repeatedly. Consequently, the village has seen frequent drafts. Previously, each village had to provide letters of guarantee confirming age, identity, and past experiences at home. Now, however, the village chief merely needs to submit names, easing many restrictions. These wars stem from the current emperor's moral governance, leading to unrest as neighboring nations grow restless. In the past few years, conflicts have arisen not only in one direction, but across multiple borders. The station troops are insufficient to meet local defense needs, necessitating local recruitment to replenish military ranks. Though outsiders may be unaware of the local situation, the villagers understand the high likelihood of conscription. Yet enthusiasm for enlistment has remained. Lo, the local garrison, constrained by the emperor's policies, cannot forcibly recruit soldiers. Thus, in recent years, those who enlist can receive a sum of money up front for their families, essentially a relocation stipend aimed at stimulating recruitment. This policy has indeed prompted many impoverished households to send their sons to join the military, though wealthier merchants typically do not follow suit. However, such realities are beyond the understanding of the village women, as men seldom share these matters in this male-dominated society. Their mountain village, over 200 miles from the county seat, comprises only a dozen or so households, and it has been years since anyone enlisted. What they do discuss, however, are the tales of military service during casual conversations in the fields or while journeying to the mountains, and the brothers Li Wei and Li Yin occasionally hear such tidbits while laboring or traveling. The room once again falls into silence, and after a lengthy pause, the old man taps his pipe on the threshold. Then I shall seek out the village chief. You two rest. With that, he steps into the cool night, vanishing into the early autumn moonlight as the night breeze turns brisk. Moonlight silently spilled through the wooden window panes, marred by torn paper, casting a gentle glow on the pit below. A few tattered quilts, exposing their cotton filling, covered the two men, Li Wei and Li Yin, who lay back to back. Fifth brother. In the barracks, one must remain calm in the face of adversity. Endure what can be endured. Do not seek to stand out recklessly. After a brief silence, Li Wei continued, If war breaks out and no one is watching, do not rush to the front. Make sure to fall back a few steps. Another pause ensued. Do not worry about home with the allowance from your enlistment. I will take good care of our parents. Use your monthly salary to buy some meat for yourself. Only by growing stronger can you avoid being bullied. Third brother, you should take on more of the farming. Our parents are getting older. Rest assured, as long as I am here, they shall not go hungry. Silence lingered, punctuated by occasional murmurs, as the night deepened in its tranquility. The moonlight spilled like water, and the night was refreshingly cool. At midnight, a gentle sound came from the hall door, silencing the brothers. Soon, hushed voices of their father and mother emerged from the side room. Indistinct and barely audible, a soft rustle that eluded clarity. Before long, the faint sounds of their fourth sister and mother weeping could be heard, indicating that she had been keeping their mother company. Lin remained turned away from his third brother, staring blankly at the wall cloaked in darkness. The cracks on the wall, illuminated by the hazy moonlight, resembled the voices of family members, each fragment of memory weaving its way from the past into the depths of his heart. In a state of drowsiness, Li Yin was roused from his slumber by a gentle nudge. Upon opening his eyes, he found his fourth sister, Li Xiaozhu, gazing at him with swollen eyes. Fifth brother, Uncle Guixin has arrived. Father wants you to get up and go see him, she said. Li Yin had hardly slept the previous night, finally succumbing to slumber only after the roosters had crowed several times. He straightened up and replied, "Sister, I will go at once." Yet, Li Xiaozhu remained still, her gaze lingering on him with reluctance. Observing her expression, an inexplicable tightness gripped Li Yan's heart, though a smile graced his face. "Sister, there is no need for such sorrow. I shall return during the new year. It's just that I cannot say whether you will be at home then." Li Xiaozhu was momentarily taken aback by his words, her cheeks flushing. "You rogue!" she exclaimed, then turned and exited the room. Watching her retreating figure, Li Yan let out a soft sigh. Even he did not believe the words he had just spoken. Return during the new year? It was already late summer, and who could predict what circumstances would prevail in 6 months, or even a year or two from now? After a brief wash, Li Yan made his way to the front room, where 5 individuals were seated: his father, mother, third brother, fourth sister, and a robust man in his 40s. The man, sitting in a slightly elevated chair, had a square face adorned with a thick beard, dressed in a short-sleeved hunting attire. His muscles well-defined. On this chilly early autumn morning, while the mountain village was imbued with a biting cold, he exuded an aura of warmth and authority. Upon noticing Li Yan's entrance, the robust man chuckled. "Li Yan, you are a bit late to rise." Li Yan approached him, bowing respectfully. "Good morning, Uncle Guoxin." The man's name was Li Guoxin, the village chief, known for his prowess in both farming and hunting. Over the past 2 years, due to the locust plague, it was largely thanks to him that the village's situation remained better than that of others, at least preventing starvation. Li Guoxin regarded Li Yan and then glanced at his mother, Li Wei, and Li Xiaozhu before continuing. "Originally, I intended to head to the city in 2 days to escort the second son of the Lao family and the eldest of the Li Tian family, who are going to work in the kitchen and as blacksmith apprentices, to obtain a certificate. However, last night, Changbo informed me of Li Yan's situation, and I decided to set off today." Li Yan's father was named Li Chang, and the villagers affectionately referred to him as Changbo. Li Guoxin surveyed the group once more and added, "In fact, I also mentioned to Changbo yesterday that Li Yin could go to the county to work like the others. It is a stable occupation. However, I must clarify that for someone of his age, with no experience, he would have to start as an apprentice. Apprenticeships require a fee and entail a great deal of labor, and contracts must be signed. Should any mishaps occur during the apprenticeship, the host family bears no responsibility. Nevertheless, Changbo has decided to let Li Yin join the army to receive provisions." Noting the redness around Li Yan's mother's eyes, he explained the situation further. Ultimately, this decision was primarily influenced by financial constraints. Li Yan's family was not well off. The apprenticeship fee, although just 500 won, was an insurmountable sum for a family of 5, whose monthly expenses barely reached 51. To part with nearly a year's worth of expenses was simply unfeasible. Furthermore, the apprenticeship was arduous, stripping one of personal freedom and dignity, with the potential for abuse from the host family being a grim reality. Changbo glanced at Li Yin and declared, "This is settled then. Now, Guoxin, I must trouble you with this." Hearing this, Li Yin's mother, with her swollen eyes, interjected, "Must we leave today?" The village chief nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Although conscription is common, a villager returned from the county yesterday, stating that Marshal Hong commenced drafting recruits early yesterday morning. This round of soldiers will likely serve as the city garrison, primarily tasked with protecting officials' families and safeguarding food stores and armories. They should not encounter significant conflict, so it will likely take only 2 or 3 days to fill the ranks. If we delay, we risk missing this opportunity." Li Yan's mother grew anxious at the mention of war. "Ah, must there be fighting?" Li Xiaozhu echoed her concern, looking at Li Guoxin with worry. Observing his wife and daughter's distress, Changbo slammed the table in frustration. "Did Guoxin not clarify? This is the garrison, which guards the city. There will be no fighting. Look at how you're behaving." Li Xiaozhu and their mother exchanged timid glances at Li Guoxin. He, after a quick survey of Changbo, nodded in agreement and offered reassurance, which finally settled their nerves, and they ceased their inquiries. Li Yin, having remained silent since entering, felt a wave of sorrow welling up within him as he observed his mother and sister. A lump formed in his throat, and his eyes began to redden. He resolved that once he earned money, he would return home to care for his parents and family, ensuring he would never again be apart from them. He yearned to witness their contented smiles daily, basking in the warmth of familial harmony. In truth, while the garrison might not typically engage in battle, should war arise and forces dwindle, the distinction of being a garrison soldier would hold little weight. They would still be called to defend the city, facing the same arrows and swords as any other soldier, which were indiscriminate in their lethality. Moreover, in dire circumstances, garrison soldiers might even be compelled to venture outside the city to confront the enemy, where true combat and life-and-death struggles awaited. Nevertheless, overall, serving in the garrison was indeed preferable to enlisting in other military divisions. Meanwhile, Li Wei cast a worried glance at Li Yan, sensing that the situation was more complex than the village chief had portrayed. Observing Li Yan's silence, Li Guoxin inquired, "Do you have any questions?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Yan responded, "Uncle Guoxin has mentioned the garrison, which is under Marshal Hong's command, tasked with guarding food stores and armories, as well as protecting officials. This position is indeed commendable and difficult to obtain. I shall strive to fulfill my duties diligently." Li Guoxin frowned slightly, believing Li Yan had taken his words at face value. He thought to himself that he must clarify the realities of this seemingly risk-free position to the boy, lest he endanger himself. He then bid farewell to Li Yan's family. "We shall depart in a quarter of an hour. It will be just me and 3 young men accompanying you. No one should see you off from home. With over 200 li of mountain roads, having one from each family to send off, along with our luggage, would hinder our progress. It will be a challenge to reach the county before sunset." Shortly after daybreak, the horse-drawn cart rolled out of the village, the mountain hamlet receding into the distance. Li Yan gazed back at the few households still standing at the village's edge, where several women wept amidst the crowd. The other 2 boys, both around 13 or 14 years old, began to sob uncontrollably, wiping their tears incessantly. Li Yan's heart ached as he looked upon his sister and mother, who were already in tears, and his 3rd brother, who limped while supporting their father. He remained silently distressed. Once Li Yan took his seat in the cart, neither his brother nor father uttered a word, only mustering smiles. However, his sister and mother stood by the cart, continuously adjusting the hem of his coarse garment, as if fearing it might not be perfectly aligned. With tears streaming down her face, she implored Li Yan to return whenever he could, reminding him of the provisions in the package, dried food and pickles to stave off hunger, and water to quench his thirst. Li Yan refrained from weeping, suppressing his tears while a wave of sorrow surged within him. He managed to force a smile and waved to them. "Father, mother, 3rd brother, 4th sister, take care of yourselves. I will bring you some fine goods from the city next time. 3rd brother, please look after the family well. 5th brother, remember, let us depart. Let us depart. 4th sister, once I have settled down, I shall send you some exquisite cosmetics from the city. 5th brother, sister, I will wait for you," she sobbed. As a heart-wrenching cry escaped her lips, Li Yan's mother collapsed into 4th sister's embrace. The cries from the surrounding families echoed, and the sound of weeping from the carriage grew louder. Li Yan could no longer contain his tears, allowing them to flow freely down his cheeks, yet he remained silent. The carriage gradually pulled away, distancing itself from the place where Li Yan had grown up, moving away from the foot of the Great Qing Mountain, away from every familiar blade of grass and tree. As the carriage turned around a bend, the mountain village faded into the dark, ultimately becoming invisible. However, the sounds of weeping from the village seemed to intensify in the wind, piercing the heart with sorrow. Chapter 3. Qingshan Pass. On the carriage, there were 2 other boys. One named Li Yu, and the other Li Shan. Both were around 11 or 12 years old, and being able to become apprentices indicated that their families were more affluent than that of Li Yan. Their village consisted of merely 12 or 13 households, so the 3 boys were quite familiar with one another. As the scenery outside the carriage transformed with each passing moment, the boys' spirits began to reveal themselves. The gloom that had settled in Li Yan's heart was gradually replaced by the refreshing allure of the changing landscape, prompting Li Yu and Li Shan to engage in lively conversation. With the ever-shifting sights along the road, their excitement grew, and their hearts warmed like the sun ascending in the sky. They began to dream of the future, speaking loudly and animatedly, while Li Yan remained largely silent, occasionally responding or echoing their remarks. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, contemplating the uncertainties of the future, the well-being of his family, and ultimately resolving to work diligently after this journey to earn more silver. He envisioned returning to the village to build 2 grand houses, one for his 3rd brother, enabling him to marry, and another for himself and his parents, ensuring they would live comfortably. During festive seasons, he imagined bringing his 3 sisters back home for a joyful reunion, vowing that they would never again be separated. Yet, this was a youthful oversight. He focused on his brother's marriage while neglecting the fact that he too would need to establish his own family. Li Yan was momentarily overwhelmed by a torrent of thoughts. Along the way, Li Guoxin seized an opportunity to speak softly to Li Yan. advising him to perform well in the military and strive for the favor of the commanding officers, as this might lead to a better assignment within the barracks. He also mentioned that the Imperial Guard could potentially be involved in city defense tasks, thus cautioning Li Yin not to be complacent. However, he tempered his words, suggesting that such assignments were unlikely, aiming to remind Li Yin without causing undue alarm. Li Yin, momentarily roused from his stupor by Li Guoxin's words, nodded in agreement, which eased Li Guoxin's concerns. After imparting these important pieces of advice, Li Guoxin raised his voice slightly, continuing, Li Yin, if you join the Imperial Guard, you likely won't have the opportunity to visit home for several years unless you achieve merit in battle. However, it is rare for new recruits to find such opportunities. If you have any belongings or letters to send home, you may entrust them to Li Yu or Li Shan. Villagers often come to the city, and you can ask them to deliver letters or items to your parents. He added, although there are others from the village working or apprenticing in the city, after today, they probably won't have time to show you the way. Nevertheless, you can accompany Li Yu and Li Shan to their workplace and familiarize yourself with the area. Once they pay the necessary fees and sign contracts, their arrangements will be swiftly concluded. Yours, however, will likely take longer to finalize. Li Yin responded, Uncle Guoxin, if villagers come to the city, can't they just take my letters down? The barracks should be easy to find. You naive child. How could you think it so simply? But I suppose it's understandable, given your limited experience. The military garrison is not a place for ordinary folks. Even being questioned, there is a mild consequence. Being mistaken for a spy from an enemy nation and imprisoned is a real possibility. Oh, I truly didn't know that. Li Yin said, scratching his head in embarrassment. However, after a few years in the military, or if you rise to a significant position, we can visit you openly. Provided you remember your Uncle Guoxin. Li Guoxin jested. Before Li Yin could reply, Li Yu chimed in, Uncle Guoxin, once I master my culinary skills, every time you visit, I'll prepare the finest dishes for you, guaranteed to be the most delectable. Li Shan quickly added, Uncle Guoxin, I'll make sure to craft the best sickles, hoes, and hunting weapons for your family, and for every household in the village. Haha, splendid. From now on, our village will rely on your generation. With you around, we'll be able to enjoy life, sipping fine wine and savoring wild game while watching the sun rise and set over the majestic Qingshan. Li Guoxin laughed heartily. Once the conversation sparked to life, the carriage became lively, with Li Yin occasionally interjecting, sharing in the hopeful visions. The county town lay to the south of Li Jia village, branching off from the foot of the great Qingshan mountain as the carriage continued its journey southward. Li Jia village was nestled near one of Qingshan's main peaks, while its range extended endlessly both southward and northward. By noon, they found a shaded spot by the roadside to stop the carriage. Li Guoxin took out provisions, inviting the boys to rest and eat. Li Yin and the others also brought out their rations, spreading them on the ground to share a meal. Although their fare consisted of coarse grains, pickled vegetables, and a bit of preserved game, the atmosphere was cheerful amidst their chatter. Finally, around the hour of Shen in the afternoon, they arrived outside the county town. From a distance, they beheld a sprawling settlement nestled within a vast, open area, with its walls rising dramatically, built against the mountains to the east and west. As the carriage drew nearer, they could see the towering city gates and walls, which stood over 30 zhang high. Shadows moved atop the walls, likely the patrolling soldiers. A golden banner fluttered from the battlements, emblazoned with the character for emperor, while the words Qingshan Pass loomed large above the gate. At this moment, Li Yin and the other boys ceased their conversations, their mouths agape and as they gazed at the imposing city gates. This was their first visit. Unlike the adults from their village who had been here before, growing up in the village, the farthest they had ventured was around its outskirts. So witnessing such magnificent walls for the first time was breathtaking. At the city gates, the flow of people was sparse, likely due to the late hour. Li Guoxin gently reined in the horses and slowed the carriage, turning to caution the boys. This city is built against the mountains to the east and west, with only 2 gates to the north and south. The northern gate has relatively lenient inspections, but the southern gate is exceedingly strict, especially since it connects to Menghua. The southern gate is generally open for only about 3 hours during the day. Although passing through does not lead directly into enemy territory, one must travel several dozen li into a buffer zone before reaching the border of Menghua. However, for cavalry, this distance is negligible. Fortunately, the eastern and western flanks of Qingshan Pass are bordered by steep mountains, leaving only the southern route available for enemy advances. This geographical advantage makes the county town significantly easier to defend. The steep mountain ridges to the east and west are narrow, allowing only a few men or horses to ascend simultaneously. Even if someone manages to reach the summit, attacking from above would pose a challenge, as they would likely be discovered and swiftly eliminated by the defending archers. As Li Yin and the others gazed up at the towering walls, they could only see indistinct forms on the parapets, resembling rows of dark objects pointing toward the opposing mountain peaks, akin to the sharp fangs of a ferocious beast. Li Yin pondered silently. Uncle Guoxin mentioned that the northern gate has lenient inspections, perhaps due to the fact that most visitors are citizens of our nation. Those dark shapes atop the walls must be crossbows. Given the steepness of the ridge, it is unlikely that many could traverse it simultaneously. I doubt anyone from the village, aside from Uncle Guoxin and a few others, could manage to scale such heights. Traversing that mountain is indeed a formidable challenge. A misstep could result in a catastrophic tumble, reducing one to mere flesh and blood. Even if someone were to ascend the mountain and launch an assault on the city walls from the summit, any significant movement would surely echo the sound of crumbling stones, alerting the soldiers stationed on the battlements below. In such a scenario, a volley of crossbow bolts would rain down, transforming the assailants into nothing more than pincushions. This place is truly a natural fortress. At this moment, Li Yu and Li Shan, having regained their composure from the shock, listened intently to Li Guoxing's words. Li Yu inquired, "Uncle Guoxing, with such formidable walls and vigilant soldiers, surely the enemies from Meng State cannot breach our defenses?" Li Guoxing's expression grew serious as he replied, "That is difficult to ascertain. I have heard that in recent years, the brigands from Meng State have attempted incursions several times. On one occasion, they even breached the southern city wall. Fortunately, General Hong personally led the defense and fought valiantly, driving the enemy back." The townsfolk later recounted how the blood flowed down the walls, saturating the ground. The streets were awash with blood and gore, and the corpses piled high both on the walls and outside the southern gate. Although most of the fallen were enemies, a significant number were also our own soldiers. Upon hearing this, Li Yu and Li Shan turned pale, realizing that becoming apprentices here would mean living in constant fear. They cast anxious glances at Li Yin, pondering the dangers he would face should he join the military. Realizing the gravity of his words, Li Guoxing abruptly changed the subject with a light-hearted remark. "These are merely rumors and should not be taken too seriously. Otherwise, our county would not be so prosperous." As the village chief, he was acutely aware of the situation. Due to the frequent conflicts along the borders, the dynasty had issued decrees prohibiting the local populace from migrating freely. This was to demonstrate the citizens' patriotism, ensuring that they remained rooted in their homeland, even in the face of external threats. Li Guoxing was unaware of the circumstances in other border regions, but he had received official communications warning against any migration, threatening severe penalties for transgressors. Fortunately, Qingshan Pass had successfully repelled numerous invasions, safeguarding the tranquility of the villages and towns nestled behind it, allowing for a semblance of peace and stability. Chapter 4. Entering the city after listening to these remarks, Li Yin fell into a deep contemplation as the carriage continued to move forward. After a while, he turned his gaze towards the worried faces of Li Yu and Li Shan. "It is nothing to be concerned about. If the situation ahead is indeed as Uncle Guoxian described, having thwarted the enemy's advances multiple times, even if there are skirmishes later on, there should not be any major battles for the time being." Having experienced the previous sieges where the county city remained unconquered and with significant casualties, it was evident that the enemy troops must harbor a certain level of trepidation towards General Hong. They likely understood that unless there was a change in their commander, or some natural disaster occurred, there would be little opportunity to launch a successful assault. Such considerations were surely within the purview of General Hong and his seasoned strategists, who were well versed in the art of war and would not easily allow a large force to descend upon them again. At this revelation, Li Guoxian looked at Li Yin with astonishment. "Indeed, as you say, for nearly a year now, Mengwa has not dispatched significant forces to Qingshan Ai. Only the occasional small cavalry has troubled us with their raids. How did you come to such a conclusion?" Li Guoxian inquired, intrigued. "Uncle Guoxian, it is akin to our hunting expeditions in the mountains. Much like when we are besieged by a pack of wolves, it is you who bravely stands at the front, leading us to fend off their attacks. After we slay several wolf pups, the pack begins to retreat, clearly out of fear of you. Unless our defenses falter from within, there should be no unexpected occurrences." Upon hearing this, Li Guoxian chuckled heartily, slapping the carriage yoke. "Your analogy is indeed apt. It is quite similar to hunting beasts. Ha ha ha. Esteemed young brother, your words ring true. Our General Hong and General Ji are renowned warriors of this era. The bandits of Menghua have attempted to besiege us several times without success, and yet General Ji has even claimed the life of their deputy commander, which has surely instilled fear in their hearts. We have consistently launched offensives against them, leaving them in a state of despair. Suddenly, a voice called out ahead. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the city gate, where a dozen armored soldiers stood flanking either side, and one figure stood prominently in the center of the road. This individual, adorned in armor with a scabbard at his side and a distinctive red plume atop his helmet, stood out from the others. He possessed a well-proportioned build, a clean-shaven face, and a prominent nose that bore a slight hook, his piercing gaze fixed upon them. Positioned in front of the ranks of soldiers, he effectively blocked the entrance to the city, indicating his role as the leader. It was he who had spoken moments ago, and now he regarded Li Yin with a hint of curiosity. After all, from his vantage point, Li Yin appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years of age, dressed in simple, coarse clothing, far from the garb of a wealthy noble. If such words had been uttered by a young lord, it would not have been surprising. Those of noble birth often recount tales of such matters, repeating what they have heard from their elders. However, the individuals stationed at the northern gate were typically villagers from the surrounding areas or merchants traversing the realm. Young lords had not frequented this place in recent years, as certain events rendered it unsafe. Observing Li Yan's attire, the leader dismissed the notion that he might be a noble incognito and found this village boy's insights somewhat intriguing. Noticing the scrutiny directed at him, Li Yan promptly dismounted from the carriage and performed a respectful bow. I beg your pardon for my earlier impertinence, esteemed sir. The village scholar has imparted much wisdom regarding etiquette to us. In the village, where everyone was familiar with one another, coarse language was commonplace among the farmers. Yet, the village scholar had been particularly strict with the youth, instilling in them the importance of not behaving like uncivilized folk. They were required to practice proper manners diligently, especially when in the presence of officials, for it was said that courtesy would not go unappreciated. The leader, having only been mildly intrigued by Li Yan's earlier words, chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he turned to Li Guoxian and inquired, "What brings you to the city?" Li Guoxian, having reined in the carriage, approached the leader with utmost respect. "Reporting to you, military officer, I am the village head of Li family village in Qingshan, and this is my travel permit." As he spoke, he produced the permit he had prepared in advance and offered it with both hands. "I am here with a few young men from the village to seek apprenticeships and join the army. We have traveled a great distance and have only just arrived." The leader examined the permit, nodded, and remarked, "It appears to be in order." Upon hearing the mention of joining the army, he smiled and asked, "Are you here to enlist in the Imperial Guard?" Indeed. Li Guoxian replied promptly. The leader's eyes scanned the group. "Which of you intends to enlist?" Li Guoxian pointed to Li Yin and said, "Esteemed officer, only he wishes to enlist. The other two are here as apprentices." The leader's gaze shifted to Li Yin, and upon recognizing him, he addressed him directly. "Ah, so it is you. Your earlier remarks displayed a measure of insight. Enlisting seems fitting. Our General Hong greatly values those with intellect and skill, as it is always advantageous to have capable soldiers." Li Yin, upon hearing this, bowed once more in gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed officer." The leader waved his hand dismissively. "You should hurry along. The Imperial Guard is only recruiting 150 men. And this is already the second day. The recruitment process is rather swift, and it is likely to be filled by today. After all, the Imperial Guard is a rear echelon unit, seeing less bloodshed, and their pay is only slightly less than that of us frontline soldiers." He paused briefly before turning his attention back to Li Yin. "I am Lu Qingyong, the captain of the 3rd Squad of the Zhanbing camp. We shall likely cross paths in the future." Li Yin, taken aback, pondered whether all military personnel were so amicable. Yet, he dared not voice his curiosity. Li Guoxian, sensing the moment, quickly interjected on Li Yan's behalf. "Captain Lu, should this lad be fortunate enough to enter the camp, he will be at your service for any duties you require." Lu Qingyong chuckled heartily. Excellent. He then returned the travel permit to Li Guoxian, stepped aside to clear the path, and gestured for them to enter the city. Li Guoxian accepted the permit, tucked it away, expressed his gratitude, and signaled for Li Yin and the others to board the carriage as they began to approach the city gate. However, in his heart, he remained puzzled by Captain Lu's demeanor. He understood that these soldiers were hardened individuals, seasoned by countless battles. Typically, they would only acknowledge civilians with indifference. perhaps offering a brief dismissal, and that would be the extent of their courtesy. It was common for them to seek reasons to inflict punishment, and in unfortunate circumstances, one might find themselves imprisoned for days unless substantial bribes were offered. Yet, with his mind occupied with various thoughts, he decided not to dwell on it further. He hastily urged the carriage into the city. As they entered, a young soldier beside Lu Qingyong asked curiously, "Captain, why were you so courteous to that country bumpkin?" Lu Qingyong glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "In this army, the strategy is dictated by General Hong. However, ever since the last incident where General Ji rescued him from enemy encirclement, like a deity amidst a throng, he claimed the head of the vice-marshal of Menghua, and now, many matters under Marshal Hong are dictated by General Ji. In the recent 2 years, every time conscription occurs, General Ji personally visits the training grounds to assess the enlisting soldiers, particularly those who are literate. It is indeed a peculiar sight. For despite the limited number of applicants, the introduction of advanced subsidies has drawn dozens, if not hundreds, to enlist. Nevertheless, General Ji meticulously examines each volunteer as if he were selecting exceptional generals. Although the reasons behind this practice are well known, the effort of individually testing each candidate is undeniably taxing. Yet, General Ji remains steadfast, leading to a sense of intrigue among the onlookers. At this moment, a soldier interjected, confirming the rumors that General Ji seeks to identify a worthy successor. This revelation incites envy, for General Ji's martial prowess is nothing short of extraordinary, likely placing him among the elite of the martial world. It is no surprise that he was able to take the head of a general amidst countless foes and return with Marshal Hong and his troops. If one were to master such skills, the entire realm would lay open before them. Another soldier, observing the absence of outsiders, lowered his voice and lamented that, despite General Ji's assessments, none within their ranks had caught his discerning eye. However, it was rumored that at the beginning of last year, General Ji had chosen a promising disciple from a small contingent in the main camp, although few knew much about this individual. As a mere foot soldier among hundreds of thousands, he had no remarkable traits, recognized only by a handful of familiar faces and his immediate squad leader. This disciple had been taken to General Ji's residence for further training, but it was said that due to his lack of education, he misunderstood the intricacies of internal energy cultivation, leading to a tragic demise. At this point, another soldier whispered that it was indeed true, recounting the gruesome sight of the disciple's swollen, darkened body, a testament to the ferocity of General Ji's martial art. Others chimed in, having heard similar tales, and began to exchange hushed discussions, their curiosity piqued. Lu Qingyong cast a disapproving glance at the soldiers, feeling a surge of irritation. Were they not his loyal subordinates? He might have reprimanded them. Yet, he understood that these men relished in idle gossip. Silence. It is forbidden to speak of General Ji's affairs outside. Do you wish to embroil me in trouble? The soldiers, chastened, hastily nodded in agreement, their heads ducking in compliance. As the chatter subsided, another soldier curiously inquired, "Lu Tu, why were you so attentive to that lad? Is there a chance he might enter General Ji's tutelage?" A slight smile broke through Lu Qingyong's stern demeanor. "It's uncertain. I merely perceive some insight in him. He does not seem dim-witted. From his expressions, it is evident he has received an education, precisely what General Ji seeks. Unlike you lot, who can barely spell your own names." The soldiers burst into laughter, acknowledging that being able to write their names was an achievement in itself. "I merely offered a casual observation. As for opportunities, who can truly say?" He added, "Now, resume your posts and refrain from idle chatter. Be wary of attracting unwanted attention, lest you find yourselves in dire straits." With Lu Qingyong's admonition, the soldiers straightened up, their minds still lingering on his previous remarks. It appeared that he was casting a wide net, hoping to catch a significant prize in the future. Chapter 5. Parting at this moment. Li Yin and his companions were traversing the lengthy city gate tunnel. The tunnel was indeed extensive, yet it was not damp inside. Its grand and spacious design allowed for ample ventilation and light. After walking for several moments, they finally exited the city gate and entered the city itself. Before them lay 3 roads, all paved with large blue stones. The constant passage of vehicles and pedestrians had rendered the surface glossy and smooth. Even the minor irregularities and gaps between the stones polished to a gentle sheen. The central avenue was evidently broader than the other two, undoubtedly serving as the main thoroughfare. The 2 side paths, emerging from the city gate, meandered away to unknown destinations. On either side of the main road stood numerous buildings, predominantly 2 or 3 stories high, with various awnings and signs adorning their entrances. At this time, The streets bustled with activity, the sounds of vendors and greetings intertwining, creating a lively atmosphere despite it being afternoon. The street was somewhat crowded, prompting Li Guoxin to slow their carriage to a gentle crawl. Seated within the carriage, Li Yin and his companions found themselves captivated, their heads turning incessantly as they took in the unfamiliar sights and sounds. Most of these were things they had never seen before, nor heard of. Brother Yin, look at that shop with the iron railings and tall counter. The people outside can only tiptoe and lean in to speak through a small opening. It must be a pawn shop, Li Yu remarked, spotting one such establishment. Xiao Yu, look at that three-story tavern. It's quite impressive. What a delightful aroma. I've never encountered such a scent. Even the scent from roasting wild boar pales in comparison. If you could learn to create such flavors as an apprentice here, that would be quite an accomplishment. Li Shan pointed out, gesturing towards a tavern they passed by. Li Guoxin turned back with a smile. You will be spending a considerable amount of time here. There is much to see. However, it is essential that you learn well, for returning to the village without the necessary skills would be a source of embarrassment. The place you are destined for lies ahead. Li Yin, too, felt overwhelmed by the novelty of it all. Countless things he had never seen before filled his view. Some he had heard of from his father and villagers, while others were entirely unfamiliar, leading him to reflect on the vastness of the world and the narrowness of his own experience. After a while, the carriage came to a halt before a two-story tavern. Though small, it boasted an impressive facade with several street-facing entrances, creating a particularly spacious and bright main hall. It was not yet peak dining time. Yet some patrons were already entering and exiting, suggesting a casual dining atmosphere without fixed mealtime. The tavern's sign spanned the central entrances, its gray background and green lettering boldly proclaiming Natural Wine House. Li Guoxin maneuvered the carriage to the rightmost entrance, stopping beneath a large tree. He secured the reins and instructed Li Yin and Li Shan to wait by the carriage while he and Li Yu proceeded towards the tavern's central entrance. As Li Yin and Li Shan stood by the carriage, observing the bustling street scene, silence enveloped them. With Li Yu's departure, they understood that the moment of parting had truly arrived, and they would now be living independently in this unfamiliar place. The excitement and aspirations they once held had dissipated, leaving only a tinge of anxiety and the feeling of helplessness in a foreign land. Each lost in their thoughts, they silently gazed at the bustling entrance of the tavern, their eyes filled with confusion. After a while, Li Guoxin returned with Li Yu, accompanied by a stout man in his 30s, dressed in loose garments. They approached the carriage, and Li Guoxin addressed Li Yu, "Please retrieve your belongings." He then turned to the portly man with a smile. "Manager Li, I will take this contract back to the child's parents. This child, I entrust him to you. I hope, given our kinship, that you will kindly look after him. I thank you for your assistance." With that, Li Guoxin performed a respectful bow to Manager Li, who responded with a smile. "Do not mention it, Guoxin. We are indeed family, and it is only natural to look after him. Rest assured, as long as he is willing to endure hardship, he shall surely achieve success in the future." Li Guoxin gestured to Li Yu. "Go with your uncle now. Be diligent, act swiftly, and always ask questions and take initiative." Li Yu retrieved his belongings and bowed deeply to Li Guoxin. With tearful eyes, he looked at Li Yin and Li Shan. "Brother Yin, Brother Shan, please come visit me when you can." They forced out a smile, more pained than joyful, as they replied, "Of course, we will come to see you. Xiao Yu, work hard, and Brother Shan will come to enjoy the dishes you make." Li Yu nodded vigorously. Seeing this, Manager Li smiled. "Let us go." He exchanged a final salute with Li Guoxin before turning towards the tavern, Li Yu trailing behind with his belongings, glancing back longingly before disappearing inside. As the two boys vanished from view, Li Guoxin called for Li Yin and Li Shan to board the carriage. He untied the reins from the tree and resumed his place at the front, noticing the somber mood of the two. He pointedly said, "Men should not be so weak and sentimental. You are here to learn a craft. Once you have acquired your skills, you can bring your parents here. That is what it means to be a man." With that, he turned his gaze away and drove the carriage onward. The carriage continued its journey, taking several turns before stopping once more at a place called Iron Tool Pavilion. As before, Li Shan disembarked, leaving Li Yin alone by the carriage. After some time, Li Guoxin and Li Shan returned, this time accompanied by two individuals. One was a towering man with bare arms, his muscular physique glistening in the sunlight, while the other was a robust youth, similar in age to Li Shan but broader in build. Li Yin later learned that the muscular man was the owner, named Lu Kuei, renowned for his exceptional craftsmanship in weaponry and agricultural tools. He was well acquainted with the local military, frequently repairing their equipment. The youth beside him was his senior apprentice, Liang Shi, while Li Shan would become the second apprentice. As the interactions unfolded, Li Shan, with tears in his eyes, bid farewell to Li Guoxin and Li Yin before following the two men away. Having endured several farewells in a single day, the young boy's spirits were notably low. Li Guoxin looked up at the sky and said to Li Yin, "We must hurry to the martial training ground. It is still the right time, but we may miss it if we delay." Li Yin quickly composed himself, nodding in agreement. Thoughts of Li Yu and Li Shan lingered in his mind, evoking a sense of longing for his parents and siblings. Yet he understood that the path ahead required him to take one step at a time, for turning back was not an option, and the future remained shrouded in uncertainty. Li Guoxin, accompanied by Li Yin, hastily drove towards a certain destination. After about 15 minutes, they arrived outside a grand entrance surrounded by towering walls. Li Yin observed that the walls gracefully curved outward, and despite straining his vision, he could not discern the full extent of the enclosure, suggesting that it was indeed vast within. Li Guoxin parked the carriage at a distance, securing it to a hitching post where several other horses and carriages had already gathered. After a brief arrangement, he promptly led Li Yin towards the entrance. At that moment, a contingent of soldiers, armed and vigilant, stood guard at the gateway, while a group of young men, accompanied by what appeared to be their escorts, formed a queue. Upon noticing the arrival of the duo, the group exhibited little surprise. They merely glanced in their direction before redirecting their attention to the soldiers, seemingly awaiting entry into the courtyard. As Li Guoxin and Li Yin approached the entrance, a soldier stepped forward to greet them. "Are you here to enlist in the Imperial Guard?" Li Guoxin gestured towards Li Yin and replied respectfully, "Indeed, sir. He is here for the recruitment examination." The soldier pointed at Li Yin, affirming, "Excellent. Then come forward and join this group." Li Yin promptly advanced, positioning himself at the end of the line of young men. Once they were all in place, the soldier turned back to Li Guoxin and the others, gesturing towards a side area. "You may wait over there. Results should be announced around the hour of the rooster," he informed them, indicating that success or failure would soon be revealed. At this juncture, Li Guoxin noticed a dense crowd gathered in a distant section beyond the entrance. Some were seated on the ground, others stood, all craning their necks in anticipation, likely the early arrivals accompanying the candidates. It became apparent that a considerable number of individuals had come forth to participate in the recruitment, as the responsibilities of the Imperial Guard had indeed piqued the interest of many villagers. Li Guoxin glanced at Li Yin, who returned his gaze. He pointed towards the throng and then indicated himself, signaling that he would wait for him over there. Li Yin nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and Li Guoxin proceeded to join the earlier group heading towards the waiting area. Chapter 6. Marshal Hong after Li Guoxin and the others departed. The soldier turned and strode into the gate, soon emerging again to address Li Yin and the group of more than 10. "Arrange yourselves in the formation as it is now. Follow me closely. Once inside, do not wander aimlessly, do not speak freely, and do not whisper amongst yourselves, otherwise you will be directly eliminated. If your actions provoke the general, you may very well receive a taste of the military baton before being sent home. Do you understand?" As he spoke, he cast a glance at Li Yin and his companions, causing an immediate chill to envelop them. None dared to meet his gaze, and they all quickly lowered their heads. Although he was merely a soldier, it was evident he had taken many lives. An unintentional aura of menace emanating from him that was beyond the capacity of these young men to withstand. When Li Yin felt the soldier's gaze sweep over him, a chill ran down his spine, and he thought to himself, what a formidable stare. He was unaware that this was the deadly essence of a seasoned veteran who had survived countless battles. After issuing his instructions, the soldier observed the timid demeanor of the group and nodded slightly. He then fell silent and turned to walk back inside. Li Yin and his companions hastily followed, taking great care to tread lightly, fearful of making any noise. Upon entering the courtyard, it would be more accurate to describe the place as a vast square suitable for galloping horses. They stood at the entrance of this expansive area, their position at the edge of the square. In the center back of the square stood a raised platform with tables and chairs arranged upon it. At intervals around the platform, tall flags fluttered in the wind, creating a resonant sound. The flags bore inscriptions such as A, B, and C, adorned with fierce motifs like tigers and dragons. This must be what the village's old scholar referred to as the military training ground, Li Yin thought. At this moment, there were already over 100 soldiers standing in the square, arranged in 3 rows. The row nearest to the right edge of the square was sparsely populated, with only 5 or 6 individuals appearing rather lonely. After Li Yin and his group entered, They quickly took their place at the end of this line. "Stand in order here, and remember what I just said, or you will regret it." The soldier's voice was low but increasingly stern. Li Yin and his companions dared not defy him, standing as straight as possible, anxious that any misstep might lead to their expulsion. With their addition, the line now boasted 17 or 18 individuals, imparting a slight sense of vitality. The middle row contained about 40 individuals, while the leftmost row was the most populated, with approximately 70 or 80 people. In front of each row, several soldiers managed their respective groups, and Li Yin occasionally caught snippets of low, urgent reprimands. Whenever such a command was issued, someone would be swiftly kicked by a soldier, who would then stifle their cries, shrinking away in pain with pale faces. Surrounding the square were several rows of armed soldiers, clad in shining armor, exuding an air of authority as they kept a vigilant watch over Li Yin and his companions. Creating an atmosphere of predation, Li Yin felt that a single misstep could result in his being skewered by their long spears, intensifying his anxiety. He could only strive to calm himself. He recalled the methods he employed to remain composed while hunting in the Dakingshan Mountains, gradually finding some semblance of tranquility. On the raised platform, behind a large desk, sat a burly man. Even in a relaxed posture, he appeared to tower over the average adult. His complexion was somewhat sallow, and a bald head reflected the sunlight, glinting with a yellow hue. His broad face was adorned with a coarse beard, and a long scar stretched from his right temple down to the corner of his mouth. The copper-toned flesh twisted outward like a colorful centipede crawling across his visage. With a wide waist and broad shoulders, he exuded an oppressive aura that commanded the attention of all present. At that moment, his gaze was fixed on the left corner of the platform, where a cowhide tent was situated, directly aligned with the formation in which Li Yin stood. Li Yin, cautious and observant, was subconsciously committing the surroundings to memory, though he was unaware of the purpose behind this memorization. Positioned at the back of the line, he could not see the details of the platform clearly, only catching glimpses of the large desk and the imposing figure seated in the oversized chair. Suddenly, the soldier who had led them in issued a low command. "Be vigilant. On the platform sits Marshal Han. You must not look around indiscriminately. Wait in line for your turn to enter the tent, proceeding only when the person in front of you has exited." After a brief pause, a look of unspoken concern crossed his face as he gestured toward the middle row, which contained around 50 individuals. "Once you leave the tent, join the line behind that middle row and continue waiting for your assessment. There will be various evaluation tasks, and those who pass will be allowed to proceed to the other side." He then pointed to the far left side of the square, where a group of approximately 70 or 80 individuals stood. The middle row was enclosed by a tall wooden barrier, behind which evaluations were taking place. They could not see what was happening inside, only hearing occasional murmurs and sounds of footsteps, accompanied by the commands of soldiers. However, those on the platform had a clear view of the entire scene. Should anyone fail an assessment, they would be eliminated and directed to exit through a corner gate at the back of the square, with further details to be provided later. Having said this, the soldier nodded to a few others in the front row before turning and heading back toward the entrance. Li Yin, standing at the back of the line, listened to the soldier's words and glanced again at the tent ahead, but the heavy curtain obscured any view of the interior. "We must enter the tent first, then line up in the center for our assessment. This tent must be the place for registration." Regarding the assessment content, Li Guoxin had previously mentioned it on the road. It would likely involve lifting stone blocks, running, and basic martial skills. Li Yin believed that, with his years of experience running and hunting in the mountains, along with the fighting techniques he had learned from local hunters, he would manage just fine. Momentarily lost in thought about how to conserve his energy for the upcoming evaluations, he stood still until suddenly a voice jolted him from his reverie. "Hey, you at the back. Why are you still standing there? Do you expect someone to invite you for a drink?" Li Yin was startled back to reality, realizing that the individuals ahead of him had disappeared due to the continuous movement in and out of the tent, causing the line to advance significantly. He became ensnared in contemplation, neglecting to keep pace with the procession. Being positioned at the rear, he was devoid of any prodding encouragement from those behind him. At that moment, he stood isolated and conspicuous, having detached himself from the entire group. A soldier ahead cast a glance in his direction and barked an admonition. The young men participating in the recruitment, upon hearing the reprimand, turned to regard the somewhat dazed Li Yin. In several pairs of eyes, disdain and schadenfreude flickered momentarily. This recruitment for the Imperial Guard comprised only 150 individuals, rendering each participant a competitor against the others. Witnessing another's scolding naturally instilled a sense of superiority in them, as it symbolized a silent defeat for Li Yin. Li Yin quickly offered an apologetic smile to the soldier and hastened towards the front of the line. After sizing him up, the soldier observed Li Yin's honest demeanor, contemplated for a moment, and merely huffed before refraining from further comment. Noticing that Li Yin had not faced any physical reprimand, many were left with a sense of disappointment. Li Yin soon reached the last position in line, with the tents ahead drawing ever closer in his view. This must surely be the registration point, however. It seemed rather meager. In such an expansive training ground, arranging a dozen tables in a single line should not pose a challenge, and such an arrangement would expedite the registration process. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he suddenly recalled something the soldier had mentioned earlier: Marshal Hong. Marshal Hong. Hong Yuan. Was the bald man on the high platform indeed Marshal Hong? He was a figure of legendary prowess, having repeatedly triumphed over the enemies of the Ming Kingdom. Li Yin had not only heard of him from Guoxinshi, but had also encountered tales of his exploits countless times in his village. The martial feats of this man seemed almost mythical, establishing him as a deity in the young boy's heart. Stealing a glance at the high platform, Li Yin noticed he had drawn considerably closer, enabling him to discern the figure upon it. Marshal Hong possessed an imposing presence. No wonder he could instill fear in adversaries. Once a person forms an impression, be it favorable or unfavorable, it tends to solidify. In the eyes of the common folk, someone of Marshal Hong's stature might be perceived as a fierce and malevolent figure. Yet, in Li Yan's heart, he perceived not malevolence, but an extraordinary aura of authority. After covertly observing the high platform for a while, Li Yan discerned an intriguing detail. Marshal Hong appeared quite attentive to this side of the gathering. Whenever the tent flaps were lifted, his gaze would swiftly shift in that direction. Each time someone entered or exited, his brow would occasionally furrow slightly, as if contemplating something. In contrast, he seemed less concerned when the individuals in the central row entered the high barricade for assessment. Chapter 7. The third-place Master Li Yin moved forward with the troop, contemplating the intricacies of the situation. The gaze of Marshal Hong from the viewing platform was keenly fixed upon him. Within this tent, it seemed that the process was not merely a matter of registration. Could there be additional evaluations? Yet, the tent appeared rather small, insufficient for physical demonstrations. Was it possible that the military also intended to assess literary talents? Li Yin had never heard from Guoxinshi about any literary examinations taking place here, but even if such evaluations existed, they would likely involve many participants, rendering the small tent perplexing. As he walked with his head lowered, lost in thought, he suddenly noticed that the last person in front of him had entered the tent, leaving the space ahead empty. However, when Li Yin raised his head, the individual had already pulled down the curtain, obscuring the view within. Resolving to set aside his musings, Li Yin stood patiently, awaiting his turn. After approximately 30 breaths, someone emerged from behind the curtain. Indeed, it was the same young man who had entered earlier. At this moment, he was rolling down the sleeve of his other wrist, his face adorned with a look of confusion and bewilderment, prompted by a soldier beside the entrance. He hastily made his way to the end of the line in the drill ground, where one of the soldiers pointed at Li Yin, instructing, "You, go in." With a flutter of apprehension in his heart, Li Yin complied and approached the tent's entrance. Upon lifting the curtain, he was momentarily engulfed in darkness. After a brief moment of adjusting his eyes to the light, he finally discerned the interior of the tent. Inside, there was only a low table, behind which sat a man in his 40s, cross-legged on a modest carpet, wearing a scholar's cap and a loose black robe that cascaded down to the ground. He seemed to possess considerable height, even while seated. The scholar's face was thin and elongated, with a pale complexion and a long beard cascading down his chest. His hands were folded within his robe, obscuring his figure from the waist down, and his keen eyes occasionally emitted a spark of intelligence as they scrutinized Li Yin. Noticing Li Yan's gaze upon him, the man extended a long, pale finger from his sleeve, gesturing toward a small section of the carpet before him. "Sit," he commanded, and then fell silent, awaiting Li Yan's approach. Li Yin, feeling compelled to comply, stepped forward to the table. Upon closer inspection, he discovered an unfolded pale yellow cloth bag resting on the surface, containing rows of small pouches, each with the opening facing upwards. Each pouch contained a varying number of fine needles, their silver tips glinting enticingly. Gazing at the shimmering needles, Li Yan's heart began to race with trepidation. "There are no writing instruments here. How will I register?" He pondered, bewildered by the purpose of this strange setup. In a flurry of uncertainty, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. Observing Li Yan's hesitation, the man in the black robe spoke again. "Do not worry. This is merely a test of your meridians. If they are promising, Great opportunities may await you. Though Li Yin did not fully comprehend the man's words, he could no longer hesitate. He settled onto the floor, mirroring the scholar's posture. Realizing that he had to face this challenge to progress further, Li Yin steeled himself. Knowing that overthinking would serve no purpose, the scholar smiled slightly upon seeing Li Yan's resolve. Roll up your left sleeve and place your wrist on the table. It will only take a moment. Without further contemplation, Li Yin grasped the coarse fabric of his left sleeve and rolled it up, presenting his palm upwards on the side of the cloth bag. The scholar then extended his right hand, swiftly retrieving a silver needle from one of the pouches. Before Li Yin could fully register the action, he felt a prick in his wrist as the needle embedded itself within his meridian. The scholar withdrew his hands, folding them back into his sleeves, and observed Li Yin intently. Initially, Li Yin felt a slight numbness in his wrist, but soon, a cool sensation surged from his abdomen to his head, bringing with it a sense of refreshing clarity. The scholar, who had been narrowing his eyes, felt a twinge of disappointment upon witnessing Li Yan's calm demeanor. After all, he had seen countless candidates over the years, yet each time he administered the test, a flicker of hope remained within him. Last year's exceptional result had thrilled him, but the eventual outcome had left him infuriated. As Li Yan's expression remained one of confusion, the scholar sighed internally. Just as he prepared to extract the silver needle from Li Yan's meridian, he noticed a layer of dark energy gradually manifest on Li Yan's face. The black-robed figure was momentarily taken aback, but then a wave of joy surged within him. Maintaining an outward calm, he swiftly executed a series of precise movements, inserting 4 additional silver needles into Li Yan's meridian. Only a breath later, Li Yin felt 4 new sensations: heat, dryness, heaviness, and warmth, rising from his abdomen and surging upward. The comfort he had previously experienced vanished, replaced by an unbearable intensity akin to being plunged into boiling oil. Li Yin's head felt as though it had been struck, and he involuntarily groaned, his face contorting in agony. The scholar, fixated on Li Yan's expression, feared missing any significant reaction. As a second wave of dark energy enveloped Li Yan's visage, the scholar's tension escalated, and he clenched his fists tightly. However, as yellow and white energies began to rise thereafter, the scholar's disappointment became evident, and he released his grip, his expression shifting between hope and despair as he contemplated the implications. Meanwhile, Li Yin endured excruciating pain as the energies within him clashed violently, forcing him from his seated position onto the ground, contorting his body like a shrimp. Fortunately, he avoided disturbing the 5 silver needles embedded in his wrist, the consequences of which would have been dire. If Li Yin could have seen his own face, he would have been astonished to find it illuminated by 5 distinct hues, each continually alternating. The dominant black energy was followed by green, red, yellow, and finally, white, which appeared faint. This sequence of colors surged in a rhythmic pattern, cycling through black, green, red, yellow, and white. The pain became unbearable, prompting Li Yin to emit several deep groans, as if on the brink of losing consciousness. These sounds jolted the black-robed scholar from his contemplation, and he observed Li Yin on the ground, his expression shifting dramatically. Ultimately, it seemed he had made a decision. Rising to his feet with no visible motion, he glided to Li Yan's side as silently as a specter. With a swift motion of his right sleeve, 5 gleaming needles shot from Li Yan's wrist, landing with a soft thud on the table. The table, crafted from sturdy jujube wood, resonated with the impact of the needles, vibrating in response to the force. Such a display of skill could only be executed by an expert of considerable prowess. The figure in the black robe glanced at the silver needles on the table, then at Li Yin, whose complexion was rapidly returning to normal. A sigh escaped his lips, reflecting his inner turmoil. Alas, his cultivation was still insufficient. He dared not venture into those realms to procure the spiritual testing stones or spiritual testing pillars, and could only resort to this rudimentary and primitive method of assessment. The consequence of such an approach was to inflict immense suffering upon the subject of the test, though fortunately, it resulted in no significant harm to their body or mind afterward. However, perhaps after this trial, he would finally be able to. The thought ignited a fervor within him, but upon seeing Li Yin sprawled on the ground, he found himself muttering in his heart. That previous individual possessed a profound spiritual root, with talents surpassing his own, yet tragically, he could barely recognize a few characters and understood the most basic spells only in a vague manner. Ultimately, he squandered the extraordinary gift bestowed upon him by the heavens, leading to a lamentable fate. Reflecting on that person, the figure in the black robe cast another glance at Li Yin, feeling a pang of disappointment. Never mind. Although this individual is merely of mixed spiritual roots, he is still better than the countless whom he had been unable to find. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to wait any longer. These two had emerged seriatim within a span of 2 years, but it was merely a coincidence. Over the years, along with those he had discreetly tested, nearly 100,000 had been evaluated. This must be the greatest opportunity he had encountered. And with only 1 to 2 years left, even if fate granted him another stroke of luck in finding a suitable candidate, he could not continue to wait. If he could make good use of a mixed spiritual root, it could still be worth a gamble. With this thought, the figure in the black robe exhaled deeply and turned his gaze toward Li Yin, who was gradually regaining his composure. Li Yin felt as though he had endured excruciating torment, the agony penetrating deep into his soul, rendering him unable to cry out. It was as if an invisible force had stifled his voice within. He could only emit low, muffled groans from his throat. After what felt like an eternity, just as he sensed he was on the brink of death, a tingling sensation surged through his wrist, and the pain from the depths of his being receded like an ebbing tide. Within a heartbeat, it vanished without a trace, as if it had never occurred, leaving behind nothing but a fleeting illusion. Supporting himself against the edge of the table, Li Yin struggled to rise. Though the pain had completely dissipated, his body felt weak and limp. Upon catching sight of the row of gleaming silver needles on the table, a surge of fear overcame him, and he looked up at the figure in the black robe. This person seemed like a vengeful specter from the underworld. He could not believe that what he had just experienced was merely a figment of his imagination, for the pain had been all too real, piercing into his very marrow. What other explanation could there be for the silver needles embedded in the table before him? Observing Li Yan's expression of dread, the figure in the black robe smiled gently. Do not be afraid. My surname is Ji, and I am called Ji Wenha. Others refer to me as Master Ji or Lord Ji. I wonder if you have heard of me? Upon hearing this, Li Yan's heart raced. Was this not the renowned Master Ji, equally famed alongside General Hong, who oversaw the Qinshan Pass? With such a formidable reputation, why had this great figure just employed such methods upon him? Master Ji, noticing Li Yan's silence, smiled once more and continued. Although I caused you some suffering earlier, it should prove worthwhile. You may soon encounter a fortuitous turn of events. I am a wanderer of the Jianghu, having sustained an incurable injury years ago, which led me to the military in search of work and to find someone fated to cross paths with me. I have no children or heirs and seek a worthy disciple to pass down my teachings. Otherwise, should I die and the lineage of my school be severed, I would not be able to face my ancestors in the afterlife. The method I employed on you earlier is a means of selecting disciples in my school, as our martial arts require practitioners with robust physiques, expansive meridians, and plentiful internal energy to even begin. Otherwise, any learning would be futile, possibly resulting in disastrous consequences. Today, fortune favors me. Your constitution is remarkably suited for the teachings I possess. Thus, would you be willing to become my disciple and inherit my martial arts? As he spoke, Master Ji's tone grew serious, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Li Yin. Li Yin was taken aback by the weight of his words, yet Master Ji did not rush him, merely observing him in silence. After a moment of stunned contemplation, Li Yin began to process the implications. What kind of martial arts sect was this? If the initiation method was so cruel as to induce unbearable pain, one could only imagine the difficulty of mastering its techniques. Moreover, how could he trust the words of the man before him? Just as he was about to decline, a memory surfaced from his encounter earlier that day at the city gates with a squad leader named Lu Qingyong, who had mentioned how the bandits from Meng country had repeatedly attacked, yet failed to breach the defenses, only to have Master Ji claim the head of their vice commander. If that were the case, Master Ji was indeed a formidable opponent, and judging by his earlier words, it appeared that he had joined the military only after sustaining injuries. What kind of hero had he been before that? Glancing once more at the row of silver needles on the table, Li Yan's initial fear transformed into astonishment. After the pain had vanished, he felt utterly drained, having relied on the table for support as he stood. Though he was not particularly heavy, the weight of his body pressing down on an ordinary wooden table would surely have produced some sound. Yet, this small table had remained entirely silent under his weight, indicating its remarkable sturdiness. Silver needles could be found in the hands of simple village healers, and Li Yin had encountered them before. A mere flick of a finger could easily bend their tips. Yet, how had these needles been driven into such a resilient wooden table? He was no fool. Everyone yearns for great power, especially in youth, often fantasizing about saving the world and rescuing loved ones from peril. Li Yin was no exception, despite his meticulous nature. He was still a young man at heart, and in mere moments, his thoughts had shifted dramatically. Lost in contemplation, Li Yin felt an impulsive desire welling up within him. As he quickly forgot the agonizing pain he had just endured, he believed that by following the man before him, he could attain the extraordinary abilities he had always dreamed of. He then raised his gaze to Master Ji once more, recalling the teachings of the old scholar, and with a serious demeanor, declared, "If you, my lord, bestow your favor upon me, I would have no reason to refuse." Master Ji, upon hearing these words, did not exhibit any surprise, for he had anticipated this response. It would have been more shocking had Li Yin declined. He then inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Li Yin, a resident of the Great Qishan region. Do you possess the ability to read and write?" Master Ji continued his questioning. "I have studied at a village school for a few years. Though I have not excelled in examinations, I am familiar with various texts," Li Yin answered honestly. This was not an exaggeration on his part. The old scholar had held him in high regard among the village children, hoping he would pursue academic success. But given Li Yin's family's circumstances, such aspirations were unattainable. This had left the old scholar deeply regretful. Nonetheless, the scholar's collection of nearly 100 books had been thoroughly perused by Li Yin, who had diligently sought to learn even when faced with difficulties. "Have you studied any martial arts or inner cultivation techniques?" Master Ji asked, sensing Li Yin's familiarity with texts and feeling a surge of hope. "I have only learned a few rudimentary combat techniques in the village and have not been exposed to any advanced martial arts or inner cultivation methods," Li Yin replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Master Ji chuckled softly. "Ah, that is fortunate. Otherwise, I would have truly worried that you might have acquired mixed teachings. As for the entrance and regulations of my faction, I shall inform you upon our return. However, regarding your family background and status, I will have someone investigate, and I hope you will not conceal anything. You are the last candidate to arrive today. Thus, come with me." Upon finishing his words, Master Ji swept his large sleeves, and the silver needles and cloth pouches on the table vanished without a trace. Witnessing such a remarkable display of skill, Li Yin felt a surge of astonishment and promptly bowed in response. "Yes, my lord." Yet, after speaking, a hint of hesitation flickered across Li Yin's face, and he did not move from his spot. Chapter 8, Marshal Hong and Master Ji, Part 1. After taking a few steps forward, Master Ji paused. Though he did not turn back, it seemed as if he sensed that Li Yin had not followed. When he slowly turned around to face Li Yin, the calmness in his gaze was palpable. "You are still worried about the examination of the Imperial Guards, are you not? There is no need for concern. You are now my disciple. As long as I am in the military camp, you are by my side, far superior to the Imperial Guards." At this point, Master Ji's expression brimmed with pride. Then he continued, "Since you have chosen to join my school, there is no need for formalities. From now on, you may simply call me Master." Upon hearing this, Li Yin's expression shifted. Pondering to himself, to be by the side of my master is indeed far better than being in the Imperial Guards. When did I earn such fortune? He then recalled something, and his demeanor turned shy, appearing as if he wanted to speak, yet refrained. Master Ji noticed his hesitance and furrowed his brow. "What is it?" "Master, about the monthly stipend." My family still needs." Li Yin stammered somewhat. "Oh, I thought it was something serious." "You are quite the filial son. From now on, your monthly stipend will be on par with that of a squad leader in the camp, which is significantly more than that of the Imperial Guards," Master Ji remarked with a half-smile directed at Li Yin. "Thank you, Master." Li Yin rejoiced at these words, feeling as if he had ascended to great heights. All of this felt dreamlike. He could now send back more silver to support his parents each month, and addressing his master became much more fluid. Outside the tent, on a raised platform, Marshal Hong reclined casually in a wide chair, resting his right elbow on the armrest, his hand forming a half-fist at his temple. He appeared somewhat drowsy, his eyes half-closed, embodying a relaxed demeanor. Occasionally, he would turn to glance at the examination taking place within the military training grounds, only to revert back to his previous posture, gazing towards the tent. Hong Lining, known as Marshal Hong, was the Grand Marshal of the Southwest for the dynasty, commanding an army of over 200,000 troops stationed at the southwestern frontier. Originally a vagrant, he fortuitously became a disciple at the renowned Fa Tua Temple at the age of 11 or 12. Fa Tua Temple is among the most prestigious sects in the martial world, and while Hong Lining was merely a lay disciple, he was not expected to learn the profound martial arts of the temple. However, his ruthless nature and tenacity allowed him to train relentlessly, even to the point of injuring himself. After 5 years at the temple, he had honed his skills to the level of a second-rate expert in the martial world. A remarkable feat for a lay disciple. It is important to note that the techniques he learned were merely the basic entry-level skills and foundational boxing methods, not any secret or extraordinary teachings of the temple. The hierarchy of martial arts can be classified as follows: transcendent experts, peak masters, first-rate experts, second-rate experts, and third-rate experts. Below that lies the realm of those who are considered unremarkable practitioners. In the past, the founding emperor of the dynasty established a vast empire using only the external Taizu long fist, defeating numerous adversaries. It is said that he would often dispatch foes with a single set of Taizu long fist, resulting in either death or severe injury. The strength of this technique lay not in its inherent power, but in the emperor's mastery, rendering it swift and unparalleled, even if one anticipated the opponent's moves. What good would it do if their speed was akin to lightning? Though Hong Lining had not reached such a level of mastery, he had nonetheless achieved a commendable proficiency. Eventually, a law elder from the temple recognized his potential, understanding that his temperament would not allow him to remain within the Buddhist path. While appreciating his talent, the elder knew that if he continued to practice recklessly, it would lead to his demise. Thus, the elder employed an inner medicine bath to heal the injuries he had inflicted upon himself and to help unblock his meridians. Subsequently, he imparted the inner teachings of the golden body of Buddha and various martial techniques, which, while not the temple's secret arts, were far beyond the reach of an ordinary lay disciple. After another 4 years of training at Fa Tua Temple, Hong Lining had achieved a balance of internal and external cultivation, coupled with his natural intelligence, dedication to practice, and guidance from the law elder. He ascended to the level of a first-rate expert in the martial world. At this juncture, he resolved to descend the mountain and showcase his talents. Before leaving, the law elder cautioned him, "Lining, as you descend the mountain, remember that your martial skills are formidable. Do not engage in indiscriminate killings, nor commit acts of debauchery or pillaging. Should you stray into such paths, the temple will dispatch monks to take your life. Even if you attain a high official rank or become a powerful figure, you will meet your end. Remember this well." Hong Lining agreed wholeheartedly. After descending the mountain, he adhered to the precepts, yet he found that possessing such martial prowess without engaging in life-and-death battles would yield nothing substantial. Thus, he enlisted in the army, starting as a soldier and participating in numerous battles. His fierce demeanor and fearlessness in combat earned him rapid promotions, and he soared through the ranks. Upon attaining the rank of general, he contemplated retiring from military service to devote himself to martial pursuits. However, with the outbreak of conflicts along the border, he was appointed as the Grand Marshal of the Southwest, tasked with guarding the frontier. Qinshan Pass served as a border city, capable of housing around 40 to 50,000 troops. He was originally meant to be stationed at the central camp about 30 miles north of the city, but his love for battle compelled him to frequently position himself at the forefront, leading the troops against enemies. The other generals, well aware of his nature, dared not oppose his wishes, leaving a deputy marshal to guard the main camp while Hong Lining remained at Qinshan Pass. Ji Wenhe, Master Ji, arrived at this location 6 years ago, just after Hong Lining had taken up his post at Qinshan Pass. One day, Ji Wenhe entered the city and insisted on meeting Marshal Hong. The guards at the gate were reluctant to let him pass and sought to extort some silver from him. After a few exchanges, Ji Wenhe understood their intent and ceased further conversation. Without any overt actions, he merely waved his large sleeve, rendering the guards immobile. He then directly entered the inner courtyard. Along the way, he encountered several patrolling squads, who attempted to surround and capture him, yet with merely a glance. Each soldier found themselves frozen in place, unable to move. At that moment, Hong Lining was resting in the main hall of the inner courtyard. With his internal energy, he had already heard the commotion outside and was preparing to rise and investigate when he noticed a figure swiftly entering through the main door, revealing a black-robed scholar. The man's movements were ghostly, silent as he traversed, and despite Hong Lining's extensive encounters with life and death, he was startled by this sudden appearance. To his astonishment, he could not discern how the black-robed figure had entered, and more shockingly, the man's lightness of foot was unlike anything he had ever witnessed or heard of. His movements produced not a whisper of sound, a level of skill Hong Lining had never encountered in his life. Typically, when one employs lightness techniques, the rapid movement and friction in the air generate noise, making it impossible to conceal. Hence, those who travel by night often wear tight clothing to minimize sound. Yet this individual, clad in a voluminous black robe, moved with such silence that it was beyond comparison. Only when the black-robed figure came to a halt did Hong Lin clearly see that the visitor was indeed a scholar in black robes. In his 30s, standing at approximately 7 feet tall, the man had an elongated face, a pale complexion tinged with an unusual flush, and a long beard cascading down his chest. This mysterious figure, who identified himself as Ji Wenha, hailed from a concealed sect within the martial world. A few months prior, while foraging for medicinal herbs in the mountains, he had inadvertently fallen victim to the bite of an unidentified venomous creature. In this remote southwestern frontier, where the mountains stretched endlessly for countless miles, the number of venomous insects and fierce beasts was incalculable. Even seasoned hunters native to the area could name only a fraction of the dangers that lurked within. Thus, Hong Linying found Ji's account unsurprising, as he had previously ventured into the depths of the Great Green Mountain and was well aware of the perils therein. Ji Wenha recounted that despite months of recuperation and consultations with numerous friends and esteemed physicians, he had been unable to rid himself of the poison that had insidiously infiltrated his internal organs. Consequently, he sought a position within the military as an advisor, with the singular condition that he be allowed to select a disciple from among the soldiers. His sect had been passed down through generations without a disciple, and with his life now hanging by a thread due to the poison, he was resolute in his desire to ensure the continuity of his lineage. Hong Linying was taken aback. He had initially presumed that such a formidable individual would come seeking personal gain or as a potential assassin. Yet, the request he made was entirely unexpected. Considering Ji's exceptional skills, it would be effortless for him to find not just one, but hundreds of disciples. Why, then, did he seek a place in the military? Ji explained that his martial arts and principles were unique, perhaps 1 in 10,000, which is why he considered the soldiers to be suitable candidates. After some contemplation, Hong Linying acquiesced. Firstly, he could not discern Ji's true intentions, and should Ji turn hostile, he feared for his own safety. Secondly, the advisory office was already teeming with personnel, and as long as Ji refrained from meddling in crucial military affairs, no one would likely raise any objections. As for Ji selecting a disciple from among the countless soldiers, it was a trivial matter, with hundreds of thousands in the military. He could freely choose at his leisure. However, what transpired next left Hong Linying increasingly astonished. Shortly thereafter, the enemy from the Ming Kingdom launched a series of assaults. On the first occasion, after scouts relayed intelligence regarding the enemy's movements, Hong Linying convened with military strategists and generals to devise a counter-strategy before returning to the commander's residence. Unexpectedly, Ji Wenha arrived at his quarters in the dead of night, revealing the enemy's intentions and deployment plans. While much of the information was already known to Hong and his officers, Ji provided details that were previously undiscovered or overlooked by their scouts. Though he had appointed Ji as an advisor, Hong Linying remained skeptical of his trustworthiness. However, he realized that with Ji's exceptional skills, he could easily gather intelligence from outside the city, trailing the scouts. Thus, he expressed his gratitude and promised to discuss the matter with his officers soon. Ji merely smiled at this and departed without further persuasion. As dawn broke, the enemy forces launched a sudden attack. Hong Linying calmly led his troops out of the city to confront them, fully anticipating this assault. A fierce battle ensued outside the city, leaving countless bodies strewn across the ground. As the sun rose, both sides grew weary, and a simultaneous retreat began towards their respective strongholds, with Hong Linying also pulling his troops back into the city. In addition to the main assault, he had stationed soldiers on the eastern and western hillsides, already aware of the enemy's intentions to flank from the treed slopes. However, as they reached the city gates, a sudden tremor shook the ground, accompanied by a thunderous roar rolling in from the distance. The weary enemy soldiers, who had been trudging back, abruptly split to the sides, revealing a wide path as a cloud of dust surged from behind them. A cohort of heavily armored cavalry charged forth, reaching the retreating Imperial soldiers in mere moments. The Imperial troops, caught off guard, were unable to form a defensive line with their shields, and chaos erupted as the slaughter commenced. Recognizing the dire situation, Hong Linying made a swift decision, ordering the immediate closure of the city gates. Tragically, over 10,000 soldiers remained outside, unable to enter. They fought desperately in vain. But without heavy armor, they stood little chance against the onslaught of the armored cavalry. Within approximately half an hour, the Imperial forces outside were utterly annihilated. Yet, in that brief span, Hong Linying managed to organize the remaining 20,000 troops within the city, fortifying their defenses atop the walls. and dispatched swift riders with orders to the main camp for reinforcements. However, before help could arrive, the enemy relentlessly pressed their attack on the city, even breaching the walls on several occasions. Hong Lining, undeterred by the peril, took command on the battlements, rallying his soldiers as wave after wave fell in battle, only to be replaced by fresh troops until finally their reinforcements arrived. Upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements from the North Gate, the enemy, realizing the futility of their assault, sounded the retreat. Chapter 9, Marshal Hong and Strategist Ji, Part 2. The recent assault by the Ming Kingdom posed an extreme peril for the garrison at Qinshan Pass. Had it not been for the ruthless decisiveness of Hong Lining, who managed to delay the enemy's siege with over 10,000 troops, they might have been overwhelmed before they could even prepare their defenses. The battle left the citizens within the city terror-stricken. The sight of the enemy's fierce countenances emerging from the city walls haunted them for life. In the aftermath, the city walls were drenched in blood, which flowed down the cracks of the stones like a gentle stream. The area near the walls resembled a pool of blood, and the once bright and tidy streets became a gruesome tableau, with each step taken resulting in a squelching sound as shoes stuck in the congealed blood. Whenever Hong Lining reflected on this battle, even with his usual composure, he felt a chill run down his spine. After the enemy retreated, he recalled Ji Wenhe's warning from the previous night, which hinted at the possibility of hidden elite troops among the enemy ranks, leaving him with a sense of regret. In the following months, Ji Wenhe visited him twice more in the dead of night, relaying information about enemy movements and arrangements. This time, Hong Lining began to take Ji's insights seriously, implementing specific strategies based on Ji's intelligence, which led to significant victories with minimal losses. In addition, Ji Wenhe embarked on a quest to find a successor within the army, but his criteria for selection were rather peculiar. He did not assess martial talent or gauge inner strength through physical probing. Instead, he employed silver needles to diagnose potential candidates, as if he were a wandering physician. Ji explained to Hong that their school's unique internal cultivation methods were highly specialized. If one were to fail this peculiar test and were forced to practice their esoteric techniques, it would inevitably lead to disastrous consequences. As time passed, Hong Lining found it curious that despite the numerous robust individuals in the army, Ji Wenhe had not identified a suitable disciple in over a year. However, following Ji's remarkable military successes, Hong Lining decided to promote Ji Wenhe to the position of chief strategist, relegating the previous strategist to a subordinate role. He paid little attention to how Ji acquired intelligence about the enemy, trusting that with Ji's skills, he had myriad means at his disposal. Moreover, Ji's intelligence had proven to be exceptionally accurate on several occasions. If he were indeed a spy, the cost of his deception would be far too great, risking countless lives for mere potential gains. This decision initially met with skepticism among several military leaders, but subsequent battles, large and small, revealed that all strategies had been orchestrated by Ji Wenhe, who decimated the enemy forces. Consequently, Ji's reputation soared within the military, solidifying his position. His acclaim reached its zenith during a pivotal battle 2.5 years prior. On that day, Ji ventured 30 miles north to the main camp, continuing his search for a disciple whose existence remained uncertain. With the local garrison numbering in the hundreds of thousands, Ji's exceptional abilities could only allow him to assess a handful of individuals each day, making it impractical to achieve meaningful progress. Thus, in the span of over 3 years, apart from evaluating several thousand soldiers at Qinshan Pass, he began periodically visiting the main camp to seek a disciple. Initially, many within the army found Ji's selection process peculiar, but they gradually grew accustomed to it. On the very afternoon Ji visited the main camp, the Ming Kingdom unexpectedly launched an assault. Hong Lining led his troops to confront the enemy, engaging in a fierce battle. The enemy's reinforcements employed a strategy of overwhelming numbers, relentlessly advancing and sacrificing lives to maintain pressure on Hong Lining, gradually encircling him. Meanwhile, Ji Wenhe, 30 miles away, received urgent news and hastened to the scene with his forces. By the time they arrived, Hong Lining and his troops were in dire straits. Ji commanded the army to attack in a spiral formation, advancing step by step. For the first time, he showcased his formidable martial prowess in front of others. With a sword in hand, he moved through the enemy ranks as if traversing an uninhabited realm, effortlessly dispatching foes with each strike. Ultimately, he soloed into the heart of the enemy's command, soaring through the air like an eagle seizing its prey, and before the enemy guards could react, he delivered a fatal blow to the deputy commander. Clearing the path of oncoming weapons, he ascended to the top of the enemy's flagpole, brandishing the severed head of the enemy commander with one hand while holding his sword aloft with the other. The chief has fallen. Surrender at once. His voice thundered like rolling thunder, reverberating through the battlefield. The enemy, witnessing this, lost their morale and retreated in disarray, allowing Hong Linying to lead his forces to safety. After this battle, the name of Ji Wonha became legendary, eclipsing even that of Marshal Hong, revealing him not only to be a strategist of great renown but also a peerless martial artist. Following this victory, the imperial army shifted from a defensive posture to frequently launching assaults on the enemy's borders, resulting in a balance of power where both sides alternated between attack and defense. Despite Ji Wonha's presence, the outcome of battles ultimately could not hinge upon a single individual's prowess. Moreover, the Ming Kingdom had become aware of the formidable martial artist within Qingshan Pass, who could claim lives among thousands. They subsequently dispatched several elite warriors to counter this threat. Through this experience, Hong Linying confirmed that Ji Wonha's martial abilities had reached an extraordinary level, perhaps even beyond his understanding. Although he had previously speculated about Ji's capabilities, he had never anticipated such strength. As a martial enthusiast, he found himself increasingly captivated by Ji's skills. Yet, despite his relentless inquiries, Hong Linying could not uncover the origins of Ji's martial lineage. Through occasional sparring sessions with Ji, he became increasingly aware of the extraordinary finesse of Ji's martial arts, particularly the intricacies of his internal cultivation. Any seemingly ordinary technique, when infused with Ji's internal energy, felt like the relentless flow of a mighty river or the crushing weight of a mountain, insurmountable to Hong Linying. This profound admiration for Ji Wonha's internal cultivation methods ignited an insatiable desire within him to inherit such unparalleled skills. However, Ji's search for a disciple remained fruitless, and his health, as he had previously mentioned, deteriorated year by year, his appearance aging significantly. Hong Linying subtly attempted to position himself as a potential successor to Ji's extraordinary techniques. Following a banquet, he remarked, "Strategist, after all these years, you have yet to find a worthy disciple. What kind of individual could possibly catch your discerning eye?" Ji Wonha smiled softly in response. Our sect's tradition of passing down knowledge through a single disciple is not due to an aversion to accepting students, but rather the stringent requirements of our internal methods. It is truly rare, almost 1 in 10,000. To qualify, one must exhibit unique physical characteristics when assessed through the Silver Needle test. You speak of 1 in 10,000, yet in these years, you've likely tested half of the army, whether old or new recruits. It may as well be 1 in 100,000, Hong Linying sighed, shaking his head. What sort of peculiarities must one display under your Silver Needle? Ji Wonha pondered briefly. This is not necessarily the case. It could be a sign of an unusual complexion or an abnormal internal energy. At that time, I must utilize Silver Needles for guidance and probe with my internal force to ascertain the truth. During each examination, Ji Wonha does not allow outsiders to observe. Only the individual being tested is permitted entry. Although Hong Linying has inquired about the matter, those he approached were unsuccessful, rendering them incapable of providing any substantial information. Following this, Hong Linying feigned slight intoxication and, bolstered by the effects of alcohol, remarked, "Might the strategist come and assess my constitution?" He neither confirmed nor denied suitability, leaving his words to resonate as mere drunken banter, perceived only as curiosity. Ji Wonha, upon hearing this, smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. Since he had nothing else to occupy his time, this could indeed be worth a try. Perhaps the marshal genuinely shares a connection with our sect. He then retrieved a cloth pouch from his side, unfolded it, and extracted a silver needle. Ji Wonha maintained that he always carried this pouch, as he would often seek out soldiers for testing whenever he found himself with free time. As the needle was inserted, Hong Linying felt a tingling in his wrist but detected no further anomalies, nor did he perceive any internal energy penetrating his body. Disappointed, Ji Wonha shook his head and, with a flick of his finger, put away the needle. It seemed the marshal was not destined to join our sect. This indicated that Hong Linying would be unable to master Ji Wonha's unique martial arts. Yet how could such a conclusion persuade Hong Linying? Having practiced martial arts from a young age, he had always overcome challenges. There had been no techniques he had encountered that he could not learn, primarily dependent on his willingness to train. However, he found himself unable to exert pressure on Ji Wonha, convinced that he was no match for him. Even if Ji Wonha appeared to be declining year by year, Hong Linying suspected that dealing with someone like him would be a matter of mere moves, potentially lethal in an instant. Though Hong Linying was indeed a top-tier master in the current martial world, He was aware of the context of his prowess. It was not until early last year that Ji Wenhe finally found a disciple in the Central Army camp. Hong Linying regarded Ji Wenhe's disciple as a precious droplet of water amid a vast sea of humanity and sought an opportunity for private interaction. He even probed the individual's internal meridians with his internal energy, but found no remarkable qualities within. This only deepened his suspicion that Ji Wenhe was deliberately concealing certain truths, the reasons for which remained elusive to him. Yet, nearly a month after Ji Wenhe had found his disciple, the newly initiated student unexpectedly perished one fateful night. In the aftermath, Ji Wenhe exhibited a countenance of anguish and sorrow, attributing the death to the disciple's illiteracy and misunderstanding of the sect's martial arts, leading to a reversal of qi and blood that resulted in his demise. Hong Linying, having witnessed the aftermath of the young man's death, his body blackened and swollen, did not perceive it as a consequence of training gone awry, but rather as a death resulting from poisoning. This led him to entertain two hypotheses. First, that Ji Wenhe might be using a human vessel to transfer a potent toxin from himself into another, seeking to alleviate his own affliction. The chosen individual would necessarily have some connection to either Ji Wenhe's martial arts or the toxin itself to facilitate such an exchange. Otherwise, given Ji Wenhe's prowess, he could easily eliminate someone without drawing attention. However, upon observing Ji Wenhe's demeanor, which showed no signs of improvement, Hong Linying began to doubt the validity of his initial hypothesis. The second possibility was that Ji Wenhe's internal method was exceedingly domineering, possibly causing the inexperienced disciple to practice incorrectly, resulting in a surge of qi that damaged his internal organs and led to the observed abnormalities. Yet, knowing Ji Wenhe, who was acutely aware of the disciple's illiteracy, it would be expected that he would adopt a more tempered approach, perhaps guiding the disciple's practice with considerable care. Given Ji Wenhe's meticulous nature, such an oversight seemed implausible. Could it be that his time was running short? After the death of Ji Wenhe's disciple, he continued to seek soldiers to test their pulses. Although Hong Linying still lacked the opportunity for close examination, he yearned to discern the nature of Ji Wenhe's chosen disciple at the earliest moment. Only then could he hope to uncover some clues. With the recent recruitment of the Imperial Guard, Ji Wenhe resumed his testing, allowing Hong Linying to approach openly. Leaning back in his chair, he gazed at the tent, his partially closed eyes shimmering with intensity as his mind raced with thoughts. This matter was indeed perplexing. Despite employing both soft and hard tactics over the years, he had yet to achieve his goal. If Ji Wenhe's claims were true, he might have only a year or two left to live. But if this were the case, what would he do when faced with the potential loss of this martial legacy? Chapter 10. A test. As Hong Linying pondered, he suddenly noticed the tent flap at the foot of the platform being lifted, and a figure emerged. Upon closer inspection, it was not the lad who had entered earlier, but rather Ji Wenhe, who stepped out first and stood at the entrance before another person followed. What is this? Hong Linying's expression froze momentarily. Then he straightened his posture, eyes widening in surprise, only to gradually relax his body and regain his composure. At that moment, below the platform, Master Ji turned to gaze upward, then bowed respectfully, his hands clasped within his large sleeves, and proclaimed, "Marshal." Hong Linying slowly rose to his feet and responded in kind. I came to see how the Imperial Guards were faring. If we can recruit fully today, I shall need to arrange for the commanders to oversee the new recruits' training. Master, are you returning to the residence? Have you yielded any results today? Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible smirk flickered at the corner of Ji's eye. Yet his face remained adorned with a smile as he gestured toward Li Yin behind him. You are most considerate, my lord, haha. After much anticipation, he has finally emerged, which was indeed no easy feat. With that, he lightly shook his head, appearing as though a heavy burden had been lifted. Have you found the one you were searching for? I must congratulate you, Master Ji. This is akin to sifting through sand. However, I wonder how this individual compares to the one you acquired last time. Hong Linying remarked with genuine delight. At these words, Ji's complexion darkened momentarily before returning to normal. He was reluctant for Li Yin to learn about the previous disciple's affairs. If Li Yin became suspicious, it would jeopardize his willingness to cultivate, which was not something that could be forced. Hong Linying's words were not as congratulatory as they seemed. They harbored ill intent. Ji nodded, placing his hands behind him, revealing a look of satisfaction. This lad is well versed in the classics and possesses exceptional talent, a destined encounter indeed. He is leagues ahead of the last one. Wenhe, thank you for your concern. Without waiting for Hong Linying's reply, he turned to Li Yin and said, Li Yin, do not hesitate to greet the marshal. Having just exited the tent, Li Yin was still enveloped in joy, unable to contain himself. This extraordinary encounter had left him in a daze. His mind raced with the events that had just transpired and the aspirations for the future. Today, not only had he joined the military, but he had also become a disciple under the renowned Master Ji, with a monthly stipend far beyond his imagination. If this continued, he could return home to honor his parents in just a few years. Yet, he pondered, what if his teacher wouldn't let him leave then? Should he purchase a residence within the city, bringing his parents and elder brother to live with him, creating a harmonious family reunion? What a delightful prospect. And after a few days, he would visit Li Yu and Li Shan. They would surely envy him. I must inform Uncle Guixin of this matter when I step out, so he can relay the news to my parents. I wonder how delighted they will be. And my elder brother and sister will surely be overjoyed as well. In a moment, he stood there lost in thought, his face oscillating between joy and worry. A whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. Just as he was lost in his reverie, a voice called out beside him, snapping him back to reality. He looked up to see his teacher casting a glance in his direction, leaving him momentarily stunned. In truth, he had caught snippets of the dialogue between Hong Lining and Master Ji, but his mind had been preoccupied with his own thoughts, failing to grasp the substance of their conversation. Now, seeing his teacher's gaze upon him, he hurriedly contemplated the reason. His teacher had mentioned the marshal and something about the previous recruit. Li Yin, do not delay in greeting the marshal. Another call rang out, tinged with dissatisfaction. Master Ji noted Li Yin's hesitation to approach despite being summoned, and he stood there lost in thought, pondering. Could it be that Li Yin was mulling over Hong Lining's words? Such intentions from Hong Lining were indeed vexing. He would have to help Li Yin resolve these concerns upon returning. With that thought, a trace of anger flickered across Ji's expression, and he called out to Li Yin once more. Yet to the observers, Li Yin, the nearby soldiers, and Marshal Hong, his irritation seemed directed solely at Li Yan's disobedience. Feeling his teacher's displeasure, Li Yan's heart raced with anxiety, and he quickly stepped forward, kneeling before the platform. Your humble servant greets Marshal Hong. I ask for your forgiveness for my earlier rudeness. In the span of a single day, Li Yin had paid respects to the two highest officials in the area, an accomplishment beyond the reach of an ordinary citizen. In light of Master Ji's discontent, he hurriedly offered his most respectful bow. Marshal Hong scrutinized the kneeling figure of Li Yin, musing inwardly. This lad seems somewhat dazed. Little did he know. Li Yin was not dazed, but rather overwhelmed by immense joy. Such an experience, not only for a village youth, but even for an adult, would be difficult to process in a brief period. Observing his state, Hong Lining waved his hand. Rise, you are Li Yin, correct? He had heard Master Ji call out the name of this dark-skinned lad. Li Yin stood, bowing respectfully. I am Li Yin, a resident of the Li family in Dakingshan village. Oh, your home is not far from here. Our Master Ji has searched high and low for you. Yet you were so close all along, it has been quite the arduous quest, haha. A smile adorned Hong Lining's face as he scrutinized the now standing Li Yin. Li Yin's features were dark, his appearance ordinary, his physique lean and unremarkable, and his gait lacked strength. He presented as quite unexceptional, and not a trace of inner strength could be discerned within him. The criteria for selecting disciples by Master Ji were indeed inscrutable. Suddenly, with a deft motion, Hong Lining propelled himself off the stone-paved platform, soaring through the air. As Li Yin contemplated the marshal's words, he was abruptly struck by a gust of wind overhead that left him breathless. He looked up just in time to see a blur, feeling a firm grip tighten around his wrist. In an instant, a wave of warmth surged through his wrist and coursed through his body, traveling swiftly along his arm. Li Yin was taken aback, instinctively attempting to retract his arm, but it felt as if it were ensnared in an iron vise, motionless, causing him to stagger. His complexion shifted as he struggled to pull back his arm with all his might, but just as he did, the grip loosened, and he stumbled backward, nearly falling to the ground. The individual released his wrist, and the warmth that had surged through him dissipated without a trace, leaving no time for Li Yin to react. The entire exchange transpired in mere moments, catching Li Yin completely off guard. He quickly steadied himself and focused, realizing that the one who had seized his wrist was indeed Marshal Hong, whose swift movement from the high platform had been like a bolt of lightning. Li Yin glanced at Hong Lining, then turned to his teacher, feeling a mix of anxiety and uncertainty. Yet throughout, Master Ji remained stationed a short distance behind him, his expression inscrutable, as if oblivious to the commotion. At that moment, Hong Lining withdrew his hand, laughing heartily as he clasped his hands toward Master Ji. The strategist asked not to take offense. Hong merely harbored curiosity. The strategist has selected disciples for several years, and among those fortunate enough to catch his discerning eye, there are but two individuals. Hong wished to understand what extraordinary qualities these individuals possessed to be so fortunate, and he could not suppress his impulsive desire to know, urging the strategist not to take it to heart. At that moment, a peculiar smile flickered across the strategist's face. What do you perceive as distinct about my inferior disciple? Hong, with a serious demeanor, pondered for a moment. The depth of the strategist's expertise left Hong in awe. Shamefully, he admitted that the disciple's meridians might not be significantly more expansive than those of the soldiers in the army, and in fact, some might even surpass him. As for his physical constitution, it could be rated as above average, yet it did not reach an exceptional level, which was precisely the aspect beyond Hong's comprehension. The strategist smiled gently and replied ambiguously, "Your Excellency perceives accurately, yet our sect's internal techniques require not only good meridians, but also several unique pathways within the body. Only with such distinctions can one truly harness the martial arts we teach. The reasons for this delve into the intricacies of our sect's methods, and I cannot elaborate further." "What arrangements will the strategist make next?" Hong inquired. The strategist inclined his head slightly. "The inferior disciple shall accompany me back to my residence for training. As you know, my health is deteriorating, and I urgently need to find a worthy successor. Delays are no longer permissible. Thus, he will spend most of his time training under my guidance, but will occasionally assist with military affairs. Regarding his stipend, it will be drawn from my own salary, equating to that of a squad leader." Upon hearing this, Hong burst into hearty laughter. "There is no need for that, since your disciple will assist you with military matters. It would be inappropriate for him to lack a formal position. Let him assume the role of deputy officer of the Imperial Guard, with his salary provided by the military. I shall ensure that the badge reaches the strategist's residence. Moreover, the enlistment subsidies will be delivered to the village in the coming days, and after registration, they will be handed over to his family." Hong was not one to be stingy over such a meager salary. He decided to dispense the subsidies as well. Upon hearing this, the strategist graciously accepted, stating, "Then let it be as you wish, Your Excellency." Li Yin promptly stepped forward to express his gratitude to Hong. Since being released from captivity, Li Yin had been quietly observing the conversation between the two distinguished figures, gradually discerning its significance. From their dialogue, he realized that being accepted as a disciple under the strategist was an arduous feat, as his mentor had evidently spent several years selecting from the multitude within the army. Out of all those soldiers, only 2 had been chosen, including himself, which piqued Hong's curiosity, prompting his earlier inquiry. When he heard the title bestowed upon him by Hong, he was left bewildered, having no understanding of what the role of deputy officer of the Imperial Guard entailed. However, he clearly grasped that the enlistment subsidies would soon reach his parents, and as the strategist concluded his words, he joyfully stepped forward once more to express his thanks. Little did he realize that in the brief span of half a day, he had ascended from a mere commoner to the rank of a lowly 8th-grade official. Surely, his ancestors' graves must be emitting plumes of smoke in celebration. It is worth noting how many life-and-death trials a regular soldier endures to rise from the ranks of common soldiers to the 9th grade, both lower and upper, then to the 3rd grade, and so on, before finally attaining a position as a lowly 8th-grade official. Yet, he had achieved such elevation through the mere exchange of words between 2 prominent figures. Nevertheless, what Li Yin truly cared about was the tangible silver. Seeing that Li Yin had finished expressing his gratitude, the strategist bowed slightly to Hong. "If there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave. Please proceed at your convenience. I imagine your mind is elsewhere." Hong replied with a hearty laugh. "I must further examine the recruitment situation of the Imperial Guard and arrange for the training of the new troops, so I shall not see you off." With that, the strategist turned and walked toward the military training grounds, accompanied by the respectful gazes of the soldiers. Li Yin, amidst their envious stares, hurriedly followed. He could feel their eyes on him, sharp as blades, and beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his back. As he watched the strategist and Li Yin grow increasingly distant, Hong stood outside the tent, stroking his chin and absently rubbing his short beard. After a moment of contemplation, he murmured softly, just loud enough for himself to hear, "Does this young man truly possess some extraordinary qualities? And if so, what might they be?" Chapter 11. The valley outside the city. At this moment, Li Yin had followed the military strategist Ji to the entrance of the training grounds. Upon stepping outside, Ji paused to glance at the crowd waiting in the distance. Li Yin, having emerged as well, was met with Ji's smile before he could utter a word. Is there someone among that crowd who has sent you here? Ji inquired. Li Yin promptly replied, Teacher, a senior relative has brought me here to enlist. Oh. Then go and speak with him briefly before you join me. Ji gestured with a wave of his hand. Yes, thank you, teacher, Li Yin said, bowing respectfully before striding towards the group where Li Guoxin stood. The guards at the entrance, having overheard the exchange, realized that this young man had indeed become a disciple of the esteemed Ji. They were well aware of Ji's discerning nature in selecting students, and could not help but feel a twinge of envy towards Li Yin. One of the guards, appearing somewhat authoritative, stepped forward and saluted Ji with a smile. Congratulations, Commander, on finally achieving your wish. Ji nodded with a smile, acknowledging the compliment without further comment, then resumed his posture of hands clasped behind his back. After the guard retreated, his mind was already racing with thoughts of how to cultivate a relationship with Ji's newly acquired disciple. With a figure like Ji as a backing, it was evident that this young man was destined for greatness. It was imperative to establish a connection early on. Once the young man rose to prominence, many would seek to ingratiate themselves, leaving little opportunity for him. Li Yin quickly reached the waiting area, mindful not to keep his teacher waiting, and hurried towards Li Guoxin, who approached with an expectant expression. He pulled Guoxin aside to the edge of the crowd. Several onlookers turned their gaze towards them, but Guoxin, unfamiliar with Ji, remained oblivious to the significance. Once they were positioned at the periphery of the crowd, Li Yin immediately began to whisper to Guoxin. Initially composed, Guoxin's expression gradually morphed into one of astonishment, his mouth agape, making incoherent sounds as he struggled to process the information. When Li Yin finished speaking, Guoxin stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Uncle Guoxin, Uncle Guoxin, Li Yin called out several times. Seeing Guoxin's dazed response reminded him of his own earlier state. Noticing Ji looking their way, and realizing Guoxin was momentarily unable to respond, Li Yin bowed respectfully and turned back towards the carriage, retrieving his belongings before making his way back to the training grounds. Before Li Yin could speak, he bowed to Ji, saying, Disciple has finished speaking with my uncle. Ji smiled upon hearing this. Very well. Then let us return to my residence. He then walked purposefully along the wall of the training grounds. After taking a few steps, noticing that Li Yin was still glancing around, he paused slightly. I prefer not to be surrounded by attendants, so it shall just be the two of us returning. There are no carriages or palanquins here, he noted, understanding Li Yin's curiosity. Li Yin, having been searching for Ji's retinue, recalled the adults in the village speaking of the grand displays of officials, some even demanding the streets be cleared. With a flourish of his sleeve, Ji walked forward as if gliding, while Li Yin observed his teacher's silhouette, glancing around. It truly seemed they were walking back on foot. Not dwelling on it further, he tightened his grip on his belongings and hurried after Ji. As soon as Ji and Li Yin departed, the crowd erupted into chatter, as if a kettle had boiled over. Many had recognized Ji while he stood at the entrance, and seeing Li Yin emerge with him, conversing closely, had captured considerable attention. Even though Li Yin had whispered to Guoxin, it was not entirely inaudible, and those nearby could catch fragments of their conversation. Coupled with Guoxin's stunned expression, even the skeptics began to speculate. It took Guoxin some time to regain his composure after Li Yin left. Realizing that the individual was indeed Ji, he was left wondering whether what Li Yin had said was true. How could he have entered and emerged as Ji's disciple, acquiring the position of deputy officer of Imperial Guards? Was this truly possible? Guoxin was no stranger to the military hierarchy and recalled that this rank was typically not attainable by a mere recruit. Even a seasoned soldier would find it challenging to rise without notable achievements. As his thoughts spiraled, he became increasingly anxious, pondering the implications of Ji's interest in Li Yin. Li Yin had grown up in the village under his watch, and he had never noted anything particularly exceptional about him. If anything, Li Yin's greatest trait was a calm demeanor, but that hardly seemed sufficient for Ji's discerning eye. As Guoxin contemplated this, those who had overheard began sharing their astonishment and speculations among themselves. Once Ji departed, the crowd buzzed with disbelief, many questioning how it could be that Li Yin had managed to align himself with such a powerful figure. Several approached Guoxin for inquiries, leaving him overwhelmed. He quickly offered a few hasty replies before extricating himself from the throng and hastening to find an inn to process the astounding news. He intended to return early the next morning to share this development with Li Yan's family. No, with the entire village. For this young man had indeed struck gold. Meanwhile, those left behind, having confirmed the veracity of the news, began to plot their own strategies. They contemplated whether they might delve deeper into the situation, seeking opportunities for themselves. In no time, the crowd dispersed, each lost in their own thoughts. Li Yin had now accompanied Ji to the northern city gate. Ji moved with a silent grace that belied his swift pace. Nonetheless, Li Yin, having spent his youth hunting in the mountains with adults, managed to keep up, albeit with considerable exertion. Approaching the northern gate, Li Yin felt a flicker of confusion. Surely, the military strategist's residence was not located near the city gate. However, he quickly realized his misjudgment as Ji showed no sign of diverting his path. Walking directly towards the gate, with a mind full of questions, he continued to follow silently. Upon reaching the gate, they encountered several soldiers, led by a figure resembling a small officer, who were inspecting passers-by. Li Yin looked up and noted that these were not the soldiers he had seen before. It appeared a shift had taken place. The officer, upon spotting Ji, saluted from a distance. Ji inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement before continuing past the inspection line without uttering a word. As Li Yin traversed, he glanced around but discovered nothing of note, compelling him to continue in pursuit. After the two military leaders departed through the northern gate, an individual resembling a chief observed Li Yin's retreating figure, muttering to himself, "Strange. This person seems familiar yet is not one of Lord Ji's guards. I wonder who he is that can accompany Lord Ji so closely." Upon exiting the city with the military leader, Li Yin noted that the latter remained silent, his flowing sleeves billowing as he advanced, deepening Li Yin's perplexity. Outside the city, a solitary thoroughfare stretched northward, the very same path Li Yin had previously traversed to enter the city, flanked by dense mountains and forests. Could it be that the teacher's residence lay in a town several dozen miles away? It was said that there were stationed troops there, yet that seemed too far. What duration would it take to traverse such a distance daily without a carriage? Although several dozen miles posed no challenge for him, contemplating the military leader's frequent journeys rendered the prospect somewhat tedious. Along the way, the military leader remained taciturn, seemingly lost in thought, while Li Yin followed suit, his mind wandering. After approximately 2 miles from the city, the military leader suddenly slipped, veering towards the left into the western mountain range. Upon closer inspection, Li Yin discovered a mountain path extending into the western hills. This thoroughfare was the very one they had traversed upon entering the city. With numerous minor paths leading into the mountains that often went unnoticed by the casual observer, yet the military leader chose to turn onto one. The western mountains were significantly deeper than those to the east. The eastern range extended for about 300 to 400 miles before yielding to the expansive plains of the central plains, where one could gallop freely. However, the western expanse remained shrouded in mystery. Locals knew only that it extended roughly 400 to 500 miles westward, beyond which lay numerous unknown beasts that roamed freely. Those who dared enter faced grave peril, with 9 out of 10 meeting their demise. Even the most skilled martial artists refrained from delving too deeply. It was rumored that General Hong once led his elite subordinates westward for about 400 miles, only to encounter countless unknown venomous creatures and fierce beasts. Though he retreated decisively, he lost half of his men, and he himself bore a fierce scar on his face from a beast's tail. Had he delayed further, that tail might have pierced his temple, resulting in instant death. The military leader guided Li Yin along the mountain path, ascending step by step amidst towering trees. Beneath these colossal arboreal giants, underbrush thrived, and as the hour approached dusk in early autumn, the daylight lingered somewhat longer. Yet, it was already sunset. Casting a dim light beneath the thick canopy of verdant leaves overhead, the occasional calls of weary birds returning to their nests echoed crisply through the lofty, open forest. After ascending the mountain path for roughly a mile, Li Yin found himself in a vast clearing, approximately 100 paces in diameter, surrounded by towering trees that encircled the area. Only at the stone steps leading to their ascent was there a narrow path, wide enough for 2 or 3 people. Finding such an expansive flat area in the mountains was no small feat. It must have been artificially cultivated. Flanking the clearing at the steps exit were 2 rows of tall stone houses, each row comprising 4 or 5 simple, yet orderly structures. The central area was evenly covered with crushed stone, and in some places, sandbags and sand pits were neatly arranged. Upon entering the clearing, Li Yin noticed 8 soldiers standing in 2 rows, vigilant and focused on the entrance. Upon seeing the military leader step in, they simultaneously bowed in respect. "We greet the esteemed military leader," they proclaimed, then stood upright, parting to the sides, casting only a fleeting glance at Li Yin without further inquiry. The military leader acknowledged them with a slight nod and proceeded inward, pausing after a few steps to address one of the soldiers. "Oh," summoned the others. I have matters to discuss. Understood, replied one soldier, swiftly making his way to the center of the clearing, calling out, the leader has returned. Everyone, come forth. In a short while, more than a dozen individuals emerged from the nearby stone houses, converging quickly in the central area. Since ascending the platform, Li Yin had followed closely behind his teacher. He had noticed that aside from the 8 soldiers at the entrance, many others had been moving in and out of the stone houses, with one roof emitting wisps of smoke, carrying a fragrant aroma from afar. However, as the light dimmed, the illumination seeping from those rooms was insufficient for him to discern their contents from a distance. Once everyone assembled, the military leader stepped into the center of the clearing and beckoned to Li Yin. Li Yin immediately approached, and as he reached the front, he realized that in addition to the 8 soldiers, there were 12 others clad in identical military attire. Surprisingly, 3 middle-aged women were also present. Among the assembly, the 3 women and 2 soldiers situated in the middle regarded Li Yin with curious expressions, while the rest stood stoically. This is my newly accepted disciple, Li Yin. He will reside here henceforth, declared the military leader, gesturing towards Li Yin. He then explained to Li Yin, this is where I dwell. The 20 soldiers were dispatched by the general for guarding duties, while the remaining women will attend to our meals and laundry. Li Yin observed them. Yet he was taken aback to find that a few individuals regarded him with an inexplicable, peculiar gaze, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Chapter 12. Entering the valley upon hearing the command from Master Ji, those present immediately responded in unison, yes, my lord. Master Ji shifted his gaze from Li Yin and gently waved his hand towards the others, speaking in a warm tone. Chen and Li Yin will remain. The rest of you may attend to your own matters. After the crowd dispersed, the 2 soldiers who had stood in the center approached Li Yin. One soldier, approximately in his 30s, had a square face with a healthy complexion that exuded vigor. The younger soldier, in his 20s, possessed a round face and large eyes, his fair skin giving him a shrewd appearance. Both were clad in standard lightweight armor. Master Ji pointed to the square-faced soldier. This is Chinen. He then gestured towards the younger soldier. And this is Li Yin. They are responsible for the miscellaneous affairs within the valley and are well-versed in military matters. If I am not in the residence, you may relay any requests to them. He continued, if you need to enter the city, have them accompany you. Their presence will greatly facilitate your tasks, and they will also ensure your safety, as this is a border town where enemy spies often infiltrate to gather intelligence. Should they learn that you are my disciple, they may turn their attention towards you. Upon hearing this, Li Yin felt a tightness in his chest, quickly followed by warmth. He bowed and replied earnestly, thank you, master. Unlike the earlier awkwardness when he first called him master, this expression came straight from the heart. Chunin and Li Yin also bowed to Master Ji, responding, we will heed your words, my lord. You may rest assured. Very well. Prepare some of his daily necessities and deliver them shortly, Master Ji instructed. Yes, my lord. After giving a brief nod to Li Yin, Master Ji turned and walked deeper into the residence. Li Yin immediately followed, unaware that after he turned, Chun-Un and Li Yin exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with uncertainty as they watched his retreating figure. Li Yin had initially assumed he would be residing in one of the stone houses lining the square, but instead observed that Master Ji paid no heed to the adjacent buildings and proceeded straight ahead. Following suit, Li Yin matched his pace. Upon reaching the end of the stone houses, they turned right and were met with the sight of a valley. The entrance adorned with bold crimson characters engraved upon the stone wall, Military Master-S Residence. Li Yin pondered, this is merely a valley. Why is it designated as the Military Master-S Residence? Yet, he had no choice but to follow Master Ji into the valley, which he did until they reached its interior, where Master Ji finally halted. The valley was not expansive. Surrounded on 3 sides by towering mountains that seemed to pierce the clouds, the slopes were steep and treacherous, dotted with clusters of shrubs and trees that stretched from the base to the peaks, making it nearly impossible to ascend from any direction other than the single entrance. As dusk descended, the landscape grew increasingly indistinct. However, a row of stone houses could be seen on the right side of the entrance, comprising about 3 or 4 structures. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from behind. Li Yin turned to look, and emerging from the darkness were Chun-Un and Li Yin, who approached with items in hand. Likely the everyday necessities Master Ji had just mentioned. They had arrived promptly, barely separated by moments. The 2 swiftly passed by Li Yin, heading toward the stone houses. Soon after, lights flickered to life within, illuminating the surroundings and rendering the valley's features clearer. Master Ji turned to Li Yin and said, the The hour is late. Shortly, Qinan and Li Yin will assist you in familiarizing yourself with the area. Afterward, we shall dine and rest. You have traveled several hundred miles to reach here. It would be wise to retire early. Come back to my residence at dawn, and I shall share pertinent matters regarding our sect with you." As he spoke, Qinan and Li Yin returned briskly. Qinan smiled and said, "Young Master Li, the servants typically maintain cleanliness here, so we merely need to bring over the daily essentials." Upon seeing their return, Master Ji reiterated his instructions: "Take Li Yin with you and deliver the food here afterward." He then smiled at Li Yin and proceeded towards the first house near the valley entrance, disappearing into the doorway as the light dimmed. Li Yin stood momentarily, contemplating. "My master certainly approaches tasks with clarity and simplicity." Qinan chuckled softly. "Young Master Li, please follow us." After expressing his gratitude, Li Yin accompanied the two into the interior, although their pace had slowed considerably. Qinan was quite talkative, while Li Yin, though more reserved, occasionally chimed in. As they walked, Li Yin began to glean information about the place. Originally, Marshal Hong had arranged for Master Ji to reside in a mansion within the city, but Master Ji preferred solitude and tranquility, reluctant to dwell amidst the city's clamor. Consequently, he sought out this valley for his own residence. When Marshal Hong saw this, he could not allow such a dignitary to live in such simplicity. After several unsuccessful attempts to persuade him otherwise, Marshal Hong ultimately sent someone to tidy up the valley. Moreover, he cleared an area of over 100 paces outside the valley, constructed houses, stationed guards, and assigned servants to attend to the daily needs. However, Master Ji ultimately retained only 20 soldiers and 3 women responsible for meals, sending the rest back. It was Master Ji's preference to live alone, yet he did not wish to offend Marshal Hong's goodwill. As for the name Military Master's Residence, it was derived from the name of the mansion. Within the valley, there were 4 houses. The first, nearest the entrance, was Master Ji's residence. The adjacent one served as a training ground for his martial arts practice. The other 2 houses remained unoccupied. According to Qinan, they were generally prohibited from entering unless summoned by Master Ji. Otherwise, they could only enter for essential tasks like delivering food or cleaning. Anyone who violated this rule would be expelled from the valley, and their fate upon returning to the city at the hands of Marshal Hong could be easily imagined. In addition to the 4 houses, the valley was equipped with a toilet and bathing facilities, located at the corners of the buildings. Ultimately, Li Yin chose a spacious stone house built against the valley's back wall, which exuded a sense of solidity, likely due to the soldiers' craftsmanship emphasizing practicality, durability, and strength. As he surveyed the interior, he noted that the floor was paved with stone and gravel, clean and polished. Though the furnishings were complete, they appeared somewhat modest in the expansive room. A large wooden bed rested against the northern wall, while a washstand and toiletries occupied the eastern wall. A 4-tiered bookshelf lined the western wall, filled with various books. A wooden table was placed near the southern window, adorned with several teacups and a kettle, accompanied by 2 chairs. Additionally, 2 tall boxes woven from brown vines were positioned on the ground, nearly level with the tabletop, presumably for storing clothing and other belongings. The northern and western sides of the stone house were built against the mountain, while the eastern wall connected to other residences, leaving only the southern side open with a large door and window facing the valley. Li Yin noticed that the window was quite large, framed with slender wooden slats, now ajar, inviting the cool evening air into the room. Although the house possessed but a single window, it was devoid of any stifling atmosphere. Instead, a gentle autumn breeze wafted through, imparting a sense of relaxation and comfort. "Young Master Li, please take a moment to rest. There is hot water in the kettle, and soon, someone will bring the meal," Qinan remarked to Li Yin after they had arranged their belongings. "We cannot linger in this valley, as Lord Ji does not favor outsiders here. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave." As Li Yin surveyed the room, he quickly turned to the 2, acknowledging their efforts with gratitude. "Thank you both." The 2 men bowed and exited. Li Yin approached the table, setting down his pack, and then moved to the brown wicker chest at the head of the table, methodically opening both chests. They were empty save for a layer of black cloth lining the bottom, presumably meant for storing garments. He retrieved his pack from the table, untying it to reveal several sets of coarse fabric clothing, which he neatly arranged in one of the chests. These garments, though rough and even patched together from old clothes, had been lovingly stitched by his mother and 4th sister. Their presence evoked memories of his quaint village, bringing warmth and comfort, as if he could see his mother and sister before him. Having packed lightly, he filled one chest, occupying only a fraction of its space. After a moment's thought, he decided to take out the pickled vegetables and provisions from his pack, arranging them neatly along the table against the wall, rather than placing them in the other empty chest. Once he secured the lids of both chests, he pulled out a chair and sat at the table, pouring himself a cup of water from the kettle. The water was pleasantly warm, indicating that someone must indeed come daily to replenish it and tidy the room. Li Yin felt fatigued from the journey of over 200 miles, having only consumed some provisions along the way. Now, he was both hungry and thirsty, his body weary. With the outside world shrouded in darkness, he lacked the inclination to venture out. Instead, he sat quietly, sipping water and lost in thought, reflecting on the day's experiences and the surreal nature of his current situation. After a brief while, having quenched his thirst yet feeling hungrier and more fatigued, he mused inwardly. Thank goodness the teacher did not assign any tasks today. Otherwise, I would truly struggle to muster any energy, and that would be quite embarrassing before him. As he pondered, the sound of footsteps approached from outside. The door left ajar, and in the stillness of the valley, the footsteps were distinctly audible. Upon looking up, he saw a shadow at the doorway. A woman stood there, holding a wooden tray. Li Yin rose and walked towards her, noting her respectful demeanor. "Where's your kitchen? I can fetch my meals myself next time," he offered. The woman paled at his words, visibly trembling. "Young Master Li, you must not say such things. If Lord Ji were to learn of this, it would spell great trouble." Li Yin caught the tray as she handed it to him, momentarily taken aback by her reaction. "Why is that?" he inquired, puzzled. The woman quickly explained, "The kitchen is no place for you, sir. Lord Ji certainly would not permit such an occurrence." Li Yin, initially confused, began to comprehend the gravity of his situation. At home, he was free to roam wherever he pleased, but his change in status now required adjustment. After accepting the tray, he suggested, "Then you may simply place the meals on the table inside next time." The woman regarded him thoughtfully, as if recalling something. "Young master, we are only permitted to deliver meals and clean here. We cannot enter without permission. Lord Ji has instructed that we must not disturb him while he works. He typically keeps the door closed upon his return, and should we see a wooden sign hanging on the handle, we leave the food on the stone table outside and return later to collect it. If the food remains untouched, we take it back to discard and remake it for delivery." She added that cleaning Lord Ji's quarters could only be done with his consent. And since this room and the adjacent one were unoccupied, they were cleaned periodically. Now that Li Yin resided here, they could no longer enter freely. Upon hearing this, Li Yin noticed a black wooden sign hanging from the inside of the door handle. He surmised it was likely hung by his teacher during meditation to prevent disturbances. Though he was not well versed in martial arts, he had heard that disruptions during inner cultivation could lead to dire consequences. The woman reminded him to place the used utensils back on the stone table outside after his meal, assuring him that someone would come to collect them. With a slight bow, she departed swiftly. While the meal was not gourmet, it was a novelty for Li Yin, who relished it with a sense of fulfillment. Yet soon found his thoughts drifting back to the evening meals at home. He wondered if his parents had dined yet, or if they were still concerned about him. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. After clearing the dishes into the tray, he stepped outside to find a stone table before the door, where he placed the tray. Not far across from him, he noticed what appeared to be a small pond. Looking up, he beheld a canopy of dark trees stretching towards the mountain tops, while the starry sky illuminated his surroundings. He stood transfixed for a moment, longing for the familiarity of his old home. Upon returning indoors, he performed a simple wash and closed the door and windows. As he lay on the bed on his first night away, he succumbed to a deep sleep, filled with thoughts of his parents and the familiar sights of his village. Chapter 13. The Shadowed Wood Gate. As dawn broke, Li Yin awoke from his slumber. The first light of day had barely begun to illuminate his surroundings, and as he blinked away the remnants of sleep, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. The ceiling above was no longer adorned with the familiar, deep ebony wooden beams of his old home, but rather a smooth, dark blue expanse. Confusion washed over him for a moment, and as he slowly turned to survey his new surroundings, he realized he was no longer in the quaint abode he had inhabited for over a decade. A wave of strangeness and solitude surged within him. Taking a deep breath, he sat up with a stoic expression and approached the window, pushing it open. A refreshing breeze wafted in, invigorating him. Gazing outside, he beheld towering peaks encircling the valley, reaching up to the dimly lit azure sky, where a few stars lingered, casting a gentle morning glow. Within the valley, dark green vines and shrubs meandered from the base of the mountains to their summits, undulating like the back of a slumbering beast. The air was filled with the melodious chirping of birds, echoing with a sense of ethereality and clarity. Nearby, he indeed spotted a tranquil pool, shrouded in wisps of mist that curled and danced above its surface, resembling a delicate veil. The cool vapor rose gently, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Li Yin stood mesmerized at the window, and after a prolonged moment, the beauty of the scene outside alleviated his loneliness. He turned back to his bed, dressed, and opened the door to step outside. Upon exiting his room, he glanced towards the other doors on his left, noticing they remained tightly shut. Treading lightly, he made his way to the pool. The pool was roughly 4 or 5 zhong wide and oval in shape. One side was backed by a rock wall, from which several streams trickled down from the mountain peak, glistening as they caressed the stone surfaces. The water had eroded the roots of many vines, exposing them to the elements, while lush green moss flourished along the banks, creating a series of clear, sparkling channels descending from the summit. The surface of the water rippled gently, swallowing the many pebbles along the shore, creating a soothing series of waves. Above the pool, thin white mist swirled, resembling translucent ribbons suspended in the air. The water was crystal clear, yet its depths remained a mystery. Peering down, it appeared to grow darker and more serene. Kneeling, Li Yin scooped up a handful of water and splashed it onto his face, feeling a refreshing chill that sent shivers across his skin, invigorating him. Rising, he turned his gaze southward towards a patch that resembled both a vegetable garden and a flower bed. Just as he intended to approach for a closer look, a voice suddenly broke the morning tranquility. That patch is merely some vegetables and wildflowers planted by your master in his leisure time. The serene stillness of the valley was abruptly pierced by the voice, startling Li Yin, who quickly turned to see a figure clad in a black robe standing before a row of houses, smiling at him. Master! Recognizing the person, he hurriedly bowed and exclaimed, I apologize for disturbing your rest. Please punish me, Master. The figure was indeed Master Ji. He waved his hand gently. There is no need for such formalities. I have long since risen, merely meditating within my room. This valley is small. You will have ample time to familiarize yourself. Shortly, someone will bring breakfast. After you wash up and dine, come visit my chamber. Yes, Master, Li Yin replied promptly. Master Ji smiled warmly before turning back towards his residence. As Li Yin watched his teacher's retreating figure, the gentle smile from earlier reminded him of the love his parents had shown him in their old home, filling his heart with a comforting warmth. Not long after, the woman from the previous night returned with breakfast. The meal was simple yet delightful: steamed buns, a few small dishes, and a large bowl of congee with century eggs and lean meat. Li Yin relished the food. Although it was ordinary, it was a rare treat in his own home. Yet, his mind was preoccupied with his master's request, and he barely savored the flavors. Once he finished his breakfast, Li Yin promptly made his way to the first stone house at the Eastern Valley entrance. Standing outside, he respectfully announced, Master, I have come to pay my respects. Oh, you're here. Come in, a warm, middle-aged voice beckoned from within. Li Yin dared not linger and quickly entered. Inside, a spacious wooden bed occupied the northern side, while a 4 or 5-tiered bookshelf filled with tomes stood on the western side. Uniquely arranged, a low table rested on a large carpet in the center. Upon the table lay an ancient guqin, its design rustic, with several worn patches, yet remarkably smooth, indicating years of tender care. In front of the guqin sat a delicate incense burner, with 3 sticks of incense gently releasing wisps of fragrant smoke that wafted through the room, instilling a sense of tranquility. Seated behind the table was Master Ji, clad in black robes, hands folded within his sleeves, gazing at Li Yin with a smile. Come, take a seat at the table, he instructed, gesturing towards the carpet with his right hand. Li Yin hurried to the carpet, removed his shoes, and knelt respectfully before Master Ji. Such etiquette had been instilled in him by his previous teacher, and Master Ji's smile indicated his approval of Li Yan's upbringing. Li Yin, today I shall share with you some matters regarding our sect. Master Ji began once Li Yin had settled. Yes, Master, I am all ears, Li Yin replied, his demeanor respectful. Our sect is named the Shadowed Wood Gate, founded 6 centuries ago. However, we have remained secluded, hidden within the depths of the mountains, unknown to the outside world. Our martial arts are closely guarded secrets, and due to the stringent requirements for practitioners, finding disciples is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Throughout the generations, there have been only 2 or 3 disciples, and in my generation, I am the sole remaining member. The prowess of our martial arts is undeniable. While they may not be unparalleled, They will enable you to navigate the martial realm with ease. Master Ji's gentle voice flowed like a stream, pausing momentarily for emphasis. Li Yin listened intently. Yes, Master, I have heard tales of your prowess amidst countless adversaries, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Such skills are indeed remarkable. Master Ji merely smiled at this remark. Should you dedicate yourself to diligent practice, your achievements may yet rival mine. Li Yin, hearing this, quickly interjected, Master, you flatter me. How could I ever compare to you? No matter how hard I train, I fear I shall never measure up. Master Ji replied with a smile. We should possess the ambition to stand out. Do not think so lowly of yourself. After this exchange, Li Yin refrained from further comment. Master Ji continued. My journey beyond the mountains is not without purpose. Besides our martial arts, our predecessors have delved deeply into the study of herbs. For centuries, each generation has devoted themselves to the knowledge of flora, remaining hidden yet engaged in the world, often aiding those in need and alleviating suffering. This has been our long-standing tradition. Knowledge without application is rendered useless. Martial arts serve merely as a means of self-preservation in our journey through life. Upon hearing this, Li Yin felt a surge of respect blooming within him. So, our sect not only excels in martial arts, but also engages in benevolent acts for the public good. This is truly commendable. Indeed, I have traveled and practiced in accordance with this principle. However, several years ago, while foraging for herbs in the mountains, I was inadvertently bitten by an unknown venomous creature. Despite months of treatment, my condition has only worsened. In desperation, I sought out numerous friends and renowned physicians. While their skills may not surpass mine, who knows if any of them might have knowledge of the poison's origin? If I could uncover the nature of this venom, perhaps it could be remedied. Yet, much to my dismay, none have recognized it. As time passes, this poison has gradually eroded my internal organs. Yet I have been unable to discover an antidote, relying solely on my inner strength to temporarily suppress its effects. I have calculated that even with this suppression, I have only 7 or 8 years left. Now, it has already been 6 years. If I cannot find a remedy soon, I must resign myself to fate. Upon hearing this, Li Yin was taken aback, and noticing the faint dark aura surrounding Master Ji's pale complexion, his expression changed. Has the teacher found a way to counteract the poison? He inquired. Not yet, but it is of little consequence. Life and death are determined by destiny, Master Ji replied. What shall we do? Li Yin asked urgently. Master Ji gestured for him to be calm. Do not be agitated. This is precisely why I wish to step into the world, to seek a disciple and ensure the continuation of our sect. If I fail to find a successor, how could I face the previous masters and ancestors in the afterlife? He continued. However, our sect's techniques are formidable, and only those with a special constitution can cultivate them. Those without such a constitution who attempt to practice will suffer severe consequences, resulting in certain death. In the past, our sect sought disciples while the masters traveled the world to aid those in need. Although individuals with suitable constitutions are rare, such individuals can still be found in this vast world. Yet, if I were to follow this method now, I find myself out of time. Thus, I turn to the military, where there are many robust young men, increasing the chances of finding a suitable candidate. Upon hearing this, Li Yin began to grasp Master Ji's background. It became clear that the teacher had come to the military in search of a disciple, and he realized that the peculiar method of needlework used yesterday was likely a means to identify those with special constitutions. However, recalling the agonizing pain he had experienced, Li Yin felt a sudden apprehension. Master Ji seemed to sense his thoughts and spoke. This special constitution is an invisible one. It cannot be activated or revealed without our sect's techniques. Although the activation process inevitably causes pain, it is a necessary prerequisite for the successful cultivation of our techniques. I have spent 5 or 6 years in the military, and after much effort, I have found only 2 suitable individuals, one last year, and the other being you. Li Yin was taken aback, pondering, 2? But isn't it only me and the teacher in this valley? I haven't seen Shen En or Li Yin mentioned yesterday. As he reflected, a vague memory surfaced in his mind, and he suddenly recalled something General Hong had said the previous day regarding the last person he had recruited. Noticing Li Yan's bewilderment, Master Ji expressed curiosity. Are you surprised that you have not seen the other individual I mentioned? Upon hearing this, Li Yan nodded. That person should be your senior brother, whom I found at the beginning of last year. Do you remember when I tested your constitution yesterday? I asked if you had ever studied. Li Yan nodded, acknowledging that he remembered. However, your senior brother had never studied. I thought that under my direct guidance, he could cultivate our techniques, but I underestimated their complexity. After practicing for a little over a month, while I was in the city discussing matters with the general, he recklessly attempted to apply an advanced technique he had only just begun to learn, leading to a reversal of his vital energy. By the time I returned, he was already, alas. Master G's expression revealed a mix of guilt and regret. This is partly my fault for being too impatient. The poison within me remains unrelieved, and my condition has worsened, making me anxious about the sect's future. He continued, our techniques require not only personal guidance but also a careful, step-by-step comprehension of their intricacies, tailored to one's unique condition. However, I was overly confident in my ability to teach him, and this ultimately led to an irreversible mistake. As he spoke, tears glistened in Master G's eyes. Li Yan was astonished to learn that the earlier candidate had already perished. General Hong had mentioned something about qualifications, and now it seemed he was referring to Li Yan's own potential. If that senior brother possessed superior abilities and met such a tragic fate, how could he justify his own chances? A chill crept down his spine. Li Yan glanced at Master G, hesitating to voice his fears of being unable to cultivate the techniques. However, upon witnessing the glimmer of hope in the teacher's tearful gaze, he found himself in a quandary. This was indeed a matter of life and death. His thoughts were tumultuous. After a lengthy pause, he steeled himself. If I were to retreat now, I might be sent back to my village, and how would I face my parents? Even if I were not returned home, I would have to start anew in the military, facing the perils of battle, where life and death are no longer in my hands. Neither outcome was desirable, so he resolved to fight for it. Besides, he had a solid education and could take his time to comprehend the teachings. If he struggled to grasp them, he would refrain from recklessly pursuing further cultivation. Moreover, Master G's extraordinary capabilities, which rendered him unrivaled, were a testament to the strength of their techniques. There was no reward without effort. With this resolve, Li Yan's gaze towards Master G grew resolute. Realizing the shift in Li Yan's demeanor, Master G beamed with a sense of relief. Since that unfortunate incident, he had not harbored much hope in finding a suitable candidate, believing time was insufficient and the endeavor too elusive. Little did he know that fate had conspired in his favor, presenting him with a glimmer of hope before his time was up. Chapter 14. Entering the gate as Master G spoke, his complexion turned a shade of pale, seemingly tinged with a hint of color. Suddenly, his voice grew grave, and his gaze fixated on Li Yan. Do you wish to formally become my disciple? Having made his decision in his heart, Li Yan ceased to ponder further. Disciple Li Yan pays respects to the master. Excellent. I have always been indifferent to pomp and ceremony. Simply bow to me 3 times, and you shall be accepted. With that, he adjusted his posture. Sitting upright behind the table, his demeanor solemn. Before him, 3 incense sticks burned in a small censer, wisps of fragrant smoke curling upwards, exuding a commanding presence befitting a master. Li Yan rose, straightened his coarse robe, and then knelt again before the incense table. He bowed respectfully 3 times towards Master G, who stroked his beard, a flush rising on his pale face, his smile broadening. Ha ha ha. All right, rise. Upon standing, Li Yan's face also reflected joy. Even after rising, he bowed again before resuming his seat at the table to listen to Master G's teachings. Now that you are a disciple of the Wood Shadow Sect, I shall impart to you the foundational methods of our school. Li Yan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Master G would immediately bestow teachings upon him after his acceptance. However, considering the master's health, he found solace in the thought. Noticing Li Yan's expression, Master G inquired, do you have any questions? After a brief hesitation, Li Yan replied, no, please continue, Master. Master G, satisfied with the response, continued. All disciples of our sect must cultivate martial arts in the path of herbalism. However, formidable martial skills are the very foundation of our existence in the Jianghu. Many precious herbs and plants grow in remote areas, beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Thus, newly accepted disciples typically spend the first few years honing their martial abilities to a certain level before delving into herbalism. He went on to explain, martial arts are divided into internal cultivation and combat techniques. Internal cultivation is the mother of all skills. Even if one masters combat techniques, without the aid of internal energy, their true power cannot be unleashed. Strikes delivered without internal energy are merely ordinary brawls. Yet, if internal energy is infused into the blows, even the most basic techniques can shatter rocks and harm enemies. Master G elaborated for quite some time, covering topics from the classification of internal cultivation to the distinctions among various sects in the realms of martial arts, including acupoints and meridians. He produced a finely carved wooden figurine, its surface marked with intricate red and blue lines, dotted with numerous small circles. The circles and lines were accompanied by minuscule annotations, illustrating the various meridians and acupoints within the human body, which Master Ji meticulously explained to Li Yan. The aforementioned is the foundation of cultivation. You must remember it well, without any oversight. Now, let me speak of our sect's internal techniques. As I mentioned, internal cultivation is the mother of all skills. Our sect's internal technique is known as Wood Shadow skill, which comprises 10 levels and possesses remarkable power. To cultivate this skill, one must also utilize the unique herbal energies crafted through our sect's secret methods to strengthen the physical body and clear the internal meridians, allowing the body's energy to flourish and accumulate. Only then can one exhibit extraordinary combat prowess, unmatched by the techniques of ordinary sections. I, too, have only reached the peak of the 3rd level thus far. Li Yan listened, incredulity etched upon his face. Given Master Ji's current martial prowess, which could rival thousands, it was astonishing to hear that he had only reached the 3rd level of the Wood Shadow skill. What capabilities would he possess at the 10th level? Master Ji, observing Li Yan's expression, continued, however, before cultivating this skill, you must first master the breath guidance technique of our sect. This technique guides the essence of heaven and earth to activate the energy in the Dantian. Only after this energy is awakened can you formally practice the Wood Shadow skill. At this point, Master Ji waved his long, black sleeves, revealing his slender, fair hands. In his left hand, he held a book made of a peculiar material, neither gold nor jade, while his right hand extracted a sheet of paper slightly larger than the pages of the book. The sheet was densely covered in writing, clearly not from the book itself, and the ink appeared freshly inscribed. As Master Ji moved, Li Yan noticed the unusual material of the left-hand book. Having read numerous texts since childhood, he had never encountered such a substance. Furthermore, 1/3 of the book's color differed significantly from the rest, resembling 2 books glued together. He recalled that since their meeting yesterday, Master Ji had exclusively used his right hand for various tasks, never once employing his left. This suggested that he had been concealing this intriguing book within his sleeve all along. Li Yan's curiosity about the book deepened. What kind of tome could hold such significance that its owner would not part with it? However, he understood that such inquiries were premature. Given his recent initiation, perhaps in time, as he grew familiar with his master, he might indulge his curiosity. Master Ji, seemingly oblivious to Li Yan's intrigue, handed him the densely written paper. This is the breath guidance technique of our sect. I shall impart it to you now, and later you may study it closely. If there are any uncertainties, I shall clarify them for you. He explained, the breath is divided into innate and acquired. An infant in the womb relies on innate breath, breathing without the use of mouth or nose. After birth, one transitions to breathing with the mouth and nose, which is acquired breath, thus losing the innate breath. His explanation continued for a full quarter of an hour, and as he concluded, Master Ji fell silent. Li Yan, now deep in thought, occasionally picked up the wooden figurine and the breath guidance technique to contemplate. Meanwhile, Master Ji gathered his hands into his sleeves, resting them upon his abdomen, and closed his eyes to meditate. Li Yan immersed himself in contemplation for quite some time, ultimately confirming that he had grasped the methods of practice and the key meridian pathways. He felt a sense of relief. Initially apprehensive due to his lack of experience with internal cultivation, he found clarity in Master Ji's thorough explanations. Perhaps this was merely the introductory method, rendering it more comprehensible. After filtering through the techniques in his mind, he discerned no areas of confusion. He then raised his head to look at Master Ji and spoke, somewhat awkwardly, Master. I believe I can grasp the foundational techniques. Upon hearing this, Master Ji opened his eyes, smiling at Li Yan, and began to inquire about several key points. Seeing Li Yan respond fluently, he appeared quite pleased. From today onward, you shall commence your practice of this technique. I estimate that in as few as 3 to 5 days, or as many as 10 days to half a month, you will awaken the energy in your Dantian. Furthermore, since you have memorized this technique, I shall destroy this paper. It is not due to a lack of trust, but rather a common practice among the major sects of the Jianghu. Except for the original texts, all other methods are transmitted orally. Any written notes must be destroyed immediately to prevent their loss or theft by malicious individuals. Even the original texts are typically safeguarded solely by the sect's leader. Upon hearing this, Li Yan found nothing amiss. He understood that such fundamental tenets of a sect could not be casually written down, lest their secrets be easily compromised. He immediately returned the page on Qi induction technique to Ji Junshi, who accepted it with a smile and tucked it into his sleeve. Subsequently, Ji Junshi gestured towards the small wooden figure adorned with meridian pathways, saying, "Take this with you. It requires extensive familiarization and memorization." Li Yin respectfully picked up the wooden figure from the table. He had yet to fully memorize the invisible and intangible meridians and acupoints. After bidding farewell to Ji Junshi, he left the stone house. Ji Junshi watched Li Yin depart, his eyes narrowing as he gazed at the doorway. After a moment, he sighed softly to himself, muttering, "His aptitude is considerably inferior to the last one. I wonder how long it will take him to reach the pinnacle of the first level. My time is dwindling, and the poison is becoming increasingly difficult to suppress." With that, he swept his right sleeve towards the gate several feet away, causing it to close silently. Such a feat would have startled Hong Yuanshui out of his wits. Even the most accomplished masters of the current martial world could not close a gate from such a distance with such ease. To achieve this, one would need to be at least a master of the transformation realm. Moreover, the distance would have to be much shorter, requiring one to gather their qi in the dantian and unleash a torrent of internal force. However, such an action would likely shatter the gate into pieces. Having done this, Ji Junshi extended his left hand from his sleeve, and the book, which appeared to be neither gold nor jade, and the page of qi induction technique reappeared on the table. He expertly flipped the book to the section marked by a colored dividing line, then laid it flat on the table. Next, he placed his hands on the latter half of the open book and began to silently circulate his profound skills, channeling energy into it. After a while, the book remained unresponsive. He then rotated the book in various directions, horizontally and vertically, sometimes infusing it with internal force, sometimes gently tapping it, but the book remained unchanged. Finally, he performed a peculiar action, lifting the book and pressing the latter 2/3 of its back cover against his forehead, as a scholar might when faced with a difficult problem, closing his eyes in contemplation. He remained motionless for a long time, until another sigh echoed through the room. "It still doesn't work. I've tried every method over the years, but I still can't open it. Which level of cultivation do I need to reach to trigger the opportunity? Perhaps the solution to the fire poison within me lies here, but, alas." After sighing, he picked up the qi induction technique page with his right hand. Without any apparent movement, the paper suddenly burst into flames and was reduced to ashes in an instant. To transmute internal energy into matter was a feat only heard of in legends. Even the most skilled martial artists of today could only use their internal force to shatter objects into fragments or powder, but no one could conjure fire from nothing. Chapter 15. Cultivation. At this moment, within the Marshal's residence in the city of Qingshanai, the spacious hall was occupied solely by Marshal Hong, who sat alone on a wide wooden chair. Leaning back against the chair's backrest, he gazed up at the ceiling, his round eyes darting about restlessly, while one hand slowly stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. A guard reported from the side that Li Yin had been summoned by Ji Wenj this morning, presumably to formally accept him as a disciple, and the next step would likely involve beginning his cultivation. A voice emerged from a corner of the hall, where a colossal pillar, as thick as a man, stood tall and solitary. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the shadow of a robust man standing there, his form merging with the shadow of the pillar. This man, somewhat shorter in stature and clad in a dark robe, resembled the sturdy base of the pillar itself. His earlier decision to delay the boy's acceptance was indeed surprising. Considering the apparent decline in Li Yan's physical condition, it was remarkable that he remained so unhurried. Marshal Hong continued to fixate on the ceiling, his eyes unwavering. The senior brother speculated whether he truly could not suppress the poison within him or if he was merely feigning such a state. "It is highly probable that he is genuine," the dark-robed man remarked. "Based on the guard's usual reports and his persistent search for disciples over the years, it seems unlikely to be a ruse. However, even with our combined strength, we would still have little chance against him. Even in his current state, we would not be his match." "Do not exaggerate, senior brother," Marshal Hong replied. "Though he has reached the pinnacle of martial prowess, he must expend considerable internal energy to suppress the poison coursing through him. Furthermore, both of us have remained at the peak level of mastery for over 10 years, merely a step away from that pinnacle as well. Together, I believe we could potentially subdue him." The dark-robed man spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "Junior brother, that approach should be our last resort. I am currently contemplating how to approach this boy. Ever since his disciple entered the military strategist's residence, he has not emerged, making it difficult to gain access. Tragically, he met his demise merely a month later. Now, Are you suggesting that his cultivation was indeed flawed? Or is it true, as he claims, that only those with a special constitution may cultivate his methods? If it is the latter, all our efforts would be in vain. Marshal Hong maintained his gaze on the ceiling, his brow furrowed. Senior brother, there are no cultivation methods in the martial world that cannot be practiced. Even those that are toxic or sinister can be learned once the methods are obtained. The only difference lies in the results one achieves, not in the ability to cultivate. I have never heard of any internal arts requiring a specific constitution. Take our own sect's techniques. If bestowed upon our disciples, which of them would be incapable of practicing? The only variance would be in the speed of cultivation. The dark-robed man frowned as he responded, "What you say is precisely why I am unwilling to concede. Even if the methods belong to a nefarious sect, if we desire to cultivate them, it is not an impossible endeavor. It merely becomes a matter of worth." His excuses seemed to stem from a desire to keep them secret, yet what distinguishes Li Yin from the previous disciple that warranted his acceptance into the sect? Yesterday, I measured this boy's meridians with internal energy at the military grounds, and they appeared rather ordinary, even inferior to many of the soldiers. Yet he was chosen from among hundreds of thousands in the military, which is what truly baffles me, Marshal Hong mused. The hall fell silent once more. After a moment, Marshal Hong turned to the dark-robed man and said, regardless of the criteria he employs to select disciples or the reasons behind his choices, he must impart some teachings to those he accepts. However, we cannot provoke him. Our immediate objective is to find a way to connect with Li Yin and extract these teachings from him. With our insight, we should be able to discern certain clues from these methods, allowing us to formulate a further plan. Following a brief silence in the corner of the hall, footsteps began to echo and gradually faded away. Marshal Hong remained seated in his expansive chair, enveloped in silence, as the stillness of the hall was palpable. As dusk fell over the Grand Qingshan, Chang Bo and his son Li Wei returned home from the fields, as was their custom. Although the locust plague had devastated their crops, their relentless efforts had preserved some remnants. The bond between farmers and their grain is akin to that of a loving mother and her wandering child. The toil behind each grain is something the wealthy cannot comprehend. Each day, villagers tended to their fields, striving to maintain what little was left. Chang Bo always returned home before dusk, while it was still bright, so that upon arrival, his wife and 4 daughters would have prepared a simple dinner. His early return was motivated by the desire to finish dinner before nightfall, thus avoiding the need to burn oil lamps for an extended period, a luxury they could scarcely afford in these difficult times. Since Li Yan's departure yesterday, a somber atmosphere had settled over the household. "Surely, the village chief will return today," Li Yan's mother remarked to the others. Her face etched with sorrow as she gazed at the half-eaten sweet potatoes in her bowl, her chopsticks unmoving. "Why are you so incessant with your questions? Since noon yesterday, you have been asking this and that. I've told you countless times, it will take at least 2 days, assuming everything goes smoothly. Just eat your meal in peace." Chang Bo retorted, frustration evident as he tapped his chopsticks against the bowl, producing a clattering sound. "You spent the entire morning in the fields and only just returned to speak a few words. Why the incessant questioning?" Li Yan's mother murmured quietly. Li Wei glanced at Li Xiaozhu, who happened to be looking back at him. Initially, they both wished to interject with questions, but upon witnessing the tension, they chose to remain silent. In truth, they understood that even if they asked, their father would have no answers. Yet, sitting at home amidst this uncertainty, it seemed that even aimless chatter offered some comfort. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, soon accompanied by a resounding voice. "Changbo, I'm back. I'm back. Haraha." Upon hearing that voice, the spirits of everyone in the room instantly lifted. It was the voice of Li Guixin. Suddenly, the clatter of chairs and bowls erupted as everyone rushed outside. Observing the overturned stools, scattered chopsticks, and the sweet potatoes left in bowls, Li Yan's mother glared at the 3 frantically moving figures and exclaimed, "You foolish ones, weren't you just saying you weren't anxious? You're nearly at the point of reincarnation." She too hastily stood up and hurried outside. Outside, Li Guixin approached the Li family home, followed by a throng of village children and several villagers. Before he reached the door, 3 figures darted out from within. Upon closer inspection, it was Chang Bo and his 2 children, followed closely by the equally hurried Li Yan's mother. Seeing Li Guixin, Chang Bo quickly halted, and Li Wei and Li Xiaozhu stepped forward. Drawing a deep breath, Chang Bo smiled and said, "Guixin, you're back. Come in for some water and tell us all about it." Li Guixin, witnessing Chang Bo's forced composure, could not help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha. Chang Bo, I won't go inside just yet. The cart is still hitched out front." I haven't even visited Li Yu and Li Shan's houses yet. I came here first to share the news with you, and then I must hurry to inform them." Upon hearing this, Changbo nodded eagerly. Of course, of course." He and Li Wei exchanged expectant glances, eagerly awaiting what Li Guoxin had to say. At this moment, Li Guoxin gently patted several village children who were playfully circling around him. "Go on. Hurry back and tell your elders to come to my house shortly, bringing what they need." He was not only delivering items for Li Yin and his companions, but also bringing back necessities for each household from the city. The children, upon hearing this, left with cheerful exclamations, some racing home while others darted towards a few villagers who had come along. The villagers at the village entrance, having encountered Li Guoxin, stood by with crossed arms or patted their children's heads, eagerly listening to the news the village head had brought from the city. Once the children had departed, Li Guoxin turned to the Li Yin family, who wore forced smiles and hesitated to urge him on. With a serious expression, he addressed Changbo. "I didn't visit the other two families first. I came here because I have monumental news to share." "Uncle Guoxin, what good news?" Li Wei interjected eagerly, with the others wearing expressions of anticipation and anxiety. Nearby villagers also hushed their children's antics and gathered closer, forming a small circle. Seeing the scene, Li Guoxin decided to reveal the news without further delay. "Changbo, your ancestral grave seems to possess exceptional feng shui. This time, Li Yin has been accepted into the Imperial Guard." He proceeded to recount the events that had transpired in the city, interspersing his narrative with anecdotes about the illustrious General Ji to ensure they understood the significance of Li Yin's manner. As he spoke, more villagers arrived, initially bewildered by the news, but soon the atmosphere erupted with animated discussions and various exclamations. The Chang family stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the magnitude of the revelation. The fact that Li Yin had become a disciple of the illustrious General Ji, renowned even more than Marshal Hong, was almost unbelievable. Yet, seeing the earnest conviction in Li Guoxin's demeanor, the villagers chose to believe. The mountain folk, with limited exposure, regarded the village head as the highest authority. Even a minor official from the town felt like royalty to them. Their straightforward nature led them to trust the words of their leader. "Heavens above, my dear heavens," Li Yin's mother murmured among the crowd, as if lost in a dream. After a moment of stunned silence, tears streamed down Changbo's face, overwhelmed by emotion. At the military advisor's residence, Li Yin had closed his door after lunch, hanging a small black wooden plaque outside. He chose not to utilize the vacant room next door for his training, believing his own room would suffice. After securing the black plaque and shutting the door, he sat at his desk, taking up a small wooden figure, his mind meticulously contemplating the breath-guiding techniques and their flow. He carefully confirmed the pathways with the wooden figure, repeatedly recalling the mental incantations, determined not to suffer the same fate as his senior brother. Thus, after a while, he finally set down the wooden figure, seated himself cross-legged on the wooden bed, and began his practice according to the incantations. However, he resolved that should anything feel amiss, he would immediately cease his cultivation. Unbeknownst to Li Yin, this day marked the beginning of a transformative journey that would alter the course of his life, setting him upon an endless path of exploration and discovery. Chapter 16, The Purification of Nature, Part 1. As the sun slowly ascended above the valley, birds flitted and chirped amid the verdant woods. With the passage of time, the sun gradually made its way from the east, reaching its zenith above the valley, and then, little by little, tilted towards the western peaks. By evening, it sank behind the mountains, enveloping the earth in darkness, punctuated only by the intermittent chirping of autumn insects. Days passed in this manner, and it had been 8 or 9 days since Li Yin commenced his cultivation. He would only open his door for meals and simple ablutions. The rest of the time, he kept it firmly shut. Inside, clad in a long black robe, Li Yin sat cross-legged on his wooden bed, eyes gently closed, hands forming a mudra at his abdomen, breathing evenly. After a considerable duration, he slowly opened his eyes, his brow furrowed in concentration. Despite his diligent practice over the past 8 or 9 days, he had yet to awaken the energy in his dantian. He had sought his teacher's guidance, and Master Ji had advised that the initiation of cultivation varies from person to person, taking as little as 3 to 5 days or as long as 10 days to half a month. The path of cultivation admonishes against impatience. One must cultivate a tranquil mind to succeed. However, nearing 10 days without finding the elusive sensation of cultivation left him feeling somewhat disheartened. He decided to rise from his bed, push open the door, and step outside. Observing the encroaching twilight, Li Yin strolled through the valley, contemplating the meaning behind each phrase and word of the incantation as he walked. Suddenly, a gentle sound reached his ears. and he realized he had unconsciously arrived at the edge of a pond. Listening to the crystalline mountain spring cascading from the cliffs and gazing at the half-hidden moon casting its cool light over the valley, the sound of the flowing water echoed within his heart. The moonlit spring water touched his soul, and Li Yin felt an awakening within him. Standing there motionless, he lost track of time until he sensed a coolness rising within, resonating in harmony with the sound of the water. He instinctively settled cross-legged beside the pond, allowing the breath-guiding technique that had lingered in his mind these past few days to flow naturally. Before long, a faint dark aura began to manifest on his face. This aura, rather than appearing sinister, enveloped him in a cool, ethereal sensation, shimmering with a translucent hue. At that moment, Li Yin remained unaware of these developments. He merely felt the sound of the flowing water resonate within him, gradually filling his being with each breath. Suddenly, he felt a coolness surge from his dantian, tracing the meridians as directed by the breath-guiding technique. With each passage, the meridians grew colder, yet Li Yin did not perceive it as discomforting. Instead, it felt akin to a fish swimming in the sea. As this cool energy coursed through his meridians, the sensation in his dantian intensified, accumulating with each cycle. Within the stone house on the eastern side of the valley, Master Ji sat cross-legged behind a table, meditating and cultivating his energy. At a certain moment, his eyes abruptly opened, and he directed his gaze towards the closed door, a smile gracing his face despite the door's closure. At last, you sense the energy of the universe, do you? It appears we can prepare the herbal remedies now. Truly, this is something to anticipate. With that, he gradually closed his eyes once more. Time slipped away, and Li Yin finally opened his eyes to find the valley unchanged, the trickling water still flowing from the cliffs. Yet, the moon had vanished above, marking the hour of midnight. A look of uncertainty crossed his face. The autumn night in the mountains was quite chilly, yet he felt no discomfort from the external cold. The coolness within him had grown stronger, granting him a sense of clarity and lightness. However, he recalled that the breath-guiding technique indicated the awakening of the dantian's energy should manifest as warmth. Why, then, did he experience the opposite sensation? Could it be a mistake in his practice? Would he meet the same fate as his senior brother? Such thoughts stirred a sense of unease within Li Yin. Just as he stood in hesitation, he suddenly felt the coolness in his dantian become stagnant, as if hindered by an unseen force. At that moment, a voice resonated in his ears. Li Yin, you have finally completed your initiation. Very well done. Startled, he quickly turned to see a figure clad in a black robe standing silently behind him, almost ghost-like in the darkness. Yet, upon hearing the voice, Li Yin felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he promptly bowed in respect. Master, you have not yet rested. He marveled inwardly at his teacher's profound mastery. Despite his own minor changes, the master had sensed them immediately, a remarkable feat indeed. Though the moonlight had faded from the valley, under the twinkling stars, Li Yin could still discern the faint smile on his teacher's face as he spoke hesitantly. Disciple, I cannot ascertain whether I have succeeded. I sense the energy of your dantian awakening. It must be so, Master Ji replied calmly. However, the sensation I experience is not the warmth described in the incantation, but rather a coolness, Li Yin expressed, anxiety evident on his face. Master Ji paused momentarily before a light chuckle escaped him. I had not elaborated on this. The breath-guiding technique merely awakens the dantian's energy, and each person experiences it differently. Sour, numb, tingling, cool, warm, none are the same. Typically, warmth is the most common sensation. In the incantation I provided you lists only the most prevalent experiences, so there is no need for concern. Upon hearing this, Li Yin exhaled deeply, his worries dissipating. It seemed clear that he could consult his teacher directly about such matters rather than indulging in futile speculation that only served to alarm him. Master Ji, as if sensing Li Yin's relief in the darkness, spoke again to comfort him. You have exerted yourself immensely these past few days. There is no need to continue your training today. Rest early, for tomorrow marks the official commencement of your practice of Wood Shadow technique. Yes, Master. I take my leave. Li Yin replied, his heart swelling with joy. It seemed he had officially entered the realm of cultivation, now qualified to pursue authentic techniques. An impulse to begin right away surged within him, yet he understood the necessity of patience. Although his physical stamina had not waned significantly, his mental fatigue was undeniable. Thus, he made his way back to his stone house. After taking a few steps, the stagnation in his dantian lessened considerably. Deep within, he silently admired his teacher's profound power. Previously, Without any internal energy, he had not felt such pressure. But now, with this faint energy, he clearly sensed the weight of his teacher's presence. As Li Yan's figure faded from view, Master Ji simply turned and vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he found himself within his own chamber. With a fluid motion, he closed the door without a sound and resumed his seated meditation, the smile on his face having vanished, leaving his expression a tempest of fluctuating emotions. It became apparent to him that his initial perception of the energy of the universe was through water. Consequently, the dark aura he had witnessed during the previous trial had indeed been genuine. Thus, embarking on the cultivation of wood-based techniques might not be the wisest choice. However, he was of mixed spiritual roots, and judging by his last performance, his affinity for the green energy was only second to water. He should be capable of succeeding, though the path would undoubtedly require more time. He could not help but wonder if he would be able to suppress the internal fire poison until the day he achieved mastery. After pondering for a moment, Master Ji shook his head with a wry smile. To be able to welcome the arrival of this second individual is indeed a stroke of good fortune. Perhaps I am overthinking. Can one truly hope for a better outcome? Nevertheless, it is imperative to expedite his cultivation. I shall commence this endeavor tomorrow, for this body can no longer afford to wait. With this thought, he closed his eyes and entered a meditative state once more. On the following morning, Li Yan awoke, feeling refreshed and invigorated, his spirits as clear as the azure sky of early autumn outside. After having breakfast, he promptly made his way to his teacher's abode, just as he did last time. As soon as he arrived at the stone house, the voice of Master Ji resonated, "Come in." Although Li Yan had ventured out of his dwelling only a few times over the past days, he understood that his teacher would only emerge from the stone house every few days, typically secluding himself within for cultivation. Once he stepped inside, he remained there for a considerable portion of the day. Upon his emergence, Master Ji followed suit, summoning Chun-Un and Li Yan. After imparting some instructions to the two, he proceeded straight into the second stone house. Shortly thereafter, Chun-Un and Li Yan appeared, carrying an exquisitely crafted bronze furnace, arriving at Li Yan's residence. Naturally, Li Yan complied with his teacher's directives and patiently awaited their arrival. Upon seeing the two approach, he welcomed them to place the bronze furnace within. As his stone house was spacious enough to accommodate it, the furnace stood approximately half a person's height, forged from fine bronze, emanating a soft golden glow, with a sturdy jade base beneath. Surrounding the furnace were carvings of 3 purple dragons, their heads raised in a supportive posture, and a few hollowed sections allowed glimpses of the interior. At that moment, the furnace glowed with vibrant flames, the source of which was unknown, yet devoid of any smoke. Waves of heat radiated from its surface. After about a quarter of an hour, Master Ji exited the second stone house, his slate-gray visage displaying signs of fatigue. Chun-Un and Li Yan then entered the stone house, shortly returning with a bronze basin, steam rising from within, and carried it to Li Yan's stone dwelling. They placed the basin atop the heads of the 3 dragons on the bronze furnace, bowed respectfully to Master Ji and Li Yan, and then closed the door behind them as they departed. Master Ji approached the bronze furnace, a smile breaking through his weary expression, addressing Li Yan. "Have you committed to memory the mental mantras discussed this morning?" Li Yan stood before the furnace and respectfully replied, "Disciple has indeed memorized them." "Good. Though each level of the mantra is not extensive, its profundity and intricacies are vast, necessitating comprehension and insight. I have devoted a good portion of the day to clarifying these concepts for you, ensuring you fully grasp the application of the first level of the mantra. The remainder of your journey must rely on your diligent practice. As the saying goes, a master leads you to the door, but the cultivation is up to the individual. This truth is immutable. Keep it in your heart," Master Ji affirmed with a nod. "The disciple shall certainly practice diligently. Thank you for your guidance, Master." Li Yan stood with hands clasped, his demeanor one of utmost respect. At that moment, steam billowed from the bronze basin atop the furnace. As he approached for a closer look, swirling vapors revealed numerous herbs bubbling in the liquid, exuding wisps of dark green mist that danced above the basin. The concoction of these herbs was a secret method of their sect. This basin of herbal mixture could be utilized for 7 days. After that period, the herbs would lose their potency and require repreparation, with the quantity increasing by several measures. After a cycle of 49 days, your meridians would undergo a transformative cleansing and fortification process, ultimately becoming immensely robust. Only through such rigorous cultivation could one's meridians withstand the formidable internal energy of our sect. Regarding the refinement of the meridians alone, after this 49-day endeavor, Your endurance would rival that of many second- or third-rate martial artists. Typically, one would require nearly a decade of arduous training to attain such a state. However, our sect achieves this through the secretive method of cleansing and refining. Yet, there are no rewards without toil. The process will be agonizing, and only those of immense willpower can endure it. You must confront each challenge ahead. Do you understand? Master G's voice shifted to a more serious tone as he spoke. The disciple comprehends and shall not disappoint the master. Li Yin's gaze was resolute as he looked at Master G. Having been informed of this matter repeatedly throughout the morning, he was prepared in heart and spirit. He was a person of unwavering determination. Having made this decision, he would certainly not relent. Excellent. You may begin now. I shall remain outside to guard you over the next few days. If you encounter any issues, I will assist you promptly, Master G concluded, saying no more. He opened the door and stepped outside, securing it behind him before settling into a meditative posture upon a stone table, his eyes closed in contemplation. Chapter 17. The Purification of Herbs, Part 2. After the departure of Master G, Li Yin experienced an immediate sense of relief within his body, accompanied by a bitter smile. Whenever his mentor was nearby, he felt as if his energy was stifled. Thus, he focused his mind and stilled his thoughts. Previously, Master G had informed him that the bronze cauldron would burn for approximately an hour, providing him with time to cultivate. He could not afford to squander it. Li Yin hastened to the bronze cauldron, assumed a stance, and extended his hands into the dark green energy that swirled above the basin, simultaneously reciting the incantation in his mind. Suddenly, the dark green energy enveloping his hands seemed to respond to an unseen force, splitting into 10 strands that surged towards his fingertips. Li Yin felt as though each strand was a burning needle, abruptly prying beneath his nails. As if attempting to tear them away, the pain pierced through to his heart and mind. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, the intensity of the agony was beyond his expectations. He let out a muffled groan, his stance faltering, and he stumbled back 2 steps. A peculiar sight unfolded. The dark green strands of energy remained unbroken. As he retreated, they elongated, seemingly drawn by the force of his cultivation, stubbornly continuing to burrow into the crevices of his nails. Li Yin's black robe became soaked with sweat. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and stepped forward 2 paces, re-establishing his stance. Within him, the strands of dark green energy pierced through his meridians like heated silver needles, progressing deeper. With every inch gained, Li Yin shuddered involuntarily, sweat pouring forth in waves. He was uncertain how long he could endure this cultivation, yet his innate resilience compelled him to strive with unwavering determination. Time slipped away slowly, and soon Li Yin's nerves were numb, with only the instinctive rhythm of his incantation echoing in his mind, guiding the dark green energy to circulate within him. Outside, Master G sat cross-legged at the stone table, his eyes closed in meditation, though occasionally his eyelids fluttered, betraying his unease. Over half an hour later, his eyes suddenly snapped open, and in an instant, he vanished from the stone table. The door to Li Yin's room flung open by an invisible force. Inside, Li Yin's complexion had turned ashen, his arms and hands enveloped in a layer of dark energy. He was now utterly unconscious, unable even to maintain the final flicker of his incantation. His body leaned backward, the dark green energy still tightly tethered to his fingertips, forming eerie arcs in the air as he fell. Just as he seemed destined to crash to the ground, a figure appeared behind him. With a swift movement of a large sleeve, he was caught midair. Simultaneously, another sleeve flicked towards the 10 strands of dark energy, producing a faint sound akin to slicing through the air. In an instant, the strange dark energy severed from Li Yin's fingers. Yet, as if drawn by an unseen force, the severed strands twisted in the air like venomous serpents, undulating towards Li Yin's body in a terrifying display. Master G paid them no heed. With a decisive flick of his sleeve, he gently lifted Li Yin and carried him to the wooden bed, laying him down with care. Approaching the bed, he swiftly performed a series of intricate hand seals, conjuring several azure sparks that descended upon Li Yin's abdomen. Li Yin felt as if he were engulfed in a volcano, the searing pain overwhelming him, rendering him voiceless in his agony. Countless streams of molten lava surrounded him, threatening to consume him entirely. Suddenly, a wave of coolness surged within his abdomen, driving back the unbearable heat of the volcano and the encroaching magma, clearing his mind in an instant. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself lying flat on the bed, with Master G in his black robe standing beside him. He instinctively attempted to rise, but a sharp pain surged through his chest and abdomen, forcing him to fall back, stars dancing before his eyes, the volcano within him threatening to erupt once more. Regaining his composure, he turned to Master Ji and managed a strained smile. Master, I am inept and feel unworthy of your expectations. Do not blame yourself. Master Ji replied with a gentle smile. To endure for over half an hour on your first attempt is quite impressive. You have performed admirably. Does this mean I can begin to cultivate the techniques of our school? Li Yin asked, his face contorted with discomfort. Indeed. However, though you are in distress now, you must refine the herbal essence you have absorbed. Otherwise, it will remain in your body, causing more harm than good. Only through refinement can it become a part of you, completing your initial cycle of cultivation. Li Yin was well aware of this, having been previously instructed by Master Ji. Each session of cultivation consisted of 2 phases, absorbing the herbal essence and refining it via internal energy. After a period of 49 days, he would reach the first level, generating true internal power rather than the current coolness within him. From then on, his body would serve as the foundation, no longer requiring the absorption of herbal essence, relying instead on continuous practice. Taking a deep breath and enduring the searing pain within, Li Yin gradually sat upright, adopting a meditative posture, closing his eyes to circulate his internal energy and commenced the refinement of the herbal essence. Observing this, Master Ji silently withdrew, returning to sit cross-legged upon the stone platform outside. Once settled, he glanced back at Li Yan's dwelling and murmured softly, "This child possesses a tenacious spirit, but once he refines the herbal essence, whether he can maintain his composure remains uncertain. I truly hope all proceeds smoothly." With this seemingly cryptic thought, he fell into contemplation. From that day forth, Li Yin embarked on a grueling journey of daily herbal infusion and essence refinement. Amidst the torturous trials akin to purgatory, he persevered valiantly. Gradually increasing the duration, he could remain conscious during the infusion. As time progressed, although the potency of the herbal essence doubled approximately every 7 days, it remained unclear whether Li Yan's cultivation was advancing or if his endurance had simply strengthened as the pain of infusion slowly diminished. Aside from Master Ji's assistance in the early stages, Li Yin eventually managed to complete the cultivation independently. Were he able to witness the state of his internal being, he would be astounded, for the main meridians within him had expanded significantly since the beginning. The once delicate channels had painfully widened under the forceful infusion of the herbal essence. With a long exhale, Li Yin concluded his cultivation for the day. Remaining seated in his meditative posture, he opened his eyes and frowned, feeling an unsettling agitation rise within him, prompting him to take a deep breath. As his daily practice progressed, he noticed an increasing irritability akin to a fire raging within him, causing great distress. Yet Master Ji had reassured him that this was a natural consequence of the herbal essence purifying the body, and that after 49 days, once he reached the first level, his condition would improve. As his mastery deepened, this sensation would ultimately dissipate. Li Yin, contemplating his master's unparalleled martial prowess, found the reasoning sound. But unease lingered in his heart, an inexplicable fear of the unknown. Let go of these thoughts, and a wave of restlessness surged within Li Yan's heart. A restlessness that began to hinder his meditation and focus during his training. Rising to his feet, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. The night had fallen. Troubled and agitated, he wandered aimlessly through the valley. Since commencing his cultivation, he had been engrossed in his practice daily, leaving little time for leisure. However, today's unease compelled him to seek an outlet, making it unbearable to remain indoors. As he strolled without a destination in the valley, the cool autumn breeze caressed his face, and he felt the weight of his discontent dissipating somewhat. He inhaled deeply, savoring the refreshing chill in the air, and continued his leisurely pace. The valley was not vast, and after a short while, he found himself near a pond, where a sharper chill enveloped him, stirring a sense of cold within. At that moment, he sensed a flow of energy within him becoming unimpeded, invigorating his spirit. Hastening to the pond's edge, he felt the cold emanating from the water intensify, and his heart swelled with comfort. Overjoyed, he decided to sit beside the pond. He remained there for half an hour, and when he finally rose, the heat within him had entirely subsided. Yet, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and upon returning to his room, he collapsed into a deep slumber. As dawn broke, Li Yin awoke from his dreams, feeling rejuvenated. After more than 20 days of training and the transformation within him, he realized it had been a long time since he had slept as soundly as the previous night. Once awake, he stood before his desk, gazing out at the swirling mist rising from the pond, his eyes glimmering with brightness. He then made his way swiftly to Master Ji's stone dwelling. Upon arriving, he heard the familiar, gentle voice of his teacher call out, "Come in." "Yes, master," Li Yin replied, his expression serious as he entered. Inside, he found his teacher seated in the same meditative posture at the table, holding a book that appeared neither gold nor jade, smiling as he looked up at him. Yet, Li Yin felt, as always, a sense of obstruction within his energy when facing his mentor. "Ah, today your complexion appears quite good. It seems you have discovered something about the valley," Master Ji observed with a smile in his eyes. "Master, do you know the reason for my visit?" Li Yin asked in astonishment. "You must have realized the pond's ability to alleviate your internal heat, correct?" "Yes, master. I didn't know you were already aware of the pond's efficacy." A look of intrigue graced Li Yan's face. "Of course I know. One of the reasons I chose this valley as my dwelling was due to the unique cooling properties of this pond," Master Ji explained. "Then why did you not advise me to cultivate there?" Li Yin inquired hesitantly. "Ah, the methods of our school can be somewhat excessive. Thus, when disciples begin their training, they often experience such conditions. There are many remedies, such as immersing oneself in personal interests to restore tranquility, like playing the lute, enjoying music, or writing. Alternatively, one can harness external forces to counteract internal fire via ice, snow-capped mountains, or cold ponds." At this point, Master Ji paused and glanced at Li Yin, who did not press further, knowing his teacher would soon provide answers. Observing Li Yin's calm demeanor, Master Ji sighed inwardly. This student is contemplative and introspective. Not allowing you to train by the pond at this stage was intentional. At the beginning of your practice, you should rely on your own endurance to cultivate your character. If you rely on external aids too soon, their effectiveness will diminish over time, ultimately hindering your personal development. Thus, I refrained from sharing this advice, fearing you might succumb to temptation and abandon your self-discipline. Upon hearing this, Li Yin understood the rationale behind his teacher's approach and recognized the importance of restraint. He bowed respectfully. "I understand my mistake, master." Master Ji waved his hand dismissively. "It is not your fault. It is merely something I failed to articulate clearly." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Very well. I have observed your training over the past few days, and it seems you have reached a certain bottleneck. However, for now, refrain from cultivating by the pond. I shall employ other methods to address the anomalies you encountered during your practice. Once you have completed the initial stage in 49 days, you may then train by the pond, where the effects will be most beneficial. After entering the first level, you can practice there long-term." Li Yan's heart leaped with joy at these words. "Then, Master, what method will you employ?" "You shall learn today during your practice." Master Ji replied with a subtle smile, withholding specifics. Li Yin chuckled bitterly to himself, taking his leave. Several hours later, as Li Yin ingested the medicinal herbs, he began to meditate and refine the herbal essence. Soon, the oppressive heat within him surged, and despite his efforts to contain it, he found himself increasingly unsettled, his agitation escalating. Just then, a melody drifted in through the window, a sound like a tranquil lake under an autumn moon, like a jade rabbit rising. Akin to a gentle breeze rustling the leaves, and then reminiscent of a maiden's soft whispers, and at last, like morning dew settling upon one's heart. As the music graced his ears, Li Yin felt a soothing coolness enveloping him, his restlessness gradually subsiding, and his mind clearing. He realized then the method his teacher had chosen. Indeed, his mastery of the lute was profound enough to illuminate the spirit. With that revelation, he dared not dwell on it further, focusing his mind and gradually entering a state of self-forgetfulness. Chapter 18. The path of the senior brother. Millions of miles away from Qingshan Pass lies a desolate land, where the mountains rise and fall in a seemingly endless expanse. The mountains, cloaked in a deep emerald hue, are lush with vegetation. Their thick leaves and stems give the impression that viscous sap might drip from them. Towering trees, some several dozen zhang high, stand stout and majestic, their trunks so wide that multiple adults could scarcely encircle them. From the heights of a towering peak, one gazes down upon a canopy that obscures the sun, layered and boundless. In this vast mountainous wilderness, fierce beasts roam freely, with lesser creatures in abundance, while the occasional presence of more formidable beasts is not uncommon. Yet, within this expansive forest, there exists a secluded area where few beasts dare tread, as if they harbor an innate fear of something unknown. This region is characterized by steep cliffs and ancient forests. At the pinnacle of one towering peak, a magnificent palace rises, adorned with pavilions and terraces, where streams babble and ethereal birds flit about. Above, clouds and mist swirl perpetually around the structures and bamboo paths, creating an atmosphere where one might feel they could grasp the very essence of wind and cloud. At the summit, a vast platform extends, approximately 10,000 zhang in size, hewn from massive rocks that render a person standing upon it minuscule in comparison, with no end in sight. Behind this platform lies a grand palace, its eaves delving deep into the sea of clouds, the height of which is unknown. Within the palace, two individuals engage in conversation. One occupies a grand chair at the center, intricately carved with representations of various ferocious beasts, their expressions vivid and lifelike, exuding a chilling aura. The seated figure, with 3 strands of long beard, appears to be in his 30s, with a complexion as pale as jade, narrow eyes, and dressed in a long blue robe, exuding an air of profound scholarly demeanor. The other, seated to his left, is an elder in his 60s, clad in a dark green robe, emaciated and hawkish in appearance, with cold, penetrating eyes and fingers resembling eagle talons gripping the armrest. Together, they seem diminutive within the vastness of the palace, akin to 2 ants in a colossal royal abode. Master, the dispatched law enforcement disciples have returned with news via the released hawk. They discovered a pile of bones near a suspected cultivator's site, 70,000 miles from here. This is the very disciple who defected from our sect 7 years ago. The elder with the hawk-like demeanor reports, his face betraying an expression of deep resentment, his eyes flashing with fury. Oh, 70,000 miles away at a cultivator's site? Did the law enforcement disciples uncover any items the traitorous disciple may have taken? The blue-robed scholar inquires, his gaze fixed on the elder. Regrettably, only a damaged storage pouch was found beside the bones. No other items were recovered, the elder replies, shaking his head in disappointment. This incident has caused considerable embarrassment for our sect before the other 4 peaks. Although the traitor took only our introductory cultivation method, it is exclusively for our disciples. Particularly, the foundational body refinement formula must not be leaked. It is of utmost importance. Otherwise, we could disregard the basic cultivation method itself. The scholar furrows his brow, contemplating. After a moment, his long fingers tap lightly on his thigh before he continues, send additional law enforcement disciples to expand the search. They should investigate both mundane apothecaries and cultivators' markets. If anyone has taken the introductory method, they may attempt to cultivate it, which would provide a vital lead. I refuse to see non-disciples of our sect at the chi condensation stage in the outside world. Understood, Master. I share your sentiment. If we discover someone cultivating it, we shall execute the laws of our enforcement hall. We will eliminate them and use their soul to nurture the soul-entangling silkworms, putting them in a state of torment. And then announce it to other sects as a warning. The elder's eyes gleam with a fierce light. Outside Qinshan Pass, within a valley, Li Yin diligently practices day after day with the assistance of General Ji. As time unfolds, he begins to feel that even the soothing melodies of his teacher's Guqin can no longer quell the restlessness within him. Particularly in the last couple of days, he has found himself in a state of half-consciousness, muddled through his practices. He realizes that as his cultivation progresses, the Guqin's melodies are losing their efficacy. Yet he knows that this will not be the case come tomorrow, for it marks the 49th day of his training. At dawn, as the first light breaks, Li Yin steps outside, wandering through the valley. Recently, he has been tormented by an unsettled spirit, making it difficult for him to find rest at night. With the intention of cultivating by the pond today, he decides to take a stroll through the valley to breathe in the crisp autumn air, hoping to alleviate some of his inner turmoil. After about half an hour, he returns to his room, where a woman has brought him breakfast. He takes a few bites, but soon loses his appetite, settling into a meditative posture. Not long after, a few knocks at the door rouse him from his contemplation. Upon opening his eyes, he sees Chun Un and Li Yin waiting outside, bowing respectfully. Young master, the master has instructed us to place the copper furnace by the pond. Chun Un announces. Thank you, it is much appreciated. Li Yin nods to them. Since entering the valley, he has had minimal interaction with others, save for the woman who brings him meals and these 2. Initially, their reverence felt strange, but over time, he has grown accustomed to their deference. As the 2 carry the copper furnace outside, Li Yin follows them to the pond's edge, where they set it down carefully. After ensuring its stability, they turn and head toward General G's training chamber. The door to the chamber is tightly shut, and the 2 stand silently waiting. Li Yin remains at the entrance of his room, lost in thought as he gazes at the copper furnace by the pond. A sudden memory of an unacquainted senior brother surfaces in his mind. If he recalls correctly, that senior brother had passed away just over a month after entering the valley. The phrase over a month echoes repeatedly in his mind. 49 days, less than 2 months. Is it merely coincidence? Lost in contemplation, he is roused by the calls of young master, young master. The master is calling for you. As he looks up, he sees Li Yin approaching, softly beckoning him. In the distance, General Ji stands by the pond, and upon the copper furnace rests a familiar basin. Uncertain how long he has been lost in thought, Li Yin shakes his head lightly, attempting to cast away the encroaching thoughts. Regaining his composure, he hurries over to the copper furnace. Qinan and Li Yin quietly withdraw from the valley. Draped in a flowing black robe, General Ji stands near the copper furnace, hands clasped behind his back, gazing intently at the basin as if speaking to himself or perhaps addressing Li Yin. It is the last day, the final day. Will you succeed? Though the words were faint, Li Yin heard them distinctly in the tranquil valley, and inexplicably, his heart tightened. However, given the circumstances, he chose not to utter another word and took a few steps toward the bronze cauldron. The mist atop the cauldron today was no longer the murky black from previous days, but rather a pure, dense black fog that swirled and churned as if it were a tangible substance. Within the cauldron, he observed the liquid bubbling vigorously, resembling boiling ink, rendering the herbs within completely unrecognizable, with only the incessant rise of dark bubbles that erupted and burst. Subsequently, wisps of black vapor ascended, quickly merging with the swirling black mist above, making it even more pronounced. Within the cauldron, countless tiny black bubbles emerged, continuously surging forth, coalescing into larger bubbles that swelled, exploded, and released puffs of smoke in a relentless cycle. Clearly, the potency of the concoction had increased manifold compared to earlier. Taking a deep breath, Li Yin steadied himself and plunged his hands into the dense black mist that gathered like a storm. Instantly, 10 streams of black vapor penetrated his fingertips. Unlike the delicate threads of before, these were substantial and robust, akin to 10 iron rods forcefully driving into his fingers. A searing pain shot through him, as if waves of torment crashed against him, causing his entire body to tremble violently. Despite clenching his teeth, muffled groans escaped his lips. As the tidal pain spread from his fingertips, coursing through his arms and sweeping through every part of his being. Had it not been for the preceding days of cultivation, he might have succumbed to the pain. Standing nearby, Master Ji observed Li Yin impassively, his expression unwavering. Occasionally, his brows would twitch, betraying a flicker of inner turmoil as he fixated on Li Yin. Time passed slowly, and after what felt like an eternity, Li Yin's spirit waned. Amidst his continuous groans, he staggered backward until he found himself at the edge of the pond. At that moment, Li Yin's mind was devoid of any thoughts. Even the ability to circulate his energy was lost. Yet, the heavy black vapor seemed to invade his body unbidden, traversing his meridians with an unstoppable force. Li Yin's skin turned pitch black, his face contorted and swollen, with streams of dark energy visibly coursing across his features, a sight most terrifying. He felt an unrelenting chaos within, as if he were on the brink of explosion, with scorching currents threatening to reduce his internal organs to ashes. Struggling to maintain a shred of lucidity, he turned to Master Ji and managed to stammer, Oh, Master, I. Yet, the words faltered, as another surge of chaotic energy roiled within him, amplifying his suffering. Master Ji remained rooted in place, his expression as stoic as ever. Li Yin's vision began to blur, his body swaying precariously, and moments later, he fell backward into the pond. Yet, the 10 streams of dense black vapor remained tethered to his fingertips, swirling restlessly on the water's surface as if they were living serpents. As Li Yin plunged into the cold water, a chill engulfed him, heightening his awareness momentarily. Surrounded by the shimmering surface of the pond, he glanced upward and caught a distorted glimpse of the shoreline, where a still figure stood. With no strength left to swim, he sank deeper into the depths, even as icy water filled his mouth. The chaotic heat within him continued to surge, unrelenting. His consciousness grew increasingly hazy, and in the last flicker of clarity, Li Yin could not help but smile bitterly to himself. Is this the path that my senior brother walked? Chapter 19. Do you wish to die? As Li Yin began to sink into the water, the expression of the third-ranked strategist, Ji, shifted slightly. He aimed to absorb 70 to 80% of the medicinal essence, akin to what the previous disciple had achieved. However, given his mixed spiritual roots, it would be exceedingly arduous for him to refine the medicinal energy to reach the first layer of qi condensation. Nevertheless, it was imperative to attempt it once more, hoping for a different outcome this time. Resolute, he no longer pondered further. With a firm push against the ground, he leapt into the air. his arms outstretched like a great black rock soaring towards the surface of the water. Just as he approached the water's edge, one of his sleeves flicked toward the swirling black mist above, producing a series of rippling sounds as tendrils of dark energy dissipated into wisps of smoke that scattered in every direction. Subsequently, he dove downwards, extending his other hand from within his sleeve, and in the next instant, he grasped Li Yin from beneath the water. With a resounding splash, Li Yin was pulled from the depths. Ji lightly tapped the water's surface with his toes, twisting in midair, and soared with Li Yin towards the shore. At that moment, the unconscious Li Yin felt as if he bore no weight in Ji's grasp, who appeared as a wisp of smoke, landing swiftly on the bank. Unbeknownst to him, as he swept away the black mist from the water's surface, the peculiar book he habitually clutched within his sleeve emitted a flicker of golden light, mingling with the dissipating black smoke. It swiftly traversed the haze and enveloped Li Yin's form, vanishing without a trace. Once Ji stood firmly on the shore, he laid Li Yin flat on the ground. With a series of swift hand seals, he directed a few points of azure light into Li Yin's abdomen. Li Yin's body trembled momentarily before returning to a state of tranquility. Observing this, Ji furrowed his brow, executed more hand seals, and sent additional azure light into Li Yin's midsection. Yet this time, there was no response from Li Yin's body. Ji's brow furrowed deeper as he hurried to Li Yin's side, bending down to check for a pulse. His concern intensified. He murmured to himself, "How peculiar. He is not dead, yet remains unresponsive. The last time, a mere infusion of spiritual energy revived him. Why is it different now?" Standing upright, he rubbed his forehead, deep in thought. Meanwhile, within Li Yin, the fire poison ravaged his body, annihilating his meridians. Just as his life force waned, an inexplicable surge of power emerged within him. Immense and flowing like a cool tide, swiftly coursing through every part of his being. The previously scorched meridians began to mend at an astonishing rate, while the chaotic fire poison was subdued and forced into a corner of Li Yin's body. When Ji's azure light first entered Li Yin, a flicker of clarity returned to his consciousness, a result of his arduous training over the past days, just as he instinctively prepared to refine the day's medicinal essence. A booming voice echoed in his mind. "Do you wish to die?" Li Yin's head spun with the force of it, and in the ensuing disorientation, he lost consciousness. Time passed, and Li Yin gradually regained awareness. He attempted to open his eyes, only to hear a voice cautioning him, "Do not open your eyes yet, or death will be imminent." Li Yin froze, wanting to speak, but found himself utterly voiceless. In a desperate attempt, he tried to look around, only to discover that his eyes remained shut tight. "You disregard my warning and waste the little power I have left," the voice continued, tinged with exhaustion. Fear gripped Li Yin's heart. "Am I already dead? Is the underworld truly this dark? Not only can I not see, but speaking is also a luxury." Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and a flurry of images flashed before his eyes. When he could finally focus, he found himself hovering above a small expanse of black water. The sky was equally dark, and the stillness of the lake created an oppressive atmosphere. He found himself unable to descend or ascend, trapped in this liminal space. As he gazed around in confusion, the air before him began to warp and distort, twisting into various black lines that intertwined and overlapped. Gradually, a vague silhouette emerged, becoming clearer as it approached. Before him stood a tall elder, his long white hair cascading to his shoulders, his face gaunt, and his eyes deep and inscrutable, as if capable of perceiving millennia within a single glance. Clad in a gray robe, the elder exuded an aura that pressed heavily upon Li Yin, making him feel unsteady. Li Yin chuckled bitterly to himself. So this is the Avicii hell often spoken of in Buddhist texts? Below must be the Sea of Azurus. This elder must be the soul collector. Though he appears less fearsome than expected, the elder approached Li Yin, fixing him with a piercing gaze that emanated a chilling energy. "Had I delayed my awakening a moment longer, you would have perished." Li Yin, taken aback, responded, "But, esteemed collector, am I not already dead? Why else would I find myself in Avicii hell?" To his astonishment, he realized he could speak again, having previously believed himself unable to utter a word. Surely, it was his soul that now communicated. The elder paused, a flicker of amusement crossing his features. "You think yourself merely a wisp of soul? Your statement holds some truth." Yet not entirely. Emboldened by the elder's benign demeanor, Li Yin inquired hesitantly, "What do you mean, esteemed collector? I was in the valley of Qinshan AI and suddenly found myself here. Is this not the result of my soul being drawn?" The elder smirked, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. "You are currently within your own sea of consciousness. Yes, your awareness space. Do you believe it? Li Yan's expression turned bewildered. Sea of consciousness. Awareness space? Though unfamiliar with the term sea of consciousness, he recognized the concept of awareness, having cultivated it through meditation in his training. Often referred to as intention within the martial world. Is my body manifesting within the realm of my mind? One might say that, the elder replied. The sea of consciousness is a space of awareness, vast or confined. However, ordinary individuals cannot access there or another sea of consciousness. I have merely drawn your awareness into this space, creating a phantom of your body. Thus, referring to it as a wisp of soul is not entirely inaccurate. Li Yan struggled to comprehend the notion of his body existing within his mind. The elder, observing his confusion, smiled kindly. I have limited time to explain, but I must convey something of great importance to you. The sea of consciousness, or the realm of thoughts, possesses a vast expanse that correlates with the strength of one's spiritual awareness. The greater the being, the more profound their consciousness, yet this space remains elusive, intangible to the ordinary person. For cultivators, however, it is possible to observe their own sea of consciousness, and even that of others. A broader sea of consciousness allows for a more potent manifestation of celestial powers. It indeed harbors numerous functions, but these can only be gradually unveiled through experience. Li Yan found himself enveloped in confusion, struggling to grasp the connection between this newfound knowledge and the concept of cultivators. Were immortals truly real? Had they not been relegated to the realm of myth? As he prepared to voice his inquiries, the elderly man in gray seemed to perceive his bewilderment and continued speaking. I understand you have myriad questions, but my time is limited. I can only relay the most crucial information. If fate permits you to join a celestial sect in the future, you will come to comprehend these matters in due course. The elder's visage reflected fatigue. Upon hearing these words and observing the elder's demeanor, Li Yan, though still perplexed, chose to remain silent, standing patiently as he awaited further elaboration. Noticing his expression, the elder nodded slightly and extended a finger, from which a thread of dark energy emanated. Before Li Yan could comprehend the unfolding events, the elder pointed at his forehead from a distance. In an instant, a torrent of immense energy surged into Li Yan's mind, accompanied by an influx of information that he could not fathom. A grand and magnificent panorama, unlike anything he had ever seen or heard, rapidly unfolded in his consciousness, leaving him astounded and speechless. Did immortals exist in this world? The answer is affirmative. They have existed since ancient times. After Panga separated heaven and earth and En mended the sky, the cosmos was divided into several realms: the mortal realm, the spirit realm, and the true immortal realm. The mortal realm is the lowest tier, initially inhabited by common folk and lowly beasts, who, despite their ordinary abilities, possess remarkable reproductive capabilities. The spirit realm lies between the mortal and true immortal realms, populated by beings from the primordial age, including both ancient humans and mythical beasts. This realm is rich in spiritual energy, granting longevity to its inhabitants, who inherit ancient celestial techniques from their ancestors. Through the practice of these arts, they can traverse the skies and manipulate the seas. However, the laws of nature dictate that with prolonged life comes certain limitations. These descendants of the primordial age face significant challenges in reproduction, resulting in a sparse population. The highest tier is the true immortal realm, a legendary domain where the most exalted beings reside, such as Pangu and Enwa. They exist in harmony with the cosmos, sharing the longevity of heaven and earth. And each true immortal wields extraordinary powers capable of reshaping the universe and creating new life forms. The number of true immortals is not static. They too face perils, such as conflicts among themselves or the pursuit of broader, unexplored laws. Many cultivators in the spirit realm, upon reaching the great ascension stage, may endeavor to break through the barriers between realms and ascend to the true immortal realm. The path of cultivation is divided into 10 major stages: chi condensation, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, void refining, integration, tribulation crossing, great ascension, and true immortal. Each major stage further subdivides into smaller realms. For instance, the chi condensation stage is divided into 10 minor realms, with the first 3 representing the initial phase, the next 3 the mid-phase, and the final 3 the advanced phase, culminating in perfection before one can strive for the next stage, foundation establishment. Beyond the foundation establishment stage, each subsequent realm is categorized into early, mid, and late phases. The chi condensation stage primarily serves to condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into oneself, laying the groundwork for further cultivation. Only upon entering the foundation establishment stage does one truly embark on the path of cultivation. Thus, while the chi condensation stage enhances physical strength and allows for the use of simple spells, it only marginally extends one's lifespan compared to ordinary beings. However, upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, one's lifespan can suddenly extend to over 200 years. In the golden core stage, it may reach 500 years. And in the nascent soul stage, an astonishing 2,000 years. As one progresses through the levels of cultivation, their lifespan continues to increase. And upon breaking through to great ascension and attaining the status of true immortal, one can achieve eternal life. Chapter 20. The Path of Immortal Cultivation in the 5 Immortal Gates in the Primordial Era. Only the immortal spirit realm and the true immortal realm held the capacity for cultivating immortal techniques. Beings of the mortal realm possessed merely a fleeting lifespan of several decades, after which they were destined to traverse the cycle of reincarnation, severing any ties to the splendor and wealth of their current existence. The nature of their rebirth, whether as a human or beast, was left to fate. Yet, across all realms and races, the pursuit of longevity and strength has been an age-old aspiration for all sentient beings. Among the various races in the mortal realm, there existed formidable humans and demon beasts, each yearning for eternal life and the acquisition of supreme power. Thus, these powerful entities relentlessly sought after the elusive hope of immortality, embarking on a quest for the path of transcendence. Through their persistent efforts and explorations, they gradually began to uncover certain elemental forces of the universe, leading them to experiment with harnessing these celestial energies to enhance their own strength. At that time, the immortal spirit realm faced challenges of its own. Many ancient clans, sects, and races were dwindling due to difficulties in reproduction. Despite their immense power, they found themselves powerless against the constraints imposed by heaven and earth. In a bid to preserve their legacies, they shifted their gaze downwards to the mortal realm. The mortal cultivators from the immortal spirit realm shattered the barrier between the realms and descended into the mortal world, only to discover that the ethereal energies of the mortal realm were vastly inferior to those of their own domain, rendering them almost insubstantial. Disheartened, yet unwilling to concede, they endeavored to explore this new realm, hoping to find a solution to their plight. To their astonishment, they discovered numerous powerful beings emerging in the mortal realm. Observations revealed that these formidable humans and demon beasts possessed the innate qualities necessary for cultivation, spiritual roots, or the innate bloodlines of demon beasts, allowing them to harness the elemental laws of nature and acquire strength that surpassed that of ordinary beings. In addition to humans and demon beasts, other powerful races also exhibited corresponding qualities conducive to cultivation. For humans, the cultivation of immortality required the possession of spiritual roots, referred to as spiritual essence. Only those endowed with such qualities could perceive the elemental laws and the energies of the universe. It is only with these roots that one could embark on the path of immortality, seeking the grand truths of the cosmos and eternal existence. The classification of spiritual roots, akin to cultivation realms, is hierarchical, ranging from the lowest to the highest: mixed spiritual roots, profound spiritual roots, earthly spiritual roots, heavenly spiritual roots, and sacred spiritual roots. This classification is determined by the degree of sensitivity one has to the elemental energies of the universe, which are composed of the 5 fundamental elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, with other elements such as wind, mist, thunder, and lightning being derived from these. Individuals with an acute sensitivity to a single elemental force are known as possessing sacred spiritual roots. Such individuals, due to their singular focus, have a pure constitution, enabling them to progress in their cultivation at an extraordinary pace. Those with sacred spiritual roots often have a high probability of reaching the tribulation stage and even the great ascension phase, though such exceptional individuals are exceedingly rare. Conversely, those sensitive to 2 elemental attributes are classified as having heavenly spiritual roots. Due to their broader sensitivity, their internal energies may become somewhat mixed, resulting in a comparatively slower cultivation speed than those with sacred spiritual roots. Nevertheless, possessing 1 or 2 heavenly spiritual roots is still considered a significant stroke of fortune, and the likelihood of reaching the integration stage remains high, along with a reasonable chance of advancing to tribulation and great ascension. Continuing down the hierarchy, the most disadvantaged are those with mixed spiritual roots, who can sense all 5 elemental forces. Cultivators with this constitution face considerable challenges in their practice. And reaching the foundation establishment stage is often viewed as a remarkable stroke of luck. Most will spend their lives stagnating at the chi condensation stage, rendering the pursuit of immortality a distant dream. Those endowed with attributes such as wind, mist, thunder, and lightning are known as possessing anomalous spiritual roots, a result of mutations within the 5 elemental properties. Individuals with such rare attributes may cultivate at varying speeds, depending on whether they also possess any of the 5 fundamental elements. However, they often exhibit greater prowess in combat than their peers with standard elemental roots. Apart from those with sacred spiritual roots, cultivators of other root types typically focus their training on the single elemental attribute to which they are most attuned. This choice not only greatly enhances their cultivation speed, but also allows them to unleash their most potent techniques. The number of individuals with spiritual roots is exceedingly scarce. In the mortal realm, one might find only one such individual among tens of thousands. Nevertheless, given the vast diversity of races in the mortal realm compared to the immortal spirit realm, the number of those capable of cultivation is considerably greater. Immortal cultivators from the immortal spirit realm also discerned that, despite the general scarcity of ethereal energy in the mortal realm, there existed numerous locations where rich spiritual veins could be found. Such sites could support a sect or family in cultivating to the nascent soul stage. And those who achieve this level would possess the ability to manipulate the very fabric of reality. Thus, many cultivators from the immortal spirit realm began to seek out these areas of concentrated spiritual energy, establishing their own sects and searching for individuals with spiritual roots to serve as disciples and impart the techniques of immortality. Once these disciples reached the later stages of the nascent soul realm, they could utilize the inter-realm passages to transcend the void and seek higher-level techniques within their ancestral sections. In this manner, the immortal spirit realm's legacy could continue across generations, thriving without end. From that time forth, the mortal realm witnessed the gradual establishment of numerous cultivation families and sects by human cultivators, while beings from other races in the immortal spirit realm also began to arrive, employing similar methods to form their own lineages. After countless ages of transmission and evolution, these families and sects spread throughout various regions of the mortal realm, though they remain largely unseen by ordinary mortals. Such sects often chose to establish their bases in areas rich in spiritual veins, where the abundant energies attracted demon beasts and malevolent spirits, making survival for ordinary humans or other races exceedingly difficult. Any unfortunate ordinary beings that ventured into these territories would likely face annihilation at the hands of powerful demon beasts or spirits, even if they managed to survive. Finding an immortal sect would prove nearly impossible, as these sects often concealed themselves behind intricate illusions that ordinary beings could not perceive. Those fortunate enough to encounter righteous cultivators might receive aid to escape, while those who encountered malevolent practitioners would face a grim fate. Li Yin found himself momentarily taken aback by the overwhelming information flooding his mind, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of what he had just witnessed. The gray-clad elder, after delivering his revelation, appeared increasingly frail, his form growing eerily indistinct. Li Yin noticed the elder's peculiar condition but, consumed by the barrage of information, could not spare the capacity to ponder further. In his mind, he repetitively chanted a single phrase, "False, false, all false." The tales he heard felt like the fabrications of a fevered dream. Even a seasoned elder standing before him, upon hearing such words, would likely dismiss them as mere folly. Li Yin, apart from having perused a few bizarre historical texts featuring supernatural beings, would never have conceived such notions in his mind, even in dreams. The elderly man in gray, observing the expression on Li Yin's face, did not find it surprising. He smiled and said, "I understand that you find this hard to believe. But it is indeed true. Otherwise, you would not suddenly be inundated with inexplicable thoughts. Now that you possess that information, you should be able to comprehend my forthcoming words." Although the old man spoke softly, it struck Li Yin like a thunderclap, awakening him from his stupor. "I hail from an ancient sect in the realm of celestial spirits, known as the Gui Shui Xian Men. Unlike other sects, our lineage comprises 5 branches. This is one of the most ancient and enigmatic sects within the realm of celestial spirits, known as the 5 Immortal Gates, Gui Shui Xian Men, Imu Xian Men, Ding Hui Xian Men, Ji2 Xian Men, and Xian Jin Xian Men. He began to narrate at a rapid pace. In the realm of celestial spirits, since time immemorial, countless sects dedicated to cultivation have flourished, established by formidable beings such as humans, demons, beasts, ghosts, and immortals. Yet among them, The five immortal gates stand out as extraordinarily powerful and mysterious. The individuals from these gates rarely present themselves to the world. It may take centuries or even millennia for one to make an appearance. However, whenever the five immortal gates emerge, they invariably stir the winds of the cultivation world, instilling fear and anxiety among the populace, who dread inadvertently provoking them. These beings possess the capability to annihilate an entire sect that crosses their path. Even those formidable cultivators within that sect, who have attained the tribulation or ascension stages, seldom escape unharmed. Fortunately, they seldom reveal themselves to the public. And as long as they are not deliberately provoked, they bear no enmity towards any sect. However, should a grudge be formed, their retribution is mercilessly brutal. Consequently, many sects regard the five immortal gates with both reverence and trepidation. What terrifies people the most is their astonishingly potent supernatural abilities. The might of their spells is virtually unparalleled throughout the realm of celestial spirits. Practitioners of the five immortal gates can often slay those of higher cultivation levels. Thus, countless individuals seek to join these ancient and mysterious sects, yet they are often unable to even locate the whereabouts of the five immortal gates, let alone gain entry. As time progresses, many continue to search for the five immortal gates, either in the hope of acquiring strength or driven by a desire for vengeance against them. Chapter 21. The might and legacy of the five immortal gates. Despite the relentless search by various individuals, the five immortal gates remain as elusive as a mythical dragon, seldom manifesting in the world. The formidable power of their immortal techniques is rooted in profound principles, as previously elucidated regarding the various types of spiritual roots, mixed roots, profound roots, earthly roots, heavenly roots, sacred roots, and exotic roots. Our sect, known as the five immortal gates, is further divided into the water, wood, fire, earth, and metal branches, each corresponding to the most sensitive attributes within the five elemental forces. For instance, the wood branch cultivates techniques tailored to the wood attribute. Thus, those attuned to the wood's spiritual energy excel in their practice. Similarly, the fire branch focuses on techniques primarily associated with the fire attribute. However, the requirement for the five immortal gates is not merely a sacred root. Rather, it necessitates an individual who embodies all five elemental attributes concurrently to engage in cultivation. At this point, the gray-clad elder paused, his tone contemplative. Mixed roots? Although Li Yin found himself still shrouded in a veil of confusion regarding many matters, he grasped some of the essence of the elder's words, fostering a sense of intrigue within him. The elder's statement seemed paradoxical. Earlier he had asserted that sacred roots were the most potent, yet now he appeared to suggest that mixed roots were superior for cultivation. Indeed, mixed roots hold the greatest secret of the ancient five immortal gates. Yet, while we seek individuals with mixed root dispositions, these are not ordinary mixed roots. A true mixed root must resonate with all five elemental forces: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, while their attributes must be arranged in a specific order of strength according to the law of generation. The law of generation states, water nourishes wood, wood fuels fire. Fire transforms into earth, earth yields metal, and metal begets water. This cycle of life perpetuates endlessly. Thus, the elemental attributes within a cultivator must align accordingly. For instance, within the metal branch, the arrangement must follow the order of metal, water, wood, fire, and earth. If any subsequent element exhibits greater resonance than its predecessor, one cannot cultivate the metal branch's techniques. In the same vein, our water branch must adhere to the sequence of water, wood, fire, earth, and metal, with decreasing strength in that order. This intricate arrangement constitutes the most significant secret of the five immortal gates, as well as the greatest challenge in our quest for succession. The gray-clad elder unveiled the hidden truths of the five immortal gates before Li Yin. In the realm of ordinary cultivators, the chance of finding a suitable candidate among thousands is already slim, considering any variety of spiritual roots. Within this minuscule demographic, the probability of identifying a mixed root is uncertain, possibly requiring the search of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Ultimately, to discern individuals with the sequentially harmonious elemental roots amidst such a vast expanse is a task rendered nearly impossible. Noticing a semblance of understanding on Li Yan's face, the elder felt a slight sense of relief, aware that time was of the essence, and he hoped Li Yin would comprehend as much as possible. Thus, while the might of the five immortal gates techniques reigns supreme in the cultivation world, the number of disciples is alarmingly scarce, often approaching extinction. Each transmission of legacy demands immense effort from the sect to identify the next successor, with each generation typically comprising only one or a few individuals. The initial stages of cultivation may require less time, but as one progresses, each period of seclusion for meditation may span decades or even centuries, a mere blink in the grand tapestry of time for us. Consequently, the search for suitable successors is often confined to specific intervals, leading to the perception that we seldom venture into the world. As for why we do not openly recruit disciples, this ancient method has proven ineffective and risks exposing the secrets of the 5 immortal gates. We rely on our spiritual awareness to discreetly scan for low-tier cultivators, a method that offers greater security. Spiritual awareness is a form of divine ability that allows cultivators to perceive their surroundings without the need for sight. Your teacher is but a low-tier cultivator, his powers negligible. While he possesses spiritual awareness, he lacks the ability to discern whether others harbor spiritual roots, compelling him to resort to primitive methods to ascertain such traits. Your teacher is a cultivator? Li Yin was astounded, realizing that the legendary immortals were so close to him. His thoughts were clearly reflected on his face, prompting the elder to wave his hand dismissively. We can discuss the matter of that young cultivator later. The 5 immortal gates are seldom visible to the world due to the scarcity of our disciples. In the harsh reality of the cultivation realm, the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Without formidable power, one risks annihilation. Therefore, before solidifying our strength, disciples of the 5 immortal gates must either remain hidden or engage in arduous cultivation. Moreover, to seek successors for the sect's legacy, one must achieve a certain level of mastery, at least reaching the integration phase, as remaining outside for extended periods with insufficient strength greatly increases the risk of demise. Numerous adversaries covet the 5 immortal gates. Our sect cannot afford such losses, primarily due to our dwindling numbers. As the tides of time shifted, the 5 immortal gates gradually waned, and by my era, as we reached the late stages of transformation into divine spirits, it became imperative to venture forth in search of successors. Although our cultivation levels were not exceptionally high, the strength of our techniques made us formidable, allowing us to dispatch opponents of equal rank with ease. Even overcoming foes of a higher tier was not beyond our capabilities. At this point, a flicker of pride illuminated the elder's face, revealing an unexpected vigor amidst his previously wan demeanor, a testament to his esteem for the techniques he practiced. The decision to seek successors during the transformation phase stemmed from necessity, as disciples were increasingly elusive. Furthermore, cultivators above the integration phase seldom appear in the spiritual realm, spending years in seclusion. Despite these challenges, the decline of the 5 immortal gates persisted, as our unique mixed roots were exceedingly difficult to find. We sometimes had to traverse vast expanses of land, or even cross into different realms in our quest for disciples. Consequently, encountering formidable enemies and unforeseen dangers became a distinct possibility. Thus, some adept practitioners from our sect who ventured out in search of successors disappeared without a trace, perhaps having fallen in their endeavors, further dwindling our ranks. As the elder spoke, his voice grew somber, a hint of melancholy washing over him, reminiscent of past memories. Li Yin, sensing the somber atmosphere, refrained from interrupting, allowing the elder to continue. My water lineage has been reduced to a solitary existence for over 10 millennia. During that time, I received no word from the other 4 sects, leaving me in the dark regarding their fates. They may have perished, for all I know. A trace of sorrow and nostalgia flickered across the elder's countenance as memories surged within him. Though there were occasional disputes among the 5 sects, they had relied upon one another since ancient times, united in purpose as they cultivated and traversed the world together. Time flowed inexorably onward, and now, awakening from this long slumber, he found everything had changed, as if it were all a fleeting dream. Upon hearing the mention of 10,000 years, disbelief washed over Li Yin's face once more. How could this person have lived for such an extraordinary duration? It seemed utterly fantastical. Yet he felt an inexplicable conviction rising within him, leaving him astounded by the very thought. The gray-clad elder, momentarily pausing, met Li Yin's gaze, his heart swelling with a glimmer of reassurance. 10,000 years ago, I secluded myself for a century. Upon my emergence, I found the other 4 sects deserted, overgrown with weeds, save for a solitary jade slip left by the ethereal fairy Ninka of the Emu sect. It was said that after her retreat, she had attained the realm of void refinement. 70 years passed without news from the other 3 sects, and seeing that I had not yet emerged, she too resolved to seek out the legacy. Yet, once she departed, we lost all means of communication. The elderly man in gray wore a somber expression, his figure appearing ever more indistinct than before, while Li Yan's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, rendering him momentarily oblivious to the change. As he absorbed the old man's words, Li Yan opened his mouth, hesitating to interrupt the narrative, but the elder, perceptive as he was, turned his gaze towards him. "What is it that you do not comprehend?" the old man inquired. Li Yan stammered, "What is a jade slip?" The elder paused, then chuckled wryly. "Ah, I had forgotten your ignorance regarding the world of cultivation." Those he had previously encountered were well-versed in even the most fundamental concepts of the cultivation realm, yet Li Yan was utterly uninformed. A jade slip is akin to a book among mortals. It is crafted from a unique type of jade, remarkably resilient. Unlike paper or bamboo books, the inscriptions, images, and sounds contained within can only be etched by a cultivator's spiritual consciousness. Provided the jade slip remains intact, its contents can be preserved indefinitely. I have previously mentioned that spiritual consciousness can serve as a substitute for both sight and hearing. In truth, you have begun to cultivate your own spiritual consciousness, though it is currently too faint to manifest materially or extend beyond yourself. Typically, one can project their spiritual consciousness outward after reaching the third layer of the qi condensation stage, covering a maximum radius of approximately 5 zhang, contingent upon the strength of their cultivation method. The stronger the spiritual consciousness, the broader the range of perception. That Master Ji, for instance, has reached the third layer of the qi condensation stage, enabling him to project his spiritual consciousness beyond his physical form. This means he can, without the use of his eyes or ears, perceive your actions and words within a certain range through his spiritual awareness, clearer even than sight or sound. At this juncture, a semblance of a smile played upon the elder's lips as he regarded Li Yan with keen interest. Chapter 22. The Quest for Immortality and the Unraveling of Mysteries. Upon hearing these revelations, Li Yan was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the implication of the gray-clad elder's words. Did this mean that whatever he did or said within the confines of his room was known to his master? The door to his chamber seemed utterly futile, and the gray-clad elder offered Li Yan no time for contemplation. At a certain level of power, one's spiritual consciousness could be wielded as a lethal weapon. A formidable cultivator could dispatch an adversary without a trace, merely by directing their consciousness. As one's cultivation deepens, this spiritual awareness could coalesce into an even more potent form. Such matters are to be explored and understood in time. After emerging from my retreat, I waited for a century within the sect, yet no one from the 4 factions had returned. By then, I had reached the initial stage of integration. Although I had previously ventured out during the divine transformation and void refinement stages in search of a successor, I had found none. Thus, I resolved to embark once more on a quest for my sect's legacy. This expedition lasted 500 to 600 years, yielding no results, until I shattered the void and descended into the realm of mortals. In the mortal realm, my search persisted for over 200 years, still without success. It was during this time that I learned of a remote location where individuals might possess more spiritual roots. However, this site lay in the farthest reaches of the mortal world, requiring passage through perilous zones, including bizarre red lightning tribulations, the danger of which even the celestial realm had never witnessed. After much deliberation, I decided to venture forth. My sect's lineage could not be allowed to perish in my generation. Before my departure, I embedded a fragment of my consciousness within a celestial artifact, a jade box capable of preserving my essence for millennia and sensing life forms with spiritual roots within a radius of several thousand miles. Currently, I am that fragment of consciousness. My true self has journeyed to an unknown place. The elder gazed at Li Yan and continued. At this point, Li Yan felt numb. He had encountered too many miraculous, or perhaps bizarre, phenomena that day. The gray-clad elder's claim of being merely a manifestation of consciousness was accepted without surprise. He listened in silence, perhaps due to my elevated cultivation. I overlooked a crucial detail. Operating the jade box required a continuous expenditure of my spiritual energy, and this fragment had not undergone special refinement, rendering it incapable of self-cultivation. Initially, this fragment propelled the box across the continent, searching tirelessly for over 1,000 years, yet still no successor was found. However, I soon realized that such relentless operation drained my consciousness excessively. If this continued, I might exhaust my essence in another 5,000 to 6,000 years. With my true self already distant, I devised a plan. I transformed the jade box into an ancient jade slip, concealing myself within it. This slip would eventually be discovered by a cultivator who would be unable to unravel its mysteries. Having obtained this jade book, any cultivator would regard it as a treasure, as they could neither probe its secrets nor comprehend its significance. The most prudent course of action would be to carry it at all times, allowing for personal study while ensuring that any valuable artifact kept close at hand would provide comfort. Thus, the book would lead me on a ceaseless journey, enabling me to search various regions without further depleting my spiritual energy to operate the jade box. In this manner, the transformed jade book passed from one cultivator to another, some perishing and leaving it to the next, while others carried it for centuries before their own demise, only for it to be claimed by treasure seekers who traversed the mortal realm. Time swiftly passed, and 3,000 years later, I had encountered many individuals with various spiritual roots, yet still found no suitable candidate. At this juncture, I sensed that my spiritual energy had diminished by roughly 60 to 70%. Additionally, although my true self had not discovered a successor, it had not perished. It simply had not returned. There existed a connection between my true self and me. Had it fallen, I would have known. Conversely, if it had found a successor, it could have transmitted a simple message. However, the distance rendered this connection vague. It seemed my true self was ensnared somewhere, unable to escape. Otherwise, it would have returned by now. Therefore, I had to continue my search for a successor, yet with my current method. My consciousness could likely sustain itself for only another 2,000 to 3,000 years, necessitating alternative strategies. Thus, I allowed my main consciousness to enter a dormant state to conserve energy, dispatching a weaker fragment to drift outside and scan for potential successors. This weaker fragment could only survey an approximate radius of 100 miles, devoid of any offensive capability, but it represented the best solution available. Should this fragment locate the desired individual, it would awaken the main consciousness, allowing for a character assessment and the transmission of inherited memories. Nevertheless, this external fragment also had a time limit, capable of lasting only about 1,000 years before disintegrating. Hence, before its dissolution, it would rouse the main consciousness to relay its observations from the years past, after which the fragment would dissipate into the ether. The main consciousness would then generate another fragment and return to sleep, thereby prolonging the search time, albeit at the cost of gradual weakening. Approximately 50 years ago, the Jade Book was acquired by a golden core cultivator during his travels. He encountered formidable enemies and, using all his skills, managed to escape their pursuit, albeit gravely wounded. With his golden core on the brink of collapse, he barely made it back to his cave, but, before he could recuperate, he perished. 14 or 15 years later, a Foundation establishment cultivator stumbled upon the cave. With his meager abilities, he should not have discovered it. However, the golden core cultivator had died before activating the protective formation. The small cultivator entered and reaped numerous benefits, including the Jade Book. In his exuberance, he carelessly searched every corner of the cave belonging to a golden core cultivator. Unfortunately, his joy turned to despair when he inadvertently triggered a protective array. Quick-witted, he fled at the first sign of danger. Yet he could not withstand the array's assault and was struck as he escaped. By the time he emerged, he was barely alive, and his clothing along with his storage pouch had been obliterated. The storage pouch, akin to an immortal storage device, could hold various items through mystical means, a concept to be explored later. In the aftermath of the pouch's destruction, apart from the Jade Book, there remained a jade slip and a paper book that had lost its protective enchantments. However, the enchantment on the paper book was also dispelled during the explosion, and shortly afterward, the small cultivator's soul departed this world. Thus, I continued my slumber, awaiting the next fated one to claim the Jade Book. Years later, a black-robed mortal discovered the Jade Book, Jade Slip, and the now unprotected paper book lying beside the remains of the Foundation establishment cultivator. As the gray-clad elder recounted this tale, a peculiar smile flickered across his somewhat indistinct visage. Li Yin pondered for a moment before addressing the elder. This person must be my master. The elder's hazy form nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the person referred to is your current teacher, Master Ji. He deliberately emphasized the term teacher with a hint of playful mockery. Li Yin discerned the underlying sarcasm in the elder's words. It was apparent that his teacher had encountered some trouble, which he could only vaguely suspect was related to himself, yet the specifics remained elusive. Your teacher is not associated with any mundane martial sect such as the Mayan sect. That was merely a fictitious name, he casually mentioned. In truth, he belongs to the seekers of immortality. Upon hearing this, Li Yin interjected, What exactly is the Seekers of Immortality? Are they searching for immortals? To some extent, your assumption is correct. Although practitioners of immortality tend to be secretive, for the sake of inheritance or other reasons, they inevitably interact with mortals, much like your situation today. Those who are aware of the existence of immortals yearn to join their ranks and attain the path to longevity. Initially, it began with scattered individuals venturing into the deep mountains in search of immortal encounters, hoping to find the legendary immortals and earn their favor to be taken under their wings. However, the mountains are rife with demonic beasts and specters, and often these seekers, before finding their destined encounters, become mere prey or lost souls. This outcome was not what those aspiring for immortality desired, prompting them to gradually band together in their quest for immortal encounters, providing mutual support when confronted with beasts or specters. Although the results improved significantly compared to before, the casualties remained substantial. Eventually, martial artists from the mundane world began to join in. Some were hired for protection, while others sought greater power and resolutely enlisted themselves. In time, among them were individuals with spiritual roots who indeed discovered some immortal sects and successfully entered them, mastering their techniques. Additionally, some unearthed the techniques or abodes of deceased practitioners, and if they possessed spiritual roots, they too could embark on the path of immortality. Such tales circulated, further igniting the hopes of many, prompting them to forsake worldly matters and dedicate themselves to rigorous training, aspiring to delve deeper into the unknown. They withdrew from the world and refrained from wandering the martial realm, solely intent on pursuing immortal encounters. Consequently, few in the mundane world were aware of their existence. These seekers were referred to as the Seekers of Immortality, with Master Ji being one of their heirs. Upon reflecting on these revelations, Li Yin pondered the motives behind his teacher's deception. Claiming to belong to the Mayan sect, this enigma eluded his understanding. After acquiring the Jade Book, Jade Slip, and that text, Master Ji was naturally pleased. The physical book and the Jade Slip constituted a complete immortal technique known as Wuyel Yin Gong. The physical book contained the methods for sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, along with the incantations for the first 3 tiers of the Qi condensation stage. In contrast, the Jade Slip recorded the incantations for the 4th to 10th tiers of the same technique, intended for disciples at the Qi condensation stage of a certain immortal sect. This design was deliberate, as newly initiated practitioners possess weak consciousness, unable to detach from their bodies until they reach the 3rd tier. Thus, the incantations for the initial 3 tiers are typically documented in physical texts, supplemented by protective techniques of the sect, rendering it impossible for ordinary mortals or low-level practitioners to access. Chapter 23. The Mixed Fortunes of the Third Master. The Third Master, fortunate indeed, came into possession of a physical book that, due to the shattering of his storage bag, lost its protective enchantment, allowing him to easily access its contents. This tome contained records of a mystical technique, presumably belonging to a sect of poison cultivators, which guides practitioners to embrace the path of toxicity. Initially, one must sense the ethereal energies of the universe entering their being, followed by the use of various poisonous herbs, which are refined into a medicinal concoction through secretive methods, and subsequently absorbed for internal refinement. Upon strengthening the vital energies stored within, one enhances their meridians and internal organs, ultimately achieving the initial stage of the Qi condensation phase. This method of cultivation is decidedly unorthodox, diverging from the steady and methodical practices typical of Taoist, Buddhist, or Confucian cultivators. Instead, it forcibly purges and refines the practitioner's essence with the power of poison, a rather unconventional approach. Beyond his considerable fortune, the third master was also a person of remarkable ruthlessness. Uncertain of whether he possessed spiritual roots, he dared to undertake this risky endeavor, had he lacked such roots. Mistaking his internal energy for ethereal essence, the moment the poisonous concoction entered his body, it would have proven fatal. Moreover, the technique fortuitously aligned with his spiritual root attributes, rendering success attainable. Upon acquiring the tome, he was elated and resolved to embark on his cultivation journey. The book's introduction detailed the secret methods for concocting the foundational formula for this poison-based cultivation technique. Such elementary formulas are not particularly rare among the sects, yet the specific herbs required are exceedingly rare among mortals. However, for one accustomed to traversing deep mountains and primordial forests in search of the elusive, the task was not insurmountable. The third master swiftly located the majority of the required herbs, yet two remained elusive. These two herbs were crucial for harmonizing the medicinal properties. Without them, the absorption process would lead to unbearable suffering. Li Yin silently comprehended the source of his own past agonies during cultivation. It was indeed the absence of these harmonizing herbs that had caused his torment. After several years of diligent searching, the third master eventually acquired one of the missing herbs. Yet the last remained beyond his reach. In a display of his unforgiving nature, he commenced the absorption of the medicinal essence despite lacking one crucial ingredient and still uncertain of his spiritual roots. The fates conspired in his favor. The technique resonated with his spiritual attributes, and although the process was excruciating, after 49 days of relentless practice, he astonishingly ascended to the first layer of the qi condensation phase. Unbeknownst to him, the foundational formula, though elementary, had been refined through millennia of rigorous trials, each herb possessing a unique significance that could not be disregarded merely because they were supplementary ingredients. His forceful cultivation, while advancing him to the first layer of qi condensation, sowed the seeds of future calamity. The residual potency from the absence of the harmonizing herb lingered within him, gradually manifesting as fiery toxins over time, though initially there were no overt symptoms. As the third master's cultivation progressed, several years later, the unrefined remnants of the medicinal essence began to swell within him, culminating in the emergence of the fiery toxins. The initial symptoms mirrored those he had experienced previously, agitation and discomfort, but by then he had ascended to the second layer, enabling him to suppress these manifestations through his mystical powers. Believing that with further cultivation, his internal powers would ultimately eradicate the fiery toxins, he sought methods to achieve tranquility. Through the introductory book, he learned that he must reach the third layer of qi condensation for his consciousness to detach from his body, thus allowing him to access the jade slips and books that contained potential solutions. In the absence of access to the jade book and slips, he remained ignorant of any remedies contained within, resorting to the simplest methods to cultivate calmness, such as meditating in frigid wastelands or immersing himself in music. Miraculously, this led him to cultivate to the third layer of qi condensation. Once his consciousness could detach, he eagerly used it to peruse the jade slips and books. While he could not open the jade book, upon accessing the jade slip, he discovered that it was part of the same technique as his physical book, igniting a surge of excitement as he anticipated finding a solution. However, the outcome left him aghast. The slip detailed the incantations for the 4th to 10th layers of qi condensation, and crucially, it elucidated the advantages and drawbacks of the technique based on the formula used for cultivation. The benefits were self-evident, but the drawbacks were grave. Improper use of the formula would lead to the emergence of fiery toxins within, which would proliferate alongside the practitioner's internal powers. Eventually, even the practitioner's powers would be inadequate to suppress these toxins, particularly upon reaching the pinnacle of the third layer, where the toxins would surge uncontrollably, leading to catastrophic consequences. The implications were dire. Should a practitioner choose not to cultivate further, remaining below the pinnacle of the third layer, they would be gravely mistaken. The fiery toxins would perpetually intensify, necessitating continual cultivation to maintain control, a perilous cycle akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. In the realm of cultivation, particularly among sects with millennia of legacy, few lack protective measures for their techniques, even the most rudimentary. Thus, the absence of such warnings within the physical book was likely a safeguard against its inadvertent dissemination, leaving those who discovered it too late to face a grim fate. This realization filled the third master with both alarm and fury, prompting him to seek solutions to his predicament. Eventually, he encountered a senior practitioner at the foundation establishment stage, fortuitously also from the seeking immortality lineage. This practitioner, if willing to expend considerable internal energy, could potentially assist in purging the fiery toxins from the third master's body. Yet, the cultivation world adheres to the law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong. The foundation establishment practitioner, recognizing the third master's lineage, spared his life but was reluctant to aid in toxin removal. After much pleading, the senior practitioner, out of a sense of kinship, disclosed a potential path to salvation. He advised that should the third master reach the 4th layer of qi condensation, he might be able to dispel the fiery toxins. However, the likelihood of success was slim, given that the technique itself warned of imminent disaster at the pinnacle of the 3rd layer, where the toxins would erupt violently, leaving no time for further cultivation. Another possible approach was to prolong the cultivation period, if he could capture a fellow practitioner of the same technique. Forcibly absorbing their internal energy could allow him to attempt a sudden breakthrough to the fourth layer. Success might lead to the expulsion of the fiery toxins, but failure would result in their simultaneous demise. This method was fraught with conditions. Both practitioners must be using the same technique to avoid conflict, and the chosen practitioner must be at the peak of the first layer, as only that level would suffice. Should the chosen practitioner be too powerful, the third master would face immediate backlash, likely leading to his demise. Conversely, if the chosen practitioner were too weak, their meager energy would be insufficient for a breakthrough, rendering the effort futile. Subsequently, the foundation-building cultivator refrained from further discussion and imparted to the Master Ji the method of absorbing other spiritual energy. Although this technique is not classified as a secret art within the realm of cultivation, its practitioners are exceedingly rare. Firstly, regardless of the outcome, the unfortunate lower-level cultivator who is subjected to this process will inevitably lose all their vital energy, resulting in immediate death and a tragic fate. Furthermore, the act of appropriating another's spiritual energy is not a simple endeavor. It necessitates that the attributes of the techniques align, for if the energies are incompatible, the ensuing repulsion could prove fatal. Additionally, this method of enhancing one's cultivation is often deemed counterproductive for most cultivators, even if both parties practice the same technique. The absorption of spiritual energy ultimately requires a process of assimilation, which demands prolonged seclusion and refinement. This could span from several years to several decades, or even centuries, depending on the amount of energy absorbed, during which the cultivator must refrain from utilizing any of their own energy, lest they succumb to chaos and madness. Given this time requirement, one might find it far more prudent to cultivate steadily and safely on their own. Moreover, such practices are frowned upon in the cultivation world. While it may not incite outright hostility, should others discover that one has employed such nefarious techniques, they would likely face collective opposition. Thus, unless one is driven to desperation, such methods are generally regarded as a last resort. The foundation-building elder candidly informed Master Ji that whether he could dispel the fire poison within him at the fourth level was merely conjecture. Yet even so, Master Ji expressed profound gratitude. Before parting, the elder bestowed upon him 3 packets of clear heart powder, a low-grade medicinal powder with limited efficacy. For novice cultivators, maintaining focus can be challenging, and this powder serves to quickly calm their minds and stabilize their spirits. For Master Ji, this was exceedingly beneficial, as it significantly extended the duration he could suppress the fire poison. After receiving guidance from the foundation-building cultivator, Master Ji contemplated various means to find a suitable candidate. Ideally, this individual would originate from the sect or family associated with the art he sought, allowing him to infiltrate and capture a peak-level qi condensation cultivator for the purpose of energy absorption. However, such a bold undertaking was far beyond his capabilities. With his meager cultivation, it would undoubtedly be a path to self-destruction. Additionally, as a member of the historically significant Xuanxian lineage, Master Ji was acutely aware of the dire consequences awaiting anyone discovered clandestinely practicing the techniques of another sect. Chapter 24. The Pig-Raising Plan. Thus, the only method that the third commander could conceive was to find a mortal with spiritual roots and cultivate them to the peak of the first layer of qi condensation. At that point, he could freely absorb their physical and magical energy. In simpler terms, it was akin to a farmer raising a pig. Once the pig was fat and ready, it was time for slaughter. By this juncture, Li Yin had come to understand his own predicament and that of his deceased senior brother, a chill creeping down his spine as an icy dread permeated his entire being. Yet, how had that senior brother met his demise? Since the third commander had sought him out, did it imply that the magical power cultivated by that senior brother was insufficient for absorption? Once the third commander had a direction, the next step was to locate individuals with spiritual roots. His only means of testing for spiritual roots was the most rudimentary method involving a silver needle. This method had been bestowed upon him by a foundation-building cultivator who, upon seeing his pitiful state, had offered him this primitive technique. However, this method necessitated direct contact with another person's body, and who would allow a stranger to poke them with a silver needle at will. Moreover, the results could either be completely unresponsive or accompanied by excruciating pain. Even claiming to be a celestial being recruiting disciples would require a degree of belief from others. After much deliberation, he finally thought of the military camp, where the robust young soldiers were plentiful. If he could gain entry into the military and secure a high position, opportunities would arise. He could then showcase his martial prowess, establish his supreme authority, and when the time came to recruit disciples, he could choose at will. This seemed to be a feasible plan. For him, entering the military was relatively uncomplicated. With the martial arts he had learned from the Seeking Celestial path, combined with the powers of a cultivator, he would far surpass any mundane martial artist. Even the most ordinary techniques, when infused with magical energy, would exude an aura of celestial might, sufficient to masquerade as a peerless martial arts master. Years passed, and within the military, he eventually found an individual with earth spiritual roots, possessing a wood attribute among the three, albeit not his strongest attribute. Nevertheless, the cultivation speed was reasonable. Yet, this time, while attempting to cultivate the foundational techniques, he discovered that he could not gather the 2 essential herbs required for the harmonizing elixirs. The last time he had acquired one of them, it had been purely fortuitous. The key was that he no longer had the luxury of time to search further. He feared that before he could gather the herbs, he would succumb to the fiery poison within him. Thus, the only path left was to forcibly cultivate using the incomplete elixir. As for the outcome, one could only imagine the agony involved in such a process. The absence of even one herb had already led to his current state. How much worse would it be with 2 crucial herbs missing? The suffering during the absorption process would escalate exponentially, and when he attempted to break through to the first layer of chi condensation on the 49th day, the result was nearly fatal. The previous individual had perished during their attempt on the same day. Upon hearing this, Lian opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to speak, but ultimately refrained. The old man in gray seemed to read Lian's thoughts and felt a sense of helplessness. If only Lian understood what cultivation truly entailed and recognized the might of the 5 celestial sects, he would not need to squander time in this manner. A few words would suffice for him to join his ranks effortlessly. However, encountering someone utterly oblivious, he could only explain bit by bit. Otherwise, how could Lian be persuaded to cultivate, especially when time was of the essence? Lian thought, "Are you suggesting that since you were so powerful, why did you not save that first individual with spiritual roots?" He pondered, what a peculiar old monster. How could he possibly discern my thoughts? As a mere youth of just over a decade, he could not bear the thought of an innocent person dying so easily, and thus he nodded in agreement, replying, "Indeed. Your powers are so vast, saving my senior brother would have been but a trivial matter. Why let an innocent become a ghost of injustice?" The old man sighed, recognizing that for a novice in cultivation, he was indeed wasting precious time, yet he could not force this individual to embark on the path. Although he was merely a fragment of consciousness separated from his main being, 5,000 years ago, a mere thought could have annihilated such insignificant cultivators. However, now this fragment of consciousness was nearly exhausted. Had he used magical power to eliminate Lian back then, he would have dissipated within a few years, rendering the search for disciples moot. Moreover, his consciousness was now in a dormant state and could not be awakened at will. Lian's character needed to change in the future. Cultivation is a path that defies the heavens, fraught with dangers beyond his current comprehension. A single misstep could lead to death. The cultivation realm harbors neither good nor evil individuals. Only oneself or one's closest kin can truly offer assistance. Misusing one's so-called benevolence would only lead to an early demise. Lian nodded in response, but inwardly mused, when did I agree to pursue cultivation? If only I could find a way to leave this green mountain pass, I would secretly return to take my parents and siblings to find a place to settle. In such a vast world, is there truly no refuge for me? To be together with my family would surely surpass any celestial existence. The old man in gray understood that it was implausible to expect an ordinary youth to suddenly transform into a decisive and ruthless individual in a short span of time. After the death of Lian's senior brother, the third commander grew increasingly frantic in his search for individuals with spiritual roots. Surprisingly, his luck seemed to have turned. As only a little over a year later, he discovered Lian. The fragment of consciousness that lingered outside could only sense a radius of about 100 miles. So it was only upon Lian entering the vicinity of Green Mountain Pass that the third commander was alerted and came to awaken the dormant consciousness within the old man. However, he was currently too weak, needing around 2 months to fully awaken. Coincidentally, Lian had arrived at the military camp to enlist, leading to the third commander discovering his presence. Lian must have seen the peculiar book in the commander's hand. It was, in fact, a fusion of jade slips and an illusory jade book, simply glued together for ease of transport through the use of magical power. Ever since acquiring this illusory jade book, the third commander had been obsessed with uncovering its secrets, but his limited magical power rendered it impossible to unlock. The more he was unable to access it, the more he believed in its extraordinary nature, fantasizing that it might contain profound celestial techniques that could potentially cure his fiery poison, thus obsessively pondering day and night. The fragment of consciousness had been lingering within the illusory jade book. After witnessing Li Yin become the third commander's disciple, it eagerly awaited the commencement of the toxic cultivation techniques. However, due to the initial choice to minimize energy consumption, the fragment could only scan for spiritual root qualities, lacking any other mystical abilities. Until the main consciousness awakened, each time the third commander was near Li Yin, the fragment would disrupt the surrounding spiritual energy, exacerbating Li Yin's cultivation difficulties, thereby delaying progress until the awakening. Finally, Li Yin comprehended the situation. No wonder he felt stifled every time the third commander approached him. He had always assumed it was due to his master's profound skills and the natural oppression of his aura, never suspecting that someone was actively hindering his cultivation. At this point, the old man in gray continued speaking, oblivious to Li Yin's thoughts. Yet, it was unexpected that with Li Yin's mixed spiritual root constitution, he still managed to complete the arduous 49 days of training despite the interference from the fragment of consciousness. However, the final outcome was no different from that of his preceding senior brother. Lacking the two essential harmonizing herbs, coupled with the amplified potency of the elixirs today, how could his meridians withstand such strain? Even though the third commander had pulled him from the water, he possessed no ability to revive him. At that moment, my fragment of consciousness sensed the imminent arrival of your demise. Consequently, it imparted all its memories to the primary divine essence before forcefully self-destructing, which jolted me awake from my slumber. However, this act resulted in a dual consequence. While it allowed me to awaken instantly, it also inflicted further injury upon my divine essence, rendering my already frail state even more precarious. Upon regaining consciousness, I discovered that your internal organs were grievously damaged. Your vital energy was in turmoil, and death was but a few breaths away. Thus, I could only wield the last vestiges of my magical power to mend and restore the meridians within your body. Yet, as I was nearing completion of the restoration, your temporary awakening, triggered by the intrusion of the general's magic, compelled you to attempt to rise and continue your cultivation. I had no choice but to issue a stern command, causing you to faint, which allowed me to proceed with the healing of your body. Alas, in this present day, my remaining magical energy has dwindled to a mere whisper. Although I have pulled you back from the brink of death, the poison within you remains beyond expulsion. I could only employ my magic to suppress it to a corner of your dantian. Henceforth, as long as you refrain from pursuing that particular celestial technique, its eruption will remain dormant. However, should you choose to practice that technique again, given your current condition, it would inevitably lead to your demise in a short span of time. As I conclude this revelation, the figure of the gray-clad elder begins to fade into transparency. Chapter 25. Awakening. At this moment, Li Yin had fully comprehended the events that had transpired within him, which was also the ultimate outcome of the gray-clad elder's reluctance to squander time. He recalled the elder's admonitions against opening his eyes upon regaining consciousness and understood the underlying intention. Had he opened his eyes upon awakening, he would have undoubtedly resumed his practice, continuing to refine the medicinal energy within him. The fire poison, which had just been subdued, would have erupted once more. What fortune could he expect to encounter someone like the gray-clad elder, a being endowed with celestial abilities? His fate would have been sealed, leading to a second, bewildering demise. Contemplating this, Li Yin felt a lingering dread. The figure of the elder had begun to grow ethereal and indistinct, his voice wavering in the air. Now that I have shared these thoughts, you must understand why I saved you, the elder stated. Li Yin lifted his gaze to the flickering figure, nodding softly in acknowledgement. Of course, I understand. I am likely the one you seek, a person of spiritual roots from the Gui Shui Xian Men, he replied. Li Yin had already contemplated certain implications when the elder spoke of their 5 ancient sects searching for individuals with special constitutions. It was not difficult for him to deduce. Indeed, you are the one I have sought throughout the ages. My spiritual consciousness is on the verge of dissipating, and I have placed the Gui Shui Jin Jing, our sect's celestial method, within your sea of consciousness. You may sense its presence shortly. It is a complete system of celestial techniques, spanning from the Qi condensation stage to the Great Ascension stage, but you will only perceive the techniques aligned with your current level of prowess. As your cultivation progresses, you will unlock the corresponding teachings. For now, you can only access the methods of the Qi condensation stage. Should you meet an untimely end, This celestial method will vanish instantly. At this point, the elder let out a heavy sigh. Child, had I found you during more auspicious circumstances, even with the remnants of my spiritual energy, I could have accompanied you for millennia, guiding your cultivation and helping you avoid misguided paths. Alas, you have already stepped into the gates of the underworld. After I have adjusted your meridians and subdued the fire poison, the path ahead must be traversed by you alone. How far you can go now depends on your fortune. Li Yin, upon hearing the elder's words, hesitated and spoke. Elder, I do not wish to pursue immortality. I long to return home to be reunited with my parents. The gray-clad elder was momentarily taken aback. In his perception, the pursuit of immortality was a universal aspiration, and he had invested so much precious time in his explanations. However, he soon scoffed. Humph. Do you believe you have a choice? Should you choose not to cultivate, the fire poison within you will likely grow stronger over the years. Once it breaks free from suppression, your demise will be even more tragic. Moreover, after your preliminary cultivation and my assistance today, you have reached the first layer of the chi condensation stage. Do you think your current mentor will allow you to depart after witnessing your awakening? He will surely drain your energy, and your fate would not differ much from dying of poison. If you cultivate the celestial method I have bestowed upon you, you might still have a chance to fight back. You claim you do not wish to pursue immortality? Li Yin stood there, momentarily stunned. His thoughts had been solely focused on returning to his parents, and he had indeed overlooked his present circumstances. As the elder had pointed out, he was now trapped in a dilemma. To refrain from cultivation was to invite death, while continuing to cultivate offered a glimmer of survival. Observing Li Yan's silence, the elder smirked coldly. Cast aside your childish thoughts and contemplate how to survive, given the poison within you. If you cultivate the Gui Shui Zhan Jing to the pinnacle of the first layer of the Qi condensation stage, you should be able to expel the poison. You will understand this better once you examine the techniques. In the future, you may practice near this pond, as it will enhance your cultivation, particularly for those with water-based spiritual roots. The reason General Ji chose this valley as his residence was not arbitrary. It is the only place nearby with a modicum of spiritual energy. This energy emanates from the depths of this pond, where there should be a small spiritual eye. The energy diffuses and remains within this valley. Otherwise, cultivation would be impossible for you. However, this energy is scant, and the spiritual eye is minuscule. Otherwise, Qingshan Ai Chung would have long ceased to exist, likely having been claimed by some sect of immortals. Furthermore, whether this is a blessing or a curse is uncertain. The power within you, derived from the poison, has been restored through the adjustment of your meridians. However, my own power is too weak to alter the poisonous nature of your energy. As your power circulates throughout your body, the hidden toxins will continue to grow stronger, permeating your muscles and bones. Nevertheless, once you alter your cultivation to the Gui Shui Zhan Jing, should you reach the pinnacle of the Qi condensation stage, these toxins can be refined away. Thus, your primary concern should be how to master the Gui Shui Zhan Jing and escape. Other matters can only be planned once you have successfully fled. At this juncture, the elder's voice, which had become increasingly ethereal, bore an unmistakable gravity. He was genuinely concerned that his hard-won disciple might perish at the hands of a mere Qi condensation stage cultivator, a fate too frustrating to bear. Such insignificant figures had once been nothing more than a fleeting thought for him, capable of being annihilated with ease, yet now, he found himself utterly impotent. A source of deep frustration, Li Yin furrowed his brow, acknowledging the elder's words. Indeed, as the elder had articulated, the most pressing matter was how to survive and escape from General Ji. The elder's voice once again resonated in Li Yan's ears. You have approximately a year. Regardless of whether you reach the pinnacle of the Qi condensation stage, General Ji will make his move then. The fire poison within him can only be suppressed for about a year. If you can diligently cultivate the Gui Shui Zhan Jing within this time frame, achieving the first layer's pinnacle, there may be a chance for reversal, perhaps even unexpected opportunities. Hee. The gray-clad elder's voice hinted at a sinister laughter, but he abruptly shifted the topic. If you wish to escape, you might be able to enlist the aid of Marshal Hong within the city. He is quite eager to acquire the so-called martial arts of General Ji. Moreover, I sense that within the Marshal's estate, there exists another martial expert who is not inferior to him. While the two of them combined may not match General Ji, they should be capable of stalling him for a time. Additionally, you need not worry about the safety of your parents and family for the time being. If you were to escape now, they would only serve as your shackles, as General Ji would not hesitate to use them as bait. I must remind you, though, that General G has already mastered several entry-level celestial techniques, such as the Wood Spike technique, Fireball technique, and Windblade technique. You must be cautious in your dealings with him. Although these are merely basic techniques, they are still celestial methods, not something a novice like you can withstand. The elder conveyed these warnings, emphasizing the significance of martial prowess. Yet his voice had grown exceedingly faint. Upon hearing the earlier part of the elder's discourse, Li Yin felt a sense of confusion. He could not comprehend why the elder had suddenly begun to chuckle mischievously, only to brighten when discussing Marshal Hong's intentions. He recalled the events in the military training ground, realizing that the Marshal had indeed had his sights set on General G's techniques. This may indeed be a momentous opportunity. Yet I find myself utterly at a loss on how to contend with the celestial arts of the revered master. After all, these are divine techniques. Alas, young one, it seems there is little more I can impart to you at this juncture. I look forward to the day when my true form may meet yours. However, you must at least address me as master. Remember, I am known as Revered Water, Dong Fui. As he spoke, the elder's voice grew faint, and his figure began to dissolve into countless droplets of mist, swiftly dispersing into the ether. Li Yin gazed at the vaporous remnants in the air and could not help but exclaim, Elder, you haven't told me how to exit. Yet, from the mist, no further sound emerged. Li Yin pondered to himself, what does it mean to address someone as master? There were no clear instructions provided. And I have unwittingly joined a celestial sect, one that lacks roots, with only myself as its sole disciple. Where then are the celestial arts he mentioned? How might I traverse from this sea of consciousness? As he contemplated, the mist before him vanished entirely. With its dissolution, Li Yin felt a sudden blurriness. And then all was engulfed in darkness. He sensed a chill enveloping him, abruptly opening his eyes to be greeted by blinding sunlight, causing him to swiftly shut them again. At that moment, a familiar voice reached him. Disciple, you have finally awakened. How do you feel? Is it any better? Upon hearing this voice, Li Yan's body stiffened momentarily before he cautiously reopened his eyes. The first sight that met him was a figure clad in black robes, slightly bent to shield him from the sun, bearing a kind and compassionate visage, his master, the revered Ji Junshi. Li Yan managed a faint smile, casting his gaze about and quickly realizing that he was soaked and lying on the ground beside a pool of water. The sun still hung low in the eastern sky, suggesting it was still morning, as if only a short time had passed, though he felt as if he had experienced a lengthy dream. After a brief hesitation, he inquired, Master, what has happened to me? Ji Junshi, relieved at Li Yan's awakening, straightened up and gently explained. You experienced a disruption in your meridians while drawing energy during cultivation and fell into the pool. I rescued you just a quarter of an hour ago, and you have been unconscious throughout that duration. I had to channel my energy to heal you. You are now out of danger, but... As he began to speak, he pondered, but as he continued, he instinctively swept his consciousness over Li Yan, only to be taken aback. With Li Yan's awakening, his aura was remarkably changing and strengthening. Moreover, the previously distorted and swollen countenance was gradually regaining its form. Ji Junshi, upon his habitual scan, was astonished to discover that Li Yan had already attained the initial stage of energy condensation. In an instant, his expression reflected a mix of disbelief and joy, and he quickly shook his head in astonishment. After rescuing Li Yan from the water, aside from a fleeting response when he first channeled his power for healing, Li Yan had shown no further reaction, despite Ji Junshi's additional attempts to channel energy into him. Yet, Li Yan's breathing remained normal. When Ji Junshi scanned his body, Li Yan's realm still appeared to be at the stage of energy absorption, not having successfully broken through to condensation. This left him deeply disappointed. However, as long as Li Yan lived, there remained hope for another attempt. Thus, he continued to channel energy into Li Yan, hoping to alleviate the internal fire poison. Yet, Li Yan remained motionless, showing no signs of awakening. Ji Junshi stood by, contemplating and observing, until after approximately a cup of tea had passed, Li Yan finally regained consciousness. Now, as Ji Junshi instinctively scanned with his consciousness, he wondered how Li Yan could have suddenly transformed into the stage of energy condensation. Could he have been mistaken? Once again, he directed his consciousness towards Li Yan, not believing that anyone else here would comprehend the nature of consciousness. After a brief moment, even with his profound composure, a look of great joy appeared on his face. Indeed, Li Yan had reached the initial stage of energy condensation, and he noticed that Li Yan's eyes were now more distinct than ever, far clearer than before. Yet, he soon felt a flicker of doubt. He had scanned several times earlier, How could this be explained? After a brief moment, he set aside his suspicions. Li Yin had been cultivating right under his watchful eye for 49 days. What could possibly have gone wrong? Perhaps the energies he had channeled into Li Yin had taken effect. Or perhaps this young man possessed a unique constitution. His doubts were merely overzealous. The earlier lack of awareness regarding Li Yin's advancement could be attributed to the instability of his aura during his unconsciousness, having just broken through to condensation. His aura was likely too weak at that time. Now, as Li Yin awakened, his aura naturally began to manifest. Li Yin looked at his teacher, who had spoken only halfway before exclaiming in surprise, as he suddenly felt an invisible force enveloping him. It was as if a pair of unseen eyes were incessantly scrutinizing him from head to toe, leaving Li Yin with the uncomfortable sensation of having no secrets left. Consciousness. The term flashed in his mind, and upon embracing this thought, he felt the gaze sweeping over him with increasing clarity. Though the sensation was ethereal, he could perceive it as palpably real, which made him very uneasy. Simultaneously, he realized that his senses had become extraordinarily acute. He did not need to turn around to hear the sounds of fish swimming in the pool or the low chirps of autumn insects in the valley. A glance from the corner of his eye revealed the dewdrops on the grass, dozens of yards away, appearing as if they were right before him, so clear and dazzling. Ants scuttled across the leaves and dewdrops, diligently transporting their burdens, and he could even discern the movement of their antennae. Turning to gaze at the pool, he noticed strands of energy swirling, intertwining, distorting, and diffusing. He surmised that this must be the spiritual energy emanating from the pool, as Dong Fui had described. It turned out that it was not a dream. He had indeed been within his sea of consciousness. Li Yin felt that the scenes unfolding before him, along with his previous encounters, were utterly surreal. Moreover, according to his master, he had only been unconscious for about a quarter of an hour, yet in that realm, he had conversed with Dong Fui for what felt like an eternity. In his perception, it must have been at least an hour. What could possibly account for this discrepancy? Chapter 26. Where is the celestial method? Li Yin was unaware that the appearance of himself and Dong Fui in the sea of consciousness was merely an exchange of thoughts that transpired in an exceedingly brief moment. Had it not been for Dong Fui's use of magical powers to extend his life and heal his injuries, which consumed a significant amount of time, their communication might have been completed within mere breaths. Just as Li Yin was lost in contemplation, he suddenly felt a loosening sensation, as if that eye-like entity had vanished from him. Master Ji retracted his consciousness, steadied his mind, and smiled at Li Yin, saying, "Li Yin, you have completed the first step of our secret method, the purification of your essence. You are now officially entering the first layer of Mu-Ing Gong. I am quite pleased with your performance. You may return to rest for a while. After lunch, come find me, and I shall formally impart to you the heart mantra of the first layer of Mu-Ing Gong." Upon finishing his words, he gazed at Li Yin. Upon hearing this, Li Yin's expression first reflected a moment of astonishment, followed by a joyous countenance. He propped himself up with his hands and stood from the ground, bowing respectfully to Master Ji. "Thank you, Master. I shall return to change my clothes." As he spoke, a hint of gratitude shimmered in his eyes. He then turned with light steps and made his way back to his stone chamber. Master Ji observed Li Yin's retreating figure until it faded from view, slowly withdrawing his gaze, which briefly revealed a complex emotion. After standing in place for a brief moment, he too turned and returned to his own room. As Li Yin walked toward the stone chamber, he felt once more that invisible eye fixated upon him, as if a thorn was lodged in his back, lingering until it finally dissipated. Yet, he maintained the same smile and light steps as he entered the stone chamber. Upon entering, Li Yin casually closed the door, and his expression promptly darkened. He now understood that even within this stone chamber and behind the stone door, Master Ji's thread of consciousness could not be entirely shielded. However, once inside, he felt a considerable sense of relief, and he confirmed that the thread of consciousness had indeed been retracted. Noticing his clothes were still drenched, he recalled Master Ji's gentle voice and smile from earlier, causing a tightening in his heart, followed by a cold chuckle within. "Do you truly care for me? You merely fear that this pig of yours will perish too early, making it not worth the effort, I presume. Otherwise, why allow a frail person to lie on the ground, soaked, for half a moment, especially with autumn approaching? Humph. Or are you merely worried that the fire poison within me will not dissipate, using the cold water to suppress it?" The prior formalities of apprenticeship, the elaborate introduction to the Mu-Ing Men, and the detailed exposition on the martial arts hierarchy were merely to further convince him of Master Ji's image as a reclusive sage, bestowing upon him martial secrets. Truly meticulous, Even the smallest details were rendered so convincingly that one could be deceived without realizing it. Yet, even the most flawless deception has its flaws. Li Yin recalled the day he pledged himself to Master Ji when after bowing. Master Ji hastily began to teach him the breath-guiding technique, leaving him momentarily stunned. Even during his earlier studies, the teacher would instruct on the various classroom rules upon entry, let alone for a sect. Upon joining, there was no mention of sect disciplines or regulations at that time. Master Ji appeared eager, almost desperate for him to learn immediately. Reflecting on this, he realized Master Ji was indeed crafty, yet had revealed certain clues, though Li Yin was only now becoming aware of them. As he examined his drenched appearance, a nauseating odor caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a dark substance adhering to his clothing, revealing itself through the water stains. Curiosity piqued, he unfastened his garments and was taken aback. His body was coated in a layer of oily, viscous substance, akin to being smeared with black oil, exuding an unpleasant odor. Unbeknownst to him, this was the consequence of reaching the first stage of qi condensation, where spiritual energy expelled impurities and waste from his body through the pores. He mistakenly believed that it was toxins expelled by Dong Fuyi's intervention. Feeling extremely uncomfortable with the greasy filth clinging to him, Li Yin opened the door once more, this time with a smile, and fetched some hot water. After a brief wash, he felt a refreshing lightness envelop him. After changing into clean clothes, he sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, eyes gently closed, seemingly stabilizing the cultivation he had just undergone. At this moment, Li Yin was not truly cultivating. Beyond a heightened sensitivity of his senses, he felt an abundance of internal power coursing through him, which he now recognized as magical energy. Previously, during the breath-guiding technique phase, he had sensed a lightness and clarity, yet never before had he perceived the world around him with such unprecedented clarity. His internal state was extremely comfortable, as if every drop of blood within him danced joyously. He was unable to introspect, relying solely on his feelings to gauge his bodily condition. Recalling Dong Fuyi's words, he realized that the fire poison still resided within him, forbidding him from practicing the original Mu Yin Gong. Instead, it should be the Wu Yu Lin Qing Gong, as engaging in the former would undoubtedly provoke the fire poison and ill. With a thought, Li Yin cautiously initiated the heart mantra of Wu Yu Lin Qing Gong. Instantly, his expression shifted dramatically. Initially, he merely sought to verify the truth of Dong Fuyi's claims. On the other hand, his youthful curiosity compelled him to experiment with the Wu Yu Lin Qing Gong to direct the magical energy within him. However, as he merely attempted to guide the energy along the designated route, a surge of searing heat erupted from a corner of his dantian. In the next moment, it felt as if a ferocious beast had caught a whiff of blood, becoming agitated and restless, threatening to burst forth, causing Li Yin to immediately abandon the heart mantra. Even so, it took quite a while for the tumultuous energy in his dantian to gradually subside. The overwhelming heat from that corner of the dantian slowly receded until it was no longer perceptible. Only then did Li Yin exhale deeply. Realizing that Dong Fuyi's assertions were indeed accurate, the fire poison lay suppressed within his dantian. Consequently, his mention of the Gui Shui Jing residing in his sea of consciousness must also hold truth. But how was he to access it? For someone as inexperienced in cultivation as he, it was truly perplexing. Was it to channel magical energy to the Bai Hui acupoint? No, that would surely involve using magical energy. The only method he knew to invoke magical energy was through Wu Yi Lin Qing Gong, which would be tantamount to courting disaster. Was it through meditation of the mind? Or perhaps some other method to stimulate consciousness? After a moment of contemplation, Li Yin shook his head and chuckled at himself. Since Dong Fui stated that the celestial method resides in the sea of consciousness, and knowing his current condition, it surely wouldn't be through magical energy to access it. What was he even pondering? Moreover, Dong Fui had explicitly stated that the sea of consciousness is a realm of thought comprised of consciousness energy, implying that it must be unlocked through intention. The sea of consciousness must be located within the head, likely at the Bai Hui, the center of the forehead, or at the back of the head. The areas to experiment were limited. With that, Li Yin ceased his overthinking, gradually regulating his breath and calming his mind. He focused his intention, envisioning the Bai Hui acupoint at the center of his head. After a brief moment, seeing no response, he shifted his intention to the Shun Ting acupoint at the forehead. After a while, still no reaction occurred, but he did not lose heart. He once more directed his intention from the forehead to the space between his eyebrows, preparing to examine the Yin Tang acupoint. As his thoughts converged at the center of his forehead, just shy of reaching the Intang point. A dazzling array of images flashed before him, inducing a dizzying sensation. Before Li Yin could respond, the vision ceased, leaving him momentarily stunned. He found himself in the same ethereal space where he had previously met Dong Fui, standing once more on the surface of the dark lake. Beneath a sky shrouded in ominous blackness, the lake remained undisturbed, tranquil and serene, as if he had never left, suspended weightlessly above its surface. It quickly dawned on him that he was in his own sea of consciousness, as Dong Fui had previously mentioned. Where else could it be? Could he possibly possess multiple seas of consciousness unlike anyone else? Li Yin gazed around, noting the pervasive grayness that enveloped him, devoid of any objects. And he swiftly surveyed his surroundings, dismissing the notion of finding any books or cultivation techniques. He could not fathom why Dong Fui would expend such effort to revive him only to deceive him. He recognized that he had simply failed to locate anything, yet. In this place, there was indeed nothing to be found. Contemplating a broader exploration, he had scarcely entertained the thought when his body propelled forward, startling him into momentary disarray before he came to a halt. Previously, he had attempted to move within this sea of consciousness but had been unable to take a single step. Now, with a mere thought, he soared ahead, sending a jolt of astonishment through him. After regaining his composure, he once again focused his intent on advancing, drifting forward once more. As he contemplated increasing his speed, he felt his momentum quicken. This revelation filled him with delight, and soon he was playfully gliding through the space, his movements becoming increasingly adept as he darted left and right, up and down, reveling in the experience. After a considerable time, Li Yin hovered in the air, gradually calming his exhilaration. He mused to himself about the joys of flight, swift and unencumbered by the arduous paths of terrestrial travel. Alas, this was but an illusion. How splendid it would be to truly soar. As this thought lingered, he felt a pang of reluctance, drawn to the liberating sensation of freedom. Every soul yearns to glide like a bird across the vast sky, yet it remains merely a dream. Standing still for a moment, his eyes began to sparkle with realization. Immortals could indeed fly. Once one ascends to immortality, not only would flight be effortless, but traversing heaven and earth would also be a trivial endeavor. At that moment, Li Yin felt an overwhelming desire to pursue cultivation. Should Dong Fui learn of this, he would undoubtedly berate him, having earlier insisted that immortality equated to eternal life, while Li Yin had fixated on returning home to live as a mortal. Now, however, his yearning for cultivation was ignited purely by the unexpected thrill of flight, a reason that seemed almost trivial. Quickly dismissing these thoughts, he resolved to prioritize the search for the techniques of the Gui Shui Immortal Sect. After a brief interval, he paused mid-air, noting that the space was not particularly expansive, perhaps 500 or 600 zhang in diameter. It resembled a hemispherical dome, with a small lake at its center, surrounded by a hazy expanse. The ground appeared bluish-gray, and the sky was perpetually overcast. When he approached the periphery, an invisible force seemed to impede his advance, no matter how he strained against it. He began to explore the area, occasionally descending to probe here and there. Yet time slipped by without yielding any discoveries. Having scoured the several hundred zhang radius, he had inspected every suspicious nook and cranny. But the promised text on immortal techniques remained elusive. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead in realization, chiding himself for his oversight. The small lake at the center was the most conspicuous feature. Had he been too blinded by the darkness surrounding him? With this epiphany, he directed his flight towards the center. Soon, he reached the small lake's surface and gazed downward. The water lay still and dark, resembling an abyss beneath him. Was he to plunge into its depths? If so, that would be an exceedingly dull endeavor. With a resigned sigh, he descended towards the lake, hoping it would not be too profound. However, upon reaching the surface, an unseen force halted his descent. He could not penetrate the lake's depths. The surface mirrored a smooth black glass, preventing him from sinking even a fraction. Li Yin felt a wave of frustration wash over him, sensing that this very spot might conceal the coveted texts. Yet, being unable to dive beneath the mirror-like surface left him at an impasse, staring at the reflective lake. An idea struck him. He focused his gaze once more upon the dark expanse below, but found nothing to behold, the water as inscrutable as his own expression. After standing still for a moment, he suddenly soared upward. Hovering above the small lake, he squinted slightly, concentrating his consciousness as he peered down at the surface. The instant his awareness touched the lake, a brilliant golden light erupted, revealing a multitude of characters shimmering vividly. Lian's heart raced with joy. But before he could discern the inscriptions, his consciousness dissipated, and the golden characters vanished without a trace. Suspended in midair, he exhaled deeply, relieved to have finally discovered something. Regaining his focus, he once again directed his consciousness toward the lake's surface. Once more, a flurry of golden characters materialized before him, and at the far right edge, he discerned 4 luminous characters, Gui Shui Jinjing. Adjacent to them on the left were rows of smaller golden letters. Aware of his limited mental strength and unwilling to linger, he began to read earnestly. Chapter 27. The True Scripture of Gui Water. The True Scripture of Gui Water stands as the most potent and central technique of the Gui Water Immortal Sect. It ranks alongside the Immortal Sect's Induction Technique, the Dinghua Immortal Sect's Dinghua Sky-Burning Art, the G2 Immortal Sect's G2 Heavy Mountain Skill, and the Shijin Immortal Sect's Shijin Breaking Thousand Armies Technique, as one of the oldest and most formidable methods in the realm of immortal spirits. Countless individuals aspire to join the 5 ancient immortal sects to cultivate these powerful legacies, yet none have successfully located the mountain gates of these 5 factions. The opening of the True Scripture of Gui Water states, "Heaven encompasses the 5 elements, water, fire, metal, wood, and earth, which nurture and transform in accordance with time, giving rise to myriad forms, perpetually interdependent and in a state of flux. Water is the foundation of the 5 elements. It possesses the hardness of metal, the depth of earth, the capacity to ignite, and the lightness of air. The interplay of the 5 elements establishes a balance, yet in the primordial chaos, there existed a sequence of emergence. Chaos first manifested as water, the source of all things, followed by the birth of wood, fire, earth, and metal, gradually leading to a harmonious cycle of interdependence, thriving within the cosmos and fostering the growth of all. Water serves as both the basis and the foremost among the 5 elements. It can be as enduring as ancient ice, as unyielding as the hardest metal. It can be as weighty as the heaviest waters, capable of crushing mountains. It can possess an extreme coldness that ignites all. It can also transform into mist and vapor, fostering vibrant life. Within these ancient 5 immortal sects, the techniques vary in strength, but such disparities only manifest below the Great Vehicle stage. When the techniques of these 5 sects reach the Great Vehicle stage simultaneously, disregarding factors such as talent and ability, there exists no victor or vanquished, aligning perfectly with the notion of the 5 elements ultimately merging into one. Practicing the True Scripture of Gui Water, grounded in the water's spiritual root. Each level of cultivation ultimately adheres to the principle of the 5 elements nurturing one another, achieving balance before progressing to the next stage. For instance, at the first level of the condensation of Qi stage, the water, wood, fire, earth, and metal elements nurture each other in pairs, resembling 5 barrels of varying heights. These barrels are arranged sequentially, with water in the highest barrel, followed by wood, fire, earth, and metal, the latter being the lowest. Commencing the cultivation of the True Scripture of Gui Water, one begins with the highest water attribute barrel as the foundation. As one cultivates, it is akin to pouring water into the barrel. When the water's spiritual power reaches the brim, it overflows, cascading into the slightly lower wood attribute barrel. Upon entering the wood barrel, the water's spiritual power generates with spiritual power, filling the wood barrel, and so forth, until the metal spiritual power barrel is also filled, completing the nurturing cycle of the 5 elements. This collective spiritual power is referred to as magical power, at which point one may attempt to ascend to the second level of the condensation of Qi stage. For each subsequent elevation and level, the internal spiritual power of the 5 elements undergoes a similar reciprocal cultivation. Consequently, when the 5 immortal sects select disciples, they demand a specific order of spiritual root attributes. Should the roots not follow the nurturing principle in descending order, the inability of the preceding attributes' spiritual power to flow into the nurturing spiritual power will inevitably lead to an imbalance and backlash, resulting in fatal consequences. For instance, an individual with mixed spiritual roots may have the best affinity for water spiritual power and thus should cultivate the Gui Water True Scripture. However, if their other attributes are arranged as fire, earth, metal, and wood, upon filling the water's spiritual power barrel, any subsequent overflow would attempt to enter the fire's spiritual power barrel. Since fire spiritual power cannot nurture water spiritual power, the resulting conflict would unleash violent backlash, potentially leading to the practitioner's demise. While the techniques of the 5 immortal sects may appear intricate and challenging, others may swiftly advance by cultivating a singular attribute's spiritual power. In contrast, practitioners of the 5 elements must fill all 5 to progress to the next stage. This presents a significant taboo in the realm of cultivation. Time is of the essence in the pursuit of immortality. If one fails to reach the foundational stage within a few decades, they may exhaust their lifespan before ascending to the next tier. However, for the 5 immortal sects, the situation is different. They employ the principle of nurturing. Aside from the need to cultivate the 5 elemental magical power from nothing at the first level of the condensation of chi stage, once the final metal spiritual power is mastered, a perpetual cycle of the 5 elements is established. At this juncture, metal can regenerate water, accelerating the generation and circulation of water's spiritual power, which in turn propels the other attribute's spiritual power into rapid nurturing, ultimately hastening the pace of cultivation. The second advantage of the 5 immortal sects lies in the sheer potency of magical power within practitioners of the same tier, which can be 3 to 5 times greater than that of others. However, this varies from individual to individual, as many techniques can cultivate robust magical power. The denser and more profound one's magical power, the longer they can endure in combat, and the greater the destructive capacity of their spells. A third benefit is the ability to cultivate techniques of different spiritual power attributes. In other sects, it is rare to find practitioners simultaneously cultivating techniques of more than one attribute. Aside from those with sacred spiritual roots, others typically possess multi-attribute roots yet often choose to focus solely on their primary attribute's technique, as diversifying would significantly slow their cultivation pace. In the 5 immortal sects, the nurturing of spiritual power is mutually reinforcing. If one is deficient in earth attribute magical power, they can channel fire attribute spiritual power into the earth attribute barrel to transform it into earth's spiritual power, while simultaneously generating fire attribute power. Thus, there is no awkwardness in employing a particular type of immortal technique due to insufficient spiritual power of that attribute, provided one has the time to cultivate various attribute techniques. This is the true terror of the 5 ancient sects, a core principle that remains elusive to other sects in the spirit realm, the principle of nurturing. Upon reaching this point, Li Yin recalled a particular incident, Dong Fu Yi's enigmatic smile, when he mentioned reaching the peak of the first level of the condensation of Qi stage. Now, Li Yin comprehended its significance. The strategist Ji can absorb the magical power of others only up to a certain limit, specifically, the peak of the first level of the condensation of Qi stage. Exceeding this threshold would lead to a backlash due to the overwhelming nature of the absorbed power. Moreover, should Ji attempt to absorb his own magical power while simultaneously altering the attribute of the spiritual power he outputs, the outcome would be dire. However, both scenarios hinge on Li Yin cultivating the Gui water true scripture to nearly the peak of the first level of the condensation of Qi stage to ensure a high degree of certainty. After perusing this comprehensive outline, Li Yin couldn't help but marvel at the existence of such extraordinary techniques in the world. Truly, it is a testament to the divine order. Explaining the difficulty of inheritance, as the celestial laws possess inherent principles. At this moment, he also grasped the fundamental essence of the 5 immortal sects, the interdependence of the 5 elements. Furthermore, when other cultivators refer to spiritual power, unless explicitly noting wood or water attributes, they are typically referring to the magical power of practitioners. After all, others cultivate singular attribute spiritual power, while his magical power embodies the entirety of the 5 elemental energies. Following the comprehensive outline, only a few lines remained, detailing the cultivation mantra for the first level of the condensation of Qi stage. Li Yin felt a surge of vitality. His path to cultivation had arrived. Slowly, Li Yin opened his eyes, still seated within the stone chamber, cross-legged on the bed, yet now his mind was enriched with a new mantra. He had repeatedly memorized the lines of the mantra in his consciousness, confirming their accuracy before contemplating his exit. Just as the thought of departing crossed his mind, he exited his sea of consciousness. Li Yin closed his eyes once more, concentrating his mental energy at his forehead. As the world shimmered before him, he found himself once again upon the tranquil surface of the small lake. Driven by a sudden impulse, he withdrew from that space, and in an instant, he found himself back in the stone chamber. Li Yin had risen to his feet, a faint smile gracing his features. He had finally mastered the art of entering and exiting the sea of consciousness, and had acquired the cultivation method of the true classic of Gui water. Now, The next step was to devise a plan to escape the Valley of Beasts. After lunch, Li Yin walked briskly to the entrance of the first stone chamber. As was customary, upon his arrival, the gentle voice of Master Ji resonated from within. Master Ji remained as unchanging as ever, seated cross-legged behind a low table. Though his expression flickered with uncertainty, fixing his gaze on Li Yin, he collected himself and gestured towards the carpet in front of the table. "Please, take a seat." After returning, Li Yin once again settled into a meditative posture, seeking to calm the surging heat within him. Recently, the fire poison in his body had become increasingly challenging to suppress. It was manageable when he refrained from using his magical powers, but the moment he did, he felt a tumultuous energy within him. Just moments ago, while tending to Li Yin outside, he had employed his powers several times, resulting in a sense of instability. Time was of the essence. At this rate, he feared he could no longer contain it for another year or two. Master Ji pondered this in his heart before instinctively extending his left hand from his sleeve, his eyes casually drifting towards the two-layered book before him. Yet, he could not place all his hopes upon that young man. The book had been ensnared by profound restrictions. Though his mind was occupied with thoughts. The sight before him left him momentarily stunned. In the next instant, Master Ji abruptly stood up. The book remained the same 2 volumes bound together. 1/3 of it still a lustrous white, as always, but the lower 2/3 had turned a dull brown, as if it had lost its luster. For many years, he had clung to this book, dedicating himself to its study, but now the scene before him was unfamiliar, a turn of events that left him utterly astonished. Master Ji quickly brought the book closer to scrutinize it, repeatedly flipping it over and examining it from various angles, ultimately confirming that a change had indeed occurred. Cautiously, he turned the book to the 1/3 mark and channeled his magical energy into it. After a moment, a clear sound resonated, and the lower half of the brown book was successfully infused with his power. Master Ji could not contain his joy, thinking to himself, could it be that the restrictions on this book have faded with time? This change in color must signify the weakening of its constraints. He hastily released his spiritual consciousness, carefully approaching the infused section. After a brief moment, reassured that all was well, he intensified his spiritual energy and delved into the jade book. What he beheld was nothing short of astonishing. An expansive void within the book, where a map hovered in midair, reminiscent of a drifting scroll in the wind. From afar, he could discern several winding lines and annotations upon it. Even at this moment, he remained cautious, inching his spiritual awareness closer to the map with the utmost care. After a considerable duration, his consciousness finally settled before the map, and no unexpected occurrences transpired, allowing him to exhale in relief. The lines on the map resembled a route guide, with several distinct paths converging from various directions towards a central area, ultimately resting upon a location akin to a lake. Blood-red inscriptions flickered upon it. Great Poison Spirit Technique. Master Ji stared at these words in a daze, murmuring to himself after a lengthy pause. Great Poison Spirit Technique. This must be a method for mastering poison or a technique utilizing poison. Heaven has not forsaken me. Heaven has not forsaken me. His heart swelled with exhilaration, and soon, this composed individual could hardly contain his elation. After a while, Master Ji withdrew his spiritual consciousness from the jade book, his expression a blend of joy and irritation. He had meticulously examined the map, and as a seeker of immortality, he had traversed many places inaccessible to others. The locations marked on this map seemed familiar to him, yet certain geographical features appeared different. He recalled a narrow valley over 4,000 miles to the northwest of the Great Green Mountain, where a lake bore some resemblance to the one depicted in the map. However, the surrounding scenery of the lake on the map diverged from his recollections, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. Chapter 28. The chance of escape. What the strategist Ji did not realize was that this was a ploy devised by Dong Fui just before his consciousness dissipated, aimed solely at granting Li Yin a greater opportunity for escape. He intentionally crafted a treasure map, the terrain depicted therein being a fragment of memory imparted to him by a wisp of wandering consciousness. At that time, in his quest to find a remedy for the fire poison, Ji had traversed nearly all the paths he had taken during his earlier search for immortality, carrying this jade tome with him. Thus, the consciousness embedded within the tome was well aware of the places he had visited. It was, therefore, a simple matter for Dong Fui to select a location from these memories. However, the intricacies involved in delineating this map were somewhat delicate. The distance could not be too short lest Ji swiftly uncover the ruse and return before realizing the deception. Simultaneously, the distance could not be excessively far. as the depths of the Great Green Mountain harbored formidable beasts and specters, entities far beyond what a minor cultivator like G could contend with. Given G's cunning, he was unlikely to venture too deep into perilous territory. Thus, a suitable range had to be identified, followed by the assembly of various geographical features from other locations to create a seemingly plausible map. Once G departed, Li Yin would then have a considerable window of time to flee. Yet, in the throes of his efforts to save Li Yin, Dongfui had already reached the brink of consciousness collapse, and Li Yin, being entirely ignorant of the ways of cultivation, necessitated further explanation from Dongfui. In his haste to communicate the essential matters, Dongfui could only hastily inscribe the map with the last vestiges of his energy. However, before he could impart all the necessary information to Li Yin, that wisp of consciousness had vanished, leaving Li Yin blissfully unaware of the situation. For an entire afternoon, Ji pondered the authenticity of the map and its feasibility. If indeed it pointed to the location he surmised, the dangers would be considerable, and whether he could reach it remained uncertain. Even if he managed to safely arrive at the marked spot, how could he gain entry to the treasure's hiding place? What perils awaited him inside? All of these remained unpredictable hazards. Yet, to refrain from pursuing this lead after years of yearning, with the Jade Tome finally opened, would be a waste, and the potential loss of his life would render him unwilling to relent. After much deliberation, Ji could not devise a foolproof plan until Li Yan's arrival. Once Li Yan settled cross-legged in the room, Ji steadied his emotions and smiled. "How do you feel now?" Li Yan promptly responded with respect. "Master, I feel as though my body is significantly lighter than before, and my senses have sharpened considerably." Upon hearing this, Ji's heart swelled with joy, and a look of gratification adorned his face. "This is splendid. It indicates that through your diligent efforts, you have successfully advanced to the first layer of wood shadow skill. Your perseverance has not gone unnoticed. However, you must remain humble and steadfast in your practice. In the limited time I have left, I hope to witness your further progress, so that my efforts will not be in vain, nor will I betray the legacy of our esteemed ancestors." As Ji reached the end of his statement, the initial joy on his face gradually morphed into a semblance of melancholy. Meanwhile, Li Yan's expression shifted towards concern as he listened. "Master, your health must be well. I shall redouble my efforts in my cultivation." But Li Yan's resolute tone faltered towards the end. Ji, initially calm, furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "What is it?" Li Yan looked at Ji, uncertainty etched on his face. "It is just after advancing to the first layer, when I do not cultivate. All seems well. But once I begin, the heat within my dantian intensifies, as if there is an issue with my cultivation." Ji, after listening to Li Yan's concerns, maintained an impassive expression. "Is that truly the matter? It is merely a byproduct of your recent advancement. You have just entered a new layer, and I have yet to clarify some matters with you. Your situation is not alarming. Firstly, it is natural since you have just reached a new level, and it has yet to stabilize. Secondly, now that you have advanced, you must cease practicing the breath-guiding technique and focus on the corresponding mantras of this layer. Lastly, remnants of the medicinal liquid from your previous treatments remain in your meridians. Once you utilize these remnants to cultivate to the second layer of wood shadow skill, all will return to normal." Ji gazed into Li Yan's eyes, satisfied to see the fear and hesitation gradually fade from his face, and nodded approvingly. "I will now impart to you the mantra for the first layer of cultivation. You must memorize it diligently with no room for error." With a flick of his right hand, a sheet of paper appeared upon the table, inscribed with roughly 100 characters. Li Yan bowed slightly in gratitude and promptly picked up the mantra, studying it intently until he had read it through. He then raised his gaze towards Ji. Seeing this, Ji began to recite the mantra word by word. As he watched Li Yan's figure vanish through the door, Ji gently swept his right hand across the paper on the table, causing it to rise without wind before igniting spontaneously into ash. He stood there, staring blankly at the door, and after a brief moment, it seemed he had made a decision. He rose and slowly walked towards the entrance. Li Yan remained oblivious to the fact that he had a significant opportunity to escape, but fate had other plans. Dongfui had not managed to convey the means of escape to him, causing him to miss a golden chance for survival. Time, ever fleeting, slipped through one's fingers like fine sand. Li Yan immersed himself in arduous training within the valley, often emerging from his room only once every 2 or 3 days. At this juncture, he could not yet fast, but his physique had transformed remarkably from that of an ordinary person. He could easily endure 2 days without food or drink. sometimes losing track of time in his fervor for cultivation, only awakening from his trance when hunger prompted him to leave his room. However, as days passed, it became apparent that Li Yan's temperament had grown increasingly volatile. The slightest inconvenience would provoke him into a tirade against anyone nearby, leaving the women who delivered his meals in a constant state of trepidation. Eventually, Chunin and Li Yin were compelled to bring him sustenance. But they too gradually noticed that Li Yan's demeanor towards them had begun to sour, leaving them both distressed. As Ji's trusted aides, they had been repeatedly instructed to take good care of Li Yan, fulfilling any requests he made, yet ensuring he did not venture out of the strategist's residence without permission. Ji had cautioned them that, given Li Yan's rigorous training, he must not be neglected. If Li Yan chose to leave, they were to inform Ji immediately. With Li Yan's temper becoming increasingly irritable, Chen En and Li Yin began to voice their grievances in private. However, Ji had not returned since his departure over 10 days earlier, leaving them uncertain of his whereabouts. Typically, when Ji ventured out, he would return within half a day or a night, yet this time, the duration of his absence was inexplicably prolonged. In the following days, Chen En and Li Yin began to feel a sense of relief, though they remained unaware of what peculiarities had befallen their master in the rear valley. They soon discovered that he had procured writing materials, frequently spending hours transcribing poetry and prose from the books on the shelves, filling the room with ink-stained papers. Fortunately, Li Yan's immersion in writing meant he directed less ire towards them. However, when they cautiously approached to tidy up, they were compelled to don cheerful expressions and inquire about how Li Yan wished to handle the papers. Should they frame them for display on the walls, or organize them into a large box for safekeeping? Li Yan, in his impatience, often ordered them to take the disorganized papers and leave, forcing the two to tidy up and exit, yet they dared not discard them. They feared that on a whim, this esteemed individual might recall those bizarre manuscripts, and they would be left defenseless, incurring another round of scathing rebuke. Thus, they resorted to finding several large boxes to store them away. To their surprise, after a few days, many observed that Li Yan's temper seemed to have softened considerably, and he had even regained a modicum of politeness in his interactions with them. This left the group in the valley perplexed, utterly bewildered by the sudden change. In truth, Li Yan himself felt quite troubled. He had been diligently practicing lately and occasionally had to perform. However, what perplexed him the most was that during his recent outings, he had not encountered his teacher within the valley, let alone showcased his performances for him to witness, leaving him unable to gauge the man's reaction. Previously, Master Ji would occasionally venture out, and it was normal for Li Yan not to see him after his own training sessions. Nonetheless, after several days of failing to spot him, Li Yan began to sense something was amiss. After observing for another day, he finally arrived at the entrance of the first stone house. Yet, as he stood there, the familiar voice of inquiry from Master Ji was conspicuously absent. A surge of anxiety coursed through him, and after steadying his nerves, he approached the door and knocked gently. After a brief pause, there was still no response from within. Anxiously, he hurried to the valley entrance, calling out loudly, "Chunin, Chunin, come here quickly." Chunin, visibly anxious, dashed out from a stone house outside the valley. While the soldiers behind him exchanged sympathetic glances, pondering what had caused this esteemed individual to emerge from the valley in such a flustered state. The soldiers were not responsible for the matters within the valley. That duty rested solely with a few women and Chunin, along with Li Yan. Recently, they had observed that Chunin had endured quite a bit of pressure. As Chunin rushed over, without waiting for him to steady himself, Li Yan blurted out, "Chunin, I have been practicing for a while now, yet I have not seen the teacher. Is he not in the valley lately?" "Young master. Master Ji has been away for over 10 days. I am unsure whether he is attending to matters in the city or has other engagements. I am not well informed about the specifics," Chunin replied, his tension easing as he spoke. "What? The teacher has been gone for more than 10 days? Li Yan's voice rose, his anger flaring up, now devoid of pretense. Chunin, taken aback by Li Yan's sudden change in demeanor, felt a twinge of fear. "Is it not normal for Master Ji to be away? Besides, you have never inquired with us." Yet, he dared not appear careless. Casting a cautious glance at Li Yan as he replied, "Young master, is there something you wish to discuss with Master Ji? If it is within my ability, please let me know." Li Yan, realizing his own agitation, quickly composed himself and retorted, "I seek my teacher's counsel regarding some issues with my training. Do you think you could assist in that?" With a sidelong glance at Chunin, he added, "Do you even know when the teacher will return?" I'm not certain. Perhaps today, perhaps tomorrow, or maybe." "Enough. Not knowing is just that. There's no need for your endless speculation, Li Yin exclaimed, turning away without casting another glance at Chun En as he strode back into the valley. Chun En watched Li Yan's retreating figure and sighed, lamenting his unfortunate lot in this endeavor. He then turned towards the open area outside the valley, only to be met with a chorus of light laughter. Upon glancing around, he noticed that aside from Li Yin standing in the clearing and a few women by the kitchen door wearing expressions of helplessness, the remaining soldiers regarded him with mockery. Frustrated, he snapped, "You idle fellows, why are you standing around instead of patrolling?" He was well aware that these soldiers had long resented the duo. Why should the inner valley be the exclusive domain of just the two of them and a handful of women, while others were kept at bay? Who wouldn't wish to draw closer to the esteemed individuals? While the women were merely servants responsible for cleaning or cooking, Chun En and Li Yin often had the privilege of working closely with the esteemed individuals, creating an unspoken divide between themselves and the other soldiers. Having witnessed the duo's recent troubles, the soldiers found satisfaction in their misfortune. As the soldiers remained silent in response, they merely whistled lightly and dispersed. Leaving Chun En and Li Yin in the clearing, their expressions clouded with despondency. Chapter 29. The fleeting opportunity. Li Yin turned and walked into the valley, pondering the fact that he seemed to have missed an excellent opportunity for escape. How could I have been so careless? I am acutely aware of my current predicament. Yet I have been so negligent. Fortunately, I inquired today, danger to life lurks at every moment. Who knows when Commander G's fiery wrath might become uncontrollable? I could very well find myself slaughtered like a pig. No, since this opportunity has presented itself, I must not hesitate any longer. I need to act swiftly. I cannot afford to wait, lest I be consumed by regret. Li Yin hurried back into the room. His belongings to pack were quite simple, a few garments and the wages he had earned over the past 2 months. He placed them into a brown wicker chest on the table, preparing a quick bundle. However, carrying a large package would be too conspicuous. Instead, he decided to conceal the few dozen taels of silver within his clothing to avoid attracting too much attention. Although he had not left the valley for 2 months, the wages from his position as deputy officer had been regularly delivered by Chun En and others, which brought him some comfort. Upon leaving, he would undoubtedly need those silver coins. Otherwise, survival would be challenging. He was still unaware that even with Commander G absent from the valley, exiting would require considerable effort, as Chun En and Li Yin would not easily grant him passage without direct orders. Recently, Li Yin had been diligently practicing the Gui Shui Jinjing, experiencing what seemed like divine assistance. It was indeed an ancient technique of the immortal spirit realm, specifically tailored to suit his unique constitution. Within just a few short days, he felt his water spiritual energy growing at an astonishing rate. Although he could not yet introspectively examine his inner body, he sensed that approximately 1/5 of his spiritual energy had been infused into his dantian over the past few days, enhancing his agility and strength significantly. Such rapid progress in cultivation was indeed extraordinary. Li Yin mused that if he continued at this pace, he could attain the pinnacle of the first layer of qi condensation in less than a year. While part of this belief was accurate, it was not entirely so. His swift progress stemmed from the fact that the Gui Shui Jinjing was designed specifically for his physique, allowing him to thrive, especially during the initial stages of cultivation. Additionally, his dantian, at present, was quite limited in capacity, which contributed to the rapid increase in his spiritual energy. As Li Yin was organizing his belongings, he suddenly heard footsteps outside the room. He thought to himself, lunch has arrived. Who knows when the next meal will come? I might as well eat heartily to gather strength for my escape. After a brief tidying up, he stood up and walked toward the door. Li Yin, I hear you were looking for me? Just as Li Yin reached the door and touched the doorknob, a familiar voice floated in. Upon hearing this voice, he felt as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place, his mind buzzing. This voice could only belong to Commander G. In that moment, Li Yin felt as though he were plummeting into an abyss. Fortunately, he managed to regain some composure, and with a bewildered expression, he opened the door. He knew that his teacher's consciousness could extend beyond his physical presence, yet he hadn't sensed any oppressive aura moments before. Ah, Master, you have returned. Once the door swung open and he saw Commander G's face, Li Yin's expression shifted from shock to one of joy. Oh, I had urgent matters to attend to and just returned. I heard from Chun En that you were looking for me, so I came to see. I sought you out because I have questions that require your guidance. At this moment, Commander G's expression was far from pleasant. His clothing bore multiple tears and faint traces of blood, and the originally ashen hue of his face now exhibited streaks of darkness. After Li Yin's departure that day, Commander Ji had resolved to venture to the location marked on the map, at least to take a look. As the fire poison within him became increasingly difficult to suppress, he made the decision to leave the valley and head westward. However, fate had other plans, and Li Yin found himself in an unfortunate position. Initially, Commander Ji's journey, round trip spanning nearly 30,000 miles, would take him several months, even at a pace several times faster than that of an ordinary person. Yet, after delving deep into the Great Blue Mountain for several thousand miles, he fortuitously encountered a mid-level first-tier demon beast. Logically, this route had been previously explored by him, and such creatures typically appeared only after he had traveled at least 10,000 miles, allowing him to tread carefully to avoid confrontations with opponents he could not defeat. In their long-standing tradition of seeking immortality, they possessed numerous means of concealment, utilizing herbal scents or the terrain of mountains and rivers. Without such techniques, the lineage would have long perished in the annals of history. However, on this occasion, for reasons unknown, this injured demon beast, limping and bearing deep wounds that exposed bone, had wandered to the outskirts of the Great Blue Mountain. Coincidentally, it crossed paths with Commander Ji, who was completely unprepared and unable to conceal his presence. A mid-level first-tier demon beast was comparable to a cultivator at the 4th or 5th layer of chi condensation. The demon beast, having sustained injuries in a previous battle with other creatures, sensed that Commander Ji was no match for it and surged forward in a furious attack. Commander Ji, at only the 3rd layer of chi condensation, stood no chance against it. Thankfully, the demon beast's injuries hindered its mobility, prompting Commander Ji to make a hasty retreat. However, the demon beast, still enraged, would not relent, finding a suitable target to unleash its fury upon. Thus, a frantic chase ensued, with both predator and prey darting toward the edge of the Great Blue Mountain. There were several instances when the beast, leveraging its superior strength, closed the distance between them. Commander Ji had no choice but to exhaust his every ability, employing both mystical arts and mundane martial skills, barely managing to escape to the mountain's edge. The demon beast's inspectors within the Great Blue Mountain generally do not venture out. Historical accounts tell of a time millions of years ago when demon beasts' inspectors emerged from the mountain, wreaking havoc upon the world, causing great distress among ordinary mortals. Eventually, the powerful cultivators of humanity intervened, leading to fierce battles with countless casualties on both sides, including many high-ranking Golden Core cultivators and 3rd-tier demon beasts, resulting in the demise of several ghost kings. It was only after several Yuaning ancestors emerged that the situation began to turn. They negotiated terms with the 4th-tier demon beasts and the Ghost Emperor, the specifics of which remain a mystery to ordinary mortals and lower-tier cultivators. From that moment on, those demon beasts' inspectors retreated deep into the Great Blue Mountain, seldom appearing in the world of mortals. Thus, when Commander Ji reached the outskirts of the Great Blue Mountain, the demon beast dared not cross the threshold, as if bound by some unseen force, only able to roar in fury before retreating back into the mountainous depths. Commander Ji finally breathed a sigh of relief, though he was filled with immense rage. Not only had he failed to uncover the secrets of the immortal arts, but he had also narrowly escaped death at the hands of a demon beast. Although he had spared his life, the exertion of employing various powers had nearly caused the fire poison within him to erupt uncontrollably. Following this encounter, restoring himself to his previous state would be nearly impossible, requiring several months of cultivation to quell the restless fire poison. Under such circumstances, he had no strength left to venture back into the Great Blue Mountain and could only return to the Commander's estate in frustration. Henceforth, he needed to devote himself to healing and suppressing the fire poison before determining his next steps. If he were to recover adequately, and if Li Yin had not yet reached the pinnacle of the 1st layer of chi condensation, he would certainly brave the Great Blue Mountain once more, convinced that fortune could not betray him again. Moreover, he would exercise utmost caution upon his next entry, ensuring he would not be caught off guard as he had been this time. He had just returned to the military camp when Chun-En and Li Yin immediately approached him upon seeing his grim countenance. They noticed that Lord G's attire was tattered in several places and stained with blood, yet they were hesitant to inquire further, allowing their minds to speculate instead. It seemed he must have ventured deep into the territory of Meng State again. But what could have led to such a dismal state? Could it be that Meng State had dispatched formidable martial artists akin to Lord Ji? These thoughts remained unvoiced, as they dared not ask. They proceeded to report to him about Li Yan's search for him. Upon hearing this, Lord Ji merely nodded and then inquired about Li Yan's recent condition. Chen cautiously responded that Li Yan's temperament appeared to be fluctuating recently. Lord Ji nodded again, already aware of this. Furthermore, Chen added, Li Yan had recently taken to requesting ink and paper, often transcribing poetry and prose, which seemed rather peculiar. He had preserved those written sheets, but was uncertain how to proceed with them. Bring those papers to me, Lord Ji commanded. Although he had already surmised much of the situation in his mind. Chen and Li Yan soon returned carrying 2 large chests. Upon opening them, Lord Ji casually examined several sheets. They were nothing more than disorganized excerpts from the books he had previously placed on the shelves in his study. The handwriting was chaotic, clearly indicative of hasty transcription, and certainly left much to be desired. After perusing a dozen sheets, Lord Ji returned them to the chest and addressed Chen and Li Yan, saying, These hold no value. They are merely Li Yan's way of distracting himself. Once you have cleared such items away, dispose of them as firewood in the kitchen. He understood that these writings were simply a means for Li Yan to vent his pent-up frustration, a method he himself had employed in the past. Subsequently, Lord Ji made his way directly to Li Yan's quarters, intending to clarify matters with him before retreating to recuperate in solitude. If not absolutely necessary, he would avoid seeing Li Yan during this period. Arriving at Li Yan's door, he refrained from using his spiritual sense to probe within. Understanding that his injuries were quite severe this time, Li Yan, upon seeing the haggard and tattered Lord Ji before him, was unaware of the events that had transpired but sensed the gravity of the moment, feeling a pang of regret. Given Lord Ji's current state, it was clear he would not be leaving the military estate anytime soon. Master, what has happened to you? Li Yan inquired with apparent concern. Though he was genuinely curious about Lord Ji's whereabouts over the past several days, Lord Ji managed a faint smile despite his pallor. I had to embark on a journey due to certain matters and unexpectedly encountered a formidable foe along the way. However, that adversary has been vanquished, though I sustained some injuries and will require a period of recuperation. What is it that you wish to discuss? Li Yan could not help but think, what a pity. The individual capable of injuring him must also be a cultivator. If only I had been able to eliminate him in the field, how splendid that would have been. Alas, I truly missed a rare opportunity for escape. Oh, I sought your guidance regarding some issues in my cultivation. I would not wish to impede your recovery, Li Yan said. Bowing respectfully, this is not a trivial matter. Do share what concerns you, Lord Ji replied, realizing that he could not afford to delay such discussions. Li Yan, upon hearing this, stepped aside to allow Lord Ji to enter. Once inside, Lord Ji found a chair and settled down. Li Yan stood attentively to the side, mentally sifting through his thoughts as he began to pose questions based on the first layer of the wooden shadow technique. Lord Ji listened intently, nodding at the points raised, which were indeed common concerns in cultivation, and he began to elucidate them one by one. Li Yan displayed a keen interest, frequently interjecting with inquiries that deepened the discussion, which in turn seemed to alleviate Lord Ji's discomfort, allowing him to feel slightly better. After a cup of tea had passed, Li Yan's expression brightened with clarity, and he once again bowed in gratitude, to which Lord Ji nodded in satisfaction. You must diligently pursue your cultivation. I hope to see you attain the second layer soon. That way, even in my absence, you will possess some means of self-defense in this world. As he spoke, a hint of sorrow crossed his features. Li Yan's expression shifted, and he hastily bowed, saying, Master, with your prowess, a bit more time for recuperation will suffice. I shall certainly strive to cultivate even harder to repay your kindness. Chapter 30. Re-entering the city. Hearing Li Yan's declaration, Master Ji felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Perhaps after recuperating, there would be no need for further perilous ventures. He hoped that this young man could swiftly cultivate to the pinnacle of the first layer of qi condensation. Once I break through to the fourth layer, it would not be too late to explore the locations marked on the map. With this thought, Master Ji rose, preparing to return for some well-deserved rest. However, as he stood, he noticed Li Yan's hesitance and smiled, inquiring, Is there something else? With a slight hesitation etched on his face, Li Yan gathered his courage under Master Ji's expectant gaze and replied, Master, I wish to enter the city for a while. The smile that had graced Master Ji's visage faltered, and his brows furrowed in curiosity. What for? Upon sensing the change in Master Ji's demeanor, Li Yan's expression shifted to one of trepidation. Master, please do not be upset. It is not that I do not wish to diligently cultivate. but I wish to deliver some silver to my fellow villagers in the city, so they may take it home to my parents. Furthermore, I also seek to venture outside. I have been practicing in the valley for too long, and recently my mental state has felt unstable. A brief excursion might help restore my composure. Master Ji fell silent, contemplating. In his heart, he believed that it would be best for Li Yin to devote all his hours to cultivation. Even so, he felt that such an approach would be too sluggish. Nonetheless, Li Yan's reasoning was valid. If he were to outright refuse, it would only stifle Li Yan's spirit, ultimately hindering his progress. With this in mind, Master Ji offered a reassuring smile to the visibly anxious Li Yin. Very well, you may go, since you have been here for your training. You are unfamiliar with many people and places in the city. Let Chun Un and Li Yin accompany you. They are well versed in the city's affairs, and their presence will facilitate your tasks. Li Yan's anxiety was palpable. He truly did not know what the outcome of his request would be. If Master Ji grew suspicious, escaping would become nearly impossible. When he heard that he was permitted to go out, his heart leapt with joy. But the subsequent words from Master Ji caused his excitement to wane. He understood that this arrangement was not for his benefit, but rather a means to ensure he was monitored closely. It was likely that Shinnen and Li Yin would be instructed not to leave his side. He had hoped to explore the city and find an opportunity to slip away, but now that notion seemed rather naive. Thank you, Master, Li Yin said, his face brightening as he bowed respectfully. Now, gather your things. I will inform Chun Un and Li Yin. Should you require anything, simply have them attend to it. Master Ji instructed before turning to exit. Li Yin remained still for a moment, then turned to retrieve the silver from his chest. He thought to himself, I can only take this one step at a time. If an opportunity arises, I must seize it, but I must first keep this silver on my person. Should I manage to escape, it will serve me well in the future. If not, I shall entrust it to Li Shan or Li Yu to deliver to my parents. As Li Yin arrived at the valley's entrance, he found Shinnen and Li Yin standing there, waiting with their hands by their sides. The stone door to Master Ji's residence was firmly shut, and a black wooden sign hung over the door handle. Li Yin understood that if he were to flee the valley now, Master Ji would undoubtedly appear before him in an instant. Young master, shall we head into the city now? Shinnen's voice interrupted Li Yan's thoughts, and he looked up to see Shinnen beaming at him. He sighed inwardly, realizing that escaping the watchful eyes of these two would be no simple task. Let us go, Li Yin replied, stepping toward the square outside the valley. Young master, shall we ride or walk? Shinnen inquired, catching up to him. Li Yin paused and turned back. Oh, is riding an option? Why did master choose to walk? That is merely a matter of preference. The journey is not too long, and walking will not take much time, Shinnen explained. Then let us ride. Li Yin decided after a brief contemplation. Very well, young master. The two replied, bowing slightly. Once Li Yin stood in the square outside the valley, he glanced back at the large characters spelling out master's residence, feeling a strange sensation, as if he were returning to the world of the living. Although the square remained unchanged, with the stone houses standing as they always had and the soldiers and busy women bustling about, the valley and the outside world felt like two distinct realms, each with its own essence. Li Yin also sensed that the spiritual energy outside the valley had become almost imperceptible, and the refreshing air that once filled his lungs had vanished. Yet, he still found solace in the atmosphere beyond the valley, as it was imbued with a sense of freedom. The soldiers in front of the stone houses regarded Li Yin with a hint of mystery, despite this being their third encounter. At this moment, Chun In and Li Yin emerged from the woods behind the stone houses, leading 3 robust steeds, clearly bred for military prowess. As they descended the winding mountain path, flanked by towering trees adorned in the colors of late autumn, sunlight filtered through the expansive treetops, casting a warm glow upon the trio of riders. The sound of hoofbeats echoed through the forest, reverberating against the trees. Although only 2 months had passed in the valley, Li Yan's thoughts had transformed significantly. He had come to regard the world beyond the valley as an expansive sky. Whether he would soar freely like a bird remained a question that left him feeling lost. Before long, the three had traversed the mountain path, turning onto the official road. As they galloped toward the northern gate of Qingshan AI, Li Yin intentionally varied his speed, attempting to create distance between himself and Shinnen and Li Yin. However, with his rudimentary riding skills acquired in the village, it was impossible to shake them. They were evidently seasoned soldiers from the military. Though Li Yin had reached the first layer of qi condensation, he had not mastered any techniques, and his martial arts were merely rudimentary. He felt that infusing his basic skills with spiritual energy might enhance their effectiveness. But engaging in a confrontation with two soldiers in broad daylight was an unwise gamble. It would only attract more soldiers to the scene. Furthermore, he could sense that both Chun and Lian were battle-hardened veterans. Facing even one of them left him feeling uncertain, let alone confronting both simultaneously, which rendered his chances of victory exceedingly slim. After several discreet observations, Lian reluctantly abandoned the idea of escaping outside the city. The journey of several miles passed swiftly, and as they rode, they overtook many travelers and merchant caravans making their way to the city gates. Soon, the northern gate came into view, where 2 rows of soldiers were stationed, inspecting the merchants and travelers entering and leaving Qingshan AI. Though the 3 horses were not rushing, their speed was noticeable, and the soldiers began to gather, eyeing them with interest. Lian's acceleration had been unintentional. He was merely caught in the wake of Chun Un and Lian's pace. According to his character, the more discreet he was, the more it suited his disposition. He began to pull on the reins, slowing his horse, yet even so, they galloped swiftly to the city gates. Who dares to ride so recklessly at the city gates, risking military law? A guard, already on duty, abruptly drew his sword and leaped in front of the group. The other soldiers, in an instant, brandished their spears, their cold tips aimed menacingly at the throats and bellies of the 3 horses. Lian felt a blinding chill envelop him. Had his steed charged forward just 2 more steps, it would have been pierced by multiple spears, and he himself would have been skewered like a candied hawthorn. At that moment, a hand reached out, forcefully pulling the reins of Lian's horse. The 3 steeds reared up, letting out a series of startled whinnies, and retreated a few steps before finally halting. "Old Lu, your temper is too fiery," Chunin exclaimed with laughter as he dismounted. Lian then realized it was Lian who had grasped his reins with one hand while holding onto his own horse with the other, bringing both mounts to a stop. "Oh, I see now. It is none other than the esteemed Shin supervisor, recently promoted to the military advisor's office. Are you intent on forcing your way through the gates?" The soldier who had leaped forward spoke in a dark tone. "Old Lu, I have gone from being a squad leader to a mere soldier in the office. What more do you wish to discuss?" "I am merely accompanying Lord Li into the city. It seems he failed to control his horse's speed. My apologies, my apologies." "Lord Li? Which Lord Li?" At this moment, Lian dismounted and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His riding skills were indeed abysmal, and he had nearly charged into the city. He dropped the reins and looked up at the little officer standing in the road, preparing to apologize, but was taken aback when he recognized the officer's face. It was Lu Qingyong, the very officer he had encountered during his first entry into the city. Lu Qingyong also seemed to recognize him, but hesitated, unsure due to their brief meeting. "Here, this is Lord Li's token." Chunin, holding the reins with one hand, produced a token from his person and tossed it over. Lu Qingyong reached out to catch it, and upon examining it, he discovered it was a vice officer's token, significantly elevated above his own 9th rank position. He was taken aback and quickly looked back up at the apologetic Lian. Seeing Lu Qingyong gaze at him, Lian promptly clasped his fist in salute. "I have met Captain Lu. My riding skills were lacking earlier, causing a disturbance. I sincerely apologize." "You are the young man from Li family village at Great Green Mountain." The moment the words escaped Lu Qingyong's lips, he realized he had overstepped and quickly bowed his hands in respect. "This subordinate was rash. I acknowledge my fault. Please punish me, my lord." This left Li Yin momentarily stunned, and he cast a hesitant glance at Chinen and Lian, the latter holding a horse's reins with a serious expression, remaining silent. Chinen, eyeing the bowing Lu Qingyong with curiosity, stepped forward and bowed. "My lord, please forgive Captain Lu for his careless words." "Have you 2 met before?" "Indeed. I met him when I first arrived at Qingshan Pass to enlist, and he was the one who inspected and allowed me entry." "But what has caused Captain Lu to speak so?" Chinen, more worldly wise, quickly grasped Li Yan's confusion and approached him, whispering, "My lord, you are now a vice officer, which places you above Captain Lu. The token he just saw is yours. However, you rarely venture out after it was officially bestowed upon you, so it remained with Lord Ji. It was only today that Lord Ji handed it over to facilitate your dealings within the city." Captain Lu's slip of the tongue was simply that. Chinen looked at Li Yan with some concern. Recently, he had been quite vexed by his lord's peculiar temperament and wondered whether today would provoke an outburst. Feeling a tinge of worry for Lu Qingyong, the 20 soldiers stationed at the military advisor's office were selected from various battalions. Chunin had previously served in the 2nd team of the Battleby squad, and he and Lu Qingyong were old acquaintances, having fought side by side on multiple occasions. However, Lu Qingyong was loyal to Marshal Hong, while Chen now leaned towards General Ji. Upon hearing this, Li Yan's face lit up with realization. Although he was aware he held a military position, he was oblivious to the specifics of his role and its significance. It now appeared that he ranked higher than this guard captain. Little did he know that he was actually several ranks above Lu Chengyong. The position bestowed upon him by Marshal Hong was merely nominal, a gesture to ensure General Ji's reputation remained intact. General Ji's attitude was similarly nonchalant. He would not object to any appointment, even if it meant elevating Li Yan to the position of military advisor, as long as Marshal Hong could manage it. Yet whether Li Yan could survive to enjoy such a title remained an entirely different matter. Chapter 31. Unable to escape within the city at the Marshal's residence. A spacious drawing room revealed Marshal Hong, his expression radiant as he clutched a piece of paper, seated regally in a large wooden chair at the head of the room. Junior brother, news has arrived. Li Yan has finally emerged from the military strategist's abode and entered the city today. I wonder what brings him here? In the shadow of one of the four stout pillars of the hall, a robust figure clad in a dark robe subtly emerged, though his presence remained difficult to detect. He seemed to have chosen a different pillar to conceal himself each time, ensuring that his exact location was obscured. His voice, deep and resonant, echoed within the hall. Senior brother, considering the time elapsed, this individual has spent considerably longer in the valley than the previous disciple. By our last calculations, that disciple faced issues after 49 days. Aligning with the Buddhist and Taoist teachings of 36, 49, and 81 cycles in the microcosmic orbit. Indeed, I share your thoughts. Thus, 2 points may be confirmed. First, Ji1's cultivation technique must pertain to the 49-day microcosmic orbit method, undoubtedly a Taoist practice. Second, it is quite possible that Li Yan has successfully refined his microcosmic orbit. Senior brother, if Li Yan has indeed mastered the microcosmic orbit, can we ascertain whether Ji1 genuinely intends to use him as an heir? Or is Li Yan still inadequate to serve as his vessel for toxicity? Moreover, if Li Yan has succeeded in his cultivation, how do we explain the previous disciples' demise? Could it be that their internal techniques are truly enigmatic? Or does it genuinely require a unique constitution? As the deep voice faded, an oppressive silence enveloped the hall. After a significant pause, Marshal Hong's voice resonated once more. Junior brother, I maintain that your earlier analysis holds more merit. In this world, there are no martial arts that cannot be cultivated. It merely depends on who can cultivate them more effectively. However, if his technique is indeed unique, we must adeptly utilize Li Yan, strategizing carefully to see if we can extract the technique from him. Conversely, if Li Yan is to serve as a vessel for toxicity, we still have opportunities to exploit. And what do you suggest we do now, senior brother? Well, since he has entered the city today, there will certainly be more opportunities to come. We must not make contact hastily, lest we provoke suspicion in him and alert Ji1. Let our subordinates keep a close watch on his intentions this time, and we shall formulate our next plan accordingly. Understood, senior brother. The hall fell silent once more. Shortly thereafter, Hong Lining's figure flickered and vanished without a trace. Outside the North City, Captain Liu, there is no need for such formality. I have yet to express my gratitude for your guidance the last time I entered the city, Li Yan said, hastily stepping forward to support Lu Qingyong's arm. Not at all, not at all. I merely uttered a few random words, Lu Qingyong replied, seeing the sincerity in Li Yan's face, his heart filled with joy. Recently, he had heard that the military strategist had taken on another disciple, rumored to be from Deqingshan. The thought of the past Li Guoxin had shown him that day flickered in his mind, though he dared not confirm it. Upon seeing Li Yan arrive today, accompanied by Chen and the others from the military strategist's office, he immediately recognized the truth of his suspicions, though he was loyal to Marshal Hong. The reputation of the military strategist was known throughout the army. Maintaining good relations with his disciples offered immense benefits. Chen and Li Ying exchanged relieved glances, their hearts heavy with the knowledge that their master had not been particularly amiable lately, and they wondered how they had fallen into such misfortune. Lu Qingyong withdrew his formal greeting, secretly gazing at Li Yan, reflecting on how the village lad he had once encountered was now a distinguished official of the 8th rank. Such a rise was truly remarkable. It underscored the advantages of having connections in court. Li Yan, preoccupied with his own matters, yearned to reunite with Li Shan and Li Yu. Unsure of the appropriate etiquette, he could only clasp his fists together. Captain Liu, I have some matters to attend to in the city. Shall we discuss this further another time? Oh, certainly, certainly. I shall see you off, my lord. Lu Qingyong replied, stepping aside to clear the path as the soldiers behind him withdrew their weapons. Li Ying stepped forward, offering the reins to Li Yin. "My lord, please mount." Li Yin chuckled awkwardly. "Let us keep the horses tied here for now. We can walk into the city." Li Ying paused, quickly understanding that Li Yin harbored concerns about his riding skills, fearing a mishap in the bustling streets. Shannon laughed heartily. "Old Lu, we shall leave the horses here. Please arrange for their care. If we have not returned by the time you are on duty, kindly inform your fellow guards." Lu Qingyong, a man of worldly wisdom, readily agreed with a smile. Once they departed, only a few soldiers remained to inspect those entering and exiting the city, while the rest gravitated closer to Lu Qingyong. "Captain, is this truly the same person we encountered some time ago? He has changed so much in just 2 months," one soldier remarked. Lu Qingyong's eyes widened. "What do you mean this person and that person?" "Indeed, this is the esteemed Li Yin. Captain, you have some prior acquaintance with him. Perhaps you could look out for him in the future," another soldier suggested, recalling their earlier encounter. "Captain, that day, our team did not get the chance to be on duty alongside you. This Li Yin must be the widely renowned disciple of the military strategist, correct?" Several soldiers inquired. Lu Qingyong, overwhelmed by their questions, sighed. His subordinates were commendable warriors in battle, but their casual demeanor often led to a lack of decorum. He waved his hand, saying, "I have indeed met this Lord Li. There is no doubt he is the disciple of the military strategist. Now, enough with the questions. You three, lead these horses to the entrance and watch over them diligently." Li Yin and his companions hurried down the street, his mind racing with anticipation to meet with Li Shan and Li Yu. He urged Chen and Li Ying to guide the way directly to the natural wine house. After a brief interval, they arrived at the tavern. Li Yin identified the same room they had previously visited and promptly entered, followed closely by Chun Un and Li Ying. As soon as they stepped inside, a sharp-eyed waiter approached them. "Ah, esteemed sirs, are you here for drinks or a meal?" The waitstaff, seasoned in their observations, quickly deduced that the three gentlemen, lacking any luggage, were not staying guests but rather patrons seeking food or drink. Li Yin paused to survey the interior, noting that his previous view had only scratched the surface. The establishment was indeed expansive, and they had merely entered one of the street-facing rooms. It was now past midday, and many diners had nearly finished their meals, yet the sounds of laughter and lively conversation filled the air, creating a vibrant atmosphere. "I have come to find Li Yu, who is apprenticing here. Could you kindly assist me?" Li Yin inquired politely. The young waiter hesitated for a moment, then scrutinized the three men again, pondering. Could it be that Xiao Yu has gotten into some trouble? But that seems unlikely. He rarely ventures out. Seeing the waiter in a daze, Li Ying stepped forward and lightly patted his shoulder. "Is our young master speaking, or are you deaf or mute?" The innkeeper was startled, quickly shaking off his stupor upon seeing Li Yin's grim expression, and began to apologize profusely. "Please, sir, do not be angry. I shall summon him at once." He failed to notice Li Yin's apologetic gaze directed at him and hurriedly turned to head towards the back hall. Li Yin had never been one to act so rudely without reason. He had only put on a show of arrogance a few times out of necessity with those familiar with his temperament, such as Chen, Li Yin, and several women. Chen and Li Yin, seasoned in the ways of violence, were genuinely fierce and did not possess much patience with common folk. Their words often laced with an air of intimidation. Chen, observing Li Yan's apologetic demeanor, recalled Li Yan's earlier attitude towards Lu Qingyong at the city gate, and chuckled. "Young master, these ruffians are dawdling. Let us not delay your business." Li Yin, feeling a sudden chill at Qian's puzzled gaze, realized his own behavior had been somewhat inappropriate. He was, after all, in a rather volatile state of mind. With a sidelong glance at the two, he declared, "Do I require your guidance in my affairs? Very well, keep your distance. I wish to converse with my brother in peace." Chen and Li Yin exchanged glances, dismayed, thinking, "Great, our master has fallen ill again. Does he not understand reason?" Moments later, the innkeeper returned, leading Li Yu. Earlier, upon finding Li Yu in the back hall, he had reassured himself since Li Yu was the nephew of the inn's steward and had established a good reputation for his diligence as an apprentice. After confirming that Li Yu had not ventured out recently and had not stirred any trouble, he informed him that a young man resembling a noble was looking for him, which left the timid Li Yu pale with fright as he fervently insisted he had not left the back hall, even neglecting to help serve tea in the front hall. Initially, Li Yu did not comprehend what it meant to resemble a noble. He thought it was either true or false. However, after a moment of reflection, he suddenly thought of someone and felt a wave of joy. In recent months, many villagers had mentioned Li Yin, noting that after entering the military, He had become an apprentice to the renowned General Ji. Given Li Yan's humble origins, it was absurd to think that merely donning fine clothes would transform him into a nobleman. Upon seeing Li Yu, Li Yan was filled with emotion. Having not left the valley for several months, the sight of his childhood companion stirred a deep sense of nostalgia, prompting him to reminisce about his home, his parents, and the familiar sights of the village. He hastened towards Li Yu. Li Yu, spotting a figure in a black robe at the counter, recognized him instantly despite the ordinary appearance and altered aura. Tears welled up in his eyes as he rushed over, calling out, "Yin Gu, Yin Gu." His cries attracted the attention of other patrons, who paused their meals to observe. Li Yan, equally moved, embraced the oncoming Li Yu, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Seeing the commotion, Chun En and Li Yin exchanged glances before Chun En quickly approached the innkeeper. "Do you have a private room available for my young master to converse with his old friend?" They recognized that the crowded atmosphere was not conducive to meaningful conversation, especially with a child crying nearby, which could lead to misunderstandings among other guests. The innkeeper replied eagerly, "Yes, indeed. There are rooms on both the first and second floors." Chunin surveyed the bustling first floor and decided, "Then let us go to the second floor." He hastened back to Li Yan, who was comforting Li Yu. "Young master, this place is too noisy. Shall we move to a private room on the second floor?" Li Yan, feeling the din was indeed disruptive to his conversation with Li Yu, welcomed the suggestion, thinking how astute Chun En was in managing such affairs. They followed the innkeeper to a quiet room on the second floor, where, after a pot of tea was served, Li Yan dismissed the innkeeper. He then requested that Chun En and Li Yin wait outside, but they firmly refused, citing their duty to ensure Li Yan's safety. Consequently, they found themselves locked out while Li Yan had an intimate conversation with Li Yu. After a couple of cups of tea, amid Li Yu's reluctant gaze and the envious stares of others, Li Yan and his companions made their way to the ironware pavilion. After a joyful reunion with Li Shan, Li Yu left behind several pieces of silver to be delivered to his parents during the next visit to the village. Following a leisurely stroll around the city and purchasing a new outfit, the trio exited the city to retrieve their horses, making their way back to the military advisor's residence. Upon entering the valley, Li Yan sensed a familiar presence emanating from General Ji's quarters, sweeping over him before scrutinizing the new garments he had acquired. Pretending to be oblivious, he cast a deliberate glance at the closed stone chamber door, mumbling to himself before heading straight to his own room. Once inside, Li Yan relaxed, sipping a cup of water and taking a moment to rest before closing the door. After ensuring no presence lingered, his expression darkened. Today's venture into the city had clarified several points. Firstly, Chenin and Li Yin were indeed spies placed by General Ji to monitor him. Although they appeared respectful and somewhat fearful, they would not allow him to stray from their watchful gaze. Their protective presence on the journey was evident. They kept him surrounded to prevent any attacks from Menggu's agents. Even during his reunion with Li Yu, they had maintained a close distance, stationed just outside the private room and at the bottom of the stairs, ensuring that any attempt to escape would be immediately thwarted. Secondly, General Ji had taken precautions against him. Upon returning and noticing the scrutiny directed at his newly acquired possessions, it was clear that everything in Li Yan's life was under the general's control. Contemplating these matters, Li Yan furrowed his brow, realizing he was effectively under house arrest. How could he possibly escape this perilous valley? Chapter 32. A resolution. Li Yan sat in contemplation, his brow furrowed in deep thought, feeling utterly at a loss. One moment, he pondered how to escape, and the next, he was reminded of his parents and his elder siblings. After a prolonged silence, Li Yan abruptly stood, his expression darkening slightly as he murmured to himself, "Even if I manage to flee, the fate of my family remains uncertain. Perhaps my actions will bring calamity upon them. If that is the case, why should I continue this arduous search for a means of escape? It would be better to bring an end to it all." After a while, Li Yan's expression gradually calmed, returning to normal, and he resumed his seat to contemplate deeply once more. In a remote forest, millions of miles away from the Qing mountain pass, towering peaks pierced the clouds, and grand palaces on immense platforms were shrouded in mist. Inside the hall, an elderly man in a dark green robe, resembling a hawk, was reporting to a scholar clad in blue. "Master of the Peak. Today a disciple of the law sent back a message indicating that they have uncovered some leads after extensive searching," he said. "Oh, do share," the scholar replied. Seated in a colossal chair carved with fierce beasts, his tone calm and measured, they investigated the area surrounding the demise of the traitor, and found no towns of ordinary folk within a radius of 10,000 miles. Though some rogue cultivators were active in that region. After dealing with a few of these unruly rogues, we received word that someone from the Seeking Immortals sect was seen there 6 or 7 years ago, searching for herbs. Upon further investigation, the herbs he sought corresponded to those mentioned in our sect's body refinement texts. This suggests he may be the one who took something from the trader. The scholar's long fingers rhythmically tapped on the armrest as he continued speaking, unfazed. The hawk-like elder's aura darkened ominously as he replied. It can be confirmed without a doubt that the members of the Seeking Immortals sect are always on the lookout for immortal opportunities. Once they acquire a method, they will not hesitate to cultivate it for themselves. However, the message also states that no one has seen this individual in that area for several years, likely having found a secluded place to cultivate. Should we locate him, he shall suffer the torment of the soul-entangling silkworm. And how do you plan to proceed? The scholar inquired. Master, I have instructed the outer disciples to disperse and widen the search, exploring multiple directions. I believe we will receive news shortly. In the days that followed, Li Yin devoted himself to rigorous training, appearing much more composed since his last visit to the city. His aura gradually strengthened over the days of cultivation, albeit by a minuscule amount, causing the senses of those who detected it to tremble slightly. However, as time passed and his training intensified, Li Yin began to grow increasingly irritable. After a few hours of practice, he often found it necessary to cease his efforts. At times, he would immerse himself in a pool for half a day, although located in the southwestern region of the desolate moon continent. The winter temperatures were not particularly low. Nonetheless, in the deep autumn, soaking in the chilly waters was not something an ordinary person could endure. On other occasions, he would shut himself in his room, scribbling fervently, scattering papers and ink throughout the space. Chen and Li Yin would keep their distance, fearful of being summoned for an unwarranted reprimand. Fortunately, after each bout of soaking in the cold pool or frantic writing, his temperament would improve significantly. Otherwise, the two would have found themselves summoned for a scolding at any moment. Days passed in this manner, and soon over a month had gone by. During this time, Li Yin ventured into the city twice more, while Commander Ji remained secluded, leaving Chun and Li Yin to accompany him on his outings. Upon returning each time, Li Yin would purchase new garments, belts, and boots. Commander Ji would invariably scan the items with his senses, but upon discovering they were merely ordinary items, he paid them little heed. It was peculiar that every time Li Yin returned from the city, his spirits were lifted. Furthermore, during the subsequent days of cultivation, he experienced consistent growth in his realm, which led Commander Ji to increasingly overlook him after several observations. One day, Li Yin called upon Chun and Li Yin, expressing his desire to enter the city once more. The two readily acquiesced, accompanying him with their horses. The trio soon arrived at the northern city gate, but today, the guards were not led by Lu Qingyong. Instead, it was the captain of a squad from the battle brigade. The northern gate was routinely manned by small teams from the battle brigade, while the southern gate was overseen by the battle second brigade, and patrols along the city walls were conducted by the battle first brigade. During his previous visits to the city, Li Yin had sought out Lu Qingyong and invited him and his men to a meal at the Natural Wine House, further solidifying their camaraderie, which left other squads envious. Now, Li Yin had become somewhat of a familiar face within the battle brigade, with several squad members recognizing or having heard of him. As they approached the gate, the captain of the guarding squad, named Zheng Wan, recognized Li Yin, who had recently become a topic of conversation among the members of the battle brigade. "Ah, Lord Li, are you entering the city today for business?" Zheng Wan greeted with a smile, recognizing Chen and Li Yin, aware that they accompanied Li Yin. "Ah, Captain Zheng is on duty today. Where has Captain Lu gone?" Li Yin inquired, his memory surprisingly sharp since cultivating the immortal methods, allowing him to recall faces with ease. "Captain Lu is resting today. He should still be at the barracks," Zheng Wan replied. "Excellent. I shall seek him out," Li Yin exclaimed, smiling as he took the reins and headed into the city, while Chun and Li Yin offered a respectful nod to Zheng Wan before following. "Captain, that Lu Qingyong has been quite boastful lately, often bragging to other squads about how Lord Li treated his men to drinks. Even his subordinates get overly excited whenever the topic arises," one soldier remarked sourly from behind Zheng Wan. "Those fools don't know how lucky they are. Next time we encounter Lord Li, we should show him extra respect. It might yield some benefits," another soldier chimed in. "Bah, I won't say a word. Lu Qingyong is merely trying to ingratiate himself. He has nothing to offer us," Zheng Wan retorted, eliciting laughter from his companions. Unbeknownst to Li Yan, the three of them rode into the city, making their way directly toward the training grounds adjacent to the barracks. Having visited the barracks previously to find Lu Qingyong, Li Yan was familiar with the route and could navigate without guidance from Qinan or Li Yan, since galloping was prohibited within the city. They proceeded at a leisurely pace. Li Yan sat atop his horse, eyes slightly narrowed, exuding an air of haughty confidence. Qinan and Li Yan, riding closely behind, did not dare to speak. At that moment, Li Yan was deep in thought. Since his first return from the city, he had made 2 subsequent trips, and Qinan and Li Yan had been diligently by his side, even during the last occasion when he invited Lu Qingyong to drink. Intentionally bringing along the squad soldiers and arranging several tables, these 2 remained steadfastly by his side, never straying far. Even when he feigned drunkenness to accompany Lu Qingyong to the restroom, they still seemed inclined to follow. Ultimately, it was only after he drunkenly kicked one of them to stand still, too intimidated to move, that he found a moment to discreetly inquire about Lu Qingyong. He could ascertain that Lu Qingyong was indeed a man loyal to Marshal Hong. While he held great admiration for General Ji, it was clear that his loyalty lay with Marshal Hong. His purpose for entering the city was to ascertain whether Lu Qingyong had received any directives from certain individuals recently. According to Dong Fu Yi, Marshal Hong was quite eager to obtain General Ji's martial arts secrets, a matter that seemed beyond doubt. His recent interactions with Lu Qingyong served 2 purposes. First, to determine whom Lu pledged his loyalty to and whether he could be utilized as a means to an end. And second, to signal to Marshal Hong that he had the opportunity to connect with him. Yet at this moment, Li Yan felt a tumult of emotions. These were merely his plans and speculations, but was reality truly as he perceived? It was still uncertain. If after this encounter, Lu Qingyong exhibited no reaction upon his next visit to the city, he would have to seek alternative approaches. Recently, Li Yan had contemplated various methods, yet after much deliberation, he concluded that only by leveraging Marshal Hong's influence could he most likely realize his ambitions. Thus, as he sat atop his steed, squinting against the sun, he arrived at the entrance of the military camp. At the camp's gates, dozens of armed soldiers had already spotted the trio approaching. One stepped forward and raised a hand, calling out, "No unauthorized personnel may enter this military stronghold." He was perceptive enough to recognize that while he did not know Li Yan, Qinan and Li Yan seemed somewhat familiar, especially given their military attire, so he spoke with a degree of courtesy. As they approached, the 3 dismounted, and Li Yan raised his hand, tossing a token toward the soldier. The soldier caught it, examined it closely, and then hurriedly stepped forward, bowing deeply as he returned the token to Li Yan. "Sir, what business do you bring?" "I seek Lu Qingyong of the 3rd Squad in the Zhangbing camp." Li Yan replied softly as he accepted the token. He was now aware of his official standing and recognized that as a military officer, he was permitted within the camp, provided he did not wander into the Central Command tent or other critical military areas without authorization. "Understood. I shall notify Captain Lu at once." With that, the soldier turned and walked toward the camp gate, stopping before another soldier to relay a few words, prompting that soldier to dash into the camp. Li Yan remained unhurried, patiently waiting outside. Recently, Lu Qingyong had been quite agitated. Since that day he drank with Li Yan, he had been summoned by Marshal Hong upon his return to the camp. Confused, Lu Qingyong knew that while drinking was generally frowned upon in the camp, as a seasoned veteran, he had often seen such matters overlooked unless there were pressing military duties at hand. Being called by Marshal Hong only added to his anxiety. Fearing he might be facing repercussions for the drinking incident, anger bubbled within him. Who was the scoundrel that had stabbed him in the back? Damn it. There are plenty of drinkers in the military. If I find out who is behind this, I'll make them pay dearly. When he drunkenly arrived at Marshal Hong's residence, he was immediately ushered into the main hall, where only the marshal awaited him. Quickly, he knelt and bowed. "I pay my respects to the marshal. I am unclear as to why I have been summoned." "Humph, unclear? I have matters at hand. Do you think you can handle them in your current state?" Marshal Hong, his bald head glistening with a bluish sheen, glared at him with piercing eyes. I encountered an old friend, and perhaps indulged a bit too much." Lu Qingyong stammered, sensing that the marshal did not seem overly furious. He was well aware that the marshal, though stern, was compassionate toward his battle-hardened comrades, provided they did not jeopardize critical military operations. Marshal Hong remained silent, fixating his gaze on Lu Qingyong. After a prolonged silence, Lu Qingyong began to feel uneasy under the marshal's scrutiny and awkwardly spoke. "Marshal, if there is something you wish to address, please do so directly." if I have erred. You need only take me out back for a beating. After a moment of contemplation, Marshal Hong suddenly inquired, "Who did you drink with today?" I drank with Lord Li, the disciple of General Ji. However, I must stress that it was my own doing. I insisted upon Lord Li's company, Lu Qingyong admitted. A testament to his loyalty, unwilling to let Li Yin bear the blame for his indulgence. "Oh, so you are rather familiar with Lord Li?" "To some extent, yes. When Lord Li first entered the city, we crossed paths, and we have had several subsequent encounters that felt quite congenial. However, I assure you, this drinking incident is entirely my fault. I dragged Lord Li along, and he bears no responsibility." "Ah, then that settles it." Marshal Hong paused and added, "You may rise." Hearing the softened tone of the marshal, Lu Qingyong felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had braced himself for a reprimand, even planning to uncover who had betrayed him, intending to make them pay dearly. But seeing the marshal's demeanor, he quickly relaxed, standing upright with hands clasped, awaiting further instructions from the marshal. Chapter 33. Initial Actions. Pray, recount in detail how you came to know Li Yin, as well as the recent meetings you have had with him, leaving no stone unturned and concealing nothing. Do you understand? Marshal Hong fixed his gaze upon Lu Qingyong. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyong's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Brother Li has caused some trouble for the marshal? He must tread carefully and speak in Li Yan's favor. Hence, he dared not withhold any information and recounted all that transpired when Li Yin first entered the city, along with their subsequent interactions. He interspersed his narrative with some of the subjective interpretations, clearly biased in favor of Li Yin. Though he may have exhibited youthful naivety and inexperience, the essence of his account was entirely truthful. As Marshal Hong listened, he occasionally frowned in contemplation, interjecting with probing questions. This made Lu Qingyong increasingly anxious, sensing that the marshal's detailed inquiries indicated some misstep on Li Yan's part. Once Lu Qingyong concluded his account, Marshal Hong mused briefly. "It seems you and Li Yin share quite a rapport." "Indeed, we do," Lu Qingyong replied. "During your few encounters, have you discussed any matters concerning him? For instance, how he fares in the military advisor's residence, or his martial training?" "Not particularly. I have only noticed that Lord Li appears somewhat dispirited of late, and I have heard whispers that he has been in low spirits recently, though I am uncertain if this is related to his training or a lack of adjustment to his lifestyle." "Oh, do elaborate," Marshal Hong said, straightening his posture. "Most of this information I gleaned from Chunin. He mentioned during our drinking session that Lord Li has exhibited some fluctuations in temperament lately. He advised me to be cautious in my words, lest I inadvertently provoke Lord Li's ire. However, from my own interactions, I found Lord Li quite amiable, with no discernible issue." Lu Qingyong shook his head, trying to dispel the dizziness that had settled in after drinking. He reflected carefully. "The fluctuations in temperament resonate with the rumors I've heard, suggesting his mood has become quite unpredictable." Marshal Hong murmured softly, "Indeed." Standing at a distance, Lu Qingyong could only catch the murmured words, unable to discern the marshal's thoughts, and dared not inquire further. After a moment, Marshal Hong lifted his gaze to Lu Qingyong. "Is there anything else?" "Well, there is the matter of Lord Li in the valley." About half a teaspoon later, Lu Qingyong had shared all he knew regarding Li Yin. "Here's what we shall do. If he enters the city again, seek him out and inform him that his registration information from his military service is incomplete and that he is required to visit me. The sooner, the better." Lu Qingyong was perplexed. If the registration was incomplete, how was it that Li Yin had been granted an official position in the first place? Yet, he sensed something was amiss, but dared not voice his concerns. Having navigated the military for many years, he understood the unspoken rules about not prying into matters that were best left untouched. However, if what the marshal suggested were indeed the case, Li Yin must visit the marshal, for the position of deputy guard against insults is no trifling matter and falls directly under military jurisdiction. Nevertheless, Lu Qingyong, being no novice, recognized that the marshal's intention was to have him establish a private connection with Li Yin, otherwise, a direct order would suffice. Yet why this convoluted approach? He did not wish to delve deeper, knowing that the more he learned, the more complications would arise. After some contemplation, Lu Qingyong replied, "Marshal, gaining entry to the military advisor's residence is no simple task, particularly concerning Lord Li's other identity. Military advisor Ji has previously stated that without his consent, no one is permitted to disturb his disciples' training. Thus, we must wait until Lord Li exits the residence, which leaves me at the mercy of time." "Oh, then devise your own means. It is best to resolve this matter promptly. And let it be known, I harbor no ill will towards Li Yin. I merely wish to clarify certain matters with him. You understand, do you not? Marshal Hong's eyes narrowed as he spoke. Yes, Lu Qingyong replied, his expression akin to a frostbitten eggplant, feeling powerless yet somewhat relieved for Li Yin. He knew the marshal was not one to harbor grudges without taking direct action. As a longtime subordinate of Marshal Hong, he understood that some matters were not for him to question. His duty was to follow orders. Once Lu Qingyong exited, the hall fell into a contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, a deep voice echoed, "Brother, do you think this might be a bit too hasty? It may raise Ji1's suspicions. It may indeed seem hurried, but do we have a better alternative?" After weighing the situation, I believe that any contact with that lad will alert Ji1, regardless of when it occurs. This will happen sooner or later. Especially since Lu Qingyong has established a connection with him, perhaps it is worth a try. Brother, we initially intended to wait 2 or 3 years, by which time Ji1 may be in poor health, and then we could act. Upon hearing this, Marshal Hong paused, then exhaled deeply. Indeed, we have observed that his health has declined year by year. However, he continues to thrive. Moreover, his martial prowess shows no signs of waning. On the contrary, he seems to have made significant advancements. Have you ever encountered a martial artist whose abilities improved after being poisoned? I have deliberated on these matters for quite some time. Yet I remain perplexed. If we wait another 2 or 3 years, and he remains alive with his skills continuing to grow, our chances of success will be utterly diminished. Since returning from the marshal's residence, Lu Qingyong pondered deeply but still dared not contravene military advisor Ji's orders, refraining from seeking out Li Yin at the military advisor's residence. Thus, whether on duty at the North City or awaiting news of Li Yan's arrival, he felt as restless as an ant on a hot stove. To secure news of Li Yan's entry into the city, he solicited the assistance of comrades on duty at the North Gate, promising rewards for timely information. Little did he know that this endeavor was perceived by others as an attempt to climb the ranks by clinging to a powerful ally, prompting jest from individuals like Zhang Wan, who relished the opportunity to tease him, withholding immediate communication. Were Lu Qingyong aware of this, he would surely have berated his heartless comrades. Days passed, and the situation remained unresolved, but fortunately, Marshal Hong did not press him. He was acutely aware that fulfilling his superior's orders promptly was paramount. Otherwise, he risked being labeled ineffective. Today, off duty, he contemplated whether to send a letter through Chinen, seeking an opportune moment to convey his message to Li Yin. Yet, he had struggled for days to conceive a plausible reason for such a letter. He was no callow youth. He understood the intricacies of bureaucracy and knew he must not allow his ineptitude to jeopardize this mission. Just as his frustration mounted, uncertain how to expedite a meeting with Li Yin, a soldier hurriedly approached him. "Sir, there is a Lord Li here to see you," he reported. Lu Qingyong, momentarily stunned, felt a surge of elation. In an instant, he dashed forth like a gust of wind, leaving the messenger in his wake, leaving the soldier bewildered, wondering why Lu Qingyong had never exhibited such exuberance upon his father's visits. Lu Qingyong hurriedly approached the camp gate, spotting Li Yin and his companions from a distance. He quickened his pace and exclaimed, "Lord Li, how have you been lately?" Ha ha. His laughter resonated loudly, catching the attention of the soldiers on duty, who couldn't help but wonder why Lu Qingyong appeared so exuberant today. "Thanks to Captain Lu, everything is quite well," Li Yin replied, a smile gracing his face upon seeing Lu Qingyong emerge from the camp. "I wonder what brings you here today, Lord Li? Is there a matter of importance?" Lu Qingyong felt a surge of happiness at Li Yan's courteous demeanor. Although he was eager to discuss his business, he maintained a facade of politeness. "Nothing of great significance. Really, I've been feeling somewhat restless at the military strategist residence lately, so I decided to take a stroll. I don't know many people in the city, so I thought I'd come to reminisce with Captain Lu. I hope I'm not imposing." "Not at all, not at all. I have nothing pressing to attend to today, haha. Where shall we go then?" Lu Qingyong said, laughter fading into hesitation as he contemplated a suitable venue for their conversation, knowing that the current location was inappropriate. How about we take a look inside the military camp? Although I am also a soldier, I've never had the chance to truly explore the camp. I'm not sure if entry is permitted, Li Yin suggested after a moment of thought. "Well, that should be fine. However, there are certain areas within the camp that are off limits without Marshal Hong's orders," Lu Qingyong replied, momentarily taken aback and hesitant. "That is of no consequence. I merely wish to see the interior and understand what the military camp is like," Li Yin assured him. His intention wasn't necessarily to enter the camp, but rather to devise a means to evade the watchful eyes of Qinan and Lian, who had ample reasons to accompany him. Once inside the camp, would he still require their protection? Then, Lord Li, please. Lu Qingyong gestured for him to proceed. Qinan and Lian followed closely behind. Lian couldn't help but frown and turn to admonish them. Why must you two accompany me even within the camp? His words conveyed a hint of irritation. After handing the reins to Lian, Qinan stepped forward and smiled. Young master, it has been quite some time since we visited this place. We would also like to enter the camp to catch up with old comrades. We kindly ask for your permission. His words left Lian speechless. Indeed, was it unreasonable for them to wish to reconnect with their fellow soldiers? These two were truly insufferable. Thus, the four of them entered the camp in single file, Lu Qingyong and Li Yin at the front, with Chun An and Li Yin trailing behind, leading their horses. As they arrived at the camp, some soldiers at the gate recognized Li Yan's identity from their earlier conversation and also acknowledged Qinan and Li Yin, both of whom had been away from the military for many years. Given Li Yan's status, coupled with Chun An and Li Yin's military ties, no one dared to impede their entrance. Once inside, Lu Qingyong led Li Yin towards his quarters, while Qinan and Li Yin navigated their way to the stable with ease. After securing their horses, they sought out familiar faces to catch up. Albeit their chosen acquaintances shared the same vicinity as Li Yan's destination. Nonetheless, this arrangement afforded Li Yin the opportunity for a private conversation with Lu Qingyong. Upon reaching Lu Qingyong's quarters, Li Yin glanced back at Chun An and Li Yin, who were engaged in lively banter with a group of veterans at a distance. Once satisfied with the space between them, he proceeded into the room. Lu Qingyong's quarters were modest, a simple military cot, a long table, a wardrobe, and a weapon rack displaying an array of swords, knives, and spears. Upon entering, Lu Qingyong looked at Li Yin with a hint of embarrassment. The barracks are rather austere. I hope you do not find it lacking. Li Yin dismissed his concerns. The military does not place much value on such things, Captain Lu. Please. There is no need for such formality, just call me Li brother. Otherwise, I might find it rather strange, hee. Lu Qingyong's face flushed slightly at the suggestion. That is not appropriate. We must not overstep our ranks. Li Yin waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. You know that my title is merely borrowed from my mentor. I do not take it to heart. Your formalities feel rather distant to me. As he spoke, he wandered around the room, and, upon reaching the weapon rack, his curiosity piqued. He drew a sword from the rack, examining it closely in the light. This sword is truly exceptional, Li Yin remarked, his admiration genuine. Having often accompanied the nobility on hunting trips in the mountains, he possessed a keen understanding of weaponry. Upon hearing Li Yan's praise, Lu Qingyong, a man of the military who eschewed pretense, beamed with pride. Li brother, you have discerning eyes. These weapons are not standard military issue. They are fine trophies I acquired from the battlefield. If you find any of them to your liking, feel free to take one. As he spoke, Lu Qingyong's face displayed a sense of pride, for these weapons were indeed far from ordinary. Li Yin scrutinized the sword in his grasp. It gleamed in the light, emanating a chilling aura, with an unmistakable hint of bloodlust. Hearing Lu Qingyong's words, Li Yin felt a spark of excitement. Chapter 34. The pillow arrives. Upon hearing Lu Qingyong's intention to bestow a weapon upon him, Li Yin felt a stir of emotion within, only to promptly dismiss the notion. He returned the long sword to its scabbard on the weapon rack, and smiled warmly. Captain Lu, you are too kind. I have yet to master any martial arts. My focus lies solely in cultivating my internal energy. Thus, I have no need for a weapon at this time. Should I later acquire a martial skill and find a suitable weapon among yours, I might indeed request it. Lu Qingyong laughed heartily, nodding in agreement, though he surmised that Li Yin did not regard his weapons with much esteem. After all, what martial artist practices solely internal techniques without honing combat skills? And with the formidable prowess of Commander Ji, surely he would not lack in divine weapons. After their laughter subsided, Lu Qingyong glanced outside and addressed Li Yin. Brotherly, a few days ago, after a military meeting, Marshal Hong mentioned that you should pay him a visit when you have the time. It appears there may be some incomplete paperwork regarding your enlistment that needs addressing. As a military officer, it is imperative that all records are accurately maintained and reported to the court. Li Yin paused, contemplating how to convey certain information to Lu Qingyong, hoping to utilize him as a messenger to Marshal Hong. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Lu Qingyong provided an answer he had desired, as if the proverbial pillow had been delivered just as he wished to doze off. Yet, with Dong Fui's guidance, he quickly deduced that this was likely a signal for action from Marshal Hong. The notion of incomplete records seemed implausible, given the military's capabilities. Even if he had only provided his name and hometown, they could swiftly trace his lineage back generations. Furthermore, if there were indeed discrepancies in the records, would not the subsidies and his monthly salary be drawn from Marshal Hong's own pocket? Was there no accounting to be had? Nevertheless, this revelation alleviated his concerns, allowing him to go with the flow. He feigned surprise, looking at Lu Qingyong before pondering aloud. Oh, that makes sense. After being taken as a disciple by the instructor at the military academy, I indeed neglected some matters. It seems that is the case. Lu Qingyong scrutinized Li Yan, initially hesitant to voice his thoughts, uncertain if Li Yan would be willing to go. However, upon hearing Li Yan's response, he realized that Li Yan was unaware of certain matters due to his absence from the military academy. Yet, being an old hand in the military, Lu Qingyong harbored doubts about Marshal Hong's true intentions in summoning Li Yan. He couldn't believe that things were as straightforward as they appeared, but he dared not probe further, trusting that Li Yan would be okay with it. After all, he believed the marshal bore no ill will towards Li Yan, especially since Li Yan was a disciple of Commander Ji. With that, Lu Qingyong, having no pressing matters today, suggested, since we have some time, why not? Of course, we must attend to military matters promptly. However, I rarely have the opportunity to visit this place. Captain Lu, why don't you give me a tour of the camp first, and then we can go? That is certainly agreeable. Oh, shall we go right after this? If Chun Un and Li Yin find out, will they report to Commander Ji that we are neglecting our duties? This minor task should not trouble you. And we certainly do not want to disturb the marshal, do we? Lu Qingyong hesitated, unsure of the potential consequences should Shinan and Li Yin learn of their actions. In truth, with the authority of Marshal Hong, there was no need for Li Yin to go, yet the marshal's words implied not to disturb Commander Ji. As an old subordinate of Hong Linying, Lu Qingyong was keenly aware of these nuances. There's no need for concern, just speak plainly. It is not a significant matter. Li Yin assured Lu Qingyong, inwardly contemplating how the marshal would handle the ensuing complications, wishing to discern whether he was a simple brute or a cunning strategist. Lu Qingyong fell silent, but since Li Yin had spoken so, he could only acquiesce. Otherwise, Li Yin might refuse to go altogether, and it was clear he had not fulfilled this task to the marshal's satisfaction. Subsequently, he led Li Yin on a tour of the military camp, sticking to public areas, during which he made sure to present himself before a few other squads. When Shinan and Li Yin learned of Li Yan's intent to visit the marshal's residence, their faces reflected hesitation. However, Li Yin, undeterred, simply proceeded without glancing back at them. They exchanged glances, realizing they could only follow suit. Despite their audacity, they dared not obstruct Hong Lining's actions. Should he wish for them to vanish from the military, even Commander Ji would be powerless to intervene. From their expressions, Li Yin surmised that his instructor had likely cautioned them against excessive interaction with outsiders. Before long, they arrived at the front of the marshal's residence, where Lu Qingyong approached the gate guards to explain their purpose. Shortly thereafter, he was informed that only Li Yin was permitted to enter, leaving Lu Qingyong unable to accompany him, nor would Chun En or Li Yin dare to follow. Navigating through winding corridors, Li Yin followed a soldier to the grand hall of the rear residence. The soldier halted, turning to Li Yin. Lord Li, the marshal is inside. You may enter alone. Without waiting for a response, the soldier bowed slightly and turned to leave. Li Yin surveyed the hall's entrance, noting the absence of guards. The crimson doors stood wide open. Taking a deep breath, he stepped through the threshold. Upon entering, he found the lighting slightly dimmer, but as he focused, he beheld a spacious interior. In the center sat a robust man, gazing directly at him. It was none other than the bald giant he had encountered previously. Li Yin approached, bowing respectfully. Subordinate Li Yin pays his respects to Marshal Hong. From the moment Li Yin entered, Hong Linying had been observing him intently. He sensed that Li Yin's aura had grown significantly heavier compared to 2 months prior, a stark contrast to what one might expect from a novice in martial arts. This revelation caused him to draw in a sharp breath, pondering if this was the result of the internal cultivation from Commander Ji's school. In just a short span of 2 months, an ordinary individual could achieve such composure and depth in their internal energy. Yet, the more he pondered, the more fervently the ember of ambition ignited within him. There is no need for such formalities. Please, take a seat. Hong Linying gestured toward a row of chairs. Thank you, Li Yin replied before finding a seat beside him. It has been over 2 months since I last saw you, and indeed, under the tutelage of Commander Ji, you have made remarkable progress, the marshal remarked. Your praise is unwarranted, Marshal, Li Yin replied with a wry smile. Seeing this expression, Hong Linying's brow furrowed. Oh, have I misjudged your progress? Li Yin shook his head, seemingly lost in thought, not immediately responding. Observing his demeanor, Hong Linying felt a twinge of concern. He adjusted his posture, leaning back against the chair. I remember when Fang Yu entered the strategist's residence. When I next saw him, alas, it was. Then I truly misjudged him. Li Yin recognized that Fang Yu was his unfortunate senior brother. He hesitated before asking, What do you mean, Marshal? Oh, it is nothing. I merely noticed that while your aura has indeed become denser, your complexion suggests that your internal energy is somewhat unstable. As if it is on the verge of surging forth, Hong Linying remarked, casually glancing at Li Yin. Through intelligence reports from the strategist's residence, he had learned that Li Yin's temperament had been erratic recently, which led to his comment. Li Yin's face displayed shock. Could the marshal truly perceive his inner turmoil? Hong Linying felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. Subtle hints of his inner feelings were discernible, but the reasons behind them remained elusive. However, with a master like General Ji guiding him, it was unlikely that any mistakes in cultivation had occurred. Perhaps it was merely a misjudgment on Hong's part. Upon hearing this, Li Yin's expression fluctuated between varying shades of concern and uncertainty, all of which did not escape Hong Linying's keen observation, though he remained impassive. After a brief pause, Li Yin hesitantly inquired, General, do you know how one might remedy a severe poison afflicting a martial artist? Hong Linying was taken aback for a moment. Then a look of puzzlement crossed his face. What prompts this question? Ah, are you concerned about the poison afflicting Master Ji? There is no need for such worry. Even I cannot offer much assistance, let alone you, whose skills are still nascent. He regarded Li Yin with a hint of admiration for his respect towards his mentor. However, his expression darkened as he sighed and continued, Nevertheless, I do possess some knowledge regarding solutions. First and foremost, the antidote corresponding to the specific poison must be administered. But one must know the exact nature of the toxin. Secondly, we practitioners might expel the poison using our internal energy, though this is not a panacea. As some extraordinary poisons, once they infiltrate the body, can penetrate deep into the organs and marrow, making them exceedingly difficult to expel. Lastly, there exists a secret technique within the demonic sects, wherein one can use a person with strong internal energy as a conduit for the poison, drawing it into their own body while simultaneously infusing their pure internal breath into the afflicted's organs, thereby cleansing them. However, this method requires esoteric knowledge, and few sects are privy to such practices. As he gazed steadily at Li Yin, he noticed beads of sweat beginning to form on the latter's brow. After a moment's pause, Li Yin spoke in a hushed tone, What fate befalls the individual chosen to draw the poison? Hong Linying replied, Such a person is essentially doomed, unless they too possess knowledge of that demonic technique and can replicate it, which, as you can imagine, is highly improbable. Let us not dwell on that. I came here today with intentions that Lu Qingyong has likely already conveyed to you, but it seems that is no longer necessary. This morning, the military council obtained your detailed information from the authorities of Daqingshan. I was just about to instruct Lu Qingyong not to summon you, but alas, the moment has passed. Li Yin appeared to be processing the information, and it took quite some time for him to regain his composure, rising to bow respectfully. In that case, I shall take my leave. Very well, you may depart, Hong Linying replied with a faint smile. As Li Yin turned to exit the hall, just as he was about to step out, Hong Linying called out to him once more. Vice Lieutenant Li, you need not overly fret about Master Ji. After all, he has been afflicted by this poison for quite some time, and being a master of the healing arts, he likely has means to address it. Upon hearing this, Li Yin paused briefly, then silently disappeared from the hall. Moments later, a low, resonant voice echoed within the hall. Brother, it seems this lad has grown suspicious of Ji Wenha. Indeed, today we can ascertain 3 matters. First, their sect's internal cultivation is truly remarkable. In just over 2 months, he has attained such a level of prowess, suggesting that if he continues on this path, the future holds great promise. Second, he is indeed the one who is to be the conduit for the poison. It is surprising that Ji Wenha possesses knowledge of such sinister techniques. Third, and most promisingly, this lad has become aware of his predicament and suspects he may be a pawn in Ji Wenha's scheme. Then, brother, we shall await his plea for assistance. The voice continued with a chuckle. I imagine he will soon take his next course of action. After all, who does not cherish their own life? As Li Yin exited the hall, he pondered, General Hong's fervent desire for this so-called martial prowess had begun to sow seeds of doubt in his mind. With his intentions now apparent, the subsequent plan could unfold, though he had yet to uncover the additional expert mentioned by Dong Fui. It seemed his own cultivation was still too limited to sense even the adept practitioners within the mundane martial world. Lost in thought, he stepped out of the general's residence and spotted 3 figures conversing beneath a tree several paces away, glancing over occasionally towards him. General Hong had indeed calculated well. Li Yan's brief visit had transpired in the span of a mere tea break, perfectly timed to coincide with his report of personal background and familial information, making it difficult for anyone to suspect ulterior motives. Chapter 35. The Escape Plan. Under the tree, the 3 men engaged in a casual conversation. Though Chan Un and Li Yin appeared somewhat distracted, frequently glancing towards the entrance of the marshal's residence, their spirits lifted when they saw Li Yin emerge. Having just inquired about the situation from Lu Qingong, although they were informed that it was merely to complete the military personnel records, a lingering doubt remained in their hearts. Such matters could be significant, for military commanders bear responsibility for the officials appointed by the court. Yet, on a smaller scale, it was not a critical position, merely a matter of a local dignitary's directive. Upon noticing the 3 approach, Li Yin smiled and said, "It's all settled. Haha. Next, I shall visit Li Shan, and then, how about we all dine together at noon?" Lu Qingyong had no objections, although he still sensed something amiss. Li Yan's smile suggested that matters with the general were not of great concern. Seizing the opportunity to strengthen his relationship with Li Yin over lunch, he readily agreed. Chan En and Li Yin, despite their desire to return early, dared not voice their thoughts and merely nodded in assent. The 4 then proceeded to the ironware pavilion to find Li Shan, who was overjoyed at Li Yan's arrival. Li Yin promptly excused Chun and Li Yin and personally approached Li Shan's master, Lu Kuei, to request leave for Li Shan. While he and Li Shan entered the inner chamber of the pavilion to converse, finding himself with nothing to do, Lu Qingyong wandered through the pavilion, picking up and examining some fine weapons with great interest. When Chen and Li Yin emerged, the 3 of them, all from military backgrounds, eagerly discussed the weapons. Shortly thereafter, Li Yin and Li Shan also exited, though Li Shan bore a look of confusion that was quickly dispelled by Li Yin's playful embrace and jest. They urged him to summon his senior brother, Liang Shi, and then the group set off for the natural wine house to find Li Yu, where they enjoyed a lavish feast and drank heartily. In the afternoon, the 3, slightly inebriated, rode back. In the days that followed, Li Yin evidently made significant strides in his training, his demeanor markedly more serene. The military strategist, observing this, felt reassured and would occasionally emerge to offer guidance. Time flew by, and spring blossomed, with the grass growing lush and the orioles singing. Li Yin had been at the strategist's residence for over half a year. At this moment, he was submerged in a cold pond, eyes barely closed, his bare torso exposed above the water, steam rising from his body and dissipating into the air. Li Yan's aura suggested he was nearing the peak of the early stage of qi condensation, though his appearance was not entirely favorable, as traces of blood lingered at the corners of his mouth. Since last winter, he had trained relentlessly, experiencing periodic progress in his cultivation. Yet his temperament had grown increasingly irritable. Aside from occasional visits to the city, he had developed many peculiar habits. Each time he returned, he would purchase an abundance of clothing, belts, and boots, much to the strategist's annoyance. However, witnessing Li Yin's continuous rise in cultivation, he chose to let it be. When not practicing, Li Yin either soaked in the pond or locked himself in his room, frantically scribbling with ink, leaving the space in disarray. Eventually, he inexplicably uprooted all the vegetables from the garden south of the pond and replaced them with an assortment of unknown wildflowers he had gathered from the mountains. The valley soon became a riot of colors as the flowers swayed in the wind, their fragrances mingling and wafting through the air, even clinging to the drying garments. On several occasions, when the strategist attended military affairs in the city, he returned perfumed with the scent of flowers, drawing curious glances from Marshal Hong and his fellow soldiers, leaving the strategist to chuckle helplessly. The previous vegetable garden had been cultivated by the strategist with greens and a few flowering plants, serving as a means to soothe his restless spirit. Now, however, it was transformed into a vibrant spectacle, resembling a massive cauldron of color from afar, prompting him to shake his head in resignation. As long as Li Yin continued to progress in his cultivation, the strategist had mostly allowed him to act freely. Yet, recently, Li Yin's irritability seemed to intensify, often resulting in blood at the corners of his mouth post-training, as if the internal fire was becoming too overwhelming to control, causing the strategist considerable concern. After examining his internal condition, he detected a slight disarray in the wood's spiritual energy within, hinting at a potential emergence of fire spiritual energy, which heightened his alarm. Fortunately, Li Yin still managed to suppress the fire poison, and his training continued to advance. However, the strategist contemplated whether he should preemptively absorb the methods of power while Li Yin's wood's spiritual energy remained relatively pure. In the following days, though, Li Yan's wood's spiritual energy began to clarify, and his instances of spitting blood decreased, alleviating the strategist's concerns. Li Yan, immersed in the pond, bore traces of blood at his lips, his eyes closed as if savoring the chill. In truth, he was harnessing the spiritual energy slowly emanating from the pond's depths, diligently practicing the Gui Shui Jinjing. After months of arduous training, he had progressed to the mid-stage of qi condensation, a commendable speed within cultivation sections. However, the insufficient spiritual energy in this location made such rapid advancement quite remarkable, which the strategist attributed to the residual medicinal potency within Li Yin. Feeling his progress was still too slow, Li Yin dedicated much of his daytime to soaking in the pond, often returning at midnight to continue his practice. Yet, he felt time was fleeting. He also needed to feign training in the wood shadow technique and perform, while spending mornings pretending to train indoors. Consequently, his days felt alarmingly short. After half an hour, Li Yin fluttered his eyelashes, concluding his daytime practice, yet did not open his eyes. Instead, he pondered over the events of the past few months. My cultivation speed remains insufficient. Lately, I have felt little improvement, and I cannot discern the reason. Unbeknownst to him, his initial rapid progress stemmed from the expansion of his meridians through the strategist's forceful application of herbal power, allowing him to absorb spiritual energy at nearly double the pace of a typical practitioner. Furthermore, his physique and technique were perfectly aligned, and as he had recently entered the initial stage of qi condensation, the demand for spiritual energy was not overly taxing, especially since he was positioned above a source of abundant spiritual energy, naturally facilitating swift progress. However, upon reaching the mid-stage of qi condensation, the available spiritual energy began to dwindle, and cultivation inherently becomes more challenging as one advances, particularly at the golden core and nascent soul stages. Stagnation for decades, or even centuries, is not uncommon. Though I have not revealed my full potential, merely hinting at my progress to the peak of the early stage of qi condensation, this also serves as a means of ensuring my survival. Otherwise, had I remained at the entry level for several months, I would likely have been deemed unreliable, and patience would have waned. After some time practicing the Gui Shui Jinjing, Li Yin found his speed of cultivation alarming, which led to concerns about revealing any peculiarities to the strategist. Yet, this dilemma was somewhat alleviated after a thorough study of the text and repeated experimentation. Qi has length, gathering at the sea, dispersing and concealing. Initially, he found it difficult to comprehend, but after numerous attempts, he discerned the underlying truth. When he freely dispersed the power from his dantian into the 5 spiritual vessels, the manifested cultivation level appeared as the power within the highest spiritual vessel. However, this method of concealment could only obscure the true cultivation level from those slightly less powerful than himself, preventing them from perceiving his authentic strength. Furthermore, this could only be effective when all 5 spiritual vessels within him were not yet full. Otherwise, if there was nothing left to disperse, the true potency of his power would inevitably reveal itself. Recently, his eagerness to cultivate had led to some injuries to his meridians, causing him to spit out blood and necessitating the release of some of his pent-up energy. He mistakenly believed it to be an increase in fire poison, which he found difficult to suppress. Fortunately, after making progress in his cultivation, he was able to hide the fire element, allowing him to dismiss any negative thoughts. Yet, with the enhancement of his power, he could now feel the fire poison within him growing increasingly vigorous. It seemed his time was running short. Although Li Yin had not yet achieved an out-of-body experience, he, as a cultivator, could faintly sense the escalating fire poison within Master Ji, which exhibited a disturbing trend of intensification. When the time came for him to no longer be able to suppress it, that would mark his moment of demise. And at that point, no matter how far Li Yin had progressed in his cultivation, Master Ji would not wait for him. During his recent outings, he had reached some consensus with Hong Lining through letters via Lu Qingyong. As long as he could assist in his escape, Li Yin would grant him the wood-in technique. Now, The only remaining task was to seek an opportune moment, but he could not afford to delay for too long. Li Yin was constantly strategizing in his mind. His considerations extended beyond merely how to escape. He harbored grander ambitions, specifically, how to eliminate Master Ji. Otherwise, his family members might not escape the wrath of Master Ji. Yesterday, when Master Ji visited to guide Li Yan's cultivation, his gaze had shifted, becoming softer and more genial, although it was still veiled by a grim and dark countenance, evoking a predatory desire reminiscent of a ravenous wolf. Thus, he resolved that 2 months hence would be the decisive moment. He would have to make a bold stand. Li Yin sat with closed eyes in the water pool, his hands clenched tightly into fists beneath the surface. In a grand palace atop a cloud-piercing peak, millions of miles away from the Qing mountain pass, Elder he arrived, inquiring about the matter at hand. The scholar in the blue robe smiled at the elder clad in a moss-green robe. Peak Master, regarding the grand competition held every 5 years among the peaks. I have conferred with several other elders. This time, our peak will send 20 elite disciples and a few true disciples to compete. These individuals were meticulously selected after rigorous screening by the inner hall. Oh, the true disciples are few, as expected. But I recall there were 30 elite disciples representing our peak 5 years ago. Why has the number diminished? Indeed, the count has decreased somewhat. In recent years, our peak has not seen many new disciples, as many with spiritual roots have been taken by those so-called righteous sections. Moreover, elite disciples are chosen from a select few. The elder spoke somewhat awkwardly. Haha, those righteous sects, you say? They adeptly exploit the sentiments of the mortal realm, utilizing temples, lecture halls, and various avenues to continuously sway hearts, thus gathering numerous promising talents. Indeed, Peak Master. However, despite the reduction in our elite disciples, we still surpass the Xiaozhu Peak, which has consistently sent the same few individuals to compete. The elder chuckled. As for Wei Shidi's side, they barely number 20, including miscellaneous roles, with only 7 disciples under his tutelage. The distinction between ordinary and elite disciples is virtually non-existent, eliminating the 3 who have already reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. The remaining participants are certainly limited. The scholar displayed a look of resignation upon hearing this. Enough of Wei Shidi's affairs. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. The scholar waved his hand dismissively. Peak Master, there is one more matter regarding the search for individuals from the Sun Xian lineage. We received news today. The elder hurriedly stated. Oh, you mean the one who took the cultivation techniques from that outer disciple trader? Yes, Peak Master. We have expanded our search radius and finally found a lead near the eastern edge of the Dakingshan. In a place called Xingshan Pass, there is a military strategist among the station troops who is highly likely to be the person we seek. He has purchased numerous medicinal herbs from local apothecaries in nearby towns over the past few years, all of which correspond with our secret recipe. Station troops? A military strategist? You must be thorough in your investigation. Otherwise, if we disturb a mortal official, especially one involved in border military affairs, the sect leaders will intervene. This matter must not escalate. The paths of immortals and mortals diverge. As long as we are not provoked by mortals, we must refrain from acting against them. Even though we are not a righteous sect, we must adhere to this principle and ensure clarity before deciding on any action. Yes, Peak Master. I have arranged accordingly. With the disciples' competition approaching, many who needed to participate have already returned. Only a few disciples in the late stage of qi condensation remain there. Once we ascertain the situation, we will proceed with the apprehension. That will suffice. Since this individual has been searching for medicinal herbs over the years, their cultivation level should not be too high. The late-stage qi condensation disciples will be more than adequate. Chapter 36. The battle for survival begins in the spacious hall of the marshal's residence within Qingshan AI. An unsettling silence lingered, shattered only by a sudden, resonant voice. Brother, are we to wait here indefinitely? The initiative is not in our hands, and this may lead to unforeseen complications. Bright sunlight streamed in through the doors, illuminating the hall, where Hong Lining sat in a large chair, his reflective bald head glinting. That lad is not only cautious, but also exceedingly slippery. In recent encounters, he has only sent a few messages via Lu Qingyong, corroborating them with letters to convey his intentions to us. Lu Qingyong's messages often contained only a few crucial sentences, while the letters made no mention of martial arts or escape, merely suggesting that if we could provide good wine next time, he would bring his family's secret cured meats for a shared drink, all while maintaining the utmost caution. He fears that the letters might fall into Jiwan's hands. We had previously provided him with a method to escape, which he ultimately rejected, Hong Linying lamented. He had once suggested to Li Yin that upon his next entry into the city, he should send someone disguised as a Mingguo assassin to eliminate our key personnel. However, he unexpectedly encountered Li Yin on the street and recognized him as Ji Wenhe's disciple, which led him to first target Chun En and Li Yin. Subsequently, he intended to hide Li Yin in a secret passage for a month or two, waiting until Ji Wenhe had searched fruitlessly before letting the matter rest. At that point, Li Yin would have imparted the martial arts secrets to him, and he would quietly facilitate his escape from this place. Yet, Li Yin firmly opposed such a plan, thereby thwarting Hong Lining's aspirations to capture him and resort to coercion. Brother, why not wait for his next entry into the city? I could disguise myself as an assassin and seize him, then find an opportunity to bring him to a secret chamber. I have contemplated this approach as well, but it poses certain issues. If we forcibly capture him, will he cooperate? Will he provide us with the martial arts secrets? And what if we resort to torture? Who can guarantee that he won't harbor resentment? If he alters a few key phrases in the martial arts teachings, it could lead to irreparable consequences for those practicing internal cultivation. This won't work, nor will that. It truly incites frustration. I refuse to believe that under my formidable grasp. He won't speak the truth. Calm yourself, brother. Let us wait a while longer. If it proves ineffective, we may have no choice but to resort to such measures. Hong Lining replied, patting his bald head. At that moment, footsteps approached from outside, halting at the entrance, followed by an announcement. Great Commander, Captain Lu seeks an audience. Oh, he has arrived. Quickly, summon him in. Hong Lining straightened his posture, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Chun En and Li Yin felt a deep sense of shame as they watched Li Yin galloping ahead, helplessly slapping their mounts as they hastened to catch up amidst a cacophony of clanging sounds. Upon entering the city, Li Yin not only purchased clothing but also displayed a keen interest in various military items from Lu Qingyang's camp. Consequently, their horses became laden with helmets, armor, and military boots, and most embarrassingly, a large pot and ladle dangled from the rear of one horse. Chun En, overwhelmed by the mocking gazes within the military camp, covered his face, looking utterly disheveled as they rushed toward the northern gate amidst the clamor. Upon entering the strategist's residence, they were met with astonished and incredulous gazes as they led their horses inside. As they entered the valley, a wave of consciousness swept over them. When it brushed against the two war horses, the sensation quivered before retreating as if it were ashamed to be seen. Li Yin walked ahead, a cold smile creeping across his face as he sensed the retreating presence. Behind him, Chun En and Li Yin kept their heads down, leading their horses into the valley, appearing disinclined to draw closer. I let you scan, and each time I return, I bring back more items for you to inspect. Li Yin mused about the presence that had been monitoring him, then casually turned around, pointing to the area outside his dwelling. Place everything from today over there. Upon seeing the heap, Chun En and Li Yin's faces fell. Young master, your doorway is nearly blocked. At that moment, outside Li Yan's stone dwelling, stood several wooden cabinets with their doors wide open, filled with plows, rakes, shovels, and stone mortars, farm tools aplenty. Leaning against the door was a stick of candied hawthorn, adorned with numerous dried pieces, a spontaneous purchase made during Li Yan's last city visit when he impulsively bought an entire vendor's stock. Enough chatter. If I instruct you to place it there, must you bring it inside? How am I to sleep then? Li Yin shot a menacing glare at the two. Understood. We'll place it here. Chun En and Li Yin trembled in response, quickly complying. In a flurry of clattering sounds, they unloaded the items, then swiftly led the horses away, covering their faces in embarrassment. Throughout this exchange, the first stone dwelling remained eerily silent, with no sign of life or anyone emerging. Satisfied, Li Yin nodded to himself, circling the items on the ground before picking up a helmet and armor, trying them on. After a moment, seemingly dissatisfied, he tossed the gear back into the pile, muttering a few words before turning to enter the house. Inside, he poured himself a glass of water, taking a sip before lying back on his bed, lazily closing his eyes, a picture of contentment. Yet, internally, he felt a tumult of emotions. It had been over half a month since he made his last decision, and today, he sought out Lu Qingyang to deliver a letter. The letter conveyed that in a month and a half, during the peak farming season, his relatives would bring Li Yan's family's secret cured meats. He planned to retrieve the meat around noon, estimating the journey would take about an hour, and he asked Lu Qingyang to prepare fine wine in advance. They would then gather at an inn to drink together. If the wine was subpar, He would simply take the cured meats back to the valley for his own enjoyment. This was one of the several coded messages he had arranged with Hong Lining. He intended to escape on the day of the summer solstice, when farming began, requiring Hong Lining to create a diversion to draw General Ji away from the valley for about an hour. After that, Li Yin would proceed to act with Lu Chengyong. And if all went well, he would impart the martial arts secrets to them. Once Li Yin had solidified his decision, anxiety began to creep in. He reclined on his bed, shutting his eyes to quell the tumult within. However, his true plan was not merely to flee. He was strategizing on how to eliminate General Ji to prevent any repercussions that could endanger his family. Despite months of meticulous planning, Li Yin still felt his chances were slim. The thought of General Ji's legendary martial prowess, or rather, his supernatural abilities, left him feeling utterly powerless. Although he had never witnessed techniques such as the wood spike technique, fireball technique, or wind blade technique, merely hearing their names instilled a sense of dread. Yet, time was of the essence. Observing General Ji's increasingly deteriorating condition, Li Yin surmised that within 6 months at most, the general would come looking for him. Faced with an opponent who possessed supernatural abilities and was already prepared to end his life, Li Yin knew that his odds would be non-existent. If he acted unexpectedly now, however, he might still have a chance at survival. Ultimately, if he were to perish before General Ji, the general would likely be too preoccupied with preserving his own life to worry about Li Yan's family. After lying in bed for quite some time, Li Yin gradually felt a semblance of tranquility settle within him. Rising to his feet, he ambled toward the water pool outside. As time flowed, the willows began to release their fluffy seeds, and the sun grew increasingly warm. The valley was now adorned with a riot of blooming flowers, while some trees had shed their dark leaves in favor of tender green buds. Observing the enchanting scenery of the valley, the strategist Ji could not help but press his hand to his forehead. Li Yin had nearly transplanted entire swathes of wildflowers from the surrounding wilderness into the valley. Now, the flower beds stretched from the water pool southward to the foot of the mountain, and from the pool northward to a few paces before the stone house. Vibrant wildflowers of every hue proliferated, large and small, tall and short. An intoxicating medley of fragrances filled the warm spring air, so rich it was almost dizzying. Even within the house, the air was thick with the scent of blossoms. He shook his head, gazing at the pool amidst the flowers, where Li Yin was cultivating with steady breath, his aura already seeming to break through to the mid-stage of the Qi consolidation realm. At this rate, if he continued his practice, he might well reach the pinnacle of the first stage in about half a year. Regardless of whether he achieved that peak, an attempt would be necessary. Currently, in order to suppress the fire poison, even using more than 30% of his magical energy posed a challenge. A year from now, he estimated he might manage to use no more than 20% of his power, which was the bare minimum required to contend with a practitioner at the pinnacle of the Qi consolidation stage. Otherwise, delaying any longer could result in an unmanageable situation. Standing at the edge of the riotous flowers, Ji, with his hands clasped behind his back, bore an expression that subtly hinted at a ferociousness as dark energy swirled about him. Half an hour later, around mid-morning, Li Yin emerged from the water pool. After changing into a clean black robe, he made his way to the first stone house. "Master, I wish to venture into the city today. I have yet to deliver last month's silver to my family. You may go," came a voice from within. Ji had grown accustomed to Li Yan's habit of venturing out every half-month or so, each time he returned. He seemed to exhibit noticeable progress in his cultivation and maintained a period of calm thereafter. Li Yin bowed respectfully and turned to fetch the silver for his outing. But just then, Ji's hesitant voice called out from behind him. "Disciple, after you enter the city, do try to leave more silver for your family. Do not squander it on frivolous things. You always return with bundles of items, yet I see you hardly use any." Li Yin paused, then smiled knowingly as he turned back. "Master, rest assured, I won tea by much this time." Oh, there was a moment of silence in the house. Before long, a commotion erupted outside the valley as Chun Un and Li Yin led their horses away amidst shouts. As noon approached, at the strategist's residence, a voice reported, "My lord, someone from the city has come to see you. Commander Hong requests your presence for an urgent matter." So soon before noon, could there be such pressing business? Ji opened his eyes, a look of confusion on his face. Since returning from the Great Green Mountains 6 months prior, his visits to the city had dwindled from every few days to once every 10 days, or even half a month, as he spent most of his time meditating in the valley. Just a couple of days ago, he had been in the city discussing the military defenses of the Ming Kingdom. Why was he summoned again today? Though reluctant, He realized he could not afford to ignore the situation. After a brief contemplation, Ji rose and proceeded outside. Li Yin gazed at the sun, then shared a smile with his companions, Li Yu and Li Shan. Today, only the three of them were seated together, while Chen and Li Yin had been assigned to a separate table not far away. Li Yu, in the past half-year, your culinary skills have certainly improved. You've progressed from helper to chef. I look forward to tasting your cooking soon. Ha ha ha. Li Yu blushed and replied, Brother Yin, I still have a ways to go before I can truly cook. Perhaps in another year, I might be able to handle it. And then I'll prepare whatever you wish. All right, Brother Yin will certainly come to eat then. As they conversed, a hint of barely perceptible melancholy crossed Li Yan's face. Li Yu and Li Shan, however, were too engrossed in the delicious food before them to notice his subtle change. Each time Li Yan returned from the city, he treated them to a delightful meal, which filled them with joy. After a brief pause, Li Yin turned his attention to Li Shan. Li Shan, did you manage to buy the belt I asked you for last time? Li Shan, cheeks bulging with food, looked up and mumbled, Yes, it's right here. He rummaged in his pocket and soon produced a belt, handing it to Li Yin. Li Yin accepted it with delight. It was a purple belt the width of his palm. He stood up, removed his black belt, and swiftly donned the purple one. The purple belt, paired with his black robe, lent him an air of elegance. Chen and Li Yin glanced over momentarily before returning to their drinks, having long since become speechless about their companion's shopping habits. Whenever he felt the urge, he would buy anything, yet upon returning, he seldom used most of it. Li Yin hesitated for a moment before offering his black belt to Li Shan. Li Shan, please take this along with the silver I previously gave you, and hand it to the uncle who next goes into the city, so he can deliver it to my parents. As he spoke, his tone grew somewhat subdued. Li Shan and Li Yu exchanged glances, sensing that something was amiss with Li Yin today. Chapter 37. A distant summons of death. Li Shan placed his chopsticks down and wiped the grease from his mouth with the back of his hand, a hint of bewilderment in his voice. Brother Yin, you're not exactly lacking in funds these days. You could easily discard old possessions. Why take this to Uncle Chong? Li Yu echoed softly. Indeed, Brother Yin, you're quite the figure now, with officialdom and affluence. Why such frugality? Across the room, Chen and Li Yin, who had been vigilantly observing Li Yin, couldn't help but overhear the exchange. They, too, regarded Li Yin with a degree of perplexity. They were well aware of his extravagant nature, so why would he insist on taking a worn-out belt back with him? Li Yin responded with a radiant smile. You wouldn't understand. This belt was bestowed upon me by my esteemed master. I want my parents to see it. Li Yu's face lit up with understanding. Oh, I comprehend now. It's like what storytellers often describe, something akin to an imperial sword. If any insurmountable problems arise in the village, we can brandish this to avert disaster, correct? Li Shan nodded in agreement, while Chen and Li Yin also grasped the significance. Such practices were commonplace in official circles. Often, the residences of officials' families would house items bestowed by the emperor or high-ranking officials, such as mandarin jackets, hairpins, fans, or even swords. These objects often held more sway than official proclamations. As a prominent figure in the region, anything gifted by Master Ji would undoubtedly carry more weight than mere documents in his hometown. This decision was somewhat impulsive on Li Yan's part. He had worn the belt for several months, and although he had acquired others, this one held sentimental value. Giving it to his parents would serve as a memento. However, he immediately regretted his impulsiveness upon noticing the puzzled expressions of Chen and Li Yin. Fortunately, he was quick-witted, and Li Yu's remark provided a convenient explanation. You always know so much, Li Yin chuckled, patting Li Yu's shoulder. He then gazed at the glaring sun outside and sighed inwardly. It's finally beginning. Perhaps today marks my demise. Regardless, I shall fight with all my might. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of miles from Green Peak Pass, high above the Great Green Mountains, a radiant streak of light hurtled from west to east. Within this streak was a shuttle-shaped vessel, where three youths were engaged in conversation. Senior Brother Wu, are the law enforcement team brothers certain that the seeking immortality lineage member is within the imperial dynasty? The speaker was a slightly plump youth with a round face and large eyes. The person he addressed was a lean figure with a horse-like face, his skin dark and his countenance somber. Beside him stood another youth, around 20 years old, with a fair complexion and a gentle demeanor. All three were clad in dark green robes. From the sleeves of the one called Senior Brother Wu, several mottled centipedes occasionally emerged, darting across his chest and back before disappearing back into his sleeves. This unsettling spectacle seemed to go unnoticed by the other two occupants of the vessel. Indeed, replied Senior Brother Wu. We are here on a mission, following the orders of the law enforcement brothers. Their instructions state that this individual is located in Green Peak Pass within the Imperial Dynasty, serving as a military advisor to the local garrison. We are to confirm their identity and then eliminate them directly. However, the law enforcement master desires a live specimen to feed the soul-entangling silkworms. Ah, the soul-entangling silkworms. The round-faced youth exclaimed in horror. The mere thought of such a cruel and torturous punishment sent shivers down his spine and drained the color from his face. Even the gentle-faced youth's expression faltered. Senior Brother Wu, are you certain? Such torture seems unconscionable. Humph, how could I be mistaken? Senior Brother Wu retorted. I have verified this repeatedly. I reacted as you two did when I first received the order. I don't understand what those lunatics in the law enforcement hall are thinking. Hush, let us not discuss the affairs of the law enforcement hall, the gentle-faced youth cautioned. Aside from Master Wei's Peak, which lacks a law enforcement hall, the others are all filled with ruthless individuals. It is not our place as Qi condensation disciples to question their actions. If they were to find out, we would suffer a similar fate. The other two youths paled at these words and ceased their discussion. Senior Brother Wu continued, this matter was not originally intended for us. But due to the upcoming 5-year Grand Sect competition, the law enforcement hall brothers and uncles from our peak who are stationed elsewhere must return as soon as possible. Therefore, the task has fallen to us. Fortunately, the seeking immortality lineage member is not of high cultivation, likely only at the 2nd or 3rd level of Qi condensation, perhaps even the 1st. With our combined strength, even one of us could accomplish this mission. However, they desire a live specimen, hence the need for all 3 of us. We must also retrieve the original copy of our peak's foundational cultivation manual from this individual. The other 2 nodded in agreement. They held the law enforcement hall brothers and uncles in high regard, knowing their intelligence to be accurate. Having mentioned the individual's cultivation level, they assumed it would not exceed the 3rd level of Qi condensation, with 2 of them at the 9th level and 1 at the 10th. They considered it an overestimation and a bit of an overreaction. There is one more matter, Senior Brother Wu added. A senior uncle recently discovered that the seeking immortality lineage member may have taken a disciple. However, this disciple is not of the seeking immortality lineage, but rather a mortal with spiritual roots whom the individual found in the mortal realm. We are to capture this disciple as well. Oh, a disciple? The gentle-faced youth inquired. Yes, we shall capture them together, Senior Brother Wu replied with a sinister glint in his eyes. That person is to be pitied, the round-faced youth lamented with sympathy. Who knows what will become of them after being captured? If they are implicated, it would be a truly unjust death. As they spoke, the streak of light continued eastward, their voices fading into the distance. Within the Green Peak Pass military camp, Lu Qingyong paced anxiously in his quarters, glancing outside frequently. He was on duty today, but had received a secret order from the marshal to await Li Yan's arrival after his shift and to act according to instructions. It was past noon, yet Li Yan had not yet appeared. In the marshal's mansion, military advisor Ji was discussing matters with Marshal Hong in the main hall. Marshal, why are we not holding court in the military camp today? Ji Wenhe inquired, glancing at Hong Linying. Because the information regarding today's matter was recently brought back by a spy from the Ming Kingdom's outpost, Hong Linying replied solemnly, sipping his tea. I believe it is best not to disclose this to too many people at this time. Therefore, we shall discuss it first before sharing it with the generals. Oh, what has the Ming Kingdom's outpost spy discovered? Ji Wenhe asked, straightening his posture, mindful of his duties. This morning, we received information that the Ming Kingdom will be transferring a large army from other locations to fallen Immortal Slope. Li Yan glanced at the sun outside the window. It was past noon by about 15 minutes. He immediately stood up, smiled at Li Shan and Li Yu, and said, I must return now. My cultivation has become increasingly demanding, and we may not see each other for some time. Li Shan and Li Yu were unfazed by the news. The entire village knew that Li Yan had taken the esteemed General Ji as his mentor and was diligently honing his martial skills, a fortune that others could only envy. Upon hearing this, the two immediately rose to their feet. Brother Yan, we understand and will convey your situation to the uncles from the village. Well, I shall take my leave then. With that, Li Yan casually tossed a silver ingot onto the table and turned to leave, with Chenin and Lin hastily following suit. Once they exited the tavern, they unsaddled their horses beneath a tree and mounted, galloping towards the northern city gate. Before long, they arrived at the northern gate, where the soldiers, recognizing them, promptly saluted and moved aside to allow their passage. The soldiers stationed at the north gate were familiar with the esteemed Li Yin. Their journey was smooth. Yet Li Yin harbored concerns that General Ji might be delayed due to unforeseen circumstances, potentially colliding with their planned rendezvous. This anxiety was compounded by the fact that they had lingered within the city for a quarter of an hour after noon, though fortunately, these worries proved unfounded. They soon arrived at the general's residence without incident. Dismounting, Li Yin cast aside the reins and ambled towards the valley. While Chen and Li Yin busied themselves with the horses, feeling quite relieved. Their sojourn in the city had been devoid of any troubles, aside from a hearty meal. With Li Yin remaining in good spirits and refraining from any impulsive purchases, save for a single belt, which now adorned his waist. Upon entering the valley, Li Yin immediately regained his composure, though he did not sense any prying awareness, which somewhat eased his mind. Without hesitation, he proceeded directly to the first stone house. The door was ajar, and as he approached, he bowed respectfully. "Master, your disciple seeks an audience." After a brief pause with no response from within, he stepped inside. Scanning the room, he confirmed the absence of anyone, which allowed him a moment of relief before he swiftly made his way to his own quarters. Once inside, Li Yin promptly retrieved his writing materials. After steadying his breath and centering his thoughts, he began to write. Before long, he set his pen down and scrutinized the paper, only to tear it apart in frustration. He then began to rewrite. This cycle continued several times, and as beads of sweat accumulated on his brow. He completed his fourth attempt. At last, with his forehead glistening with perspiration, he exhaled deeply, laid the paper aside to cool, and ignited the torn pages. Once the remnants had burned to ashes, he carefully collected the charred remains into a small cloth bag, which he tucked away in his clothing, then rose to head towards the pond. Upon reaching the water's edge and confirming that he was alone, Li Yin lowered himself to scatter the ashes among the flower beds surrounding the pond, turning the soil over casually. After washing his face in the pond, he swiftly returned to the stone house, where the ink on the paper had dried sufficiently. He picked up the page, glanced around the room, and checked himself for any belongings to take, before quickly exiting, uncertain of how long Hong Lining could delay Ji1A. Upon reaching the valley entrance, he called out for Chun and Chunin. Chunin, who had been napping after a few drinks, was just drifting into a pleasant dream when the familiar voice jolted him awake. Instinctively, he leapt up, hastily donned his clothes, and rushed outside. Only then realizing it was Li Yin calling for him. A wave of unease washed over him. Having just returned, why was he being summoned again? Was Li Yin unwell once more? When he arrived at the valley's entrance, he found Li Yin already standing before Li Yin, examining a piece of paper in his hands. Li Yin hastily approached Li Yin. "Young master, what is it?" Li Yin cast a glance at him. "You'll find out if you look." Following his cue, Chun-en turned to Li Yin, who silently handed the paper to him. Confused, Chun-en accepted it and lifted his gaze to read. Scrawled hastily were a few words, indicative of the writer's urgency. To Chi, upon receipt of this letter, "Hasten to the military camp. Your master awaits you there. Hurry." Recognizing the handwriting as that of Lord Ji, Chun-en noted its hurried and somewhat hasty nature. He looked up at Li Yin. "Young master, this is a message from Lord Ji. Of course, I am aware that this is my master's note. It seems he has gone to the camp after our departure. There may be matters requiring my presence as well." With that, he fell silent. Chun-en and Li Yin exchanged glances, and Chun-en spoke up. "But, if Lord Ji has urgent business, he would surely send someone to seek us out." "That is beyond my knowledge. You seem overly concerned," Li Yin replied, his tone growing sharper. Chapter 38. The beginning of desperation upon hearing the news. Chun-en immediately sensed trouble. It was evident that the gentleman was about to unleash his fury. Moreover, the handwriting on the note unmistakably belonged to Lord Ji. They had delivered numerous letters for Lord Ji in the past, and while the contents remained unknown, the script was a familiar sight, though somewhat hasty. The handwriting was undoubtedly his. Chun-en quickly donned a smile, casting a discreet glance at Li Yin, who subtly nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that the note posed no issue. "My lord, your words suggest otherwise. I merely thought that having just returned, you would not wish to embark on yet another exhausting journey. Had this matter been known within the city earlier, you would have been spared such fatigue. I shall prepare the horses for you at once." At the northern city gate, a soldier on duty observed the departing figures entering the city. One soldier remarked, "Lord Li has been quite busy today. He has only just returned and is off again. It used to be that we would see him once every month or so." After entering the city, the trio hastened towards the military camp. Internally, however, Li Yin was anything but calm. He could not ascertain the whereabouts of General Ji, uncertain when he might return or if they would cross paths in the streets, which was entirely possible. They soon arrived at the entrance of the military camp. Upon seeing it, Li Yin felt a sense of relief wash over him. He swiftly dismounted, tossed the reins aside, and marched directly towards the camp's gate without uttering a word. Chun En and Li Yin hurried to follow, and Li Yin glanced back at them. Once you are inside, tether the horses in the stable and wait there, he instructed. Chun En and Li Yin exchanged glances after reading the note, relieved to know that General Ji sought a private audience with Li Yin. Nonetheless, recalling General Ji's orders, they remained vigilant by the camp's entrance, ready to bring the horses as soon as Li Yin appeared. As Li Yin ventured deeper into the camp, he found himself somewhat familiar with the surroundings from previous visits. After navigating around several tents and encountering a few patrolling soldiers, they merely checked his identification before allowing him to pass. Turning to retrace his steps, he noticed that Chun En and Li Yin had vanished from sight. He continued along the path, making several turns until he reached Lu Qingyong's tent. Lu Qingyong was pacing inside, increasingly anxious as the agreed-upon time had elapsed by a quarter of an hour. Suddenly, he felt a shadow cross his path, raising his head. He saw none other than Li Yin. "Brotherly, you have finally arrived," Lu Qingyong stated bluntly. "My apologies for the delay, Captain Lu. The next steps are in your hands," Li Yin replied hastily. "Very well, follow me," Lu Qingyong responded, demonstrating his military demeanor by saying no more and promptly leading the way outside. Upon receiving the secret order, he understood it was of great importance to the commander. The specifics were not for him to question. He merely knew that this matter should remain confidential. Li Yin closely trailed Lu Qingyong as they exited the tent and ventured deeper into the camp. Lu Qingyong skillfully navigated through the maze of tents until they arrived at a heavily guarded area. Along the way, they encountered several patrols, but Lu Qingyong brandished a token that facilitated their passage after a brief inspection. Before them lay an expansive row of large tents, each draped with dark tarpaulins. A long, spiked wooden barricade obstructed their path, and the soldiers standing guard were clearly different from those they had encountered earlier, clad in dark armor and exhibiting an air of stern vigilance. "Stop right there. This is a military-restricted area," one soldier commanded, raising his voice. Lu Qingyong turned to Li Yin and whispered, "Brotherly, please hold on a moment." He then produced a fragment of a command token from his waist, raising it as he advanced. Li Yin observed as Lu Qingyong approached the lead soldier, handing over the token. The soldier scrutinized it for some time and exchanged hushed words with Lu Qingyong. Lu Qingyong gestured for Li Yin to follow him. As they approached, the lead soldier spoke to another guard, after which he returned the token to Lu Qingyong. The soldier then ordered them to proceed. "Captain Lu, what is the purpose of this place? It seems excessively fortified that even the commander's token is required. Was the previous token insufficient?" Li Yin inquired. Curiosity piqued despite his impatience. "This is the military supply depot. It is crucial to our operations," Lu Qingyong replied succinctly. Li Yin pondered this, realizing that if Chun En and Li Yin were aware of his presence here, they would be unable to enter. They followed the soldier deeper into the compound, navigating several more turns until they arrived before another tightly secured gate. The gate was sealed with a chain thick as a man's arm, secured with a sizable brass lock. The soldier approached the gate, conversing quietly with a black-armored sentry. After presenting the token once more, the sentry inspected it thoroughly before beckoning Lu Qingyong and Li Yin to approach. Once they had done so, the sentry returned the token to Lu Qingyong and commanded others to release the hefty chain. With a series of creaking sounds, the gate was pushed open by 4 soldiers, straining under the effort. As the opening widened just enough for one person to pass, Lu Qingyong called out and quickly led Li Yin outside. The heavy sounds of the gate closing behind them echoed, followed by the clinking of the chain as silence enveloped the area once more. Li Yin surveyed his surroundings, finding himself in a wide alleyway that stretched straight ahead, disappearing around a bend in the distance. "Brotherly, this is the exit to the military supply depot. No one will come this way. Walk a bit further, and you'll encounter another guard, after which you will find yourself near the northern city gate," Lu Qingyong explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Yin recalled that upon entering the city through the northern gate, there had been 3 pathways paved with large blue stones, the central route being the one they commonly traversed. The 2 side roads meandered into the city, their destinations unknown. It seemed this was one of those routes. Noticing the absence of passers-by, Li Yin turned to Lu Qingyong and asked, "What are the marshal's next plans?" Lu Qingyong replied, "The marshal instructed that after exiting the camp, You would be taken to the back entrance of the marshal's residence, where someone will be waiting for you. Li Yin, upon hearing this, shook his head. Captain Liu, I cannot accompany you. Please deliver this small vial and this letter to Marshal Hong on my behalf. As he spoke, Li Yin produced a small porcelain vial and a letter from his robe, extending them to Lu Qingyong. Lu Qingyong, puzzled, accepted the vial, which was no larger than a thumb, sealed with wax, and was left wondering about its purpose. As for the letter, this was not his first time delivering correspondence, so naturally he would refrain from intervening. However, the order he received was clear. He must bring Li Yin to the marshal's residence today, come what may. Brotherly, you have put me in a difficult position, he said, tucking the items into his bosom while fixing his gaze on Li Yin, enunciating each word with precision. Ha ha ha. Brother Liu, after these past few months, do you not realize that I am currently beset with troubles? Li Yin responded solemnly. Dropping the honorifics for Captain Liu, Lu Qingyong regarded him thoughtfully. I am unaware of the entanglements between Marshal Hong, you, and Chief Ji. But the command I received is unequivocal. I must escort you to the marshal's residence. Brother Liu, let us be succinct. I shall not be proceeding to the marshal's residence. And here, you cannot detain me. If you do not believe me, you may certainly try. Once we reach the exit ahead, amidst the crowd, you will find it even more unfeasible to act. Otherwise, what could have been a successful endeavor may end in disarray for us all. Upon finishing, Li Yin summoned the power within him, unleashing a tremendous force that surged toward Lu Qingyong. Lu Qingyong felt an overwhelming weight akin to a mountain pressing down upon him, as if struck by lightning. Just as he was about to muster his internal strength to resist, the pressure suddenly dissipated, leaving him feeling utterly unburdened. Li Yin understood that both Hong Linying and Ji Wenhe sought to keep him within their grasp, yet he required Hong Linying's strength to execute his plan. Thus, he had to involve Hong Linying without falling into his hands. This was merely the beginning of his scheme. It was not yet the appropriate moment to meet Hong Linying. He needed to secure his freedom first. At present, he had employed Hong Linying subtly, evading Ji Wenhe's surveillance, and he was well aware of the unfolding situation. Initially, he had not anticipated when events would transpire, but now that he had reached this critical juncture and recognized his surroundings, he wagered that Lu Qingyong would hesitate to act at the alley's mouth, as it could attract Ji Wenhe's attention. Moreover, Hong Linying must have instructed Lu Qingyong not to provoke any notice. Thus, this was the ideal moment for confrontation. He concentrated his entire energy to exert pressure, though internally, Li Yin felt uncertain. Lu Qingyong was a formidable figure within the military, skilled in combat. However, at present, Li Yin only sought to intimidate him with his mystical powers, creating an illusion that he was a master of internal martial arts, compelling Lu Qingyong to momentarily underestimate his prowess. He called him Brother Liu repeatedly, employing both gentle and forceful tactics. Lu Qingyong felt the contrasting weight upon him and was alarmed. How had this brotherly become so formidable? In just a few months, his capabilities had seemingly surpassed his own by several folds. How had he achieved such mastery? Recognizing the internal pressure he had just experienced, Lu Qingyong, being a seasoned veteran, quickly deduced that he likely lacked the means to subdue Li Yin. What Lu Qingyong did not realize was that Li Yin was merely a facade, possessing great power yet devoid of any combat experience. Nevertheless, Lu Qingyong would not entertain such thoughts. In the realm of martial arts, few sects did not cultivate both internal and external techniques. He presumed that since Chief Ji had imparted such profound internal skills to Li Yin, he must have also taught him the ways of lethal combat, sending a chill down Lu Qingyong's spine. Ha ha ha. Brotherly, you possess remarkable skills. I fear I am unable to fulfill this command, Lu Qingyong remarked with a wry smile. Brother Liu, to be candid, what I am giving you is precisely what the marshal requires. Once you submit it, he will recognize your completion of the task and will not trouble you further. However, for now, this is the only course of action available to me, Li Yin stated earnestly. Lu Qingyong gazed into Li Yan's eyes and sensed sincerity. He sighed. Very well. It seems we must proceed this way, though I hope I do not receive a beating for it. His heart brimmed with frustration. Confronting Li Yin head-on would surely end in defeat. If he summoned more people, the scheme would fall apart, and more would learn of it, rendering his earlier caution meaningless. Then let us depart. Li Yin gestured forward, prompting Lu Qingyong to exhale deeply and take the lead. Brotherly, there is no need for such excessive caution. Do you truly suspect I would strike from behind? Ha ha ha. Brother Liu, such words are unwarranted. I am unfamiliar with this path, and upon reaching the front, I lack a token. How could I possibly pass through without the proper credentials? Thus, the two exchanged banter as they hastily advanced. Moments later, at the alley's mouth, Lu Qingyong watched Li Yin hasten toward the northern gate, sighing once more. He felt the weight of the porcelain vial and the letter in his pocket, and, with a heart filled with trepidation, he stepped toward the marshal's residence. Chapter 39. The clouds moved. Li Yin swiftly arrived at the northern city gate, his steps unyielding as he scanned his surroundings with keen vigilance. Apprehensive of an unexpected encounter with General Ji, he hastily traversed the archway and proceeded towards the outside of the city, his mind racing with thoughts. Aside from a slight delay during his confrontation with Lu Qingyong at the rear of the military depot, the remainder of his time was efficiently utilized. And those intervals had been premeditated. Roughly estimating, it had taken him about half a stick of incense's worth of time since entering the military camp. A duration during which Chun Un and Li Yin would not yet harbor suspicions, and moreover, Ji Wenhe should still be within the marshal's residence. Lost in thought, he exited the city gate and stepped into the open, finding no sign of Chun Un or Li Yin attempting to intercept him. Had they realized his intentions, they would surely have positioned themselves at the south or north gates, leaving him no alternative routes. With a smile, he greeted the city guards before making his swift departure. The guards were taken aback, first, because this esteemed Lord Li had chosen to walk out after having entered on horseback, and second, because his ever-attentive bodyguards were conspicuously absent. However, they dared not inquire further, merely offering a courteous farewell as they allowed him to pass. Once Li Yin was outside the city, he traveled about half a mile before veering westward into the Great Blue Mountain. He was not foolish enough to traverse the main road, as doing so would only heighten the likelihood of an encounter with the enemy, an outcome he sought to avoid at all costs. Within the marshal's residence, General Ji observed the furrowed brow of Marshal Hong and, feeling helpless, took a sip from his teacup. By now, over half an hour had elapsed since noon. They had spent an extensive period deliberating military affairs, followed by repeated discussions of strategies. This was already the fourth proposed plan. After a sip of water, General Ji leaned back against his chair. Although these matters did not require the use of supernatural powers, they were nonetheless mentally exhausting. After a while, noticing that Marshal Hong remained deep in thought, he spoke up. Marshal, this plan has taken into account the flaws of the previous three proposals, and all potential contingencies have been addressed. Although military strategy emphasizes that no plan is flawless, one must adapt to the circumstances. There can be no such thing as a perfect strategy. Just then, General Ji's expression shifted, and he lifted his gaze toward the door. Marshal Hong, who had been listening intently, noticed General Ji's sudden silence and followed his gaze, but saw nothing and heard no sounds. As he pondered this, he heard footsteps faintly approaching from outside, causing his expression to grow serious. The man's internal strength had evidently improved. Observing his complexion, it was clear he was in a worse state than before, illustrating the potency of the poison. Had he been in the same predicament, he would have to exert almost all his internal energy to suppress it, leaving him a mere shadow of his former self. Yet, after enduring the effects of the potent toxin, this individual still possessed internal strength that far surpassed Hong's own at his peak, which was indeed alarming. Voices came from outside the hall. Marshal, the taxes collected this month have been loaded onto carts, awaiting your inspection before being dispatched to the rear military encampment. Upon hearing this, a fleeting smirk of derision crossed General Ji's face, quickly vanishing. He understood the marshal's character well. Aside from his fondness for martial arts manuals from various sects, he was also quite preoccupied with matters of wealth. In recent years, the border had enjoyed a semblance of peace, and the empire had issued decrees preventing local populations from migrating to showcase their patriotism. Consequently, daily necessities remained in high demand, leading to a surge of merchants seeking fortune, which, in turn, fostered economic prosperity in the region. Since his arrival, Marshal Hong had consolidated both military and political power, controlling the local tax revenues. However, he was also acutely aware that excessive measures could breed discontent among the populace. So he allocated 40% of the revenue to the local government while converting the remaining 60% into gold and silver for military use, a practice he termed military allowances. The accumulation of these allowances in such a frontline city made him uneasy. If left untransported, they would amass significantly over time. And should the city fall, how could they be salvaged? Thus, every month, Hong Lining would find time to transport the funds to the rear encampment, personally inspecting and sealing them before dispatch. General Ji found such practices rather contemptible. As a cultivator, He regarded worldly wealth with disdain. Marshal Hong, upon hearing this, grinned at General Ji. Indeed, you are correct, esteemed strategist. There is no perfect plan in this world. After much contemplation, I have resolved to proceed with your final strategy. I will convene the officers and advisors shortly. Recognizing that the marshal's focus had shifted away from the matter at hand, General Ji stood and bowed respectfully. Since a decision had been made, he would no longer involve himself in subsequent affairs. His own condition had been deteriorating, and he needed to return for recuperation. Do take care of your health, strategist. Should you require any medicinal herbs, do not hesitate to ask. I will dispatch someone to procure them for you. But alas, I can offer no assistance against this poison. My martial skills are regrettably lacking, Marshal Hong lamented. General Ji merely smiled at this and, with a final bow, exited the hall. Watching his retreating figure, Marshal Hong's expression gradually darkened. After a brief pause, he turned to the back of the hall. Junior brother, now that the report has arrived, let us proceed to investigate that young man. With that, he swiftly moved toward the rear door, followed closely by another figure who rushed out from behind the hall. In a chamber within the back garden of the Marshal's residence. Why have you come alone? What is the situation here? Upon entering the room, Marshal Hong closed the door behind him, and the figure that had followed did not enter, vanishing as if into thin air in the garden outside. Once inside, Marshal Hong scanned the room, his expression darkening ominously, as if it could rain at any moment. There stood Lu Chengyong, visibly anxious and apprehensive. Seeing the marshal enter, Lu quickly rose to his feet, kneeling on one knee, his head lowered in a gesture of submission. Marshal, I am incompetent and unable to bring Li Yan here. I beg for your leniency. With a stern countenance, Marshal Hong replied coldly, Speak. After half a tea's worth of time, with 2 sheets of parchment in hand, Marshal Hong scrutinized the notes carefully, the small porcelain bottle resting on the table. As he read through the documents several times, his expression fluctuated between dark and light. Eventually, he tucked the papers into his robe. So, Li Yan's martial prowess surpasses yours? Indeed, I can vouch for that with my head. His aura is immensely potent. Should he strike and fail, it would undoubtedly attract attention. Lu Qingyong pondered, equally perplexed. He could not fathom how one could achieve such mastery in just a few months. What sort of martial arts technique could yield such results? Marshal Hong stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment, his disbelief palpable. If this man were not a loyal subordinate who had served him for over a decade, he might have been tempted to dismiss these claims outright. However, he understood Lu Qingyong's integrity. He would never lie to him. Return for now, he instructed Lu Qingyong, who exhaled in relief and promptly took his leave, hastening out of the room, his back already damp with sweat. So, Brotherly was indeed truthful. The marshal's ire had dissipated after reading the letter, though the contents remained a mystery to him. After a brief moment of stillness, Marshal Hong retrieved the letter once more from his robe. Junior brother, come take a look. A figure floated silently into the room from outside. Once the person came to a halt, it revealed itself to be a remarkably large man. Despite his imposing physique, his movements were surprisingly light, creating a striking contrast in perception. The man picked up a piece of parchment and scrutinized it for a while, repeatedly examining one particular page. Wow, brother, this fellow has truly provided a method for cultivation. Indeed, this is the first level of the wood shadow technique. Do you think you can discern the authenticity of this method? Upon hearing this, the man lifted the paper again and began to inspect it closely once more. Younger brother, I have also examined it thoroughly. Some of the practices described are entirely unfamiliar to me, and with my current knowledge, I cannot determine their veracity at this moment. General Hong spoke up. However, this fellow has only given us the first level of the technique. The rest will only be revealed once we assist him in completing his remaining tasks. For now, we are unable to ascertain the authenticity of this technique. Should we attempt to practice it? At this moment, the large man raised his head, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. General Hong did not respond immediately. It was only after several moments of silence that he turned to the large man, his gaze filled with expectation. I have considered your suggestion, younger brother, yet the path of internal cultivation cannot yield immediate results from a mere trial. The room fell silent for a while before General Hong continued. Nevertheless, we could give it a try. Perhaps we might glean some insight into his method of practice. However, it is concerning that this fellow might be using the later techniques to coerce us into aiding him. General Hong's eyes glinted with a fierce light, and his tone grew somber. Brother, I shall attempt this technique. If it proves to be genuine, Aiding him would be worthwhile. If not, we can always eliminate him later. After all, he is just a wild brat, daring to act so brazenly. Humph. Very well, younger brother, let us proceed to the secret chamber. I will guard you while you test it. After speaking, General Hong reached for a small porcelain vial on the table, tucking it away before turning to leave. Murmuring to himself, this fellow truly possesses skill to have placed this matter upon Ji Wenhe without detection. Hiki, I find myself somewhat reluctant to kill him now. Yet, he is too cunning. If he employs such tactics against us, one misstep could lead us into his trap. Chunin and Li Yin rushed out of the military camp like ants on a hot pan, eager to find Li Yin. They had been conversing with old colleagues for about 2 hours and had yet to see Li Yin emerge, which only heightened their anxiety. They frequently glanced toward the central camp, exchanging uneasy looks that conveyed their mutual apprehension. After a while, they shared another worried glance, stood up, apologizing to those present, and moved aside to speak quietly. After a brief moment, they steeled themselves and approached the central tent. Without military orders, entering such a crucial area could very well cost them their heads. As they neared the central tent, patrolling soldiers spotted them and shouted for them to present their passage tokens. Fortunately, being veterans of the army, they had already prepared their excuses, claiming they had urgent matters to discuss with Lord Ji and hoped to be granted an audience. The patrolling soldiers, upon observing their demeanor, since they might indeed have pressing business with Lord Ji. Besides, some recognized them as members of the military advisor's office, prompting a soldier to report to the central tent. In a short time, the reporting soldier returned, his expression grim as he addressed the two. Are you two jesting with me? Lord Ji has not been in the camp today. Depart at once, or I shall have you arrested. Upon hearing this, both men felt a wave of dread wash over them and quickly expressed their thanks before rushing toward the camp gate, leaving the patrolling soldiers bewildered by their frantic exit. Clearly, their search for Lord Ji was a matter of utmost urgency. Chinon and Lin knew the camp had only one exit. The rear logistics yard was not even a consideration, as it was a heavily guarded area. Upon reaching the camp gate, they hurriedly inquired with the gate guards, only to receive shocking news. Lord Li left alone over 2 hours ago. They had no inkling that the soldiers stationed there had been specifically arranged by General Hong to await their inquiries. Upon hearing this, Chunin and Li Yin were taken aback, realizing they had made a grave mistake. Lord Ji had issued a strict order forbidding them from leaving Li Yan's side. In their anger and panic, they nearly got into a scuffle with the gate guards, who merely replied coolly, if Lord Li wishes to leave. Do I have the authority to detain him? Do you want us to infringe upon our superiors? Chunin and Li Yin were left speechless, their frustration mounting as they swiftly mounted their horses, one heading toward the south gate, the other toward the north. If Li Yin had exited the city, he would certainly have done so through one of these two gates. If he had not yet left the city, then everything would be manageable. A quarter of an hour later, they reconvened at their agreed-upon location, each recounting their findings before mounting their horses together and hastily making their way to the military advisor's residence. At the northern city gate, they had easily learned that Li Yin had departed the city 2 hours prior, stirring a mix of anxiety and anticipation within them. In a short while, they arrived at the military advisor's residence, dismounted, and rushed into the courtyard, drawing curious glances from the crowd outside. They had completely forgotten the admonition against entering the inner courtyard without orders and made their way directly to Li Yan's room, only to find it empty. There was no one there. At this moment, both were drenched in sweat, hurriedly exiting the room and carefully surveying the various corners of the courtyard. The valley was not large, and they could see everything at a glance. At that moment, all that remained in the valley were the swaying flowers and the gently flowing spring water cascading down the rock walls, accompanied by a soft breeze. Just as they were about to search the valley thoroughly, hoping to find Li Yin hiding in the pond or resting among the flowers, even in the restroom would suffice, a voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Where are the two of you? Where's Li Yin? Chapter 40. The Pursuit. After returning from the Grand Marshal's residence, Master Ji remained seated in silence within his chamber, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him, as if something momentous was about to transpire. Practitioners of the mystical arts often experience inexplicable sensations, and those of profound mastery can even foresee fragments of the future. Yet, he remained oblivious to the nature of what was to come. Li Yin and Chinon had ventured into the city, a frequent occurrence of late, thus he dismissed any concerns regarding their absence, merely sensing an inexplicable agitation within himself. As he pondered these thoughts, he suddenly noticed the entrance of Chun-Un and Li Yin into the inner valley. He cast a fleeting glance, but paid little heed to their presence. Recently, Li Yin frequently returned from his excursions, commanding Qinan and Li Yin to gather various items in haste, leading Ji to assume that they were merely complying with Li Yan's demands. However, shortly thereafter, Ji rose to his feet, observing the two entering Li Yan's quarters. Emerging soon after, their expressions laden with anxiety and silence. It was peculiar that Li Yan had not followed them, a phenomenon previously unheard of. A sense of dread enveloped Ji as he swiftly made his way to the valley's entrance, scanning the surroundings for any sign of Li Yan, but to no avail. He employed his spiritual awareness once more, yet found nothing. The feeling of unease intensified within him. In a blink, he silently approached Li Yan's abode. Qinan and Li Yin were startled by a familiar voice inquiring after Li Yan, causing them to tremble. They turned to face Ji, who regarded them with a shadowed expression, prompting them to kneel and bow in reverence. I ask again, where's Li Yan? Ji's voice was icy, devoid of warmth, and in the early summer twilight, it bore a chilling quality. The master. He has gone missing. Li Yin stammered, pressed against the ground. His lips clenched in fear, while Qinan could only speak in a faltering manner. Gone. Lost. Ji's words came through gritted teeth, each syllable deliberate. Why yes. When we were at the military camp, the young master ventured out. Qinan remained prostrate, afraid to lift his gaze. Oh, the military camp? What business did you have there? Were you drinking with Lu Qingyong? Speak of today's events in detail. Ji's tone grew colder, sending shivers through Qinan and Li Yin. After a prolonged silence, Ji, clad in black robes, stood outside the stone house as dusk began to settle. Qinan had relayed the events in detail, yet the two remained on the ground, trembling in fear. Ji remained silent, his demeanor impassive. A short while later, the weight of pressure seemed to lift, and when they dared to look up, Ji's figure had vanished. He moved swiftly through the dense forest, his mind racing with thoughts. What had Li Yan uncovered? Why had he decided to flee? He retraced the events since Li Yan had entered the valley, finding no lapse in his own reasoning. Yet his mind was clouded. However, one thing was certain. Today's events were undoubtedly connected to Hong Lining. It was too coincidental that Li Yan would choose to distance himself from Chun and Li at the military camp, especially when Hong Lining had summoned him for matters today. Everything unfolding simultaneously could not merely be a stroke of luck. It reeked of a calculated collaboration with Hong Lining. Furthermore, it was evident that Li Yan must have sensed something amiss for some time, or else such schemes would not have materialized so abruptly. Truly, a meticulous scheme. One that had ensnared even himself without awareness. As for Hong Lining's motivations for assisting Li Yan, Ji surmised that the martial enthusiast surely sought to acquire the so-called martial arts manual from him. While racing through the forest, Ji contemplated various possibilities, and within a short span, he had pieced together the situation to a considerable degree. Soon, he beheld the northern city gate, but chose not to enter through it. Instead, he veered into the western woods as he approached the gate. Once within the forest, Ji agilely navigated towards the ridge connected to the city wall, intending to scale the wall from there. This feat was unparalleled in the current martial world. It was not merely the ascent that posed a challenge, but the descent was fraught with peril. The steep cliffs would inevitably betray his presence, drawing the attention of vigilant guards. Like a specter, Ji flitted through the woods, and within mere breaths, he had ascended to the ridge. Without pausing, he swiftly descended the opposite side, his form a barely discernible shadow leaping between treetops and rocky outcrops without a sound. In mere moments, Ji stood atop the towering city wall, and with a flicker, he vanished from sight, the patrolling soldiers none the wiser. Within the city, Ji raced through the structures, his destination the Grand Marshal's residence. Convinced that if Hong Lining was involved, Li Yan must be under his control. Thus, the rumors Qinan had gathered at the northern gate regarding Li Yan's departure may not hold truth. With Hong Lining's influence and authority, it would be trivial for him to deceive the gate guards. Consequently, it was likely that Hong Lining had concealed Li Yan in a secure location, which could only be two places, within the confines of the Grand Marshal's residence or in the military encampment several miles away. Ji surmised that Hong Lining would keep Li Yan close at hand. Thus, the likelihood of him being hidden in the Grand Marshal's residence surpassed that of the military camp. Therefore, his primary objective was the Grand Marshal's residence. These thoughts crystallized in Ji's mind as he exited the valley after listening to Qinan. One could say that Ji's mind was exceedingly astute. He had deduced the situation's intricacies in a surprisingly brief time. However, he had misplaced his focus, failing to realize that Li Yan was, in fact, the one holding the reins of this unfolding drama. Ji believed that Li Yan had uncovered something amiss. though the specifics remained elusive to him. Given Li Yan's capabilities, it was impossible for him to escape Ji's grasp. And Hong Linying had been relentlessly seeking opportunities to obtain the martial arts manual. Under unknown circumstances, an agreement had been struck between the two, allowing Hong Linying to seize control of Li Yan. Ji's deductions were indeed the most plausible, for anyone would overlook the potential for a mere 15 or 16-year-old child to take the initiative amidst a lack of power and influence. Before long, Ji arrived at the back entrance of the Grand Marshal's residence, the night having fully descended. Without a moment's hesitation, he slipped inside, as if returning home. Soon, he had traversed the Grand Marshal's estate, moving stealthily, undetected. After meticulously surveying all the chambers, he found nothing out of the ordinary. This was as he had anticipated. If it were so simple to locate someone, Hong Linying would be exceedingly foolish. Nevertheless, he deemed it necessary to conduct a thorough search. After his reconnaissance, he had identified several suspicious locations, and now it was imperative to investigate these areas closely. After all, as a practitioner at the third level of the Qi condensation stage, his spiritual awareness extended only 10 paces, rendering him incapable of sweeping the area broadly. 3 locations merited suspicion. First, a hidden chamber behind the main hall. Second, a secret passage leading to the back garden. And third, a concealed room beneath the east wing of the rear courtyard. With a defined scope, Ji proceeded to inspect each location in turn. He soon emerged from the lobby. The dim chamber behind it harbored no one. After confirming the absence of any presence with his spiritual perception, he ventured inside, searching thoroughly yet finding no clues. Moments later, he found himself outside the eastern wing of the back courtyard, concealed within the shadows of the corridor. He immediately released his spiritual awareness to scan the interior of the house. In this secluded valley, he felt no need for caution. Over the years, he had never encountered another cultivator, ensuring that none could detect his spiritual presence. After a thorough exploration, he discerned that the interior was indeed empty. He stepped out of the shadows and slowly pushed the door open. Upon entering, he swiftly located the entrance to the hidden chamber and sat cross-legged on the floor, releasing his spiritual awareness once more towards the entrance. His range of perception was limited. While he could detect the existence of a secret room beneath the house from outside, he could not grasp its entirety. Soon, his expression shifted, his brows twitching slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he realized that the hidden chamber was not extensive and indeed contained 2 individuals. However, his demeanor darkened when he discovered that Li Yan was absent. Instead, he recognized Hong Linying and another person, one who often feigned mystery while lurking in the dark chamber of the rear hall. This individual exuded an aura comparable to Hong Linying, a top-tier expert in the martial world, yet he remained oblivious to the situation, and the presence of a few more such individuals did not concern him. At that moment, the 2 in the hidden chamber sat on their respective mats, seemingly engrossed in their cultivation. This revelation stirred a degree of confusion within him. Why had Hong Linying not kept Li Yan by his side? Or had Li Yan been placed under the watch of someone else elsewhere? Without further delay, he withdrew his spiritual perception and made his way to the back garden. After he departed, a considerable amount of time passed before Hong Linying, seated on the mat within the hidden chamber, suddenly opened his eyes. The hand resting on his knee, half formed into a fist, gradually relaxed, revealing a small porcelain vial within. At that moment, faint sounds of clattering emanated from the vial. After glancing at the small bottle, Hong Linying remarked, "He has walked far away." The burly man also opened his eyes simultaneously, casting a glance at the porcelain vial. "Brother, is it possible that Ji Wonha has come here for that lad?" Hong Linying pondered for a moment before responding. "At this juncture, it seems that lad has indeed slipped from my grasp." The burly man spoke again. "Fortunately, we possess this item. Otherwise, Ji Wonha's agility is too formidable. Neither of us would have sensed his presence. It is truly a mystery how that lad managed to place this on Ji Wonha without detection." Hong Linying's expression turned solemn upon hearing this. And after a lengthy pause, he said, "Ji Wonha's martial prowess has reached a remarkable level. To uncover this location within the vast marshal's residence is truly impressive. We can only gauge his arrival and proximity by the intensity of this object's response. The initial fluctuations were minimal, but they grew increasingly pronounced, indicating that Ji Wonha was utilizing his inner strength to probe gradually. His skill is indeed commendable," he continued. "The reason he did not descend is likely that he failed to detect Li Yan's presence. This hidden chamber is exceptionally fortified, and we were unable to discern any details from outside. Not only could he ascertain that there were individuals inside, but he could also identify them. Such capability is nothing short of terrifying. The burly man listened, somewhat skeptical. Brother, could it be that he merely sensed someone was present but dared not descend recklessly? Hong Lining, deep in thought, replied after a while, given his skills. I believe he has already discerned the situation here, which is why he refrained from taking action. After a prolonged silence, the burly man nodded in agreement. Fortunately, brother, you acted swiftly and held on to this vial, masking its sound with your technique. Otherwise, he might have detected the clattering noise, which could have led him to sense something amiss. He added, however, today's events showcase his remarkable tracking ability and the exceptional application of this technique. Hong Lining smiled at this. We recently attempted to utilize this technique as well, although there was no reaction. We have confirmed that it is indeed a method for sensing the vital energies of the universe. The principles here are exceedingly ingenious, unlike any method I have previously encountered. It would be ideal to obtain the complete text for a true comparison. Shall we proceed to our appointed destination? The burly man inquired eagerly. Having witnessed the marvel of Ji Junshi's technique tonight, unable to suppress his intense desire for the secret manual, Hong Lining hesitated, pulling out a piece of paper from his pocket, which was a note from Li Yin. He examined it repeatedly before slowly folding it and placing it back in his pocket with care. He looked up at the burly man and declared, "Let us proceed as agreed. This is indeed a fortuitous opportunity, perhaps our last. As for that lad, I shall deal with him once this matter is resolved." The burly man's expression grew solemn as he replied, "Brother, with our current martial skills, we may not have a strong chance against Ji Wenha." He reflected on his previous views of Ji Wenha, having arrived here only a few years prior and never witnessing Ji Wenha's prowess firsthand, relying solely on hearsay. Previously, he had thought his brother and many of the young men in the military exaggerated Ji Wenha's abilities, feeling quite unconvinced. Yet today, the man had approached so closely, completely unaware of the danger he was in. Had he not fortuitously interfered with the other's affairs, he might have faced dire consequences. Hong Lining chuckled softly. His lips moved silently, employing a method of secret communication to convey his thoughts. After a brief interval, the burly man's face brightened with joy. "Brother, your approach is indeed effective." Chapter 41. The quest for traces. The strategist, Ji, has now arrived outside the city of Qingshanai, racing through the inky darkness of night. His countenance darker than the night itself. He had previously explored the secret passage in the marshal's garden, but to no avail, and after searching the marshal's residence several times, he was left with no choice but to conclude that Li Yin was indeed absent from the estate. Upon exiting the marshal's residence, he leapt onto the city wall and ascended along the ridge before leaving the city. Ji's current objective was the military camp located 30 miles away, where hundreds of thousands of troops were stationed. If Hong Lining had concealed a person among them, even with his heightened perception, it would require considerable time to uncover them. He surmised that if there was collusion between the two, Li Yin was most likely hiding among the vast army. Should he search thoroughly and still find no trace of Li Yin, precious time would have been wasted, allowing Li Yin to escape far beyond reach. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Ji felt a surge of anger rising within him, a latent fire toxin beginning to circulate in his body. He swiftly retreated into the adjacent forest, seeking a secluded spot to sit cross-legged in meditation. After approximately half a cup of tea's worth of time, he stood up and vanished once again into the shadows. Time passed swiftly, and the strategist's valley welcomed the second day following Li Yin's departure. Chunin and Li Yin had not slept a wink throughout the night, their eyes bloodshot, unaware of what fate awaited them, their hearts filled with trepidation. As the evening of the second day approached, the two were visibly exhausted, unable to eat or sleep, their condition deteriorating. The other soldiers and women in the valley began to notice the unusual demeanor of the two. After Ji's arrival yesterday, he had left the strategist's residence with a grim expression, and it was peculiar that the young master had not returned with Chunin and Li Yin. Upon their return, the two wore dark expressions, refusing food and drink within the barracks, causing the usual camaraderie among the soldiers to diminish, their voices dropping to whispers. As a result, the entire strategist's residence was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere, resembling a city besieged by dark clouds. The sun gradually rose amidst this oppressive tension, casting its light upon the valley, while the moon ascended slowly, drifting westward. "Chunin, Li Yin, you two come here at once." A voice suddenly echoed in the valley, ominously cold. By this time, it was the dead of night, and Ji, clad in a black robe, appeared like a specter, materializing on the ground before striding directly into the valley. Upon hearing this command, the soldiers on guard outside and those within the residence trembled, a chill running down their spines. Chun, Un, and Li-yin, shaking with fear, hurriedly made their way outside. Upon entering the valley, they beheld a figure standing before Li Yan's quarters. It was Ji, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. However, the sight of Ji shocked them greatly. In just a short day and night, Ji's complexion had turned a deep shade of purple-black, his expression haggard, and he appeared significantly aged, with his eyes glinting a blood-red hue. After arriving at the military camp 30 miles away last night, Ji had exhausted all his efforts, using both sight and perception to navigate the camp stealthily. Yet, as dawn approached, he had not completed his search. With the impending daylight, even with his agility, he risked detection. However, time was not on his side. With a resolute heart, he released some of the suppressed poison within him, enhancing his perception and accelerating his movements. Thus empowered, he glided through the camp like a breeze, undetectable even in broad daylight. Hours later, he found himself behind a tent, his face contorted in distress, his demeanor feral, and the fire toxin now coursing through his veins. In this state, his mind began to slip from his control, fueling an insatiable desire to find Li Yin. After pausing briefly, Ji intensified his magical energy and resumed his search. As night fell once more, he had scoured approximately 70 to 80% of the camp. The excessive use of his powers had accelerated the flow of the fire toxin, driving him to the brink of madness. Observing the unsearched areas, the blackness on his face took on a purplish hue, and some of his hair had turned gray. He muttered incoherently, "Do you think you can hide? Even digging 3 feet into the earth, you cannot escape." Finally, at the stroke of midnight on the second day, he completed his search of the entire camp, yet found nothing. Ji's face twisted in frustration, his teeth grinding audibly, and his blood-red eyes glimmered like those of a ravenous specter in the darkness. No. Where are you? In that moment, his mind was in chaos, the fire toxin having spread throughout his meridians. He raced through the military camp in a frenzy, murmuring to himself. After wandering aimlessly for an unknown duration, his mind gradually regained its composure, and he came to a halt, gasping for breath. Once he steadied his thoughts and surveyed his surroundings, he realized he had unconsciously returned to the outside of the strategist's residence. "You two recount in detail everything you have said and done with Li Yin over the past few months. Be thorough and precise. Do you understand?" In the darkness, Ji, draped in black, stood under the moonlight, coldly gazing at the two kneeling before him. Chun-in and Li-yin felt as though they were ensnared by a gaze as frigid as a venomous serpent, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, as though trapped in the depths of winter. Chun-in began to recount their experiences, with even the usually reticent Li-yin occasionally adding his insights. An hour later, Ji inquired coldly, "Is that all?" Chun-in and Li-yin remained silent on the ground, deep in thought. After a long pause, they exchanged furtive glances and found mutual understanding in each other's eyes. They had said all they could within the hour. "Indeed, my lord. That is all." "There is truly nothing more," Chun-in replied cautiously, and Li-yin nodded in agreement. After this hour of recounting, the two began to calm down. Having faced countless life-and-death situations on the battlefield, they resigned themselves to fate. Ji, however, continued to stand silently, not uttering a word. Below, Chun-in and Li-yin knelt quietly, akin to those awaiting their execution. Under the moonlight, only the occasional chirping of summer insects amidst the flowers and grass in the valley pierced the oppressive silence. Unbeknownst to them, at some point, the pressure upon Chun-in and Li-yin lessened, and when they looked up, Ji had vanished from sight. Moments later, they heard a voice emanating from within Li Yan's quarters. Ji had entered Li Yan's room, and during the past hour, he had listened intently while contemplating every word spoken by the two, his mind returning to its usual calm. Ultimately, he arrived at several conclusions and lingering questions. Firstly, from the descriptions provided, it could be inferred that Li Yin had likely discerned Ji's true intentions. However, how had Li Yin come to know of his motives? Ji had always prided himself on maintaining an impeccable facade, leaving him utterly perplexed. Secondly, Li Yin had seemingly increased his interactions with Lu Qingyong over the past 2 months, suggesting that Lu Qingyong was the individual arranged by Hong Lining to assist him. Today, Li Yan's escape is highly likely a result of Lu Qingyong's interference within the military camp, employing sleight of hand to obscure Chun-in and Li Yin's perception. Moreover, the few fellow townsmen closely associated with Li Yin are equally suspicious, as they might have aided his flight. Consequently, the tavern and the iron workshop could also serve as Li Yan's hideouts. Although the city guards claim that Li Yin has left the city, it would not be a challenge for Hong Lining to persuade a few soldiers to lie. Furthermore, if the city gate guards can fabricate stories, then the sentinels at the military camp could do the same. Could Li Yin still be concealed within the barracks? If the soldiers above are capable of deceit, one might speculate that apart from the tavern and the iron workshop, Hong Lining could easily find a private residence within the city to shelter Li Yin, rather than confining him to the marshal's residence. Additionally, Li Yan's recent substantial purchases of farming tools and clothing, what connection do they bear to his escape? This puzzle eludes him for the time being. Moreover, Li Yan's recent extensive cultivation of flowers and plants, could that also relate to his flight? If Li Yin is not at any of the aforementioned locations, where could he possibly be? Perhaps at his ancestral village or in a secluded spot, waiting for his pursuers to lose hope and abandon their search. How could Li Yin successfully emulate his handwriting to forge a note? Furthermore, have Chunin and Li Yin been compromised by Li Yin, secretly aiding him all along? As he meticulously considers these various possibilities, they gradually coalesce into conclusions, marking his breakthrough. Upon entering Li Yan's chamber, the strategist aims to ascertain the last 2 points. Confident that Li Yan's actions cannot be flawless, every scheme leaves traces. His current task is to validate each conclusion to gradually unveil Li Yan's whereabouts. Upon entering the dimly lit room, the strategist, with the keen eyesight of a cultivator, can perceive details in the darkness as if it were daylight, though distant views may be distorted. The moonlight cascades like water tonight, rendering every object within the room distinctly visible to him. He stands before the table, where an inkstone and brush rest by the window. A quick glance leads him to deductions. When Li Yin was in haste, although the inkstone and brush have been returned to their non-writing positions, the ink remains unwashed. The ink stains on the brush persist as well, a few droplets even marking the table, indicating Li Yan's urgency. Likely out of fear that unforeseen circumstances might disrupt his plans, resulting in a hurried oversight. The strategist picks up the brush, scrutinizing it intently, but finds no further revelations. He scans the room, discovering a pile of crumpled paper in the corner. Setting the brush aside, he swiftly moves to the corner, where he retrieves a piece of paper from the clutter, unfolding it with both hands. The content reveals mere ordinary verses, prompting him to examine several more sheets, gradually contorting his expression into one of concern. These papers are remnants of Li Yan's earlier doodles, unaware of when Li Yin might unleash a torrent of writing. The housekeeper occasionally failed to remove all the clutter. The papers that were cleared away had been burned as firewood, following the strategist's previous orders regarding Chun-Un and Li Yin. Previously, the strategist had seen Li Yan's scribbles, as shown to him by Chun-Un and Li Yin, and had not perceived anything amiss. However, upon closer inspection today, he discerns certain anomalies. Although the scrawl remains chaotic and unsightly, akin to venting pent-up frustrations, upon further scrutiny, he notices that specific strokes bear a resemblance to his own. Had he not been intent on uncovering flaws, he might have overlooked this detail. This revelation ignites a spark of insight in his mind, prompting him to glance at the bookshelf against the west wall, where a dozen or so tomes are neatly arranged. With a swift motion, he approaches the shelf and selects a book, one that contains a verse found among the crumpled papers. Having frequently studied these texts, he recalls them vividly and quickly flips to the relevant page. A mere glance evokes a change in his demeanor. Subsequently, he locates 2 or 3 more volumes, examining them in succession, muttering to himself in disbelief. This young man, I truly underestimated him. At merely 15 or 16 years of age, he possesses such cunning intellect. Upon opening the first book, he had already grasped the crux of the matter. These volumes were among those he had often perused. But due to the overwhelming number of books, he had only retained a few in his personal space, relegating the rest to other rooms. He has a habit of annotating striking phrases, occasionally adding personal commentary, a practice that Li Yin evidently recognized and incorporated into his scheme. The strategist recalls that Li Yin had previously borrowed several books from him, likely to scrutinize more of his handwriting and ascertain whether the inscriptions in his own collection matched those on the borrowed pages. He remembers that he had only written to Li Yin on 2 occasions, once regarding the breath-guiding technique and once concerning the Huailian Qing Gong. It is evident that during the latter instance, Li Yin had spent a considerable duration studying the technique, which the strategist initially attributed to the complexity of the advanced skill. Now, however, it seems plausible that Li Yan's prolonged observation was also to compare his handwriting with that of the texts. Casting another glance at the pile of practice papers, The strategist begins to comprehend. Within Li Yan's practice, certain fundamental strokes are genuine attempts to imitate his handwriting, while the rest are mere scribbles meant to obscure. When it comes time to compose an actual note, Li Yan seamlessly amalgamates the practice strokes, crafting a message that appears authentic. It is indeed an impressive feat. The strategist muses that every writer develops a unique style. Replicating specific characters with precision demands exceptional focus and patience. At this juncture, he has confirmed the last 2 points of his conclusions. Li Yan has surreptitiously emulated his handwriting by referencing the annotated texts. While the inherent flaws in his cultivation technique necessitate external means to quell his inner turmoil, he has cleverly used this to mask the truth of his handwriting practice. Moreover, Chen Yin and Li Yin have not been compromised by Li Yan, a conclusion that is easily drawn. Had they been swayed, Li Yin would not have exerted such effort to mimic his handwriting. This is clearly a ruse to deceive both Chen and Li Yin. With these insights, he now seeks to validate the remaining conclusions. Perhaps Li Yan's whereabouts lie within them. Chapter 42. Unraveling the threads, Chen Yin and Li Yin remained crouched on the ground, having fallen silent after the commotion in Li Yan's room. After a while, they felt a chill wash over them, only to return to normal moments later. Yet, they dared not rise. Meanwhile, General Ji infiltrated the Qingshan Pass, making his way directly to the military camp. His purpose was to locate the soldiers who had been on guard at the camp's gates the previous afternoon, as well as another soldier stationed at the North City Gate who had informed Li Yin that Lord Li had departed the city 2 hours prior. He was well aware of which squad these 2 soldiers belonged to. Chen Yin and Li Yin were veterans of the army, familiar with both soldiers. After some probing, they readily divulged all the information they possessed. Soon, General Ji arrived at the camp, now cloaked in the darkness of early morning. The camp gates were firmly shut, with patrols occasionally passing by, yet to Ji, it all seemed irrelevant. He had come and gone from countless military encampments, and this small garrison of a mere few thousand posed no challenge. Before long, a figure darted from the camp. Had anyone been watching, they would have seen him effortlessly carrying 2 individuals, appearing weightless as he slipped out of the military grounds. Feng Chuang gradually awoke, feeling a chill envelop him. As he opened his eyes, the sight before him left him momentarily stunned, questioning whether he was dreaming. He found himself lying amidst a dense forest, moonlight filtering through the treetops. He quickly turned his head to survey his surroundings, which were engulfed in darkness, obscuring his vision. He distinctly recalled that after dinner, following a routine training session, he had extinguished the lights and gone to bed early, certain he had fallen asleep within the confines of his tent. How had he ended up outside the city, in the woods? He sat up, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. It must be a dream. Yet, upon opening his eyes once more, the scene remained unchanged. Even a seasoned warrior like him began to feel a creeping fear. He pinched his thigh, eliciting a sharp pain. This was no dream. You need not confirm it. This is not a dream. What you must do now is answer my questions honestly, and that will suffice. A chilling voice suddenly echoed in the darkness, sending a shiver down Feng Chuang's spine. He turned to see a tall figure clad in black, standing not far away. Who are you? Feng Chuang stammered, his voice trembling. It is not you who asks. It is I. Do you understand? Remember, if you lie when I pose my questions, the consequences will be dire. The voice was devoid of any warmth. Yesterday afternoon, while you were on duty, did Li Yan, a disciple of General Ji, exit the camp? Feng Chuang was taken aback, not expecting such a question, and hesitated momentarily before replying. Oh yes, he left the camp shortly after entering. A sharp crack rang out. With a blood-curdling scream, the sound pierced the night, startling the birds into flight. The figure had closed the distance, swiftly breaking one of Feng Chuang's fingers. You lied. Answer truthfully. The interrogation continued, punctuated by more anguished cries and desperate pleas for mercy. After a quarter of an hour, General Ji struck Feng Chuang's forehead with a palm, and he collapsed, lifeless, blood streaming from his orifices. Yet, an expression of profound relief graced his face, as if death were his greatest joy. Throughout this grim quarter hour, Ji employed various inhumane methods, yet his inquiries remained singular. Did Li Yan exit the camp? Ultimately, he confirmed that Li Yan had not left the military grounds. Next, he leaned down to awaken another soldier. Before long, the chilling screams resumed, echoing through the darkened woods, where not a single bird remained. Only the haunting cries of the damned reverberated in the night. Another quarter of an hour passed, and General Ji struck the second soldier's forehead. The screams abruptly ceased. Surrounded by towering trees, Ji stood as a ghostly figure in the darkness. Li Yin had indeed exited the city, and from the North City gate at that. Yet the other soldier claimed he had not left the camp. Ha ha ha, Hong Linying, your means are truly remarkable. The camp had only 2 exits. Since Li Yin had not departed through the main gate, yet had appeared at the North City gate. Could it be that you used your command to facilitate his escape through the supply route? He left alone, on foot, without a horse. And the Marshal's office found no trace of him, suggesting he had evaded Hong Linying. With such meticulousness, the boy concealed his practice of writing. And if Hong Linying had to employ his command, it indicated the boy's cunning. He would not risk his life in the hands of others. It was unclear how he managed to slip away from Hong Linying, but it appeared Hong had been outmaneuvered. Once he escaped, he would not return stealthily to the city. The ruse of darkness beneath the lamp relies on timing. He was too astute to misjudge the situation. Thus, there was little need to search the city. Initially, Ji intended to capture Lu Qingyong and question him, but that was now unnecessary. Li Yin was likely hiding somewhere outside the city. Should Li Yin and Hong Linying be present, they would be astonished. Their months of plotting had unraveled under Ji's calm scrutiny in a mere span of a night. Ji's strategy was astute. Though he had suspects like Lu Qingyong, Li Shan, and Li Yu, he sought out the key eyewitnesses to Li Yin's movements. With the answers he desired, he deduced the truth, revealing other conclusions without the need for extensive inquiries. However, this inadvertently spared Lu Qingyong, Li Shan, and Li Yu's lives. Had Ji not been calm, he would have pursued any suspect. Once he located them, their fates would have been sealed. Much like the 2 soldiers. Now, the next step was to determine the boy's whereabouts, perhaps Li family village in Dakingshan, as the darkest hour before dawn enveloped him. Ji's face blended seamlessly with the night, save for his stark white teeth, which stood out in sharp contrast. He prepared to vanish into the void but hesitated once more. Deep in thought, something is amiss. While Li family village may harbor shadows, such a gamble on his life is far too reckless. This is not the boy's style. Among his conclusions were 2 leads that might reveal the boy's whereabouts. Why had Li Yin recently purchased an abundance of farming tools and clothing? Furthermore, what was the significance of his extensive planting of flowers and plants? Standing still, time slipped away until the eastern horizon began to brighten, casting a faint light upon the forest. Finally, Ji stirred, shaking his head lightly. Those tools and garments, they seemed to serve no purpose. Perhaps they are merely a way for him to soothe his restless mind. After all, this young man grew up in a mountain village, harboring a primitive dependence and possessiveness towards agricultural tools and urban artifacts. However, those flowers and plants appeared rather peculiar. Could they be a part of his escape plan? To ascertain the truth, a return visit is imperative. With this thought, the strategist rose and made his way toward the strategist's residence. Meanwhile, within the city's military camp, chaos erupted. 2 soldiers had mysteriously vanished overnight. Could they be enemy spies? Had they discovered their identities and sneaked away in the dead of night? Or had enemy scouts infiltrated the city, stealthily abducting these 2 soldiers? Tensions surged through the camp as each regiment eyed the others with suspicion. Among those present, one individual harbored a suspicion that this incident might be related to Li Yin, Lu Qingyong. He knew that one of the missing soldiers had been acting under orders, just as he had. The other soldier had also been on duty at the city walls that day, and it was likely he had encountered Li Yin. Yet, he dared not speak of it, only feeling increasingly anxious. He speculated that perhaps the strategist was behind this, for given the camp's stringent security, it seemed implausible that a mere handful of martial artists could have silently whisked away 2 living men without a trace. Reflecting on the strategist's previous cunning tactics against the enemy outside the city, his suspicion grew stronger. In the main military tent, Marshal Hong Linying, having received the news early that morning, hurried over. Gazing at the commanders assembled within, he spoke in a grave tone. The south gate is to remain closed. No one may enter or exit. The north gate will be rigorously inspected. A thorough search of the camp is to be conducted. 2 battalions will be dispatched from each regiment to scrutinize every household within the city. As for public statements, we shall declare that we suspect enemy spies may have infiltrated the city. Do not disclose any details regarding the missing soldiers, understood? The commanders advanced in unison. As you command. They promptly filed out. In an instant, only a few strategists and Marshal Hong remained in the tent. The marshal glanced at the strategists and waved his hand. You may also leave. Yes, once everyone had exited. Marshal Hong stared blankly at the strategist's desk for a moment. Heh. So it begins? You are indeed swift, since you harbor suspicions. I shall acquiesce to that, young man. At the strategist's residence in the inner valley, strategist G returned to find the two individuals still kneeling. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He strode towards Chenin and Li'in, silently observing them for a prolonged moment before finally gesturing with his sleeve. You two may leave. Having knelt for an entire night, Chun In and Li'in, despite their resilience, were now dazed. Startled by his voice, they regained a modicum of clarity. Hastily, they bowed their heads and, with great difficulty, managed to stand, supporting each other as they limped toward the exit. Unbeknownst to them, they had just traversed the threshold of death. However, seeing their current state and preoccupied with other matters, the strategist temporarily spared them. Disregarding how Chenin and Li'in would fare upon their return, the strategist turned his attention to the various flowers and plants that had been cultivated not far from the stone house. He began to scrutinize them closely, moving along the narrow paths between the rows, pausing intermittently to examine each specimen. As the morning sun gradually ascended, the strategist found himself crouched before a flower planted on the southern side of the valley, near the foot of the mountain. Compared to the stone house and the surrounding blooms, this flower was in a rather secluded spot. Patiently, he examined each plant until he noticed one flower that stood slightly taller than the others. While variations in height among plants are commonplace, it was curious that this flower had a considerable space around it, not entirely devoid of nearby flora, yet distinctively different upon closer inspection. Crouching before the flower, the strategist observed that although it was taller, it appeared to be lacking in moisture. This was peculiar, as typically, robust plants are lush and verdant. However, this particular specimen exhibited sparse foliage. He reached down and gently excavated around the base of the flower, causing it to topple over, revealing that its roots were not deeply embedded. To his astonishment, beneath the fallen stem, a piece of silk emerged. Instantly alert, he grasped the silk with his enchanted hand. Yet, upon lifting it, nothing seemed amiss. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was a small piece of black silk, neatly folded into a square. Chapter 43. The hands of Master G, suffused with magical energy, remained cautious as he gently shook the silk, unfurling it before him. Upon its unveiling, the silk revealed itself to be empty, yet his eyes sparkled with intrigue as he discerned a design etched upon its surface. Laying the silk flat on the ground, he focused intently, and moments later, a sinister smile crept across his face. Ha ha ha. I wonder why you return with such an abundance of garments? It seems you have cleverly concealed a map within the city, a testament to your crafty mind. How could I possibly guard against your bringing such an item here? You fear discovery, hence you have buried this map amidst flowers and plants in a remote location. You tend to them, perhaps even resting here, yet with time, the roots must suffer from a lack of water, inevitably wilting. I surmise you have spent your time here studying this map? Before him lay a map of the mountainous terrain surrounding the northern city, a type commonly found in various shops throughout the town. This was not a military map, but rather one intended for merchants and local residents, detailing the geography of the nearby mountains and the shortcuts leading into them. More importantly, it indicated the types and locations of the beasts that lurked within these mountains, cautioning travelers and locals alike against venturing too deep or straying from the path, lest they be lost forever. Maps of this nature typically originate from two sources: the military, which periodically shares information following their hunts to control the beast population near the mountains, and civilian commercial guilds, which explore the region and create their own maps. The silk before G, however, bore a distinctive quality, suggesting it was crafted with intent to remain unnoticed, easily concealed among his garments. Master G, now unconcerned with the source of the map, contemplated its implications for Li Yan. He examined it meticulously, flipping it over and over, until a wave of delight washed over him. Ha ha ha. You are indeed clever, yet you underestimate the existence of spiritual awareness. Initially, he found little of consequence, but as he held the silk up to the sunlight, squinting to observe further, he noticed faint markings that had previously eluded him. He then extended his spiritual awareness towards the silk, and several lines began to manifest in his perception. The lines varied in depth, but one in particular stood out prominently. A path leading from the northern city gate toward the western slopes of the Great Green Mountain, terminating approximately 70 to 80 miles in, where the presence of beasts was notably scarce. These lines, likely formed by repeated touches over time, became apparent only when he employed his spiritual sight. As he scrutinized the thicker line, a smile widened across his face. He recognized that its prominence indicated it had been traced most frequently. suggesting that this was the route Li Yin had contemplated the most, making it the most probable path for his escape. It was, moreover, a well-concealed location, given its noted scarcity of beasts. Ah, I knew you would not return home so easily. It would be too simple to find you. Indeed. Your purchases of garments and flowers were for a deeper purpose. Concealing the silk within his robes, he swiftly exited the valley. Upon reaching the open ground beyond, he called for Chun-En and Li Yin. Sensing their unease, he whispered instructions before hastily making his way down the mountain. After receiving their orders, the two men exchanged thoughtful glances and soon ventured into the woods to retrieve their horses, preparing to descend. Their directive was to discreetly investigate the situation in Li family village at the foot of the Great Green Mountain. Should they find Li Yin, one was to stay behind while the other returned to report. Although Master Ji was nearly certain Li Yin would not return to the village, he was unwilling to overlook any possibility. Upon descending, Master Ji did not immediately follow the map in search of Li Yin. Instead, he re-entered the city, covertly surveying the natural tavern and ironware pavilion, confirming that Li Yin was not present before allowing himself to relax. As he gazed skyward, realizing it was nearing midday, he procured a modest meal from the natural tavern. After a brief repast, he set forth towards the outskirts of the city. The mountain path was rugged, overgrown with thorns, much like many routes leading into the Great Green Mountain, frequented by few travelers. The rapid growth of weeds and vines soon obscured even the paths once carved out by visitors. In the early summer heat, the mountains felt stifling, though an occasional breeze carried a hint of coolness, mingled with the fragrance of wildflowers, offering a moment of comfort. Yet, for Master Ji, clad in black robes with a darkened visage, the journey was far from pleasant. He often crouched to inspect the ground before continuing, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. In this terrain, spiritual awareness proved less than advantageous. The map indicated a distance of approximately 70 to 80 miles from the main road, a manageable trek for one of his abilities. However, the ground was littered with thorns, and the towering canopies above obscured the path, leading to numerous splits and diversions, all entwined with the underbrush. While his current powers could allow him to traverse the terrain with ease, such an approach might alarm the creatures dwelling within the woods, alerting Li Yin and complicating his pursuit. Hence, he proceeded with caution, intent on capturing Li Yin unawares. Observing the underbrush, Master Ji noted the signs of tampering. Careful navigation for what felt like an eternity revealed he had unwittingly veered off course yet again, a frustrating recurrence that necessitated yet another adjustment. Li Yin had evidently set traps and disguises, mechanisms that spiritual awareness could not unveil. This awareness could enhance clarity of vision but could not surpass the capability of human judgment. Since entering the mountains, Master Ji had altered his direction at least 4 times over a mere 20-mile stretch, narrowly avoiding disturbing the birds taking flight amidst the trees. Although he did not think that Li Yin would notice him here, he dared not take it lightly. He had come to a renewed understanding of Li Yin, realizing that this young man possessed a hidden resilience and intellect that could rival his own. This was due to his lack of detailed knowledge about Li Yin. Since childhood, Li Yin had accompanied the adults of the village into the mountains to hunt. The village's income was largely derived from hunting, and thus, they had inherited a set of ancestral hunting techniques. Camouflage and traps were merely routine for them. Otherwise, with the innate cunning of the beasts, even the less formidable ones would be exceedingly difficult to capture due to their natural alertness. Although the military strategist Ji had his own means of concealment and search, his primary focus was on evading the beasts, with his methods aimed more at uncovering the traces left by celestial beings. Time passed gradually, and as the sun began to set, Ji finally reached the foot of a mountain peak without startling too many creatures. At this moment, Ji was crouched among the foliage of a great tree, gazing intently ahead. Approximately a mile away, halfway up the mountain, there lay a platform about 7 to 8 zhang wide, where several towering pines swayed gently in the breeze, the sound of rustling needles faintly audible. Beneath one of the pines, a figure sat, consuming food. Ji concentrated his powers, his eyes narrowing as he observed. The person, clad in a black robe, sat on a large stone beneath the pine, nibbling intermittently while occasionally glancing around. Behind him was a sheer cliff. "Is it you here?" Ji murmured to himself after recognizing that the figure was indeed Li Yin. Ji remained hidden among the vast leaves, contemplating how to strike decisively. For Li Yin sat perilously close to the cliff's edge. The depth of the chasm was indeterminate from his current vantage point, as he had been ascending since entering the mountains, albeit on a gentle slope. If he failed to capture Li Yin in one swift move, the young man might resort to desperate measures, potentially plunging into the abyss behind him. In such a scenario, Ji realized that he would be left with nothing but regret. Thus, Ji continued to silently observe, while Li Yin finished his meal and retrieved a water pouch from his belongings. After taking a sip, he placed the pouch beside him on the stone slab. Suddenly, it seemed Li Yin heard something and dropped to the ground swiftly. This startled Ji. As he had made no sound, had Li Yin discovered his presence? As he lay low, Ji watched as Li Yin cautiously lifted his head, his gaze slowly drifting in Ji's direction, causing Ji's heart to race. Damn it, he really has noticed me. How did he detect my presence? Ji thought bitterly, having been exceedingly careful to reach this point without disturbing even the birds. However, since he had been discovered, he felt compelled to reveal himself. Just as he was about to rise and speak to Li Yin to calm him, he sensed something was amiss. At that moment, Li Yin's eyes shifted away from Ji, scanning the left side of his body, his expression turning increasingly vigilant. Could there be someone else on my left? Ji pondered, recalling that he had searched the area upon his arrival and found nothing, which was why he had chosen this hiding spot. Could it be that Li Yin is overly sensitive, perhaps mistaking shadows for threats? Resolving to remain still for the moment, Ji waited to observe. Indeed, after a brief interval, Li Yin's attention shifted again, this time scrutinizing Ji's right side closely. Subsequently, he slowly rose to his feet. Damn it, he truly is anxious, Ji thought, feeling a surge of anger. This kid is practically neurotic. Any slight disturbance sets him off. Ji cursed inwardly, realizing that he had nearly compromised his own position. If he revealed himself now and failed to subdue Li Yin, he would regret it profoundly. After standing, Li Yin once more surveyed his surroundings, then listened intently for a moment before dejectedly resuming his seat on the large stone. He hurriedly looked down and, in a flurry of movement, reached to retrieve the water pouch he had accidentally knocked over. His sudden drop had caused the pouch, which had been carelessly placed beside the stone, to topple, spilling the water. Although the mountains had springs, none were nearby, necessitating a long trek to fetch more water. Li Yin hastily picked up the pouch, secured its opening, and shook it by his ear, letting out a sigh. At that instant, Ji, hidden in the expansive tree canopy, narrowed his eyes sharply as he observed the water cascading from the pouch, revealing a change in the color of the rocks beside Li Yin. Ji's heart raced, and he focused intently, his powers coalescing as he strained to comprehend the unfolding situation. Moments later, he was taken aback by the revelation. Chapter 44. A sudden assault. As night fell and the moon rose, the darkened treetops at the foot of the mountain cast a shadowy expanse, while a faintly discernible path wound its way upward. Thickets of thorns and shrubs thrived along the roadside, and on a platform halfway up the mountain, several towering pine trees swayed gently in the night breeze, their roots exposed amidst the sparse grass and rock. Commander Ji had been observing Li Yin, and, after the latter had picked up the spilled water pouch, he suddenly noticed something unusual. The hue of the rocks beside Li Yin appeared slightly darker under the moonlight, a stark contrast to the surrounding area. The rocks had absorbed moisture from the spilled water, resulting in this color change. Although this was not inherently suspicious, Ji's intuition sparked as he caught a glimmer of light reflecting off the damp surface. Yet, due to the distance, his current cultivation level prevented him from discerning further details. He shifted his gaze back to the foot of the mountain, mentally calculating his next move. The base of the mountain lacked significant trees, primarily consisting of low-lying thorns and shrubs that spread horizontally close to the ground, making stealthy concealment nearly impossible. However, a few taller trees were present at the base. Ji swiftly descended from the towering canopy, moving with the agility of a squirrel, and within moments, he reached the ground. After a few more leaps, he arrived beneath one of the trees that afforded him the best vantage point to observe Li Yin, gracefully climbing up once more. Li Yin sat upon a rock, resting against a pine tree with his eyes closed, appearing to be in a light slumber. In reality, he had heightened his magical energy to its fullest extent, attentively listening to the sounds of the surrounding wilderness. He had been in this place for over 2 days and had recently felt an inexplicable sensation of being watched. Although he had neither heard nor seen anyone or any beasts, that fleeting moment had disrupted the natural balance he had come to know. Could it be him? Unfortunately, he lamented the lack of time to cultivate to the second layer of chi condensation, as his consciousness could not extend outward, diminishing his chances of survival significantly. After months of diligent practice with the true scripture of water, his cultivation had surged, and he had begun to comprehend many applications of this celestial technique. This method was rooted in the interplay of the 5 elements, granting him a greater magical prowess than his peers. While ordinary cultivators could only extend their consciousness upon reaching the third layer of qi condensation, the true scripture of water enabled him to do so upon breaking through to the second layer. He had recently confirmed that it was not Hong Lini, as he had provided the breath guidance technique to him as the first layer of the wood shadow skill. Those incantations were genuine, and in a short time, it would be nearly impossible for Hong to find any faults. However, without spiritual roots, he would never be able to cultivate the sense of spiritual energy. Yet, as long as he perceived the manual to be authentic, he would recognize its extraordinary nature. Given his obsession with martial arts, he would likely come to challenge him, striving to acquire subsequent techniques. That strange sensation he felt could very well indicate that Ji Wenhe had found this place, although it had only lasted a moment. He was confident in his intuition. However, with Ji Wenhe already here, where was Hong Lini? Would he have to face his adversary alone? Ji once again perched atop a tree. Although this tree was not as tall as the previous ones he had hidden in, it still offered a decent view of the platform, and his sight was significantly improved. Moments later, a hint of mockery crossed Ji's face. It appeared that a powerful crossbow had been concealed here. Hong Lini had indeed provided this weapon, a truly ruthless gift. One careless moment could lead to significant trouble. The strong crossbow, strung with the sinews of ordinary beasts, was equipped with a magazine containing 7 bolts, each possessing a lethal force 5 to 6 times greater than that of a regular bow, typically requiring 3 to 4 men to operate. Its practicality was limited until skilled craftsmen modified it for use by a single cultivator. Even so, a second-rate martial artist could only fire 3 bolts consecutively. Further innovations led to a design allowing a person's foot to be placed in a notch on the back, utilizing leg strength to launch a bolt, thus earning it the name Strong Foot Crossbow. This deadly portable weapon could inflict fatal harm, even on lower-tier cultivators, ordinary cultivators below the foundation-laying stage. Aside from possessing magical energy and some techniques, were only slightly more resilient than average individuals. A strike from such a lethal device would undoubtedly lead to their demise. However, there existed body-refining cultivators of varying degrees of toughness, depending on the techniques they practiced. Ji meticulously scrutinized the area, spotting the strong foot crossbow hidden within the crevice of a massive rock, perhaps due to the narrowness of the gap. And in his haste to retrieve it without revealing his intentions, Li Yin had inadvertently exposed a portion of the bowstring. When Li Yin had knocked over the water pouch, droplets had splashed onto the bowstring. Had Ji not noticed the reflection caused by the water, he might have been caught off guard. Contemplating this, Ji's resentment toward Hong Lini deepened. Such a weapon should never have been entrusted to Li Yin. Gazing at the low-lying thickets extending toward the mountain, Ji furrowed his brow. The distance from here to the mid-mountain platform was roughly 200 paces. If he could stealthily advance another 100, he was confident he could reach Li Yin before he realized what was happening. Yet, his furrowed brow soon relaxed. This was hardly a concern. Now that he had located Li Yin, all that remained was to wait for the opportune moment. In essence, this meant waiting until Li Yin grew weary. Even someone of Ji's cultivation level, the third layer of qi condensation, could not replace sleep with meditation, let alone someone at the first layer. Li Yin remained seated on the rock, the night deepening around him as the valley grew darker while the moonlight above became increasingly cool. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he gradually relaxed, leaning against the pine tree, his eyes fluttering shut. Ji lay concealed in the tree, his gaze fixed intently upon Li Yin. By now, it was well past midnight, and as Li Yin's eyes slowly closed, Ji began to close his own, focusing on regulating his internal energy. After 2 nights of heightened tension and constant movement, even a cultivator of his caliber felt fatigue setting in. Now that he confirmed Li Yin had succumbed to sleep, Ji began to gather his strength, waiting for Li Yin to drift into a deeper slumber. After half an hour, Ji slowly opened his eyes and, after observing Li Yin for a moment, his figure flickered and vanished from the tree. Moments later, under the moonlight, his silhouette appeared again along the mountain path, disappearing and reappearing as he swiftly traversed the terrain, only the occasional rustle of thorns and branches betraying his presence. As he approached the platform at mid-mountain, Ji's heart was as calm as water. Li Yin appeared increasingly distinct before him, and he silently calculated that in 2 more breaths, he would be able to close the distance and confront Li Yin directly. Gazing at Li Yin, who was peacefully slumbering against the tree, the military strategist Ji felt an inexplicable sense of unease stir within him. How could one remain in this valley, so utterly at ease in sleep? Although the reasons for the scarcity of monsters in this place remained a mystery, as Ji drew closer, and discerned Li Yan's sleeping posture more clearly. His feeling of foreboding intensified. Ji narrowed his eyes, channeling his inner energy forcefully into his legs, revealing his presence. At that very moment, Li Yan suddenly opened his eyes, which were bloodshot yet resolute. Lowering his body, he reached out with a hand and a foot towards the rocks below. In the next instant, he merely needed to grasp, secure, and release. Ji, still airborne, was taken aback as Li Yan's eyes suddenly flared open. Alarmed, he thought, "This is bad." In the blink of an eye, he made a swift decision and redirected his momentum toward the strong crossbow. What seemed like an eternity was, in fact, only a breath's duration. As Li Yan's fingers brushed against the bowstring, preparing to pull it tight, Ji, cloaked in black, lunged forward with alarming speed. His fingers curled into claws. One hand seized Li Yan's outstretched wrist, while the other surged toward the bowstring nestled in the crevice of the rock. Li Yan, startled, dared not pursue the crossbow any longer. He swiftly retracted his arm, pushing off the ground with his toes, rolling away in a frantic escape. Ji's claw grasped nothing but air, hindered by the simultaneous attempt to seize two objects. In that moment, his other hand successfully latched onto the bowstring hidden within the rocky fissure. Exhausted, he landed heavily, yet he pulled with force, using his toes to push off the ground. Eager to retrieve the crossbow before launching himself at Li Yan once more. By this time, Li Yan had rolled a short distance away and had yet to regain his footing. Ji, with a single leap, could easily close the gap. However, just then, Ji felt a sudden tightening at his feet, a tremendous force lifting him upward in an instant. With a thunderous crack, he found himself yanked downward, plummeting toward the cliff's edge with the speed of a falling star. This unforeseen turn of events sent shockwaves through Ji's mind. In haste, he felt dizzy, the wind howling in his ears as he descended, akin to a meteor hurtling downwards. In mere moments, he had fallen several meters. The astute Ji, gathering his wits, flicked his fingers, summoning a crescent-shaped wind blade that shot toward the ground beneath him. His descent slowed as he nimbly extended his other hand, seizing a side of the cliff wall with a resounding thud. To his astonishment, he managed to embed his fingers into the solid granite, pulling himself up with sheer strength. With his toes pushing off the cliff, he soared upward over 10 feet. Then, using the momentum from several quick foot placements on the cliff face, he ascended back to the top. It was only then that Ji vaguely heard a heavy thud from the valley below, realizing the cliff's height must exceed 100 feet. As Ji regained his footing atop the cliff, he spotted a figure darting downwards. It was Li Yan, who had peered over the edge of the cliff and, witnessing Ji's descent of several meters, had severed the rope tethering the massive rock that threatened to fall, now soaring back up, sensing impending danger. Seeing this, Ji bellowed, "Wretched disciple, where do you think you're going?" Infuriated by the near-fatal ambush, Ji's murderous intent surged. Had it not been for his celestial powers, he would have met his end at the cliff's bottom. Even now, he was baffled as to how he had fallen into Li Yan's trap. In a fit of rage, Ji's voice echoed through the forest, startling the birds into flight. Hearing this, Li Yan was consumed by panic and fled toward the thorny bushes along the hillside, disregarding the cuts and scrapes as he scrambled away. Ji, with a disdainful snort, leapt into the air again, but Li Yan, heedless of danger, rolled down the slope with astonishing speed. After several leaps, Ji found himself unable to intercept Li Yan, who, after a few breaths, had reached the foot of the mountain. Ji, however, was close behind, witnessing Li Yan's tattered black robe as he desperately attempted to halt his momentum and veer into the woods. Ji, suspended in midair, felt a surge of lethal intent and flicked his fingers again, sending a blue arc of wind blade slicing toward Li Yan's legs, intent on severing him below the knee. Li Yan, infused with magical energy, though injured from his descent, had only sustained surface wounds, as his internal organs remained safeguarded by his power. Just as he stood up, on the verge of disappearing into the forest, he sensed a sharp gust of wind approaching his legs, triggering an alarm in his mind. He poured energy into his legs, twisting his body to evade the strike. However, the sudden twist left him feeling a painful constriction in his chest, nearly causing him to faint. He glanced downward, only to see a blue blade of wind graze his thigh, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Despite his quick reflexes, his skills and combat experience paled in comparison to the seasoned Ji, who wielded celestial arts in his attack. Though Ji failed to sever Li Yan's leg completely, he nonetheless inflicted a grievous wound. With a muffled groan, Li Yan fell, and Ji, with a sinister smile, stepped forward. Chapter 45. Truly no more. The strategist Ji gazed down at Li Yan, who had fallen to the ground and was now staring back at him, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. Do you truly believe you can escape? Regardless of your cunning, the outcome remains the same, or rather, your fate is sealed. Noticing Li Yan's silence and his cold, indifferent gaze, Ji pondered momentarily before continuing. What perplexes me is how you discern my intentions against you. And how did you manage to evade General Honglining? Li Yan, dragging one leg, slowly shifted his body backward, blood streaming profusely from his wounds, staining the ground crimson. He laboriously leaned against a nearby tree for support, struggling to rise. The hem of his tattered black robe was now soaked in dark red. Suddenly, a chilling grin revealed Li Yan's white teeth as he addressed Ji with a mocking smile. It was, of course, the clues left by my senior brother that enlightened me. Why would General Hong spare me? His target is you, not me. Ji was taken aback, momentarily unable to grasp the implications of Li Yan's words. He sensed there was something amiss, but could not pinpoint the issue. Just then, in a swift motion, Li Yan struck the tree trunk with force, letting out a low growl. Then let us perish together. Caught off guard by Li Yan's sudden aggression, Ji's mind was still occupied with the implications of Li Yan's previous statement. He saw Li Yan's face contort in a menacing expression as his palms slammed against the tree. Before he could comprehend Li Yan's intentions, he felt a gust of ominous wind from behind and instinctively realized the peril he was in. He had never anticipated that Li Yan had laid a trap in this location, a full mile away from the earlier ambush. In a split second, he had no time to turn around. He summoned all his agility, his hands waving rapidly behind him. And soon he heard the sounds of wood splintering and a muffled grunt. The sudden cacophony startled the birds that had just returned to the treetops, causing them to scatter into the night sky. Li Yan, having struck the tree trunk, rolled aside, his ears filled with the sounds of chaos and a heavy grunt. When he finally lifted his head again, he was met with a chilling sight. Ji was in a dire state, his black robe torn in numerous places, and two thick wooden spikes pierced through his left arm. The sharp ends of the spikes were stained with dark, twisted remnants, human tendons. Yet what chilled Li Yan's heart was the fact that Ji was still alive, his chest rising and falling as he glared at Li Yan with a predatory gaze. Ji's face, dark and tinged with purple from the agony, contorted as he approached Li Yan step by step. You truly are remarkable, exceptionally so, to have orchestrated such elaborate schemes against me. Very well, truly, commendable, he said, each word punctuated with labored breaths as blood poured from his elbow like a cascading stream. Behind Ji lay a scatter of wood chips and broken branches. The once threatening spikes that had rushed toward him had been reduced to splinters by the wind blades he had unleashed. However, in his haste, Ji could only protect his back, failing to disperse all the spikes, and two sharp ones had pierced his left arm, exposing the veins beneath, leaving him uncertain of any bone damage. At least for the moment, it seemed Ji could hardly use his left arm, even if he were to recover. Given his current level of cultivation, he might never regain full function. These were traps commonly employed by hunters to ensnare large beasts, wooden spikes fashioned from sturdy branches, sharpened to a lethal point and affixed to a larger wooden structure, resembling a spiked mace. Such traps were typically suspended between two trees, with one end tightly bound to a trunk. When triggered, they would swing down with lethal force, capable of striking anything within a few yards. However, they had a flaw. To maintain their trajectory and increase momentum, they were often suspended a foot or two off the ground. A smaller animal could easily evade them by crouching down. Yet Ji had been misled by Li Yan's words, pondering their meaning even as he found himself unprepared for the imminent danger. Having spent his time in secluded mountains, he had encountered either beasts or fellow cultivators. Common hunters rarely ventured that deep into the woods, often falling prey to the beasts or succumbing to the blades of cultivators. Ultimately, Ji had underestimated Li Yan's cunning once again, failing to recognize that even in desperation, Li Yan could lay traps in diverse locations. A once proud martial artist, now reduced to a pawn in the schemes of a fledgling cultivator. Li Yan propped himself up with his elbow, tilting his face upward. What a pity. I never expected such guile from one so young. How many more tricks do you possess? Allow me to witness them. Ji had approached within mere steps of Li Yan when he suddenly struck, his right hand darting out in a flurry of movements. When he ceased, Li Yan had collapsed onto his back. And now, it is truly over, Ji declared, standing amidst the trees, looking down at Li Yan, who lay motionless on the ground. Li Yan remained silent, his eyes occasionally flickering, the flow of blood from his leg wounds having finally ceased. Ji had swiftly incapacitated Li Yan and sealed the vital point near his leg wound, preventing any further blood loss. As he did not wish for Li Yin to perish just yet, Ji then surveyed his surroundings, the dense trees towering ominously in the night, casting eerie shadows. Only a few rays of moonlight filtered through the canopy above, illuminating the scene with a soft glow. Carefully, Ji inspected the area surrounding Li Yin, finding no other traps, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. After ensuring Li Yin was securely restrained and unable to flee, he darted towards the platform halfway up the mountainside. A few breaths later, he returned to the very platform where Li Yin had ambushed him, only to find the massive rock had vanished, leaving behind only a pit, several water pouches, and a couple of stone pillars the width of an infant's arm, along with a fragment of beast sinew. He picked up the sinew to examine it, then shook the water pouches before pausing to contemplate his next move. He swiftly made his way to the edge of the cliff behind a towering pine and peered down. The abyss below appeared as a dark, gaping maw, sending a chill through G's heart. His physical form, though slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person, was still merely flesh and blood. Should he fall from this height, he would either be reduced to a mangled heap or impaled on the jagged rocks below. After taking in the sight, he began to piece together how Li Yin had orchestrated his trap. Though he was not a hunter of the mountains, just moments ago he had found himself ensnared as prey in a trap. Now, with his extensive experience in the martial world, he could surmise the general circumstances. In a few swift movements, the strategist had vanished from the platform, melding into the woods at the foot of the mountain. He approached the spot where Li Yin lay reclined, and a sudden expression of pain flickered across his face, dark blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, prompting him to hastily sit cross-legged. With urgency, he retrieved a translucent crystal from his bosom, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate his energy while gripping the stone. He had not rested for several days, and having sustained a grievous injury earlier, his condition was dire. An hour later, he slowly opened his eyes. His internal energy had recovered significantly, and he glanced at the murky crystal in his hand, a pained expression crossing his features. In this desolate place devoid of spiritual essence, he could only rely on this crystal for restoration. This crystal was a treasured relic left by the previous leader of his sect, who had informed him that if he were to embark on the path of immortality, this crystal would aid him significantly. Despite having embarked on that path long ago, he had refrained from using it until now, compelled by his current plight. The crystal, known as a spirit stone, contained vital energy that could assist cultivators in their practice, knowledge he had gleaned from the elders of his sect, which had been passed down through generations. He could have returned to the military strategist's residence to recuperate by harnessing the energy from a nearby pond, but he had already expended nearly half of his internal energy, a consequence of forcibly executing the wind blade technique. Under normal circumstances, given his current level of mastery, he could have unleashed 11 or 12 wind blades with ease. However, in his earlier encounter with Li Yin, he had exerted considerable energy to sever the boulder tethering him and to pierce through the wooden raft, depleting his reserves significantly. As he returned from the precipice, the fiery poison within him had begun to manifest. If left unchecked, it would surely claim him before Li Yin. Yet, there was insufficient energy to suppress the poison, leaving him no choice but to resort to the sect's treasured relic, staring vacantly at the murky spirit stone in his palm. He took a moment to collect his thoughts before returning it to his bosom. In the next instant, he raised his right hand and forcefully pressed on his left elbow and upper arm, eliciting 2 sharp hisses followed by a muffled groan. Simultaneously, 2 wooden spikes, each as thick as his fingers, shot forth from his flesh, propelled by his internal energy, and soared into the distance, trailing droplets of blood. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he endured the excruciating pain, quickly using his right hand to apply pressure on the wound, staunching the flow of blood. Observing the blackened veins of his left arm, some dangling or severed, he furrowed his brow in concern. After a few moments, he shook his head and, with a swift motion, took to the air, darting through the nearby woodland. After a brief interval, he returned to his original position, casting his gaze upon the unconscious Li Yin. With a flick of his finger, a strand of wind energy shot forth, piercing Li Yin's head. I know you are not asleep, and I am not interested in how you discern my intentions, whether you understand the reason or not. It ultimately leads to the same outcome. I never expected you, a mere boy of 15 or 16, to be so insidious, employing such cunning tactics. I have truly underestimated my own disciple. The strategist's eyes glinted with venomous resentment as he regarded Li Yin. His initial plan had been to suppress the fiery poison within him for an additional 6 months. By then, Li Yin would likely have cultivated to the mid-stage of the qi condensation realm, at which point he could leverage that to propel his own cultivation to the 4th level, with a reasonable chance of success. However, the timeline had been hastened, and Li Yin's energy was still significantly below his minimum requirement, which forced the strategist to expend his own reserves, precipitating the early onset of the poison. Moreover, his vitality was severely compromised, yet, at this juncture, he had no alternatives. Vitality could be replenished over time, but could Li Yin afford to wait for him for another 6 months? Could the poison that had already manifested within him ever revert to its former state? The thought ignited a fierce anger within the strategist. As years of planning unraveled due to this individual before him, leading to such an unpredictable outcome. Am I truly insidious? Are you not seeking to barter your life for mine? Li Yan's voice, hoarse yet resolute, broke the silence from the ground below. Oh, it seems you are indeed aware. I am quite curious as to how you disown this, but at present, I have no desire to squander more time. With your temperament, to persistently topple the water bags and douse that beast's veins without me detecting any flaws, had I not been poisoned, I would have considered accepting you as a genuine disciple. Li Yin, lying on the ground, felt a flicker of surprise at the strategist's astuteness. While he would not have been astonished that the strategist could deduce the trap setup after inspecting it, the fact that he could infer the repeated instances of him kicking the water bags took him aback. Oh, you even perceive that? Truly impressive, Master, Li Yin replied nonchalantly. Though inwardly he mused, yet you still have not grasped the greater issue at hand. Chapter 46, A change at the elbows. The contraptions set by Li Yin on the platform halfway up the mountain were traps employed by hunters to ensnare formidable beasts. Rather than mere capture, they were designed for extermination. Having arrived 2 days prior, Li Yin calculated he had a day and a night at his disposal. However, the cautious nature of General Ji, who pondered too many facets, caused him to overlook the clues left behind by Li Yin. The piece of silk map was intentionally left by Li Yin, and from the current perspective, General Ji indeed mistook it for something hastily abandoned during a flight. Upon departing the city and entering the mountains, Li Yin meticulously crafted various deceptive traces along the path to disorient General Ji and gain additional time. After reaching this location, he devoted nearly half a day to select these 2 strategic ambush spots. On the platform, a massive stone caught his attention, weathered by time. It had developed a gap with the ground, yet remained firmly entrenched due to its weight. Li Yin procured 2 stone columns, each the girth of an infant's arm, and retrieved some rudimentary tools he had prepared in advance, which included the sinew of a beast. Prior to this, he was uncertain about the terrain and the type of traps to set, relying on the map to ensure he was as prepared as possible. The tools were discreetly purchased in small batches, mixed with various farming implements to evade General G's scrutiny. His oversized black robe concealed the items well enough after numerous secret trials to determine the limits of what he could hide without arousing suspicion from his companions. Chun En and Li Yin. Once the positions were chosen, Li Yin began to hollow out the base of the stone on the platform, gradually inserting the 2 stone columns to stabilize it, ultimately achieving a precarious balance. He then secured one end of the beast's sinew to a primary rope extending from the 2 columns. The next step involved tautening the sinew, most of which was concealed within the crevice of the stone, leaving just enough exposed to resemble a poised crossbow ready to strike. This design was inspired by something he had inadvertently observed while in the military camp. He subsequently extended a loop from this rope, anchoring the other end around the massive stone. When someone attempted to retrieve the crossbow from beneath the stone, it would be akin to pulling a trigger, disrupting the stone's balance. Having been hollowed out towards the cliff, the stone would swiftly slide down, simultaneously tightening the loop on the ground. If something was caught in the loop, it would instantly constrict and lift as the stone plunged over the cliff. This chain of mechanisms required precision. A single miscalculation would result in failure. However, 2 particular challenges lay ahead. First, Li Yin occasionally needed to sit atop the stone without compromising the balance of the supporting columns, lest he too be drawn down the cliff. Secondly, he had to time the spilling of a water pouch just right, ensuring the water would cascade onto the sinew without raising suspicion. When General Ji had previously spotted the water pouches on the platform, suspicion had arisen. After shaking them, he discovered several still contained water, leading him to deduce it was part of Li Yan's scheme, who would drink from every pouch instead of simply opening one and consuming its contents. What eluded General Ji's deduction was the timing of Li Yan's arrival and actions. He had not acted immediately upon his arrival, which raised questions. If Li Yin had spilled the water multiple times, General Ji would have grown suspicious. Yet, He remained convinced that Li Yin was repeatedly utilizing the act of spilling the water to deceive him. Having listened to Li Yin, General Ji refrained from further conversation and approached him. By now, he had regained a significant portion of his magical power and was prepared to employ a technique to absorb spiritual energy. He had no desire to prolong the situation, fearing that the longer it dragged on, the more complications could arise. Upon reaching Li Yin, he used his only functioning right hand to hoist him up, resting him against a tree. Once Li Yin was settled, General Ji sat beside him, legs crossed, and began to tap on Li Yin's body with his right hand. Li Yin immediately felt a release, regaining his freedom. Just as he contemplated his next move, a powerful grip seized the crown of his head, and a formidable suction force surged through him, causing his body to lose strength once again. Li Yin sensed the uncontrollable energy from his dantian rushing outward, panic seizing his heart. General Ji had unbound the restrictions on Li Yin, allowing him to manipulate the energy within without obstruction. He was unafraid of Li Yin retaliating. As long as he maintained his grip, Li Yin would remain powerless. In that moment of desperation, Li Yin realized he was on the brink of life and death. Should General Ji continue to absorb his energy, he would likely be drained of life within a mere quarter of an hour. Amidst this alarm, Li Yin felt his internal energy surging uncontrollably. With a fierce resolve, he contemplated reversing the properties of his internal energy, converting it entirely to fire energy. This was a result of his recent experiments during training. General Ji's technique was wood-based, so the energy he sought to absorb was also of the wood attribute. Li Yin had discerned that whenever his energy circulated close to the corners of his dantian, where it was suppressed by fire poison, only wood attribute energy would yield a muted response. In contrast, energies of other attributes would incite a restless sensation, particularly the fire attribute, which reacted strongly due to its kinship with the fire poison. In a moment of urgency, Li Yin resolved to transform all his energy into fire energy, allowing General Ji to absorb it. This would trigger chaos within General Ji's own energy system. The outcome would be that, even if General Ji did not perish on the spot, he would likely not survive long thereafter. However, the instant the energy was drawn into General Ji's body, he would recognize the incompatible energy attribute. In a fit of anger, General Ji could easily tighten his grip, ensuring Li Yin's demise before he could act. Just then, a sudden rush of air echoed through the forest, and two figures darted into view, accompanied by the sound of rustling garments. "Haha, brotherly, do not worry. I have arrived." The two figures, Hong Linying and his burly disciple, landed before Li Yin and General Ji. General Ji's heart raced with alarm, prompting him to stabilize his energy, though his hand remained poised above Li Yin's head. "Have we arrived at an opportune moment?" Hong Linying inquired with a tone of triumph as he settled into position. "Is it you two? Humph, what masterful concealment. I just searched the vicinity for miles and found nothing unusual. How did you manage that?" General Ji replied, his voice taut with surprise and anger, grappling with the unexpected turn of events. Upon hearing the words of Master Ji, Hong Linying did not respond but instead posed a question, revealing that he had discerned Master Ji's awareness of his junior brother's presence. "What then is the intention of Marshal Hong's visit? Is it to surreptitiously observe our training?" Master Ji also refrained from answering, chuckling softly. "What brings you here? If not an earnest admiration for our martial arts, might I request a glimpse at your esteemed sect's secret manuals? Given the current circumstances, it seems you find yourself in a rather precarious position, do you not?" Hong Linying, growing increasingly direct, tore away the pretense. "I did not anticipate that the marshal possesses such discerning vision. While I am willing to grant you access to our sect's manuals, I regret that I do not have them on my person. Perhaps it would be best if I were to retrieve them at dawn and present them to you then." It was no coincidence that Hong Linying arrived just as he initiated the spirit absorption technique. His timing was indeed impeccable. Once the technique was in motion, it could not be halted without dire consequences. Fortunately, he had only just begun the practice and could still stabilize the fluctuations, but any delay would only prolong the inevitable. Understanding that he and his junior brother combined were no match for Master Ji, Hong Linying proceeded with utmost caution. However, they were acutely aware of one critical tenet. In the realm of martial arts, practitioners must never be disturbed while cultivating or healing. Such interruptions could result in severe injury or, in the worst cases, lead to madness and death. Therefore, despite having arranged to act in concert with Li Yin, Hong Linying had no intention of striking first. He merely awaited the moment when Master Ji would engage Li Yin in healing. Once that occurred, all obstacles would be effortlessly surmounted. They were well aware of Master G's exceptional prowess and maintained a safe distance, daring not to approach too closely. Yet they only needed to observe his movements from afar. With Master G at the third level of the Qi condensation stage, his senses could not roam too far from his body. Though his gaze was penetrating, he remained oblivious to their intentions. As he scanned the surroundings, Han Lining and his companion quietly retreated. When Master G returned, they stealthily advanced once more. As Master G commenced the spirit absorption technique, they exchanged glances and revealed themselves. Perhaps it would be more prudent for Master G to recite a few incantations for us to ponder? Han Lining suggested, his bald head shaking in dismissal. It appears Marshal Hong does not trust me. See, I am currently engaged in practice with my disciple. Might we postpone this for a short while? Master G felt a surge of power coursing through his body. Suddenly, a strained voice emerged. It was Li Yan. Having exerted himself to withstand the formidable suction at his crown, managing to speak with great effort. Upon hearing this, Han Lining and his companion turned their attention to Master G's waist, where a jade tablet was nestled in his belt. Shimmering with an otherworldly luminescence in the night, clearly not an ordinary object. Exchanging a knowing glance, they sprang into action. Previously deterred by fear of Master G, they now surged forward with the swiftness of the wind. One struck at Master G's back, while Han Lining reached for the jade tablet. Master G, since you are unwilling to present it to me, I shall take it myself. His voice resonated with a subtle thunder as he discreetly channeled the Buddhist lion's roar. As seasoned practitioners, they understood that Master G was in the midst of healing, and such disruptions were most perilous. In tandem with their attack, they unleashed their energy to disrupt his mental focus. With one hand incapacitated and the other drawn into a powerful suction from Li Yan, Master G found himself unable to defend against their assault, yet he maintained his composure, still facing away from the approaching assailants. His expression remained impassive as he spoke. I have previously scouted this area. You two should not have been lying in wait alongside this fellow. You merely trailed behind me, observing my every move. Yet how is it you managed to follow so closely? Chapter 47. Continuous surprises. Han Lining had leapt through the air and, in the blink of an eye, arrived behind the strategist Ji. Ha ha ha. Merely a trivial skill of thievery from the rivers and lakes, Ji Chong. What is this? Suddenly, a piercing scream resonated through the forest. As Han Lining spoke, a startled exclamation interrupted him, and his body twisted midair, crashing awkwardly to one side. Ji, still facing away from the two, was unaware that several tree roots had erupted from the ground behind him, piercing through the lower body of the burly man who had lunged forward to strike. The roots protruded from various angles, some straight, others slanted or crooked, leaving the man mortally wounded. The ferocity of the attack left him with no chance of survival. His body twitched a few times before succumbing to death. This was the wood spike technique, a rudimentary form of celestial magic that Ji had prepared in advance. Initially intended as a precaution against any beasts that might disrupt his energy cultivation. Reflecting on Li Yan's earlier use of wooden spikes, he had conceived of utilizing the dense trees around him to summon their underground roots for offense, not realizing how opportune that strategy would prove. However, Ji felt a sense of dissatisfaction for not having completely vanquished Han Lining with this maneuver. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather the unfortunate reality that his external magical energy was severely depleted, rendering him incapable of launching the roots from a distance. At this moment, Ji did not even turn his head, muttering incessantly, Ji Chong, it is indeed Ji Chong. Suddenly, he lowered his head to sniff his own body, then abruptly looked up at Li Yan, shouting, You dare play such despicable things upon me? My master remains unaware? Good. Truly skilled. As he spoke, his voice turned harsh, and he couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Firstly, with his extensive experience in the world of martial arts, it was outrageously embarrassing to have fallen for such a trick by a mere child. Secondly, had it not been for this boy's underhanded tactics, he would have been engaged in healing his injuries by now, instead of facing this unexpected turn of events. Although the name Ji Chong carried an air of elegance, it was, in truth, a tool employed by the most unscrupulous rogues of the underworld. It was a herbivorous beast that could never evolve beyond its base form, meaning it lacked any form of intelligence. Yet, it possessed a unique talent. It excreted a dozen or so transparent, round particles each day, which emitted a significant odor. This scent would repel other beasts, primarily serving to establish its territory, driving away competitors. When it encountered food it favored but could not immediately consume. It would expel these crystalline particles so that any other creatures would find the food nearly inedible, allowing it to return later for a more pleasant meal. The Jianchong was exceedingly sensitive to the scent it produced, capable of detecting it from nearly 100 miles away. A survival skill bestowed upon it by the heavens. However, this ability was often exploited by unscrupulous individuals who would quietly crush the particles and smear them on their target's clothing or possessions, waiting for the opportune moment to rob or steal. The closer the insect was to its own scent, the more excited it became. While this odor was formidable against ordinary individuals, it was easily recognized by seasoned martial artists. Ji was well aware of this insect, and upon hearing Hong's mention of it, he sniffed his own body and quickly pieced everything together. No wonder Li Yan had planted wildflowers throughout the valley, filling it with an intoxicating fragrance. It was to mask the scent of the Jianchong particles smeared on his clothing. Additionally, his garments had been hung out to dry in the valley, where the spring pollen would accumulate, and upon wearing them, he would be enveloped in floral scents, making detection upon leaving the valley exceedingly difficult. Moreover, by cultivating the flowers in the valley, he had conditioned himself to the scent. Each time he returned, he would be reminded of it, leading to a complacency and vigilance. With these factors combined, it was no wonder he failed to notice the lingering aroma of the Jianchong. Understanding this incited a surge of anger within Ji, who began to harbor a measure of wariness towards Li Yan's cunning. Meanwhile, Hong Lining had regained his footing, gazing in terror at the figure seated on the ground, and at his dying disciple behind him. A peak expert of the martial realm had been dispatched in an instant, and neither of them had sensed the trap laid beneath them. Previously, while they taunted Ji from a distance, they failed to notice any signs of Ji digging or preparing traps. They were not ordinary martial artists but experienced warriors, well-versed in observation and intelligence gathering. Having confirmed there were no threats, they had chosen to attack. Yet how could they have anticipated the sudden emergence of the wooden spikes that had claimed a life with a single blow? Nevertheless, Hong Lining was resolute and understood the significance of timing. A moment's hesitation, and he leaped into action. He surged toward his disciple's corpse, using it as a springboard to reach Ji's rear, launching a powerful punch aimed at the strategist's skull. He had cleverly utilized his disciple's lifeless body as a stepping stone for his assault, attacking from a direction that minimized the risk of encountering other traps, which had already been triggered once. With the cover of the corpse and Ji's waning defenses, the strategist's magical energy was in disarray, rendering him vulnerable as he attempted to cast the wood spike technique again with diminished effect. At that moment, Ji found himself with no means of escape. He tilted his head just in time to avoid Hong's punch, which barely grazed his ear. However, as a seasoned martial artist, he recognized that Ji was presently occupied with healing and had no chance of retreating. Consequently, Hong Lining, having missed his initial strike, swiftly repositioned his right fist into a semi-embrace, transforming it into a phoenix eye hammer, and struck fiercely at Ji's left temple while simultaneously targeting his lower back with his left hand. The combined assault effectively trapped Ji within his offensive grasp. With no other recourse, Ji begrudgingly leaned against Hong Lining, his right hand still suspended above Li Yan's head, creating an ambiguous posture that resembled a woman nestled in a man's embrace. With a resounding thud, Hong's left fist crashed into Ji's lower back, while his right fist, now in a circular position, missed entirely due to Ji's awkward posture. Recognizing that Ji had diverted some of his magical energy to shield his lower back, it was evident that he remained merely human flesh and blood. Hong Lining's formidable strength unleashed a torrent of dark blood from Ji's mouth, splattering across his outstretched arm and onto Li Yan's face. Seizing the opportunity, Hong unleashed a relentless flurry of close-range strikes, his fists swiftly rising to prepare for a devastating blow to Ji's head that would surely result in a fatal outcome. Yet, at that moment, he felt an immense force emanating from Ji, propelling him backward and igniting his body in flames. The heat enveloped him instantaneously, leaving him with no means of escape as he was thrust backward, rolling through the air. Although Hong Lining rolled on the ground, the flames engulfing him did not diminish in the slightest. His anguished cries echoed through the air as he attempted to rise and lunge at General Ji, only to falter and collapse again in his struggles. After a few breaths, he fell silent, transforming into a blazing inferno upon the ground. At that moment, as General Ji leaned into Hong Lining's embrace, no one noticed that his once useless left hand had stirred. With great difficulty, his fingers formed a hand seal, and a fireball shot from his fingertips, striking Hong Linying while simultaneously sending him backward with a surge of force. This fireball technique, a lesser celestial spell, was all General Ji could muster with his severely damaged left hand, which could hardly move. He had no choice but to utilize it when Hong Linying came close, managing to slay him after enduring a heavy blow. Casting a glance at the dwindling flames, General Ji smirked coldly, but his expression shifted drastically in the next moment. After forcing a spell twice, the power within him teetered on the brink of chaos. Just as he unleashed the fireball, the spirit absorption technique activated spontaneously. Alarmed, he focused intently to control his energy when an immense force surged from Li Yin, penetrating his palm. The shock transformed his fear into panic. Although the spirit absorption technique could function autonomously, he still had some control over the amount of energy absorbed. However, the overwhelming tide of power rushing toward him was simply beyond his capacity to contain. He could no longer halt it. The energy surged into his body, and a horrifying scene unfolded. As Li Yan's energy entered him, the fire toxin ignited like oil meeting flame, boiling uncontrollably, escaping his grasp. The most terrifying aspect was that the properties of this energy clashed violently with the wood attribute's spiritual power within him. This revelation left General Ji both enraged and astonished. What kind of technique have you cultivated? Why is it fire attribute? Before he could finish, another wave of fiery spiritual energy flooded into him, clouding his mind and revealing more alarming truths. This is not the initial stage of the Qi condensation realm. You have reached the pinnacle of the later stage of Qi condensation. Impossible. At that moment, he felt as though he had encountered a specter. Not only was the energy attribute incompatible, but his estimations of Li Yan's power were also grossly inaccurate. Each of these factors could cost him his life. The first was self-evident. The latter shattered the carefully calculated balance he had prepared for his breakthrough. Witnessing the turmoil within him, akin to boiling oil, General Ji realized his utter defeat and held in rage. Li Yin, you have betrayed me. You will pay for this. With that, he forcefully pulled Li Yin into his embrace, the spirit absorption technique fully operational. But the influx of Li Yan's energy rendered him incapable of exerting force to crush his skull. He resorted to the same method he used against Hong Linying. Albeit this time, he was the one dragging Li Yin closer. Once Li Yan's body pressed against his, he could use his left hand to cast the fireball technique upon him, sending it forth with a violent push. He could have approached Li Yin himself, but that would have made it easier for Li Yin to obstruct his intentions. As General Ji pulled Li Yin closer, Li Yin suddenly widened his eyes, suppressing the output of his power. Simultaneously, his right hand, charged with energy, finally moved. He yanked at the clasp of his purple belt, and a flash of white light shot forth, plunging into General Ji's abdomen. It was a gleaming, slender blade, concealed within the confines of the belt, the hilt serving as the clasp. General Ji felt a chill in his abdomen, followed by a searing pain, causing his right hand to falter. He looked down in shock to see Li Yin gripping the weapon, embedded in his gut, and he let out a low growl. You still have a trick up your sleeve, then you shall die as well. As he raised his head, black blood streamed from his lips, and he tightened his grip, pulling Li Yin closer. In a state of panic, Li Yin exerted force, attempting to twist the blade within, aiming to shred General Ji's insides. However, he found the knife immovable. General Ji had anticipated this and wrapped his internal blade with his energy. As Li Yin felt himself sliding back toward General Ji, he panicked. Previously leaning against a tree, he was now being lifted, his legs half bent. General Ji sat beside him, and in a sudden burst of power, Li Yin kicked out, aiming for General Ji's chest. General Ji laughed heartily. You think this feeble effort can stop me? He assumed Li Yan's kick was merely a means to brace himself against his chest, preventing him from sliding closer, while his left hand remained at his waist, unable to raise high enough to cast the fireball technique on Li Yan's leg. Thus, he had to pull Li Yin in. In the next moment, Li Yan's foot connected, producing a sharp crack, and to his astonishment, a white blade extended from his shoe, piercing directly into General Ji's heart. Elation surged within Li Yin, but it was quickly replaced by confusion. As the blade punctured General Ji's expansive robe, a peculiar smile crept across General Ji's face, and his upper body twisted in an uncanny motion, causing Li Yan's foot to kick into empty air. Just as Li Yan's blade penetrated General Ji's robe, the latter twisted his upper body, allowing the blade to slide past him. Then, General Ji abruptly straightened, pressing against Li Yan's foot, unleashing a tremendous force that slammed down on him. With a resounding crack, Li Yin emitted a heavy groan, his leg bending at an unnatural angle and collapsing to the ground. So this is your final trump card? Pathetic. General Ji's hoarse voice echoed. Chapter 48. The end of the performance. Li Yan's face contorted in agony, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. The surprise attack had been thwarted, and in an instant, he had rendered one of his legs useless. Similarly, the strategist Ji's countenance twisted with rage. He felt his strength waning, his eyes filled with malevolence. With a fierce pull, he yanked Li Yan closer, mere inches separating them. Having witnessed how Hong Linying had perished, Li Yan's heart brimmed with foreboding. He recalled Dong Fuyi's words about how Ji had mastered several celestial techniques. The force he felt was undoubtedly one of them. As the powerful hand gripped his crown, Li Yan felt the pulling force intensify. He poured all his energy into resisting, simultaneously channeling more fire spirit energy into Ji's body while anchoring his own lower body in a desperate bid to outlast Ji's fire toxins before his own power was depleted. Indeed, Ji found it increasingly difficult to draw Li Yan closer. Both men struggled in their respective predicaments. Ji's vision wavered, and dizziness clouded his mind. Yet he could not draw Li Yan any nearer. In a moment of desperation, he bit his tongue, momentarily clearing his thoughts. In a sudden frenzy, he released all the power, suppressing the fire toxins within him. The energy split into two streams. A small portion flowed to his left hand, while the remainder surged into his right. With a tremendous effort, he yanked once more, unleashing a primal scream akin to a dying beast. Die. Li Yan gritted his teeth, drenched in sweat as if washed by a deluge. He felt his energy waning, his heart pounding violently, his vision exploding with golden stars. Suddenly, a greater force surged from above, and Li Yan realized this was Ji's final gambit. Resolutely, he withdrew all his energy from both his lower body and crown. Ji sensed an immediate loss of resistance in his right hand, and to his astonishment, Li Yan seemed to fly into his embrace. Though his intention was to pull Li Yan closer, the unforeseen turn of events caught him off guard, leaving him with an uncomfortable sensation of imbalance. As if he had struck an empty space, his left hand's incantation faltered. In an instant, Li Yan fell into Ji's grasp. As he entered Ji's embrace, he suddenly tilted his head back and swung it fiercely, a flash of cold light gleaming beneath the moonlight. The sequence unfolded too swiftly. Ji intended to cast a fireball spell and then push Li Yan away, but the unexpected delay left him momentarily dazed. He felt a sharp pain in his throat, followed by the sensation of his strength and blood gushing forth, as if seeking escape. Panic surged within Ji as he instinctively attempted to retract his right hand to clutch his neck, but the absorbing technique continued its slow operation, rendering him incapable of withdrawal. In a frantic moment, the last remnants of his power surged into his right hand, violently expelling Li Yan. The blood that erupted from Ji's throat danced in the night like petals in the wind, splattering Li Yan's face in a gruesome display, rendering him an apparition of darkness. Amidst the bloodied scene, Li Yan clutched a glimmering thin blade, feeling another surge of energy enter him from above. He recognized the fire spirit energy he had previously channeled, mingled with unfamiliar with spirit energy and fire toxins far denser than his own. Yet, he lacked the strength to resist. This torrent of power flooded into him in mere breaths. Li Yan leaned against a tree, his breath shallow, as the thin blade slipped from his fingers, falling limply to the ground. Beside him, Ji lay in a pool of his own blood. While the lives of cultivators are indeed more resilient than those of mortals, Ji's throat bore a grievous wound, flesh torn and bloodied, a sight that would chill any onlooker's heart. His body trembled, eyes fixated on Li Yan, and his throat emitted a series of strange, hissing sounds. You, practice, and spit, blood. Ah, so you've come to understand? Li Yan leaned against the tree, exhibiting no fear at the bloody tableau before him, as if it were merely the aftermath of hunting a dying beast in the mountains. He inhaled deeply, the pain in his legs a relentless throb. From the moment I realized you viewed me as a domesticated pig, I commenced devising my escape, determined to shield myself and my loved ones from your harm. Ha ha ha. Do refrain from hissing. It is rather unappealing. I know you are curious about many things, but if I were to recount them all, would you truly be able to bear listening? So, how did I uncover your intentions? What celestial techniques have you mastered? You may seek the immortals in your next life. With a feeble voice, Li Yan continued, observing the incredulous and resentful gaze in Ji's wide-open eyes, a smile creeping upon his lips. Upon hearing Li Yan's words, Ji's chest heaved rapidly, a more pronounced hissing sound escaping his throat. Li Yan recognized that Ji had grasped a fragment of the significance behind his words regarding seeking immortality. Yet, Li Yin remained oblivious to Ji's urgency, continuing his soliloquy. I practiced your script using the text you provided, masking the scent of flowers and herbs on your garments with the aroma of Ji-in insects. I incessantly procured various items to fatigue your consciousness. Do not cast such a look at me. I am well aware of the existence of divine awareness. And I know you have reached the pinnacle of the third layer of the Qi condensation stage. You scan me daily with your divine perception. When you deemed my purchases trivial, you lowered your guard. I had my brother from the Iron Tools Pavilion forge hidden blade boots and a soft sword belt, along with a minuscule thin blade that could only be concealed in my mouth. I also devised simple traps, though my brother was merely an apprentice and lacked the skills. His master and senior certainly did. Ha ha ha. These items, aside from the soft sword belt, which would be too conspicuous if worn at the waist, would likely go unnoticed by your divine perception. As you grew weary of scanning my every purchase in the city, I practiced with some of these items concealed on my person. The hidden blade boots were simple mechanisms, easily mastered with a few tries. Cough, cough. The fire toxins within me have been exacerbated by the backlash from the wood spirit energy, and I feel as if my insides are aflame. At this moment, even the pain from my severed leg and the wound on my other thigh pales in comparison. I draw heavy breaths. I have endured much pain from secretly practicing with this thin blade beneath my tongue, drawing blood and pretending it was a backlash from fire toxins. I feared that one misstep would reveal my secret to you, but cough, cough. It ultimately proved effective. Heh, cough, cough. One thing you are mistaken about. This is not my final trump card. Everything on the mountain, in the woods, the belt, the boots. Those are my ultimate trump cards. Because I cannot ascertain which attempt will finally end your life. I have always struck with the intent to finish you in one blow. Cough, cough, cough. Li Yin tilted his head slightly, glancing at the small patch of charred remains not far off, alongside the remains of the burly man now reduced to ashes. It is disheartening to think that Marshal Hong has met such a tragic fate. Li Yan's thoughts drifted to his parents at home, his elder brother, his sister, and the quaint little mountain village, along with childhood companions and the village dog that would scurry playfully between his legs. Suddenly, a thunderous noise echoed in his mind, and he felt as if his insides had ignited into a blazing inferno. Just before the last remnants of consciousness faded, he beheld the blood-soaked figure of the strategist, who, unbeknownst to him, had long since opened his eyes in death. Half an hour later, several beams of light streaked across the sky, circling above the valley as if in search of something. Brother Wu, over here. After a brief pause, one of the beams descended into the forest. As the radiance dissipated, a slightly plump young man with a round face and large eyes emerged, gazing intently at the blood pool where the strategist lay. Soon, two more beams followed suit, revealing a dark-skinned young man with a horse-like visage and a gentle youth, all clad in long green robes. The dark-skinned youth hastened to the side of the plump young man. Junior Brother Liu, your little exploration technique has become increasingly exquisite. It seems you were the first to detect this. Before the dark-skinned youth could respond, the gentle youth chuckled. Hee hee. I am merely cautious by nature and have grown accustomed to surveying my surroundings when venturing out. Please do not mock me, Brother Yu. The plump young man, upon hearing these words, shyly smiled back at the gentle youth, though a hint of pride flickered in his expression. Once the trio had settled, they began to survey their surroundings. This must be the strategist, remarked the dark-skinned youth. Brother Wu, as he crouched beside the bloodied strategist. His tone turned cold as he continued, it is indeed him. The other two quickly gathered around, scrutinizing the face of the strategist. After a moment of contemplation, the plump young man nodded. He bears a resemblance to the image conveyed in the jade slip from the enforcement team, though the bloodstains and his contorted features make it difficult to ascertain. Such wounds were inflicted with brutal intent. I concur with Brother Wu. This must undoubtedly be the person we seek. Aside from the agonizing distortion from a throat slitting, the remaining signs strongly resemble the adverse effects of a flawed execution of the Black Night Veil technique. Moreover, Brother Wu is holding the very item that was taken from him. Ha ha ha. The gentle youth glanced at Brother Wu, who was then examining the jade book that had once been at the strategist's waist. Indeed, this item is the technique pilfered by that traitor from the outer sect. Let us search his person further to see if he also carried that paper book. The gentle youth smiled at this and flicked his fingers, causing the strategist's black robe to unfurl. He then crouched down and, after a brief moment, retrieved a book from the strategist's inner garment. He brought it with him, sparing us the trouble of searching his dwelling. The gentle youth handed the book to Brother Wu. This man is dead, and thus cannot enjoy the torment of the soul-binding silkworms. His disciple must be the one leaning against the tree. It is evident that he, too, practiced the incomplete Black Knight Veil technique and is now on the verge of death. Brother Wu took the book, glanced at the strategist's corpse, then turned to look at Li Yan, leaning against the tree. Upon noticing the thin blade that had fallen onto Li Yan's chest, he furrowed his brow. It appears the strategist met his end at this man's hands. The two nearby were struck by the fireball technique and wooden spike technique. What could have transpired here? Brother Wu, it is clear that the strategist encountered a mishap while practicing our sect's technique. What use is his disciple now? The gentle youth spoke calmly, his gaze still fixed on Li Yan. Given the circumstances, it seems this disciple conspired with those two martial artists to ambush him, resulting in this tragic outcome. After surveying the scene, Brother Wu fell into contemplation and then spoke with newfound understanding. That strategist was a fool, believing that such a rudimentary method could free him from the fire poison within him. It is truly laughable. Does he not comprehend the gravity of our sect's techniques? The plump young man scoffed, feeling disdainful. It is a pity for his disciple. He must have suffered through no fault of his own. The gentle youth shook his head. Let me take care of him. There is no need to bring him back to endure the blessings of the soul-binding silkworms. It would only require further effort to heal him, thus wasting precious elixirs. As the plump young man prepared to cast a spell, Brother Wu nodded in agreement. Wait. Just as the plump young man's hand was about to complete the incantation, the gentle youth's gaze sharpened as he looked at Li Yan and quickly called out to stop him. The sudden shout startled the plump young man, causing him to falter and disperse his spell, nearly suffering a backlash. Brother Yu, you ought to be more considerate. Shouting so loudly in such close proximity can frighten someone to death. The plump young man grumbled. The gentle youth ignored his complaint, quickly stepping forward to examine Li Yan. He unleashed a wisp of spiritual energy to scan Li Yan's condition. In the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily formed a seal, sending a blue light towards Li Yan's abdomen. Brother Wu observed the gentle youth's actions, furrowing his brow but remaining silent. Moments later, he too focused intently on Li Yan, his expression tightening as he uttered a soft gasp. After a few breaths, the gentle youth raised his head to meet Brother Wu's gaze, and they both spoke simultaneously. Dismembered poison body. Dismembered poison body. The plump young man, still bewildered, stared at the two. Upon hearing their words, he was rendered speechless. How can he be killed now? As dawn broke in the east, the sun illuminated yet another clear early summer day. The air was fresh at the foot of the big green mountain, and the melodious chirping of birds echoed above the small mountain village, intertwining with the swirling smoke rising from chimneys. Outside the village, lush green wheat fields encircled the area, with terraced fields cascading in layers, interspersed with patches of bright yellow rapeseed flowers, creating a picturesque landscape. Since spring began, the weather had been favorable, and it was expected that the repercussions of the locust plague would dissipate within a month. Changbo set down his bowl and wiped the grease from his mouth. Smiling broadly, life had been treating him well these past few months. His family's fortunes were gradually improving. Besides the sum given by the government when his fifth son enlisted, that little rascal would regularly bring back an extra 10 or so taels of silver each month. In just half a year, their family had accumulated a substantial amount, sufficient to sustain them in their remote mountain village for many decades without issue. Yesterday, a belt was brought back from the city, which the village head claimed was a gift from Lord Ji in the city, meant to be placed in the village's ancestral hall for worship. This matter sparked considerable debate between Changbo and Li Guoxian, but in the end, Changbo reluctantly agreed, his expression still one of satisfaction. Li Guoxian promised that during the ancestral worship this year, his family would be at the forefront of the village, responsible for lighting incense and offering prayers. Changbo had spent the previous day strolling through the village, eager to witness the envious glances from the villagers and the occasional greetings that came his way. Today, he would not work in the fields. Instead, he had gathered some laborers from the village to undertake repairs on his home, taking advantage of the fine weather. In the afternoon, he would begin constructing a few additional rooms, as his third son's wedding could be arranged for the autumn. After Changbo set down his bowl, he rose with an air of exuberance and strode outside. Li Wei, feeling a bit sheepish, scratched his head and limped after him, grasping a tool leaning against the wall. Li Yin-yang watched their departing figures and could not help but chide them playfully. Look at you two, as if you could soar to the heavens. Xiao Zhu, let us prepare the remaining half of the pig and give it a thorough wash. so that our guests helping to tidy the house at noon can eat and drink well. This way, when it comes time to build the house, they will exert themselves with greater vigor. After a pause, Li Yin-Yang turned to the beaming Li Xiaozhu, and her expression shifted. Oh, you. How is it that your in-laws are so lacking in ambition? Spring has already arrived, yet they still have not gathered enough to marry you off. Humph. Our family does not depend on you alone. Once your third brother's house is completed, I shall find a matchmaker to seek you a better suitor. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaozhu's face instantly flushed a deep crimson, and with a stamp of her foot, she dashed out. Chapter 49. The Phantom Sect in the Boundless Realm of Mortals. Aside from a few minor domains, there exist 5 vast regions: the Wind God Continent, the Wasteland Moon Continent, the Lost Continent, the Verdant Continent, and the Northern Ice Continent. Each of these regions is expansive beyond imagination, and few individuals are able to traverse beyond their own continent in a lifetime. This is primarily due to the sheer vastness of each continent, coupled with the myriad of perilous unknown territories that separate adjacent regions, as well as the insurmountable spatial barriers that prevent invasion between continents. These unknown hazards may manifest as desolate wastelands, toxic jungles, scorching deserts, or frigid plains blanketed in snow. Within these treacherous lands, countless beasts roam, including formidable fourth-tier beasts, making the notion of crossing between 2 continents seem utterly fanciful. However, there exists a glimmer of hope for a select few capable of traversing these regions, namely, the cultivators, but only those of advanced stages can achieve such feats. Upon reaching the nascent soul stage, a cultivator acquires the formidable ability to alter landscapes and fill seas. Yet, even such esteemed practitioners cannot guarantee the successful crossing of 2 continents. Since the ancient primordial era, powerful beings from the immortal spirit realm have descended into the wasteland moon continent, establishing numerous sects over time. Some have flourished while others have faded into obscurity, as the strong consume the weak in a cycle of rise and fall. The wasteland moon continent is home to thousands of sects, which can be broadly categorized as inconsequential sects, third-rate sects, second-rate sects, first-rate sects, and top-tier sections. The inconsequential and third-rate sects often boast hundreds of members, with the highest cultivation reaching only 1 or 2 foundation establishment practitioners, and some sects are entirely composed of chi condensation practitioners. In stark contrast, second-rate sects exhibit significantly greater strength, typically comprising thousands of practitioners and anchored by several mid-tier golden core cultivators. These sects represent the primary intermediate force within the cultivation world. A first-rate sect, on the other hand, is usually presided over by a venerable nascent soul ancestor, commanding respect and fear across the land. Among the top-tier sects on the wasteland moon continent, only 4 exist, each governing a vast domain and wielding influence over the continent's fate. Whether it pertains to the establishment or transition of mortal dynasties or the allocation of resources within the cultivation realm. The hierarchy of sects is overseen by these 4 factions: Taishan Sect, Pure Land Sect, Shibu Academy, and the Phantom Sect. The Taishan Sect venerates the Taoist 3 Pure Ones, the Pure Land Sect embodies the Buddhist Arhats, Shibu Academy excels in swordsmanship, while the Phantom Sect specializes in poison and assassination techniques. Each of these 4 sects is guarded by several venerable nascent soul elders, whose combat prowess is fearsome. With thousands of disciples under their tutelage, their foundations run deep. Yet, they seldom traverse the mortal realm, emerging only when extraordinary treasures surface or when cataclysmic events transpire. In their everyday existence, they either devote themselves to secluded cultivation or seek perilous opportunities in pursuit of immortality. In the western central region of the wasteland moon continent, a chain of mountains is enveloped by lush vegetation, with towering trees reaching towards the heavens, their canopies obscuring the sun, layered infinitely. It is here that the Phantom Sect is nestled. The sect comprises 5 peaks arranged in a mountain character formation. 2 peaks flank either side, while 1 peak stands at the center and rear. Each peak encompasses a vast expanse, rising into the clouds. The 2 western peaks are called Little Bamboo Peak and Unyielding Peak. The eastern peaks are known as 4 Symbols Peak and Spirit Insect Peak, with the central peak named Old Lord Peak. At this moment, ethereal cranes and spiritual birds gracefully circle above Old Lord Peak, where ornate pavilions and palatial structures are interspersed amidst flowing streams and misty clouds. Winding paths lead into the veils of fog. Within the grand palace atop Old Lord Peak, a dozen individuals are arrayed in 2 rows, engaged in conversation. At the head of the assembly sits a man of considerable stature, around 7 feet tall. With long eyebrows and broad eyes, his complexion pale and solemn. His eyes occasionally shimmer with a fleeting light. This man, appearing to be in his 50s, is garbed as a Taoist, his long black hair tied in a bun, secured with a jade hairpin, and a whisk draped casually over his arm. The individuals seated below him vary in height and build, some stout, others slender, some plain, others striking, and include both men and women, all clad in dark green robes adorned with golden patterns. Let this year's 5-year competition conclude as it is. We shall distribute the rewards for the top 10 this afternoon, the Taoist elder at the head of the table declares, sweeping his sleeve to retrieve the whisk, which he then lightly waves. A golden emblem resembling a cauldron, with a fierce beast depicted upon it, is revealed on his sleeve, presenting a somewhat incongruous contrast to his Taoist demeanor. Yes, master. The assembly responds in unison. This time, only 4 disciples from Little Bamboo Peak, under Brother Wei, participated. Yet 2 secured rankings. In contrast, our peaks often boast dozens or even hundreds of participants, leaving us somewhat ashamed, comments a scholarly man with 3 strands of beard. His age in the early 30s, who speaks with a smile. His complexion is as fair as jade, and his eyes are elongated, crowned with a scholar's cap, while his sleeves bear a golden serpent pattern that seems almost alive, as if its fangs are opening and closing with each motion. This man is none other than the scholarly figure who recently captured the 3rd-place contender. As he speaks, his gaze shifts to an individual seated across from him. The one he gazes upon is a stout young man, slightly over 7 feet tall, with a rounded face and a serene demeanor, adorned with a scholar-esque cap. His eyes are clear and bright, framed by thick brows, and he wears a dark green robe that subtly accentuates his well-proportioned figure. Upon hearing the scholarly man's remarks, others nod in agreement, while a charming woman among them responds with a playful smile. Brother Feng speaks truth. My little junior brother is invariably this way. How can I discipline such a multitude of disciples? Her expressions are enchanting, her eyes glimmering with mischief, and her dark green robe gracefully accentuates her figure, exuding an irresistible allure. In an instant, many attendees hurriedly avert their gazes, suppressing their thoughts. That seductress, speaking as she does, what further charms is she attempting to weave? The solemn-faced Taoist elder feels a twinge of awkwardness, recognizing that his junior sister lacks decorum, often captivating hearts with her mere words. I say, Brother Wei, you seem to have taken a leisurely approach. Perhaps you should openly accept disciples. We have thousands across our peaks, remarks another robust man with a golden compass embroidered on his sleeve. Brother Wei, if you continue in this fashion, in 1,000 years, our phantom sect may be reduced to mere cats and dogs, adds a woman of ordinary appearance, her expression tinged with bitterness as she glances at the stout young man, her sleeves adorned with 2 intertwined, delicate insects. Observing the critical atmosphere directed towards the stout young man, the solemn Taoist elder's eyes half close, contemplating Brother Wei. This situation recurs after every competition, large or small. Can you not shoulder some responsibility within the sect? It seems you remain the laziest among us, leaving us to toil endlessly while you partake in idleness. You are indeed a part of this sect. As these thoughts linger, the elder cannot help but let out a silent sigh of frustration. A flurry of discussions ensued, with some individuals speaking up, while others either smiled quietly or observed with narrowed eyes. The one referred to as Wei Shitty, despite being the subject of such remarks, remained unperturbed. When the chatter gradually subsided, he finally chuckled and spoke. He, esteemed brothers and elders, it has been over 2 centuries since I attained the golden core stage, and yet you persist in your relentless scrutiny of me. As the youngest disciple, my naturally lazy disposition has made it impossible for me to adopt any industriousness. My master entrusted me with the stewardship of Shaozhu Peak, a responsibility I was reluctant to accept, yet he insisted upon it. Initially, I, like the other 4 peaks, endeavored to recruit numerous disciples. However, in the end, most of those disciples gravitated toward your peaks, leaving only a few willing to remain with me. I truly find myself at a loss regarding management. He gestured helplessly with both hands. Wasn't an elder sent to assist you in managing affairs? Yet, even a few elders were reluctant to help. At the very least, you could have inquired about the elders you sent. Instead, you secluded yourself with your Tao partner for over a decade, completely neglecting any matters at hand. Elders have their own cultivation to attend to. Your indifference is hardly conducive. Someone interjected with a complaint. At present, I have entrusted the matters of Shaozhu Peak to my eldest disciple. Events like the Grand Tournament and ranking competitions require the selection of participants from a vast multitude. And merely contemplating such a crowd is a headache, Wei Shidi replied, his expression one of clear reluctance. He then paused, his demeanor becoming serious. By the way, Brother Feng, I heard yesterday that the Law Enforcement Hall of Lingchong Peak has brought back a certain individual. Is it true that he is poisoned and broken? This is indeed an extraordinary matter. The scholar, adorned with a golden snake embroidered on his sleeve, immediately appeared troubled. The topic was one he wished to avoid, as it had lingered like a thorn in his throat for years. Although the traitor had perished, the shame endured was considerable. It was the first time in the sect's history that such a theft of techniques had occurred under his watch. Upon hearing this, the austere elder sighed inwardly. Wei Shidi had deftly diverted the conversation, and his laziness was truly exasperating. However, upon hearing his remarks, the elder turned to the scholar. Brother Feng, due to the tournament and hearing that the individual brought back was in dire need of healing, I refrained from inquiring further. Is it indeed true that he is poisoned and broken? The others looked at the master, knowing the matter concerning Wei Shidi would end there. And they merely shook their heads and smiled. This had merely been idle chatter. After 2 centuries, Shaozhu Peak could have been transformed long ago. The intent was simply to chide the laid-back and gentle Wei Shidi. They now turned their attention to the scholar named Feng, who tapped his slender fingers on the armrest of his chair, as if organizing his thoughts. 20 years have passed since the traitor fled, and we have consistently sent individuals to pursue him. It was only last year that we finally discerned his whereabouts. After escaping, he likely sought other fateful encounters and stumbled upon the cave of a deceased golden core cultivator. However, his fate was unfortunate. While searching for treasures within that cave, he was injured by the protective formations and perished soon after escaping. His storage bag was shattered, and its contents were either destroyed or scattered. When we discovered the site, we found no trace of our sect's techniques or scriptures, leading us to conclude that they remained intact, perhaps acquired by another. Subsequent investigations in the vicinity revealed from various roaming cultivators that our techniques might have fallen into the hands of those from the Xuanxin lineage. You are all familiar with such individuals. They dedicate their lives to the pursuit of immortality and dare to cultivate any Sect-esque methods they acquire. Thus, the Law Enforcement Hall began its investigation from the perspective of the necessary materials for our techniques, ultimately tracking them to a military camp over 100,000 miles away. There, we found a military strategist who may have practiced our sect's techniques. Due to certain agreements between us and the Immortals, the Law Enforcement Hall had to tread carefully. After thorough investigation, we confirmed that this individual had indeed purchased materials essential for our techniques. Moreover, his appearance suggested the presence of fire poison within him, likely arising from his reckless cultivation, having reached the 3rd layer of qi condensation. His return to the military could be inferred from his recruitment of disciples, as he seemed to have obtained a technique for spirit absorption, perhaps in a wild endeavor to alleviate his internal fire poison. Thus, he sought individuals with spiritual roots among the military, and by sheer fortune, he found 2 mortals possessing such roots, both with what attributes. At this point, the scholar couldn't help but sigh. When we recruit from the mortal realm, it requires considerable effort to find those with spiritual roots, yet he managed to do so effortlessly. Truly, he is favored by fortune. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Chapter 50. The Dispersed Poison Body. After a brief interjection, the Confucian scholar of the Feng surname returned to the prior topic. The first disciple of the military strategist had perished merely a month after his initiation, a demise attributed to improper cultivation. While the herbs for cleansing the body at the entry level are not particularly rare or precious, some are indeed seldom found in the mortal realm. Otherwise, he would not have succumbed to the affliction of fire poison. However, his second disciple managed to surpass the initial cleansing stage and advance to the 1st layer of the qi condensation phase, yet he too fell victim to fire poison. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, this disciple discovered that he was intended to serve as a vessel for spirit absorption, and he conspired with the local general and another martial arts master to ambush the military strategist. At this point, the Feng scholar's expression turned curious, prompting some in the audience to shake their heads. A robust man adorned with a golden compass on his sleeve spoke up. 2 mundane warriors and a novice cultivator just entering the qi condensation phase. How could they possibly ambush someone at the 3rd layer of qi condensation? Even if the opponent were afflicted by fire poison, it would be futile to attempt such a feat, regardless of their strength. The other cultivators, including the Taoist elder at the head of the assembly, concurred with the man's assertion. Upon hearing this, The Feng scholar shook his head. Brother Liang, you have misjudged the situation. Oh, did they manage to slay the military strategist rather than your law enforcement hall? Brother Liang exclaimed in surprise. This is precisely what astonishes me. Not only did they kill the strategist, but the primary credit lies not with the two mundane martial artists, but rather with the disciple of the strategist. This mortal disciple, merely 15 or 16 years of age, hails from a farming family at the foot of the Great Green Mountain. Reports indicate that from the onset of the ambush to the final blow, all actions were executed by him. His methods were astute and decisive, displaying ruthless efficiency. By the time my disciples arrived, everyone except this mortal had perished. The general and the other martial artist fell to the fireball technique and wood spike technique. The strategist's mortal disciple was on the brink of death, prompting my disciples to consider ending the life of that innocent boy. Though he was blameless, he had indirectly pilfered our sect's techniques and given his imminent demise. It hardly seemed worth the expenditure of elixirs. Despite knowing that the boy had not yet died, the audience nodded in agreement, for in the world of cultivation, there exists no creed of aiding the weak or showing compassion. Just as they were about to extinguish his life, they unexpectedly discovered that the lad exhibited symptoms of the dispersed poison body condition, and thus they brought him back. Oh, have you confirmed this? Has he truly attained the dispersed poison body? This dispersed poison body has not been achieved by anyone in our sect for ages. Without any corresponding cultivation method, how could he have possibly succeeded? Might it be related to improper entry into the wood attribute Wuyelianqing technique? This poison body is the foremost among our sect's 3 great poisons, with only a handful of cultivators successfully mastering it since ancient times, each having faced countless tribulations and fortuitous circumstances to achieve such mastery. As discussions erupted within the hall, disregarding the Feng scholar's attempts at explanation, the stern-faced elder at the head of the assembly interjected, "Enough. This is hardly a marketplace brawl. Since someone has mentioned great fortune, it is indeed subjective. If the young friend has encountered such a stroke of luck, it appears he must have been favored by destiny." The Feng scholar gazed at the assembly, shaking his head slightly, prompting the elder to furrow his brow. What is this? Could it be that the examination revealed he does not possess the dispersed poison body? Was it all for naught? Among the gathered disciples and elders, only Wei, a disciple from the lesser bamboo peak, maintained an indifferent demeanor, while the others expressed their disappointment. That is not the case. I personally examined him yesterday, and he indeed possesses the dispersed poison body. Moreover, there is already a subtle indication of the poison permeating his bones. However, this boy has a mixed spiritual root, sighed the Feng scholar. A mixed spiritual root? How could such a constitution possibly cultivate this ancient body? A mixed spiritual root? Is it truly possible for such a physique to attain this ancient body? Brother Feng, are you confident in your assessment? This is indeed intriguing. I would like to take this lad under my wing for further study. The sultry woman chuckled. The stern-faced elder remained silent for a considerable time before he sighed. Brother Feng, are you certain of this? The Feng scholar rose, his robes billowing, and bowed respectfully. Master, would I dare to misjudge? Initially, I too thought I had made an error in excitement, and I had several elders accompany me for verification. The conclusion is indisputable. He possesses a mixed spiritual root. A mixed spiritual root. Even with additional resources, he is unlikely to surpass the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime. What a pity. The elder lamented thrice. And how shall we deal with this child? The Feng scholar inquired, looking toward the master. Kill him. Why keep him? It would only be a waste of resources. Such a person is unworthy of this opportunity. Better to end it swiftly. The robust man with the golden compass declared impatiently. Several others nodded in agreement. For in the cultivation realm, resources are reserved for those who can utilize them. Those without potential are left to their own devices. Did not Sister Li just express the desire to take him as a disciple? Someone remarked, directing their words toward the voluptuous woman with a captivating charm. Indeed, I wish to take him. I have only heard of this poison body and would love to experience it. The enchanting woman smiled, her face blooming with joy like a peach blossom, causing those present to feel a chill at the thought of the boy becoming her disciple. Senior sister, you cannot. The dispersed poison body is a formidable constitution. A single drop of his blood can neutralize myriad poisons. How could you take him? Why not, brother? What harm is there in taking a disciple? I have no intention of turning him into poison. The alluring woman shot a discontented glance at the elder. Though this boy possesses a mixed spiritual root, with sufficient resources, he may yet cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. His myriad poisons should not be underestimated. With the might of the dispersed poison body, should he reach the later stages of foundation establishment, even golden core masters would think twice before engaging him. Thus, even a mixed spiritual root, if nurtured properly, could rival golden core cultivators. Indeed, few could hope to surpass him at the later stages of chi condensation. The elder surveyed the assembly, all seasoned practitioners who had cultivated for centuries, their minds keen and perceptive. Yet, they were momentarily shaken by the sudden revelation of the dispersed poison body, which had only been achieved by 3 individuals since antiquity. The prospect of a new candidate emerging at the chi condensation stage, only to be constrained to the foundation establishment realm, was a bitter pill to swallow. As the enchanting woman prepared to speak, a clear voice rang out. "Master, Senior Sister Lee, I propose that this boy be taken under my tutelage as a registered disciple." The assembly turned toward the source of the voice, revealing Wei, the often smiling disciple from Lesser Bamboo Peak. "Ah, little brother, how curious. As a distinguished golden core cultivator, why would you wish to accept the chi condensation disciple?" The alluring woman inquired playfully, her smile unwavering as she regarded the portly youth seated comfortably. "Sister, you too are a golden core cultivator. Did you not just express a desire to take him as your disciple? Is it possible that this is all a fabrication, merely a ploy to ensnare and utilize him for nefarious purposes? Moreover, among my 7 disciples, one is already a named disciple in the chi condensation stage. Adding another would not be excessive. Once the 2 of them reach the foundation establishment stage, I shall formally accept him as my apprentice. Besides, you mentioned earlier that he possesses a mixed spiritual root. How many resources would it require to nurture such potential? The cultivation resources from your other peaks." Ha ha ha. The plump Wei Shidi chuckled lightly, casting a glance at the enchanting woman. Upon hearing this, the alluring woman was momentarily left speechless, and several others nodded in agreement. When it comes to cultivation resources, which peak can rival that of the Shaoju Peak? With fewer than 20 miscellaneous disciples. Even though the sect has significantly withheld resources each year, it is incomparable to their situation. As more disciples from the other peaks gathered, the competition for resource allocation grew increasingly fierce. The newly initiated disciples are eager to join Shaoju Peak, including those who had previously departed, now regretting their decisions deeply. However, they had severed their paths when they left. Little did they know that this peak master ultimately retained only a few disciples, sealing the peak and thus allowing for a significantly greater allocation of resources compared to the other peaks. The stern-faced elder Taoist nodded repeatedly, feeling that Wei Shidi finally considered the interests of their sect today. "Wei Shidi speaks wisely. You should accept him and nurture him well. Perhaps he will become a great asset in the future. This way, the resources deducted each year can be somewhat relaxed for Shaoju Peak." "Master, there are only those few at Shaoju Peak. How can you be so partial?" Indeed. Master, we currently have thousands of disciples, and every year we are stretched thin." "Silence. What kind of behavior is this? Although Shaoju Peak has fewer disciples, you all know in your hearts how many resources we receive annually. The surplus is limited, merely reducing competition among disciples. In 4 years, the time for the 4 sects to harvest from the secret realm will arrive. The various spiritual herbs and treasures brought back will allow each peak to increase their annual allocation by 10% over the next decade." The elder Taoist spoke coldly, and upon hearing this, the crowd felt a surge of excitement in their hearts. An annual increase of 10% is indeed considerable. Following a discussion of other matters, the assembly gradually dispersed from the grand hall, their figures vanishing amidst a dazzling array of spiritual lights. Li Yin sat on the bed, lost in thought, gazing out the window at the dancing spiritual birds, while ethereal energies swirled above the pond. He felt as though he were in a dream. Upon awakening last night, a faint scent of sandalwood filled his nostrils as he slowly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by white curtains adorned with flowing tassels, gently swaying in the breeze. Beneath him lay a soft wooden bed, its headboard exquisitely carved, and a luxurious quilt enveloped him in comfort. He surveyed the small room, which contained only the bed he lay upon, a table and chair near the window, and a picturesque view outside, reminiscent of a celestial realm. A small hill, a pond, emerald lotus leaves, and pink lotus flowers graced the scene, with golden fish occasionally leaping out of the water. As they fell, they splashed droplets that landed on the lotus leaves, forming glistening beads of water that gradually slid towards the green edges before plopping back into the pond with a soft splash. Shaking his head in disbelief, he looked around. Everything remained unchanged. He was indeed in a room, no longer in the woods of Dakingshan. Moving his body, he felt no discomfort. Sighing inwardly, he realized this was undoubtedly not a dream, nor merely a figment of his consciousness. His leg had been injured and broken, and the fire poison within him had flared up, yet now he felt no pain whatsoever. Had he been reduced to mere spirit? Where exactly was he? During his last experience in the realm of consciousness, he had mistakenly believed he was in the abyss of hell. This time, he was certain he would not err. Yet how could this place resemble a paradise? Li Yin shifted his body, discovering he could move freely. He turned and sat up, casually throwing off the quilt, only to be momentarily taken aback. Was he not supposed to be a mere spirit? Yet he still wore the tattered black robe, stained with blood. Hesitantly, he pulled up the hem of the robe, glancing at his legs. The trousers he wore yesterday were still present, marred with blood. But both his right calf and left thigh had long tears, exposing the skin beneath. Confused, Li Yin tugged at the torn fabric, revealing a leg devoid of any injury. He raised his right leg, finding it completely unharmed. He recalled using it to kick against Ji Junshi, only to have it broken by Ji Junshi's counterattack. How could there be no trace of injury now? Looking at his left leg, which should have been severely damaged, he found no scars, nor any signs of the wind blade technique slicing. Could it be that the encounter with Ji Junshi had merely been a dream? Or was he still lost within a dream? Li Yin lifted a hand and pinched his face. He was awake. As the sharp pain registered, a voice echoed in his ears. Chapter 51. Li Yin heard a sound, paused in his actions, and looked up to see a young man with a gentle expression entering the room. He gazed at the newcomer, feeling that this was neither a dream nor a realm of consciousness. Yet he remained uncertain of his true location, so he quietly observed everything before him. Dear brother, I am honored to meet you. My surname is Yu. The gentle young man entered, casually pulling a chair closer and sitting down beside the bed. Smiling as he spoke, after a quarter of an hour, Li Yin understood his current situation. He had unexpectedly found himself in the legendary Immortals Sect, and his presence here was due to his practice of the sect's Wuye Lianqing skill, which had possibly resulted in him developing a condition known as cultivation, thus bringing him to this place. The words spoken by the other man were difficult for Li Yin to believe, as his severed leg had inexplicably healed without sensation, and the fire poison within him had vanished without a trace, phenomena that defied reason. During this time, the username cultivator repeatedly inquired about his training process. Observing the man's expressions and the hints in his words, Li Yin surmised that he was attempting to ascertain information about the so-called cultivation. However, he himself had no understanding of what this poison body entailed, let alone how to explain it. He only recalled that after Master Ji had infused his entire magical power into him, the fire poison within him flared up, and soon after, he lost consciousness. He vaguely felt that this might be related to the Gui Shui Jinjing, but he would never divulge that information. After experiencing Master Ji's schemes, whom could he trust? What manner of place was this immortal sect? What were the intentions of the person before him? How could he possibly know? Li Yin merely recounted how he had acquired the Mu'in Gong, feigning ignorance of its true name, and described the subsequent reactions of his body, up until Master Ji's final infusion before his demise. Upon hearing this, the username cultivator frowned, unable to comprehend the reasons behind it all. However, according to Li Yin's account, everything seemed to make sense. After a brief meal, the username cultivator departed. Not long after, a Confucian scholar in his 30s entered the room, accompanied by several elderly men. Each elder exuded an oppressive presence, making it difficult for Li Yin to breathe, while the scholar elicited no such feeling. Once they arrived, the elderly men stood silently with solemn expressions, and the scholar approached Li Yin, grasping his wrist without uttering a word. Subsequently, a continuous stream of energy flowed into Li Yin's body. Instinctively, he wished to evade it, but he felt as helpless as a sheep confronting a wolf, with no means to resist. After a while, the scholar released his grip, disappointment etched on his face as he began to question Li Yin. Li Yin dared not withhold his responses, and he answered each inquiry. After a period of contemplation, the scholar exchanged glances with the elderly men, who then approached Li Yin in turn, each performing their own examination. Li Yin resigned himself to their actions, knowing he had no capacity to resist. After a brief tea session, the scholar and the elderly men exited the room, remaining silent throughout their departure. As dawn broke, no one else came, and Li Yin awoke, staring blankly out the window, filled with confusion about what to expect next. Around noon, the username cultivator returned with food and engaged in conversation, expressing curiosity about Li Yan's past. Most of the time, It was the Yu surname cultivator who asked questions while Li Yin responded. Li Yin sensed that the man was concerned about the matter of the Shirley Dushan, but he was uncertain himself and could not reveal anything about the Gui Shui Jin Jing, so he answered cautiously. As half an hour passed, Li Yin began to feel agitated. Although the Yu surname cultivator remained polite and courteous, his inquiries had become increasingly detailed, probing into Li Yin's daily life in the military Master S Valley. Just as Li Yin was reaching his limit, contemplating whether to cease his responses, a figure suddenly appeared at the door, startling both him and the Yu surname cultivator. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the Yu surname cultivator quickly rose and bowed deeply. "Greetings, Master Li." The newcomer was tall and youthful, appearing to be around 20 years old, with a refined visage, rosy lips, and white teeth. His sword-like brows and starry eyes complemented his casually tied black hair that cascaded over his shoulders, all adorned in an elegant dark green robe that exuded an ethereal air. Upon seeing him, Li Yin internally praised his striking appearance. The newcomer glanced at the Yu surname cultivator and waved his hand dismissively. "Dear nephew, do not trouble yourself. I will speak with Li Yin for a moment before taking him back to Xiaozhu Peak. Master Feng is already aware of these matters." Upon hearing this, the Yu surname cultivator was taken aback. "Master Li? Taking him back to Xiaozhu Peak? This means the lad is to be accepted as a disciple of Xiaozhu Peak. It seems that the higher-ups indeed place great importance on the Shirley Dushan matter." With this realization, he understood that he could no longer extract further information from Li Yin. He had merely been the first to discover him and had personally rescued him, hence his role in looking after him. Otherwise, given his position, he wouldn't have been afforded such an opportunity. He had hoped to glean insights into the cultivation methods for the Shirley Dushan, but it appeared that Li Yin was destined for greater heights. However, he was puzzled as to why someone with a mixed spiritual root would be permitted to join Xiaozhu Peak. He had many questions in his heart, but dared not voice them. Although he recognized this Master Li, he was but a stranger in this vast sect. The Yu surname cultivator hastily bowed again to the newcomer and also to Li Yin before turning to leave. Li Yin, still bewildered, noted the sudden shift in the Yu surname cultivator's demeanor and felt a mixture of surprise and curiosity. He simply smiled and offered a slight bow as the Yu surname cultivator departed. The newcomer assessed Li Yin for a moment before breaking into a bright smile. "Haha, Li Yin, what a coincidence. I too bear the surname Li. Perhaps several millennia ago, we were of the same lineage. My name is Li Wui, and from now on, we shall belong to the same peak and sect. You may call me Li Shixiang or De Shixiang." Li Wui's cheerful demeanor and brief introduction brought a refreshing breeze to the room. Li Yin, however, was left in confusion. De Shixiang? Same peak and sect? What does this mean? It seems that the earlier gentleman did not provide a thorough explanation. Allow me to elucidate. Our sect is known as the Wanliang sect, one of the four most prestigious cultivation sects on this continent. Our sect is divided into 5 peaks: Laojun Peak, Beauli Peak, Xixiang Peak, Lingchong Peak, and Xiaozhu Peak, each specializing in different forms of cultivation. Laojun Peak focuses primarily on alchemy and the cultivation of spiritual plants, serving as the hub for refining auxiliary elixirs and various unique poison pills, with fire as the primary attribute and wood as a supplementary element. Beauli Peak is the secretive realm for refining extraordinary goo insects, as most goo insects, once embedded or invading the human body, integrate with flesh and bone, resulting in death without separation, hence the name. This peak's techniques are primarily metallic in nature. Xixiang Peak excels in arranging various illusions, killing formations, and grand arrays utilizing miasma and poisonous fog, with earth as its main attribute. Lingchong Peak specializes in nurturing various poisonous insects and toxins, with wood as its primary attribute. Zaya's Hufeng, on the other hand, serves as a menial division within the sect, engaging in various tasks such as cooking, watering, planting, and even rearing venomous creatures. The techniques associated with this peak encompass a multitude of attributes. The handsome youth spoke of these matters with a sinister undertone, yet maintained an outwardly serene demeanor, as though discussing the most mundane of affairs. Glancing at Li Yin as he spoke, Li Yan's complexion turned slightly pale, and he pondered inwardly. What kind of cultivation sect is this? Treading a path of malevolent and wicked practices? Li Wui smiled and continued, stating that the specifics of each peak would become clearer to Li Yin with time. Since he had cultivated the sect's Black Night Veil technique, he was already considered a disciple of this sect, a fact that could not be altered. Originally, this technique belonged to the Spirit Insect Peak, but due to Li Yan's superior water attribute constitution rather than wood, the sect ultimately decided to place him in Xiashufeng. However, since their master is a golden core cultivator, Li Yin could only be regarded as a nominal disciple for now. Once he reached the foundation establishment stage, he could become an official disciple of the master. This was not a concern, as diligent cultivation would yield swift results. Li Wui did not explicitly mention that Li Yin possessed a mixed spiritual root, instead emphasizing that his water root was relatively better, subtly encouraging him. Upon hearing this, Li Yin's face bore no expression of surprise. He contemplated briefly. Could I choose not to join the sect? I wish to return home. He did not address the youth as senior brother, having settled into a calm state after sitting for a while. He had gained some understanding of cultivation and was well aware of the benefits of joining a sect. Moreover, Dong Fui had insisted that he first join a sect to better comprehend the ways of cultivation. Now, not only did he have the opportunity to join a sect, but it was also claimed to be one of the most prestigious sects on this continent, a fortune that many could only dream of. Yet, Li Yan's foremost concern lay with his family. The marshal of King Shanai and the strategist had both perished, and it was likely that the Ming kingdom would seize this opportunity to invade. Li Jia village was perilously close to the border, capable of being attacked within half a day. What would become of my parents and siblings? Anxiety gnawed at Li Yan's heart. Furthermore, he possessed a complete set of true water scriptures, and once he resolved his family matters, he could seek a spiritual place to cultivate as a solitary practitioner. Return home? Li Wui's handsome visage momentarily froze in surprise, not expecting such a response. This was the Mauling sect, one of the most formidable forces on the continent, albeit not a so-called righteous sect. How could a cultivator express a desire not to join? It was evident that this individual was no mere dilettante and possessed a certain level of cultivation. Surely he was aware of cultivation to some extent. So how could he harbor such thoughts? Haha, I gather you have reached the second level of chi condensation, right? I have heard from our master about your background, how you were misled into the path of cultivation. You may not know much about the affairs of the cultivation world, but the primary purpose of cultivation is to achieve longevity, granting you a lifespan several times, or even dozens of times, that of a mortal. If one were to attain a fragment of celestial fate, they could even share longevity with the heavens. Look at me. I am already 74 years old. And this is the benefit of cultivation. Li Wui chuckled, believing that Li Yan's lack of knowledge about cultivation was the reason for his reluctance. However, before he could elaborate further, Li Yan interrupted. Thank you for your kind intentions, but the situation is dire. The marshal and strategist of the border garrison in my hometown are deceased, and the Ming kingdom is likely to invade shortly. My parents and siblings are not far from there. I must return quickly to inform them to evacuate. Li Yan was not one to dither. He understood that the other party was unaware of his intentions and thus spoke plainly, while his mind also raced. Second level of chi condensation? When did I reach that? Since awakening, it felt as though he had been in a dream, preoccupied with various thoughts, and he had truly not paid attention to his own cultivation. With a shift in his thoughts, he sensed a surge of spiritual energy within him, several times more potent than before, instantly swelling with power. In the next moment, he dispersed his probing, realizing this was not the time to assess his own progress. Upon hearing Li Yan's words, Li Wui couldn't help but laugh. Oh, it seems that is the matter at hand. You need not worry. Our 4 great sects govern different regions of this continent. The area where your hometown is located falls under the jurisdiction of a subordinate sect of the Mauling sect. The mortal dynasties in that region are supported or managed by us. The concerns you have about the Ming kingdom's military actions need not trouble you. Given your tattered, poisoned body, it is nearly certain that you will be accepted into the sect. Consequently, they have already notified the subordinate sect managing that area to prevent the hostile nation from attacking your dynasty and await further instructions. Otherwise, there would be no need for the so-called Ming kingdom to exist in the first place. This is a privilege granted to disciples of the sect, albeit only for those of second-tier sects and above, to protect their family members from unforeseen misfortunes, lest they suffer repercussions from celestial beings later on. However, this privilege is limited to direct relatives. Descendants or collateral branches are not afforded the same protection, for throughout history, no nation without cultivators has ever escaped unscathed. Considering the time, it is likely that the subordinate sect has already gathered information about your parents and siblings and taken protective measures. As such, the ongoing conflict between the two nations should not greatly affect your village. As he spoke, a hint of pride flickered in Li Wui's eyes. Yet, upon hearing this, Li Yin remained skeptical, believing they sought to retain him for their own gain. After all, he was merely a novice with a superficial understanding of cultivation. How could he trust that a vast dynasty could be restrained by a sect, especially when so many nations ultimately fell under the governance of a single sect? Additionally, he harbored deep reservations, which was another reason for his desire to leave. Chapter 52. The dispersal of power from last night until today. Li Yin had come to a singular realization. His presence here was intrinsically linked to the peculiar affliction known as the fragmented poison body. This thought inevitably conjured memories of the pig-raising scheme devised by the military strategist Ji. Was this fragmented poison body intended as a sacrifice for someone else's gain? An involuntary notion crept into Li Yan's mind, for it was peculiar that several groups had mentioned this matter, compelling him to seek an escape from this place. Li Wui's current assertions were met with skepticism by Li Yin, whose expression prompted a sigh from Li Wui. My dear junior brother, you are indeed pitiable. Even at the second level of the qi condensation stage, you remain oblivious to the most fundamental truths. It appears you have been reduced to a mere vessel for spirit absorption, destined to perish once your utility has been exhausted. Junior brother, he continued, I understand that some of what I say may seem implausible, yet the world of cultivation operates under such harsh realities that you, as a novice, cannot yet comprehend. Furthermore, even if you yearn to return home, how could you? You are 1,000,000 miles from your homeland. It has been 4 days since this ordeal began. If the Ming Kingdom intended to launch an attack, they would have done so already. They lack the audacity to invade. You have practiced the techniques of our Wangliang sect, a fact you cannot deny. Thus, the sect would never permit your departure. Even if, hypothetically, you were granted leave, how would you manage to return? Beyond our sect lies a treacherous expanse of mountains and beasts. With your current strength, confronting a first-tier beast would lead to certain doom. You would not venture far before becoming prey. The journey spans 1,000,000 miles. Though your transit was brief, it was facilitated by our sect's subordinate gates, employing a series of teleportation arrays. Had it not been for your unique constitution, those disciples would not have dared utilize the arrays consecutively. Normally, they would remain stationed outside, reluctant to activate the teleportation arrays. Even so, it took 3 days to transport you here. Now, should you wish to depart, the sect will not grant you access to the teleportation arrays again. Even without beasts, how long would it take you to traverse 1,000,000 miles? A year? 2 years? 10 years? A century? Li Wui's brow furrowed deeply. Li Yin, struck by the gravity of the situation, was momentarily speechless. He had indeed been unconscious for 3 days, and now he found himself 1,000,000 miles from Qingshan Pass. The fact that he had cultivated the techniques of the Wangliang sect was undeniable. Upon leaving the sect, he would no longer be regarded as a disciple. As he gazed into Li Wui's earnest eyes, he began to entertain the possibility that the man's words might hold truth. Given the distance from home, he surmised that if he agreed to join the sect, any ulterior motives regarding the fragmented poison body might remain dormant for the time being. Remaining here, he thought, would allow him to gather information, as such matters could not remain concealed indefinitely. Though he did not fully understand what a teleportation array entailed, it seemed an impressive means of swiftly traversing vast distances. For days had elapsed. If calamity had befallen his family, it would have already occurred. What recourse did he possess? 1,000,000 miles. At that moment, a fervent desire for cultivation ignited within Li Yan's heart. He yearned for strength, for the power to seize control of his own fate. Unlike in Qingshan Pass or here, where every decision was dictated by others, he felt utterly powerless to resist. His every action seemed futile. He was akin to an ant, and even lesser than an ant, for ants have companions. Yet, Li Yin was determined to make one final effort, not to return, but to escape. He felt unsafe here, suspecting that the fragmented poison body could be the root of his troubles. He raised his head to meet Li Wui's gaze, calming himself before speaking. Is it possible for me to disperse this fragmented poison body and have the sect assist me in returning home, or at least to a place inhabited by mortals? He envisioned merely departing this place, indifferent to the potential removal of the poison. As long as he retained the Gui Shui Jinjing, he could begin anew in his cultivation. Once he reached a realm devoid of beasts, where mortals dwelled, he could gradually seek out places rich in spiritual energy and start afresh. When he grew strong enough, he could pursue his own ambitions. Li Wui stared, momentarily taken aback. He had encountered countless individuals eager to cultivate, some willing to forsake everything in their pursuit, be it through steadfast dedication or the outright sale of their souls. Yet, never had he met someone who so despised cultivation that they wished to forfeit their entire foundation. He could only shake his head. Junior brother, I can only conclude that your time on the path of cultivation has been too brief, leaving you devoid of essential knowledge. Firstly, while dispersing your power is not impossible, it would severely jeopardize your lifespan and could even lead to your demise. Secondly, the renowned fragmented poison body cannot simply be dismissed. It has intertwined with your very essence. Once you disperse your power, deprived of the magical nourishment, how could you withstand such a potent poison? Indeed, you would perish in an instant. The fragmented poison body is one of the three great toxic bodies of our sect. Recognizing that Li Yin remained utterly ignorant of the fundamentals of cultivation, Li Wui assumed the role of a makeshift instructor. Naturally, the breadth of knowledge Li Yin needed was vast and could not be conveyed in a brief exchange. Thus, Li Wui focused on elucidating the nature of the unparalleled toxic bodies. The fragmented poison body is one of the three legendary toxic bodies of the Wangliang sect, and one of the most formidable weapons for assassination. However, for nearly 1,000 years, no one has succeeded in cultivating all three bodies. The only individuals currently possessing toxic bodies are two high-ranking elders in the late Yuanying stage who achieved their status a millennium ago, cultivating the other two toxic bodies. These two elders are recognized as the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Although several other Yuanying elders exist within the sect, none rival their prowess. The cultivation methods for each toxic body vary greatly, which is why those two elders did not take Li Yin under their wing. His aptitude was deemed insufficient, and his fragmented poison body was entirely dissimilar from theirs, rendering guidance impossible. The cultivation of the fragmented poison body is more peculiar than the other two. It does not follow a corresponding technique. Instead, it is a unique variant that forms when cultivators, during their regular practice, absorb diverse toxins, transforming them for personal use. As their magical energy deepens, the toxins intertwine within their bodies, gradually being resolved and assimilated into their magical essence. This method yields rapid results and formidable offensive capabilities, initially allowing for swift cultivation. However, as the intake of toxins increases, the cultivator may fail to fully refine them, leading to catastrophic conflicts. Should they lose control, the toxins would disperse throughout their bodies, causing previously assimilated poisons to unravel, resulting in the total dissolution of their magical power and, ultimately, death. Among toxic cultivators, there exists a peculiar subset who bear no discernible signs of toxicity within themselves. Even when employing orthodox techniques, they appear entirely legitimate. Yet, upon unleashing their spiritual attacks, they can inflict devastating poisons, the nature of which remains nameless and undefined. Initially, such individuals wield a potent toxin, uncertain whether it is corrosive, invasive, or merely adherent. However, as their power escalates, they gradually master its control, allowing them to unleash additional effects tailored to their attacks, leaving their adversaries utterly defenseless. During the cultivation of this toxic physique, one experiences an excruciating sensation as every fragment of flesh, bone, and sinew is seemingly dismembered, akin to the body being torn apart. Each minuscule piece of flesh, bone, and sinew undergoes relentless refinement and transformation, leading to a state of disarray within the body, hence the term fragmented toxic body. This toxic physique is peculiar. Although the Wraith sect is renowned for its poison cultivation, it is not the sole practitioner in the world. Numerous other sects also specialize in poison, yet none have ever produced such a constitution throughout history. Further analysis suggests a potential connection to certain techniques of the Wraith sect, though different peaks within the sect employ distinct methods of poison cultivation. Since the primordial era, individuals possessing this constitution have emerged across various peaks. When attempts were made to deliberately cultivate this trait, they ultimately yielded no results, leaving the matter an unresolved enigma to this day. Nevertheless, one certainty remains: it is intrinsically linked to the Wraith sect's techniques, particularly the method of infusing medicine into the body to cleanse the marrow. This is why, regardless of the peak, the foundational practices of the Wraith sect invariably incorporate this essential step. Li Wui succinctly recounted the essence of the fragmented toxic body before turning his gaze towards Li Yin. He mentioned these aspects yet refrained from alluding to Li Yan's mixed spiritual roots that led to the development of the fragmented toxic body. To do so would be tantamount to labeling Li Yin, suggesting that despite his fortuitous circumstances, he might only achieve the foundational stage at best. Li Wui, being a person of broad-mindedness, would not seek to discourage Li Yin. He remained uncertain whether Li Yin understood the implications of possessing mixed spiritual roots. It was prudent for Li Yin to discern this matter himself in due course. Li Yin listened with astonishment, soon feeling a surge of joy. He was alarmed by the terrifying nature of such a physique, fearing its potential repercussions on his cultivation of the true water scripture. However, he found solace in Li Wui's words, which assured him that the attention he received from others over the past few days was not malevolent. They sought to harness the capabilities of his toxic body. With this realization, he felt a sense of relief. Returning now seemed implausible, and in any case, it held little significance. A deep sigh escaped Li Yin, since encountering the strategist. He had embarked on an irrevocable path, either to meet an early demise or to traverse an unknown journey. If the sect had not deceived him, then his family should be unharmed. Even if they had, he would return to the main kingdom once he grew powerful, rendering further contemplation unnecessary. Li Wui scrutinized him, and after a moment, Li Yin lifted his head and offered a smile, which struck Li Wui as somewhat peculiar. Since his entry into the room, this junior brother had maintained an expression devoid of emotion, appearing rather wooden. Now, it seemed he had undergone a transformation. Li Yin had seen the elder brother. He rose and bowed deeply. Chapter 53. Soaring over 4 peaks at this moment, Li Yin was soaring through the sky, or more accurately, being carried aloft by Li Wui. Curiously, he gazed downward as the scenery beneath gradually diminished in size, swiftly receding behind them. After exiting their abode, Li Wui produced a small object resembling a scroll, giving it a gentle shake while murmuring a few incantations. The object expanded in the wind, swiftly growing to approximately 30 feet in size. Only after reaching the foundation establishment stage can a cultivator fly unaided by their spiritual power. Those at the chi condensation stage must rely on spiritual tools, treasures, and artifacts to soar through the air. For nascent practitioners at the chi condensation stage, possessing even a slow-flying artifact is quite commendable. Li Wui had already reached the latter stages of foundation establishment, and his flight was notably swift. However, carrying Li Yin necessitated the use of a flying artifact, as it would be impractical to physically carry him. After some contemplation, Li Wui decided to provide Li Yin with a brief overview of the various peaks and their characteristics within the sect. The peak they had just been at was Lingchong Peak, belonging to the Yu clan cultivators who had brought Li Yin to the sect. They circled the midsection of this peak for a while. According to Li Wui, he could not ascend to the summit due to the aerial restrictions placed there. Only their master could enter that realm. Given the vastness of each mountain range, encircling any one of them would take considerable time. So he merely intended to allow Li Yin to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Li Yin observed the majestic cranes, peacocks, and various unknown spiritual birds soaring nearby. While below him, the peaks were adorned with flying eaves, babbling streams, and gurgling springs. The scene before him was beyond anything he had ever dreamed. He noticed numerous people entering and exiting various locations on Lingchong Peak, seemingly oblivious to the two flying overhead. Most of them, like Li Wui, were clad in dark green robes, though a few donned distinctly different attire. One individual rode atop a fearsome beast covered in scales, reminiscent of a crocodile. Upon seeing Li Yin and Li Wui pass overhead, the creature raised its massive head, its bulging eyes glaring menacingly at the sky, emitting a series of fierce roars and thrashing its tail. Another person had a toad, covered in dark, bumpy skin, perched on their shoulder, continuously opening its mouth to expel a viscous slime that nearly dripped onto their clothing. With a swift flick of its tongue, it retracted the droplet just in time. Yet another figure had vibrant centipedes emerging from their robe, darting about erratically, sometimes disappearing into the collar of their garment, only to reappear moments later from the waist or pant leg. There was also a captivating woman with a delicate green snake dangling from her earlobe, occasionally lifting her chin to allow the serpent to flick its tongue, while she would tenderly bring its emerald head to her lips for a kiss. Witnessing these bizarre scenes made Li Yan's skin crawl, a chill running down his spine. He thought to himself, surely the practices on Shaozhu Peak are not as revolting as this. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he felt as though a multitude of insects were crawling over him, resulting in an unsettling sensation. Li Wui, noticing Li Yan's expression of disgust, merely chuckled. Junior brother, this peak is called Lingchong Peak, where they specialize in the cultivation of various spiritual insects and beasts. The synergy between humans and beasts enhances their combat prowess far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. Li Yin couldn't help but internally scoff at this notion, questioning the so-called spiritual nature of these creatures, which seemed more akin to venomous insects and ferocious beasts. However, seeing the smile on his senior brother's face, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. As he gazed at Li Wui's countenance, a flicker of doubt crossed Li Yan's face. as if a realization had dawned upon him. "What is it, junior brother? Why do you gaze at me so?" Li Wui, noticing Li Yan's expression, felt a sudden pang of confusion, as if he were being scrutinized like the beast below. "Ah, senior brother, please do not take offense. But I suddenly recalled that you mentioned you were 74 years old this year." Li Yan had just noticed that his senior brother, who was smiling warmly at him, appeared to be only a few years older than himself. Reflecting on earlier conversations, he recalled Li Wui stating that he had been part of the Wraith Sect since the age of 10 and had followed their master since 19 years of age. "Indeed, it is true," Li Wui replied with a chuckle. "I entered the Wraith Sect at 10 years old, and after establishing my foundation at 19. I have lingered in the latter stages for decades. Alas, I find myself still at this stage. How shameful." Though he spoke with a light-hearted tone, there was a weight to his words. With over a century left, if he could not achieve the Golden Core stage, the path of reincarnation would be his only option. In truth, while 100 years may seem long for cultivators, it could equate to merely a few periods of secluded meditation. Li Yan, oblivious to the depths of Li Wui's thoughts, felt a storm of emotions brewing within him. Are cultivators truly so powerful? In the mortal realm, reaching 60 years of age is considered a great longevity, yet for cultivators, 70 or 80 years signifies a prime of youth. Li Yan found himself filled with anticipation for his own cultivation journey, unaware that a transformation was silently unfolding within him. Furthermore, he overlooked another crucial aspect of Li Wui's revelation. Achieving foundation establishment in merely 9 years was no small feat typically. It is said that a prodigy might attain foundation establishment within 30 years. While those who exceed that threshold often find themselves devoid of the hope to condense their golden core. Progressing through the stages of foundation establishment is exponentially more challenging than advancing through the chi condensation stages, with many cultivators remaining stuck in the early stages of foundation establishment throughout their lives. As they spoke, the two had already left Lingcheng Peak behind and traveled several hundred miles forward, where a vast mountain loomed before them, shrouded in a yellowish mist that reached into the clouds. As they approached, Li Yan realized that the yellow hue was a thick, mist-like substance enveloping the mountain, resembling a garment that concealed its true nature. "This is the Four Symbols Peak," Li Wui explained. "The brothers and elders here are masters of formations. The yellow mist you see is part of their protective formation, which changes constantly. Not only does its appearance shift, but it also harbors countless lethal toxins, generating over 1,000 unique poisons every quarter hour, each of which can combine and transform without repetition for 12 hours. In the subsequent 12 hours, the arrangement of these toxins will be completely randomized, making it exceedingly difficult to dismantle the formation. Each toxin interacts with others in unpredictable ways, often leading to fatal consequences in the blink of an eye. We will only circle around briefly here, but if you are interested, junior brother, you can obtain a peak entry token from our master and experience it firsthand later. Just be cautious when dealing with the brothers and uncles here, as their temperaments can be quite peculiar. Otherwise, you might find yourself in for a bit of trouble." Li Yan, upon hearing Li Wui's words, was filled with a sense of wonder and astonishment, yet he remained largely unperturbed. In a mere quarter of an hour, there were over 1,000 deadly toxins. The 12 hours would not repeat. One could not help but marvel at the myriad of extraordinary poisons the Wraith Sect had researched, a testament to the profound and formidable heritage passed down from ancient celestial sections. Li Yan, however, was indifferent. After listening to his senior brother's words, he had no intention of returning to this peak, as a careless misstep could lead to dire consequences, and a moment of negligence could result in losing one's life. Moreover, he had never contemplated delving into the intricacies of formations. What was he doing here? After circling for a while, the two of them resumed their journey, flying towards the opposite side. Approximately half an hour later, a vast, grayish mountain loomed before them. This peak was devoid of mist, allowing for a clear view of the terrain. Towering vegetation densely covered the mountain, resembling numerous sharp swords, each standing about 4 or 5 zhang high. Most of them formed clusters of a dozen, all pointing skyward, with mere inches separating each cluster. Each sword-like plant appeared to be imbued with a dark, viscous sap. The entire mountain resembled a colossal hedgehog, sending a shiver down Li Yan's spine. Was it possible that the sect he had joined not only sounded sinister, but also resided in such an abnormal place? Reflecting on the mountains he had encountered, each was teeming with venomous creatures or shrouded in mists concealing untold toxins, intertwined in a complex tapestry. Or, like the one before him, It appeared as an eerie, grayish hedgehog, and it was evident that these sword-shaped plants were far from benign. This is the peak of no return, where the primary focus is on cultivating goo insects for the path to immortality. The vegetation here serves as a favored habitat for the majority of goo insects. So we must keep our distance. If we disturb them, a multitude of unknown goo insects may swarm out from these towering plants. Some of these insects may attach themselves to one's skin, feasting on flesh and blood. A mere 4 or 5 could reduce an ordinary chi condensation practitioner to nothing but a skeleton in mere moments. Others might burrow into the body through the eyes, ears, or nostrils, gnawing at internal organs until nothing remains but a drifting skin. There are also hidden goo insects that, once inside, may linger in the heart or crawl into the brain, slowly consuming one's essence or marrow. My brother, what I've described are merely common varieties. These lunatics have cultivated countless forms of sinister goo insects. In the decades I've been with the sect, I've visited the 4 Elephants Peak far more frequently than this place. At this point, Li Wui's handsome face twitched as if recalling something. Just knowing this is sufficient. Let us depart. Without waiting for Li Yan's response, Li Wui summoned his flying artifact and soared into the sky. Having heard his words, Li Yan had no desire to linger and was eager to leave. As Li Wui ascended, several individuals among the sword-like plants caught sight of the flying artifact, glancing at it before returning to their own affairs. Among a cluster of plants, a striking woman in a crimson garment sat cross-legged, gazing at the departing Li Wui, her lips parting slightly in surprise. That artifact seemed to belong to that Li Wui fellow. Who was the other person with him? Why did he leave so quickly? I had hoped to share some wine and compose poetry with him. After a brief contemplation, the enchanting woman resolved, I shall seek him out in a few days. He is maturing swiftly and cannot afford to waste time. Draped in red, her figure was alluring, her bosom prominently displayed, revealing a generous expanse of smooth, fair skin. As she murmured, she glanced at a faint line in her palm before closing her beautiful eyes, pressing her delicate hands onto the cluster of vegetation before her. In flight, Li Wui suddenly seemed to sense something, causing his magical energy to surge, and the speed of his artifact escalated abruptly, shooting forth like an arrow released from its bow. This sudden action drew Li Yan's attention, as he noted the stark contrast to the calm and composed demeanor Li Wui had displayed since their introduction, now replaced by an urgency that seemed almost frantic. Li Wui, aware of Li Yan's gaze, feigned ignorance, focusing his eyes ahead. Junior brother, we are approaching Laojun Peak, where our sect primarily conducts daily affairs. The sect leader resides here as well. This is where the Deacon Hall, Task Hall, and various teachings and competitions take place. In a mere TS time, propelled by Li Wui's vigorous energy, they arrived at the main peak of the Wraith sect, Laojun Peak. Along the way, Li Wui elaborated on the significance of this location. Aside from the small bamboo peak, each peak had its own law enforcement hall, and the treasured repositories of martial arts and techniques were managed independently, reflecting the differing attributes of each peak's cultivation focus. Moreover, disciples from other peaks could access the repositories of different peaks, albeit at a higher cost. Laojun Peak also boasted an additional Deacon Hall, specifically dedicated to managing external affairs and internal matters, such as the purpose of Li Yan's visit, to obtain entrance items. Furthermore, monthly teachings were held here, where various foundational practitioners from different peaks would come to share their insights with the disciples, and occasionally, Golden Core practitioners would also impart their wisdom, creating an atmosphere bustling with activity. Significant events, such as the biannual competition for foundational practitioners below the mid-stage and the decennial competition for those from mid to late foundational stages, were also hosted here. The sect leader, who also serves as the peak master, is a master alchemist, though the alchemists of the Wraith sect differ from those of other sections. While other sects focus on the genuine art of crafting elixirs to aid in cultivation, healing, or prolonging life, Laojun Peak is infamous for its specialization in concocting various toxic pills, powders, and colorless, odorless mists, including highly contagious plagues. As Li Yan gazed at the Deacon Hall, taking in the surrounding architecture and the bustling activity of people, he felt a sense of relief. This resembled the normality expected of a sect. At least the individuals here appeared relatively sane. Even if there were occasional visitors bearing venomous creatures, their presence significantly subdued. Even the beasts accompanying them seemed to exhibit a degree of restraint, as if subdued by some unseen force. Across the peaks, Li Yan sensed a shared quality. The spiritual energy in this area was remarkably abundant, making each breath he took feel invigorating, almost prompting involuntary sighs of pleasure. Chapter 54. The storage bag. The Hall of Stewards was established at the foot of the Old Lord Peak. Li Wui descended with Li Yin, stowed away his magical tools, and motioned for Li Yin to approach the grand entrance of the hall. At this moment, numerous individuals were bustling in and out, and upon spotting Li Wui, some offered respectful bows, while others greeted him with friendly nods. Some referred to him as uncle, master, or elder uncle, while others called him senior brother or junior brother. Many were curiously scrutinizing Li Yin, whose appearance was rather disheveled. Though his face had been washed clean and his leg injury had vanished, his once respectable black robe, which had been of good quality in the mundane world, was now tattered and stained with blood and grime, resembling a pitiful soul rescued by Li Wui. Li Yin felt remarkably composed and did not perceive any shame in his current state, diligently following in Li Wui's footsteps. After ascending 100 or so steps, they arrived at the entrance, where two disciples clad in dark green robes stood guard. Li Yin sensed a heavy aura emanating from them, but he could not discern their cultivation levels. "Greetings, Uncle Masterly. May I inquire what matters bring you here that require the service of your disciples?" One of the disciples, a middle-aged man around 30, stepped forward with a bow, his gaze flickering towards Li Yin. "Oh, may I ask which senior brother is on duty today?" Li Wui inquired with a smile as he came to a halt. The Hall of Stewards had several foundational cultivators from the 5 peaks rotating duties daily, primarily handling mundane affairs. These foundational cultivators were often those with limited lifespans. Having lost hope of forging their golden core in this lifetime, they had become less diligent in their cultivation, using their duties to pass the time, enjoy the privileges of the mundane world, and earn rewards from the sect. However, these individuals, aware of their impending demise, often exhibited eccentric personalities and tended to disregard social niceties. Reporting to Uncle Master Li, "Today it is Uncle Master Lin from the Four Symbols Peak who is on duty." The middle-aged cultivator responded respectfully. "Oh, so it is Senior Brother Lin. Is he currently within the hall?" Li Wui chuckled lightly. Although there were many foundational cultivators within the ghostly spirit sect, the number on duty was limited to a few dozen individuals. Li Wui could easily identify who was present. "Indeed, he is. I shall inform him at once," the disciple replied, casting another glance at Li Yin, harboring a conjecture in his mind but lacking certainty. Knowing that it was not a time for recruiting disciples. "That won't be necessary. I can find him myself," Li Wui said, stepping forward into the hall, with Li Yin silently trailing behind. The two disciples did not dare to obstruct Li Yin, recognizing that he accompanied Uncle Master Li. Although Li Wui did not explicitly state it, one needed to possess insight to discern such matters. Inside the Hall of Stewards, the main hall was bright and spacious, measuring over 100 feet in size. There was nothing placed in the center, yet several small rooms lined the periphery, from which individuals were seen entering and exiting. Li Wui navigated confidently toward a room in the far left corner. Inside the room sat a slender middle-aged man with a goat-like beard, seemingly in his 40s, reclining in a chair with his eyes half closed. Upon sensing someone enter, he opened his eyes and focused on Li Wui. "Ah, it is Junior Brother Li. What brings you here?" The gaunt man appeared cordial, yet his tone was rather indifferent. Noting his demeanor, Li Wui remained unfazed and returned a respectful salute. "Greetings, Senior Brother Lin. I have brought this junior brother to collect some introductory items." As he spoke, he gestured toward Li Yin behind him. The slender man had already noticed Li Yin, but, seeing his filthy appearance, was unclear about the nature of his presence. "Junior brother? Has Uncle Master Wei taken in another disciple?" He is still at the chi condensation stage, I presume?" The slender man was taken aback, firing off several questions in surprise. In such a vast sect, Li Yan's situation could not be known by all. Only a select few were aware. Senior Brother Lin was both uninformed about this matter and astonished by Li Yan's cultivation level. To be accepted as a disciple by a golden core cultivator indicated that Li Yin must possess exceptional spiritual roots. Otherwise, why would Uncle Master Wei have accepted him? Surpassing 2 realms? There were countless disciples from various peaks with higher cultivation levels than Li Yin. The ghostly spirits sect typically admitted disciples with rare spiritual roots, such as sacred or heavenly spiritual roots. Otherwise, they would gather the elite disciples from subordinate sects and bring them in together, with the lowest level generally being around the 5th or 6th layer of the chi condensation stage. Moreover, this was not the time for subordinate sects to send in disciples, leading him to naturally assume that Li Yin must possess outstanding qualifications. Li Wui, understanding Senior Brother Lin's thoughts, chose not to elaborate, merely smiling slightly. "This is Li Yin. a recently accepted disciple under our master. I appreciate your assistance, Senior Brother Lin. Li Yin, come forward and greet Senior Brother Lin. You may need to trouble him in the future. Li Yin had been attentively observing their conversation, sensing that his master was somewhat extraordinary. Upon hearing his senior brother call him, he hastily stepped forward to bow. Greetings, Senior Brother Lin. Senior Brother Lin assessed the somewhat awkward Li Yin, his expression returning to normal. He recognized that some matters could not be pried into deeply, surmising that this individual must possess superior spiritual roots. In his memory, the last time they accepted disciples at the small bamboo peak was 6 years ago. It was understandable that Li Wui would not wish to disclose further details, as this youth must harbor some secrets. Subsequently, he ceased to speak further, extending his hand into the void. In the next moment, several items materialized before him on the table. Li Yin was left astounded. He had never witnessed such a magical technique that could summon objects from thin air. With a mere gesture, a plethora of items appeared on the table before him. Among the items were various garments, a small black plaque that resembled neither iron nor gold, alongside several stones, bottles, bags, and talismans. These are the Sect's garments, including a pair of wind-soaring boots. And this is a Sect waist token, which is of utmost importance. You will need to drop your blood on it for recognition. In the future, when entering or exiting the Sect, this token will ensure that the protective formation does not attack you. However, if any peak has established its own formation, you will need to request a separate mark from that peak, perhaps considering Li Wui's personal introduction. Senior Brother Lin attentively described each item on the table to Li Yin, pointing out the various garments and the peculiar black plaque. Among the neatly arranged clothing, 2 sets of dark green robes stood out, evidently exquisite and expensive, at least in Li Yan's eyes. Then, Senior Brother Lin pointed to a small 3-inch sword and a shuttle-shaped object, continuing, this is a Sect standard flying sword, which is quite formidable. To acquire a more potent offensive spirit tool, you will need to procure it yourself. The other item is a flying spirit tool, which you will use for travel before reaching the foundational stage. Here are 3 low-grade spirit stones and a bottle of chi recovery powder, along with 3 fire sealing talismans. These are provided to disciples upon entry. Thereafter, they will not receive such items again. However, as he pointed to the last 2 items, he hesitated and glanced at Li Wui. Junior brother, this new disciple is unlike any before. The previous disciples who came to collect their introductory items usually had a minimum cultivation level of around the 5th layer of chi condensation. They have already mastered the art of projecting their consciousness, thus the storage bag and jade slip can certainly be utilized. However, at this moment, brotherly. As he spoke, he paused and turned to look at Li Wui. Li Wui smiled faintly, for he had contemplated this matter prior to their arrival. It is of no concern. I shall first assist him in placing these items into the storage bag, and upon our return, I will help him retrieve them. Given my junior's aptitude, it won't be long before he can make use of them. As for the contents of the entry jade slip, I can simply inform him directly when we return. After all, it merely contains some Sect rules and precautions, which I can elucidate far more thoroughly than the slip itself. Li Yin stood nearby, observing Senior Brother Lin, who pointed to the last 2 items. As he listened to their conversation, he felt utterly perplexed. A jade slip and what appears to be a bag. He recognized the jade slip as it resembled the one frequently wielded by Master Ji. He understood that it required consciousness to view, as Dong Fui had briefly mentioned it before. Yet, what purpose did that bag serve? It was so small that it could at most hold a little vial and 3 stones on the table. Presently, Li Yin could only identify the clothing and the flying sword which Senior Brother Lin had introduced earlier. The remainder of the items were shrouded in mystery. As he stood there, akin to a bewildered goose, fixated on the pile of items, he was uncertain whether to pick them up or to gather them within the hem of his robe. At that moment, a slender hand reached out beside him. Grasping for the bag, he turned hurriedly, only to find it was his senior brother. Uncertain of his senior brother's intentions with the bag, he turned back to the table, only to be struck dumb. The surface was now devoid of all items, save for the bag which his senior brother held. A cheerful smile on his face as he extended it towards him. Li Yin was at a loss for words, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. He had merely turned his head for an instant, and now only this bag remained. He was no fool. A possibility dawned upon him. Those items must have been stored within this bag by his senior brother. Yet, despite his thoughts, he still found the reality before him utterly astonishing. Junior brother, you may take the storage bag. Upon our return, I will elaborate further, he chuckled. Upon hearing this, Li Yin murmured to himself in disbelief. Incredible, a storage bag. So small, yet with such vast capacity. As he pondered, he extended his hand to receive it. However, as soon as the storage bag touched his palm, he instinctively lifted it upward with force, startled by the unexpected weightlessness. In his mind, the bag's weight should correlate to the total weight of the items his senior brother had magically placed within it. Thus, upon its arrival in his grasp, he naturally exerted strength to lift it. To his surprise, the reality was entirely different. The bag felt weightless, and he lifted nothing but air. Instantly, he realized his blunder, his face flushing with embarrassment. He acknowledged his ignorance of the world of cultivation, recognizing the vast expanse of knowledge yet to be acquired. Senior brother Lin, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head. Where on earth did they find this individual? He seemed completely oblivious to even the most basic of storage bags. Had he never seen a pig run, despite never having eaten one? Who knew from which remote and desolate sect this disciple had been sent? Li Yin, noticing the shake of his head, felt even more abashed. Meanwhile, Li Wui offered a gentle smile, patting Li Yin's shoulder. Junior brother, let us return. I believe Master is eagerly awaiting us.